What if Naruto manifested the overpowered storm-release Bloodline? So hey guys, it's your boy Goofy Naruto. Subscribe because it motivates me to post more. Now let's move on to the video. Team 7, after the battle on the bridge, decide to return back to Konoha, and Naruto also decides it's time for a change in his attitude. During this mission he learned that the life of a shinobi is a dangerous one, so he decided to let down his mask of stupidity. Also after their battle on the bridge, Naruto, after his large use of the Kyuubi's chakra during his battle against Haku, developed a mental connection with Kyuubi, allowing them to communicate with each other. Kyuubi, remember the first time we met after our battle with Haku? Naruto asked Kyuubi. Of course Kit. Although it wasn't the best introduction, haha. I can still see the priceless look on your face. Haha, why you look like you were about to piss your pants. Ahahaha. Hey, it's not that funny, Naruto fired back with a mental shout. Flashback: Naruto was resting in Tsunade's residence after their battle on the bridge with Haku and Zabuza. He was sleeping like a log and looked like nothing could wake him up. We might as well let him rest, Kakashi said in a lazy tone. Yeah, the Dobi really put up a fight yesterday against that fake hunter Nin, the Uchiha survivor commented. Yeah, but I'm sure you would have beat up that masked freak if you weren't knocked unconscious. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Added Sakura, the useless pink-haired teammate. Sasuke didn't answer, but scowled when Sakura mentioned the part where he got knocked out. And with that they left the room. Back with Naruto physically, the sleeping blonde Jinchuriki looked fine in his sleeping state, but what was going on his mind was another story. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was walking through what looked like a sewer complex. Where am I? Naruto thought to himself as he wandered aimlessly around the sewer. Water splashing with each step he took until Naruto heard something that sounded like snoring, really loud snoring. Now that's weird, Naruto said to himself. He then started following the sound until he came to a large room, and in that room was a really big cage. Holy shit! Naruto yelled like a little girl, his eyes widening to the size of dinner plates. His girlish shriek grew louder when the cage spoke. Shut up Gaki, I'm trying to sleep, the cage said. Then Naruto saw something shift inside the cage and it was big. Naruto then crept closer to the cage and peeked in between the bars and saw a hint of red fur. He immediately backed away a few paces from the cage. Hey, is someone or something in there? Naruto asked the cage. The thing in the cage stirred, sharp claws went through the bars and rather close to Naruto's face. Naruto then fell on the ground holding his head and resumed his girly shriek of terror. The large thing, which turned out to be a fox, A.N. If you don't know who the fox is, then you are the biggest idiot on the face of the universe, started rolling around the cage, clutching its sides while laughing. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Okami, Kit, you should see your face. Ha ha. Naruto continued his scream while the fox began to calm down from its fit of laughter. Okay Kit, you stop screaming like a little girl now. Naruto continued screaming like a little girl. Kit, please, you're embarrassing yourself. Naruto continued. The fox, knowing this would go on for a while, stopped trying to soothe the boy and began tapping its claw in annoyance against the floor while Naruto continued screaming. God, this kid has a large lung capacity. He's been going on screaming for 10 minutes now. The fox thought while still watching the young boy scream. Finally, Naruto began to run low on oxygen and started to stop screaming, which ended with Naruto gasping for breath. Yes, arigato kami-sama. Finally you stopped. Ahum, now then Naruto Gaki, besides the fact you now hold the world record for the longest scream in history, you are probably wondering where you are and who I am, correct? The large fox asked Naruto. Naruto nodded dumbly. Okay then Kit. I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune and we are in your mindscape. Oh, so we're in my mind and you're Kyuubi. So since it's my mind I can change the scenery of this place, right? Because this sewer thing just isn't cutting it, Naruto told Kyuubi. Well, it is your mind, so I guess you can, answered the fox. Naruto nodded, and then Sua disappeared in a flash of light, and in its place was a beautiful forest clearing complete with trees that towered over the area, a large waterfall that led to a pond, and in the clearing was Naruto and Kyuubi. Kyuubi was out of his cage, but wore a collar with a dog, fox tag with kanji for seal on it. Much better if I do say so myself, Naruto said, looking at his handiwork. I must say, Kit, you've really outdone yourself changing the scenery. I can now stretch my legs. Because of this I will offer to train you when you're by yourself. Just meditate and you'll instantly come into this clearing you made. But right now I'm hungry, Suya Ne. The fox added to his compliment with a hungry look on his face as it spied a rabbit in the far off corner of the forest and then sped off. You're welcome, Naruto called to the fox as it chased the rabbit into the forest depths. Well, guess it's time to go, Naruto said to himself. Exit Naruto's mindscape. Naruto then woke up with a start. Naruto then shook his head side to side rapidly due to the massive head rush he get from getting up so quickly. Whoa, big head rush, he whispered to himself. Sigh, at least now I know Mizuki was telling a bit of the truth. The fox was sealed in me in order to protect the village, but why me? Naruto then ended his mental reverie when Sakura walked into his room and gasped when she saw him awake. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's awake, she called to her teammate and sensei. Naruto scratched the inside of his ear when Sakura yelled, Dear Kami-sama, I never knew the pink-haired banshee had such a loud voice. I nearly went deaf just from that sentence she said, or rather yelled, Naruto had mentally told himself. The Uchiha survivor and the copycat ninja were upstairs already and peeked into the room to see the blonde just staring outside the window of his room with a thoughtful expression on his face, making him look older than he already was, as his eyes looked like they held enormous wisdom and saw and experienced things no one else should see, experience. Hey Naruto, Kakashi called out to Naruto. Good to see you're all better. Naruto turned his head at the sound of his name and grinned at his sensei's words. Thanks for the kind words, sensei. It really means a lot to me to hear that you actually care, Naruto told Kakashi. Anytime, Naruto, and by the way, when we reach Konoha we're going to start some serious training. Kakashi replied to Naruto's compliment. Flashback end, A.N. Sorry if the flashback was too long. Ah, those were good times, Naruto told Kyuubi. Yup, good times. So what do you think that perverted sensei of yours will teach when you'll reach Konoha? Asked Kyuubi. You know, I never really thought about it. I'll ask him. Naruto then cut off his mental connection with Kyuubi and then ran to the front of the group to talk with Kakashi, who was reading his Icha Paradise novel, giving a perverted giggle every 5 seconds. Hey sensei. Naruto called to the Cyclops. Wah, oh hey Naruto, what do you want? Asked the Cyclops. Well sensei, I was just wondering, what are you gonna teach us when we reach Konoha, and when will it commence? Answering Kakashi's question with his. Sasuke and Sakura both listened intently to what Kakashi was about to say, because Sasuke wanted to get stronger to beat Itachi and Sakura wanted to get stronger to impress Sasuke, and both widened their eyes when Naruto had actually used a smart word in his question. Well guys, the training will start tomorrow because we have arrived, Kakashi pointed out, his finger pointing directly ahead of them. All 3 Genin turned their heads and saw the gates of Kon. And what your training is? Well, that's a surprise, Kakashi said with a smile which was shown as his eye turned into an upside-down U. All the Genin groaned when their Cyclopean teacher told them that. Oh come on guys, just rest up and you'll find out tomorrow, which is actually not that far away, Kakashi said, trying to cheer up his students. Oh, and sensei, I'm going to start changing my attitude because during this mission I have realized that the life of a shinobi is not one to joke about, so I'm going to be more mellowed out. Then Naruto lowered his voice so Sasuke and Sakura couldn't hear. I want you to come with me so I can get some new clothes because I'm afraid I'll get kicked out like when I was younger. Kakashi nodded in understanding because when Naruto was around the age of 5, Kakashi was his Anbu guardian at the time and had to beat up a villager who was about to beat up Naruto after kicking him out of the store. Of course Naruto, and besides I also think it's time you should let down that mask, and that orange jumpsuit is just shouting out, come and kill me, Kakashi said. Arigato sensei, and how did you know I was masking my true feelings? Naruto asked his sensei. Well, when you're an ex-Anbu you tend to pick up a few things, Kakashi replied. Oh okay, Naruto acknowledged the answer. Meanwhile Sasuke and Sakura were wide-eyed when they heard that Naruto was actually masking his emotions, which meant that his happiness and goofy attitude was all fake and that their teacher was an ex-Anbu. Then his crush on me could be fake. Wait, why am I sad about this? Can just give me more time to focus on Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired banshee thought. So the Dobi was an unpredictable puzzle. But now I can crack him, knowing his feelings are all a mask, and this might be a good thing because he might have been masking his strength as well. I'm going to have to spar with him tomorrow to gauge his abilities, thought the Uchiha survivor with a smirk on his face. Okay then sensei, let's go home, yelled the blonde maelstrom, and then sped off to Konoha's gates. Kakashi and his teammates were trailing behind, trying to keep up with Naruto, yelling for him to wait. When they reached into Konoha, Naruto sped off to his apartment, saying bye to his teammates and sensei while thinking about tomorrow's training session. Kakashi had sunshined home while Sasuke and Sakura then walked calmly back to their homes, awaiting the special training with an eager attitude. As you all know from the last chapter in Naruto, the Fox Sannin, Naruto and his teammates are about to get a surprise training exercise, and of course Naruto is always excited when it comes to wanting to be able to get stronger. And now onto the scene of Konoha. We found our blonde hero enjoying a nice cup of instant ramen for breakfast and a glass of milk, which is surprisingly not past its expiration date. Naruto, after finishing his breakfast, then walked to Training Ground 7 in his new clothes Kakashi got him yesterday, which comprised of blue long pants that reached just above the ankles, a black t-shirt with the kanji for Fox on the front in orange. He wanted to keep his favorite color, but covered it with a genjutsu provided by Kyuubi, as he knew the villagers wouldn't like anything Fox-related to be seen, and to top it off, a black hooded sweater with pockets on the front of the sweater near the stomach area, like the gangster jackets, and the Uzumaki spiral imprinted on the back of it. And of course his trusty weapons was attached to his left pant leg since he's left-handed. You know Kyuubi, I never thanked Kakashi-sensei for helping me get some new clothes, Naruto mentally said as he started a mental conversation with his furry friend. Well, you should, Kit. I mean, he did get rid of that horrific jumpsuit you were always wearing. I mean, Kami, the color isn't suited for a ninja. Well, it just happens to be my favorite color, you know. And by the way, I want to take you up on that offer of being your disciple, Naruto said. Well then, I will train like no other sensei has trained you before, so be ready to feel like shit after each session. Now then, I'm gonna sleep in my den that you made, Kyuubi said with a bored tone. Naruto laughed inwardly and then set off towards the training grounds. Training Ground 7. Naruto had just arrived at the bridge at his team's training grounds to see Sasuke sitting on the bridge's handrails with a bored expression on his face while trying to act cool, and Sakura was staring at Sasuke with puppy dog eyes. Hey Sasuke team, Sakura-chan, Naruto called to his teammates. I see that Kakashi-sensei still isn't here yet. Hey Dobi. I see you weren't kidding about that change in your attitude and sense of fashion, Sasuke answered to Naruto's call. Yeah Naruto, you look kinda cool and good looking if I do say so myself, Sakura chimed in. Naruto chuckled. Thanks guys, Kakashi-sensei helped me pick him out yesterday, and thanks for the compliments, especially yours Sakura. To think you'd actually call me good looking for once, Naruto said. Poof. A puff of smoke then appeared out of nowhere. No shit, eh? Yo. A familiar voice called out to the genin. The smoke cleared to reveal the Cyclopean Sharingan user Hatake Kakashi. You're late, yelled Sakura. Sakura then looked at Naruto with a confused expression. Naruto always used to join her in complaining about their sensei's tardiness, but now he just stood there and glared at Cyclops. Yes, well, I got lost on the road of life, lied the jonin. Liar, Sakura chimed in, rather loudly I might add, and once again Naruto did not join her in the art of belittling their teacher. Yeah, now then it's time to begin that special training I promised you, Kakashi said, ignoring Sakura and going straight to the point. Kakashi saw his students instantly become serious when he mentioned training. He then reached into his weapons pouch and took out 3 pieces of paper. Sensei, what are those pieces of paper for and how will they help our training?" asked Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke were wondering the same thing. Kakashi chuckled at the question. "Well, Sakura, these are no ordinary pieces of paper. These are," Kakashi took a dramatic pause, "special chakra papers. You pump a small amount of chakra into the paper, and depending on what will to the paper when you pump chakra into it will determine your chakra's elemental nature," Kakashi said. The 3 genin then reached out and took 1 piece of paper each. But before they began, Naruto interrupted. "Kakashi-sensei, how do you know what your chakra nature is?" asked Naruto. "Oh right, I forgot to mention that. Thanks, Naruto." Naruto beamed at being acknowledged. "Right, so as you know, the 5 chakra elements are fire, wind, water, earth and lightning," Kakashi said as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Even though it is," the genin nodded. "So when you focus chakra into the paper will change in different ways depending on your chakra natures. Some people even have multiple chakra natures, 3 at the most for normal people, but people usually have 1. Kakashi said. "So if the paper cuts in half, your nature is wind. If it burns, it's fire. If it gets soaked, it's water. If it crumples up, it's lightning, and if it turns to dust, your nature is earth." The genin nodded at the information given to them. "I have only lightning chakra and nothing else because some ninja have been said to gain a 2nd or 3rd chakra nature by the time they are jonin." "Any more questions?" Kakashi asked his 3 students. The genin shook their heads. "Good, so get on with it. I want to see what happens," Kakashi whined like a 3-year-old. The genin laughed at his antics, except Sasuke, who smirked. The genin then began the process of finding their chakra natures, going one after the other. Sakura went first. She closed her eyes and focused her chakra into the special paper. Then the paper turned to dust in her palm. Kakashi chuckled at the sight. After all, Naruto did say Sakura's punches felt he was hit with a boulder. "Well, Sakura, looks like you have an earth-type chakra. Expected you to have a water nature," Kakashi said with a smile. Sakura grinned widely. Now it was Sasuke's turn. He closed his focus as he pumped a small amount of chakra into the paper. The paper then began to crumple up, but then after it crumpled, it instantly caught on fire. Sasuke, afraid he would get burned, dropped the paper in a frantic fashion with a scared expression on his face. Sakura cheered for Sasuke because he had 2 chakra natures and started to compliment him, while Naruto scowled at Sasuke's luck at having 2 chakra natures. Naruto then began laughing at Sasuke as he looked at his to check if he had any burns on his hand. "Well, Sasuke, I always knew you would have a fire nature because you're an Uchiha, and as you know, all Uchiha have it. But the lightning element was very unexpected. Even I was surprised." Sasuke smirked at having 2 chakra natures, thinking he is now the strongest of the team, and then started to act all cool, but kept his eyes focused on Naruto as he was the only one left. Sakura and Kakashi also stared at Naruto, curious to what his chakra nature is. Naruto looked around to find everyone staring at him, and then realized it was his turn. Naruto then stared at the paper in his hand and then closed his eyes as he began to focus chakra into the paper. Then the most unexpected thing happened. The paper was cut in thirds, then 1/3 was burned, a second third was soaked, while the other third was turned to dust. Everyone's eyes widened at what was shown before them. "Well, Naruto, it seems you have 4 chakra natures. Fire, earth, water, and the rarest element found in people, wind," Kakashi said with a surprised tone, but then smiled later as now he could teach Naruto in order to complete a certain technique. Can you guess what it is? "Yatta, I have more chakra elements than Sasuke team." Naruto yelled in a louder than normal voice and began jumping around. Sasuke began scowling and glaring at Naruto. "How could the Dobi have so much chakra natures? I should be the one with all those powers. I'm an Uchiha, for God's sake." Sakura then ran up to Naruto and began congratulating him on his achievement. "Okay, guys and girl, settle down," called Kakashi. Said guys and girl immediately silenced themselves and watched Kakashi, wanting to know what they will do now. "Now that you guys know your chakra natures, and well, nature for Sakura." Sakura scowled at Kakashi's comment, but chose to spare her rant of doom. I will now teach you jutsus that will match your chakra natures and build your jutsu repertoire, and even though you all have mastered the tree walking exercise, I want you to continue it in order to build up your chakra reserves and control, especially you Naruto because of your condition, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded knowing he was talking about Kyuubi, and I'll be teaching you the water walking exercise and do some spars, however we'll do some of that stuff another time. Kakashi then tossed a few scrolls from his weapons pouch to each of the genin, which they caught. These scrolls contain jutsu and Sasuke and Sakura. One of your scrolls contain a taijutsu style for each of you learn. Sasuke, yours is the Golden Dragon's Fist, and Sakura, yours is the Wrath of the Banshee. Naruto, I'm still trying to find a style to suit you, okay? This is for each of you to learn on your own time. But for now I want you all to do the tree walking exercise until the end of the training session, and if you run out of chakra just take a 10-minute break. That should be enough time for you to recover your chakra to almost full or completely full, Kakashi said. The genin then rested their scrolls by a tree near the trees where they were to do the tree walking. They began to do their training and continued to do so, taking their 10-minute breaks in between. When the time came to stop, they began to get ready to go home covered in dirt and sweat, but not before picking up their special scrolls. Don't want to forget those, they all thought, and then left for their homes. Naruto on the other hand headed straight for his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen. Hey Gigi, Ichiraku, one extra large chicken ramen please, Naruto called to the ramen chef. Sure thing Naruto, the chef answered and then began to whip up Naruto's order. Naruto then began to talk to Kyuubi about their training while they waited on the order. Hey Kyuubi, did you hear? I have 4 chakra elements, earth, water, wind and fire. Naruto told Kyuubi in a mental shout. I know, I can hear and see what goes on through your eyes, good job Kit. I was surprised myself when you got earth and fire. The fire element is most likely from me since we demon foxes have fire as our most common chakra element, but the wind really surprised because that element is the rarest element to appear in a person's chakra except in Sunagakure. Naruto smiled a foxy smile from the praise the fox gave him and then began eating, or should I say inhaling, his ramen when it came. So what are we going to be doing, Kyuubi-sensei? Saying the last part with a mocking tone. Kyuubi ignored the mocking tone and began to tell Naruto what they were going to be doing during their training. Well Kit, tonight I'll be teaching you the Katsunokan and your mother's fighting style, the Azuken. Naruto then left the stand after his 20th bowl and headed home with his new training scrolls in hand. Wait a minute, Kyuubi, you knew my mother? Naruto asked the nine-tailed Bijou, hoping to gain some information on his family. Actually Naruto, I never knew your mother personally, but I spent enough time in their small village of Whirlpool Country to learn their family fighting style. However, I know her name was Uzumaki Kushina. If you want to know more you could ask your Hokage. Kyuubi-sensei, that really means a lot even if it just her name, thanked Naruto. No problem Kit, and by the way, when did you start to call me Kyuubi-sensei? Kyuubi asked his host. I just thought I should call you that since you will be teaching me, Naruto answered. Then Naruto, after arriving at his apartment room, had a shower, dressed himself in his pajamas and then went to rest his tired body. Meanwhile in Naruto's mindscape he was training himself and his caged Bunshin with Kyuubi, learning katas for both styles since he learned that you can know what a clone knows whenever it's dispelled. This training went on for several hours with Naruto feeling like shit at the end. I told to be prepared for feeling like shit at the end of each session, but knew you told me that you could handle it, you would feel fine. Shut up Kyuubi, I'm going to rest my mind now, Naruto told Kyuubi in an annoyed tone and then left his mindscape to go to Dreamland. Today Naruto was walking to his team's meeting place, but rather slowly because all night he had trained in his mindscape learning the Katsunokan and Azuken until he the katas for them like the back of his hand, and now he had mastered both styles thanks to his use of the Kagabunshin. Kami, Kyuubi sure can be a slave driver. I mean, I'm grateful to him for training me, but dear Kami, I feel like shit, Naruto thought. Naruto looked at the sky, watching the clouds pass by. Naruto seemed to feel more relaxed as he looked at the puffy white forms of condensated water. Now I know why Shikamaru likes watching clouds so much, he said with a smile and then arrived at the training grounds. Ohio, Sasuke team, Haruno armor, Ho, Naruto growled. His eyes flashed red. Sakura glared at the blonde and was about to rant about why he shouldn't call her one when Puff. Hooray for Puffs. Hey there. Anyways, I was late today because I signed you all up for the Chunin exams, Kakashi said. Sakura was about to yell liar, until she had registered what Kakashi just told them. Shanaro, now I can show Sasuke-kun how strong I am, Sakura whispered to her inner self. Kakashi then handed them the registration cards. Now then, intense training starting now to prepare you for your exams. They start next week Friday, so get ready to go home feeling like shit, Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto looked up at the sky. Why, are slave drivers? Why Kami? Why? Naruto thought as he cried. Okay Naruto and Sasuke, you guys seem to have a knack for offense, so I'll teach you the most powerful jutsus I know in my arsenal. Naruto, watch, this is Fuuten, Fuuyundan no Jutsu, Katen, Karyuheki no Jutsu, Fire Style Firewall Jutsu, Suten, Suiuden no Jutsu, and Doten. Do Sakonaweta no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Shatter Jutsu. I will now demonstrate him to you, Kakashi said. Fuuten. Fuuyundan no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then a huge dragon of wind blew out of his mouth, slicing anything near to shreds before it gave a roar and came into contact with a tree, shredding it to toothpicks and disappearing in a swirl of wind with a final roar. Sugoi, Naruto said. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Those jutsus should be mine. I need more power if I want to defeat him, Sasuke thought. Kakashi then demonstrated the rest of the jutsus and Naruto ran off to practice them. Okay Sasuke, I don't know much lightning jutsus and I know you can learn some more fire jutsus at home, so I'll teach what I know, Kakashi said and then formed some hand signs. Katen, Karyundan no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then the fire dragon rocketed forward and exploded into flames as it blew up a rock. Sasuke smiled. This would prove useful. Raiten, Raikurai no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then a powerful thunderbolt blasted from his fingertips. Sasuke's smile grew wider and wider as Kakashi showed him jutsu after jutsu. He will finally have enough power to kill Itachi. Sakura, let's go. Sasuke, learn those jutsus I showed you, Kakashi commanded. The Uchiha nodded and then went off to train. With Naruto was sitting in a clearing in the forest near the training ground. He had quickly mastered the wind dragon technique, which found to be surprisingly easy, then proceeded to begin practicing the firewall. Naruto formed hand signs and then spun. Katen, Karyuheki no Jutsu, he shouted, and then a spinning wall of fire surrounded Naruto before it dissipated in a matter of 10 seconds. Finally I got it down. And only after my 10th try, Naruto said proudly. He then proceeded to learn the Do Sakonaweta. He then formed the hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Doten. Do Sokonweta no Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Then he waited a while to see if anything happened. Naruto growled in anger as he observed that no damage had occurred and then went to leave. But then he felt a rumbling underneath his feet. He turned back and saw the entire earth in front of him crack open and formed a huge chasm. Naruto's mouth was agape and then looked down the chasm. It was at least 30 feet deep and 5 feet wide. Sugoi. He shouted and then did a little victory dance. Then Naruto stopped dancing and heard a rustling in the bush behind him. Naruto took out his kunai to get ready for battle. The bushes spread and revealed glowing red eyes, and then what stepped out was so hideous, so ugly, so terrifyingly disgusting that Naruto had to resist the urge to empty his stomach. It was a Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto gave a sigh of relief. Oh Sasuke, it's just you. I thought it was something else, Naruto said. Sasuke's 4 Tomo Sharingan, 2 in each eye, began to spin. Naruto took a step back as he looked at Sasuke. Ah Sasuke, you alright, and why is Sharingan spinning like that? Naruto asked nervously. Sasuke surveyed the damage. Did you do this? Sasuke asked the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at Sasuke oddly. Yeah. Why? Naruto replied. Sasuke then looked up at Naruto with an evil smile. I want to fight you, Sasuke said. Naruto stepped back again. I'm sorry, what did you say? The great Uchiha thinks he can't beat Adobe and had to test his abilities against him. Naruto said in a mocking tone. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Of course not. Demo, you said you were masking everything, feelings, attitudes, so you might have been masking your skills. So I want to see your true power, Sasuke said. Naruto smirked and then his eyes flashed red for a split second. Alright then Uchiha team. Demo, let's do this in front of Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. I want to show them your face when I end up kicking your ass, Naruto said confidently. You sound confident. Well fine, let's go, Sasuke said. Then the Uzumaki and Uchiha walked back to training field. A few minutes later they arrived at the training field and then their eyes widened when they saw the field was covered in craters. Then they heard a yell, followed by a chakra spike and then a loud boom. The two Chunin quickly ran to the source of those occurrences. There they stood and saw Sakura holding up a sword of earth. She then threw the sword of stone and it sliced through a couple of trees and a boom followed after as it crashed to the ground. She then turned around. Hey Sasuke-kun, what do you think of my Doton Jutsu? It's called Sakura thought. What's it called again? She asked Kakashi. Kakashi sighed at how idiotic this pink-haired bitch was. For the last time Sakura, the jutsu is called Doton, Ken no Do, Earth Style, Sword of Earth, Kakashi said. Sakura nodded and then turned back to Sasuke. Well, what did you think? She asked her crush. Sasuke looked at the destruction and then nodded in acceptance and then muttered his favorite word, that is, if it is a word. He muttered. Sakura squealed in excitement before she jumped around shouting how Sasuke loved her and all that shit. The three boys shook their heads in disappointment, then Naruto head shot up. Oh right? Kakashi-sensei, can you watch the fight between me and Sasuke? I want to show you how I kick his ass, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded and then sat against a tree. Yeah right? Naruto Barker, you could never defeat Sasuke, he's an Uchiha. He's the strongest ever, Sakura yelled. Naruto growled at the pink-haired banshee. Sakura, look, do everyone here a favor and shut your motherfucking mouth? Honestly, you are so annoying sometime. No, not sometimes. All the time. Now go away so I can beat this team, Naruto shouted in anger. Kakashi and the others were surprised at Naruto's outburst. They had never seen him become so angry. So much hate was shown in those cerulean blue orbs of his when he looked at Sakura. That hate only increased when he looked at Sasuke. Let's fight now team, Naruto growled. Sasuke glared and then got into the Uchiha fighting stance. Naruto got into the stance of the Azuken, which consisted of his left arm starched out in front of him, his hand outstretched and his right arm placed at his waist, his legs shoulder width apart. Come, little Uchiha, Naruto taunted. Sasuke then rushed Naruto and jumped to deliver an axe kick, but Naruto held up his arms and blocked it and then grabbed Sasuke's leg and then swung him into the ground. Sasuke got up and then fired a punch aimed for Naruto's gut, but Naruto backflipped to avoid it. Sasuke then formed hand signs. Katen, Gaokakyu no Jutsu, Sasuke yelled and then a huge fireball sped towards the blonde, but Naruto jumped near the river and formed hand signs. Uzumaki secret jutsu, Uzed no Tate, Naruto shouted. Then water rose up out of the river and swirled into a whirlpool before going in front of Naruto and protecting him from Sasuke's fireball. Sasuke couldn't believe his eyes. The Dobi, he was losing to the Dobi. Surprised Sasuke, well that's not all, Naruto said and formed hand signs. Suten, Suiuden no Jutsu, Naruto said. The whirlpool then morphed into a dragon's head and then the dragon sped towards Sasuke. Naruto grinned like a maniac before he laughed. The water dragon gave a roar. Sasuke formed some hand signs and then held his hand out in front of him. Raiten, Reryuheki no Jutsu, Wall of Lightning, Sasuke yelled, and then electricity poured out his body and expanded, forming a wall in front of him. The dragon crashed into the lightning wall and then disappeared in a splash. Naruto then ran forward. Sasuke also ran forward and they engaged in a heavy taijutsu battle. Kakashi was on the sidelines, admiring the amount of skill Naruto and Sasuke had with their new jutsus. While Sakura was Naruto then aimed a kick at Sasuke's stomach. But Sasuke caught the kick and then twisted Naruto's ankle, intending to break it, but Naruto spun with the twist and freed his leg. Naruto then got back up and threw a few punches which Sasuke blocked. However, Naruto had then sent a fast kick to Sasuke's stomach, knocking the wind out of him, and then followed up by punching Sasuke in the chin, then ducked and formed a cage bunshin which kicked Sasuke in the chin, sending him upwards. Naruto followed up and added a kick of his own before grabbing Sasuke's ankles, formed a few flips and slammed Sasuke in the dirt. Naruto then rolled back onto his feet and threw a few shuriken. Sasuke slowly got up and then formed some hand signs and then spun. Katen, Karyuheki no Jutsu, he said, and then a whirl of fire melted the projectiles. Naruto sneered at Sasuke, who grinned in satisfaction. Naruto then decided he needed to end this now and then channeled Chakra and formed some hand signs. Secret Uzumaki Jutsu, Sume no Sui, Naruto said, and then water surrounded his hands and formed claws. Naruto showed his foxy grin to Sasuke. I win, Naruto said, and then disappeared in a blur of speed. Everyone's eyes widened at the pace Naruto moved at, only Kakashi could track him. Naruto then appeared in front of the Uchiha with his claws of water held in front of the Uchiha's face. You are dead and I am the victor. I claim victory of this battle between myself and the Uchiha team, Naruto yelled and then looked at the time. It was time to go home. Sakura then looked at Sasuke and saw the bruises and cuts he had gotten from Naruto. She glared at the blonde who was celebrating his victory. I'll never forgive you for this, Naruto Baka, Sakura said. Naruto turned and put on a mock sad face. Oh, how will I ever live with myself? He said sarcastically before he turned back to leave. Kakashi then got up to go and check on Sasuke before going to have a talk with our blonde Jinchuriki. Konoha streets. Naruto was walking down the street feeling rather good about himself as he ignored the villagers' glares which he received at a daily basis. He had learned some jutsu, mastered them, and then to wrap it all up, he had beaten the Sasuke's ass in front of Sakura and Kakashi sensei. Yup, this was a good day, and also he got to go to the Chunin exams. Then he turned when he heard some footsteps behind him. Oh hey Kakashi sensei, sorry about beating up Sasuke so badly, it's just that I needed to put him in his place and to make a point, Naruto said. Kakashi waved his hand. No, it's all right. In fact, what you say is totally true, but next time, don't be so rough, Kakashi said. What was that point you were trying to make anyway? That even Adobe can become strong, Naruto stated. Kakashi smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. I'm proud of you, Naruto. I'm glad to call you my student. In fact, I think you're the only one who has enough potential to become Chunin. But in order to get through the first and second rounds, you need that aspect of teamwork with Sasuke and Sakura, so just try to get along with them for the time being, just until the third part of the exams. Okay Naruto, Kakashi said. Hi. I'll try sensei, Naruto said, and then Kakashi left in a puff of smoke. Well Kyuubi sensei, time to try, and he thought to the fox. I've already made the schedule kit, Kyuubi replied with a vulpine grin. Naruto's apartment in his mindscape. Naruto was in his mindscape when he arrived home and was training with Kyuubi. So sensei, what did you say you were going to teach me? Naruto questioned. I will be teaching you the ability to transform into an animal, namely a fox, Kyuubi said with a wide grin. What, how will turning into a fox help me? He questioned slowly as the words processed in his mind. Ooh, nice, I love it. Teach me, Naruto said in excitement. Kyuubi chuckled. Okay. So in order to turn into a fox, you must visualize the look of a fox, its scent, Every single physical aspect of it if you want to become one of us, Kyuubi explained. Now just close your eyes and in order to turn into a fox you must say the magic words, I'm a big stupid fathead, Kyuubi said with a snicker. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm a big stupid fathead, Naruto said, and then opened his eyes and looked at himself and saw the Kyuubi laughing and rolling on the floor. Kyuubi, I thought you said saying those words would help me, Naruto said angrily. Naruto, say those words slowly and you'll hear what they say and then you'll understand why I'm laughing, Kyuubi said and then returned to busting his gut and feeling his spleen die so many times from the amount of laughter. Naruto thought as he processed the words slowly through his brain. I'm a big stupid fathead, I'm a big stupid fat head, Naruto said to himself before his eyes widened in realization. Naruto glared at the fox. Now I know why people hate you Baka Katsunes, Naruto growled. Ah, come on Kit, don't be like that. Okay, to really turn into a fox you must do the first part of everything I said, and then you will morph into one of kin, Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded and then closed his eyes and focused on being a fox. Then the most extraordinary thing happened. Naruto's whiskers became darker and then grew off his face and became actual whiskers. His ears elongated and became pointed like Kyuubi's. Golden blonde fur covered his body. His toes and fingers came together and changed into paws, and then finally, a single golden tail sprouted out of his skin, but the most painful part finally came. Naruto fell to the ground howling in pain, that's right, howling. As his bones and muscles rearranged themselves to form the bones and muscles of a kitsune's. Naruto then fell from 2 legs to all 4s and then Naruto opened his eyes. They were still cerulean blue, but the pupil was slitted and then Naruto let out a howl. Naruto then looked at himself. Ha 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 ha, I did it. It hurt like hell, but I did it, I'm a kitsune. Then Naruto froze. How'd I change back, Kyuubi sensei? Okay Kit, now that you've mastered the kitsune transformation, you must now do the Hanyu transformation. For when you accomplish this exercise you are no longer human or demon, but half demon, a Hanyu. Kyuubi said. Naruto was silent before he started freaking out. Ever watch Johnny Test? Well, you know when Duki freaks out, yeah, Naruto's doing that. What do you mean I'm not human? People will surely notice the tails and ears poking out, Naruto screamed. Kyuubi waved his paw. Relax. Just focus on changing into your human form and the transformation will do the rest. Naruto forced himself to calm down and then focused, and his bones popped and cracked as he transformed again. This time he looked like his human self, except he now the hair by where his ears were had grown to cover it up and the 2 fluffy ears stuck up out of his blonde locks and the tail still swished behind him. Okay, now what? Naruto asked. How do I get rid of the fluffy thingies here and here? He asked, gesturing to his head and rear. You can't, but I can cast a genjutsu around you that will hide them, Kyuubi said. Oh well, guess I'll just have to get used to the tail and ears not being on the side of head, Naruto said. Guess I'd better get going then, later sensei, he said and was about to leave. Oh no, you don't, you will stay here until midnight. It's only 2:30 right now and you will stay here and train in your transformations because at the speed you do it at anybody would have killed you by then, Kyuubi commanded. Naruto nodded. Yes, Kyuubi sensei, Naruto said, and then for the rest of the day within the confines of Naruto's mindscape, his screams continued until midnight. Time skip next Friday. Over the week, Naruto had tried and eventually succeeded in trying to make things work out between Sasuke, Sakura and him. He told them that they would work together for the first 2 parts of the exam and then during the final part they wouldn't help each other, and then the killing blow. Once they became Chunin, they didn't have to associate with him anymore, unless on M to agree to help each other for the exams. Team 7 then walked to the academy building where the first exam of the Chunin exams was supposed to take place. Then as Naruto and the others were walking, Naruto rounded a corner and accidentally ran into a boy, about 1 year older than himself, and a girl was about 15 was standing behind him. Naruto dusted himself off and looked at the two. The boy was wearing a cat-like black bodysuit, wore some sort of kabuki paint and to top it off some sort of large thing on his back wrapped in bandages. As for the girl, she was blonde, her hair tied in 4 individual ponytails, wore a purple top and skirt, and you could see she was wearing a fishnet suit underneath, and saw their Hitai Attis, both from the hidden sand village. Gomen Nasai, I wasn't watching where I was going, Naruto apologized. The boy, however, didn't take the apology and sneered at Naruto. I don't care, I hate when people bump into me, he said, and then looked at the girl. Temari, don't interfere, he added. The girl, defined as Temari, shook her head. Kankuro, can you anywhere without picking a fight? She asked with an annoyed tone. Kankuro smiled and shrugged and then cocked his fist back to hit Naruto. Naruto blocked the punch and then struck a pressure point on Kankuro's arm, disabling it. Kankuro was furious and then tried to reach the bundle on his back, but then a chilling voice was heard. Kankuro stopped this nonsense immediately, the scary voice said. All heads turned to see a red-headed boy standing upside down on a tree. He wore a brown and black outfit and had a most heavy gourd on his back and had a tattoo with the kanji for love above his right eye. Gaara, Gomen, this Gaki here started it. Kankuro started, but was halted mid-sentence. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said, each word dripping with killing intent. Gaara then disappeared in a whirl of wind. When the wind was whirling, Gaara spied Naruto. He managed to paralyze Kankuro's arm and render him useless. He has skill, Gaara thought, and then reappeared between Kankuro and Temari. I'm sorry for the intrusion, I am Subaku no Gaara. You, the blonde, what is yours? Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied. Sasuke then stepped forward. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke said as though his name meant the entire world. Gaara then turned away from Team 7, ignoring Sasuke. I will see you at the Chunin exams, Uzumaki Naruto. I will enjoy our fight, Gaara said. Naruto nodded and then watched the Tsunade team walk off. Team 7 then went to go to the Ninja Academy, the place where all their training began, where the first exam was to take place. Team 7 entered the complex, and then ascended to the 3rd floor. When they arrived at the 2nd floor, they saw a large amount of people standing there demanding to be let into a room that had been said to be where the Chunin exams were. Team 7 looked at each other with confused looks, but they had only gone up 2 floors. Then realization hit Naruto. Listen guys, he whispered, this is a decoy, this is really the 2nd floor. So I say we leave this room and go up ahead so as to lower our competition. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised at the blonde's sensory abilities and then nodded dumbly. 3rd floor Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura walked up to the 3rd floor, and then when they reached the door, Kakashi was waiting for them. Ah, good you all showed up, Kakashi said. What might have happened if we didn't, sensei? Sakura asked. You all would never be able to go in if it was only 2 of you. For in order to go to the Chunin exams, there must be 3-man teams, so go in and kick some ass, Kakashi said, giving a thumbs up. The genin nodded and then went to walk, but then Naruto was held back by Kakashi. Naruto, give them a good introduction would you? Kakashi asked. Naruto grinned and nodded. The team then entered the room and their eyes widened. The entire room was filled with a mass of glaring genin, all the glares fired towards at them. Sasuke-kun, a shrilly voice cried. Sasuke was then glomped by Yamanaka Ino. I've been waiting for you in excitement, she said in a seductive voice. Sakura instantly got mad. Ino pig, get your hooves off of Sasuke-kun. The pink-haired banshee yelled to the blonde-haired banshee. The 2 banshees then yelled at each other, until 2 more people joined the party. Hey guys, can you turn it down? It's very troublesome, Shikamaru said as Choji walked beside him eating his chips. Hey Shikamaru, Choji, Naruto greeted, giving them high fives. Shikamaru and Choji and smiled as they chatted with their friend. Naruto, nice clothes. Looks like you finally decided to be smart now, Shikamaru said with a chuckle. Naruto was wearing a black jacket with the Uzumaki symbol on it and remained open to show the world his dark blue t-shirt underneath, which had a picture of the yin and yang symbol with dragon on yin and a fox on yang, along with some long forest green cargo pants and blue ninja sandals. "So guys, how's training with Asuma? Kakashi-sensei and my team have been training like crazy when Kakashi signed us up," Naruto said. Shikamaru chuckled. "Yeah, we've training like crazy also, but Ino's been too much of a bitch, so it was really troublesome," Shikamaru said. Naruto and Choji laughed at the insult towards Ino. Ino, however, heard that, started to shout at the lazy boy genius. Naruto found it was too silent and then pointed his finger at all the genin present. "Oh, Mina, I am Uzumaki Naruto and I will defeat you," Naruto yelled. The whole room glared and directed killer intent at Naruto. Naruto ignored them all and then fired back with a large amount of his own by firing up the Kyuubi's chakra. People then reduced theirs and backed and knew one thing: don't mess with Uzumaki Naruto. "Hey Sasuke, we are so going to kick your ass," Kiba said as he and his team walked in. Kiba then walked forward and gave Naruto a high five. "Kiba, buddy, how's it going?" Naruto asked. "Really good, but from what I can see you've gotten stronger and developed fashion sense. But Sasuke looks like a stupid asshole and Sakura, no comment on her," Kiba said. Sasuke gritted his teeth at the insult and attempted to punch Kiba, but Naruto blocked it. "Sasuke, save the violence for the exam." "Not now," Naruto said. Then there was a long moment of silence, so Kabuto had no reason to go over and get information on the rookies. Then a large puff of smoke appeared and then a tall man wearing a bandana with a Konoha symbol on it and a long black trench coat with about 10 Chunin stood behind him. "Okay, you gakis, time to shut your yaps and sit down. I am Marino Ibiki and I am proctor of first written exam," Ibiki ordered. Naruto cracked his fingers. Oh, this was going to be fun. "All right, you gakis, take a seat so we can proceed with this written exam," Ibiki said. Naruto went and grabbed a seat between Shikamaru and Choji. "Good luck, guys," Naruto said to his two friends. Shikamaru and Choji nodded and then looked at Ibiki as he explained the rules of the exam. "Okay guys, the rules are that when the test is over, if you get one of the 10 questions wrong you lose 1 point, so you get 9 out of 10 and so on. Also, if you are caught cheating 3 times in a row you and your team are completely disqualified from the exam. Also, the 10th question at the end will be revealed 45 minutes before the exam is finished. Okay, and as soon as you receive your test papers you can begin," Ibiki said. The mass of Chunin then quickly handed out test papers and then took seats around the classroom, their clipboards at the ready, in order to write down the team that was caught cheating. Naruto then looked at the questions and immediately paled. "Okay, first question. There is a line representing the distance a person can throw a shuriken. The radii of the semicircle shown is the line of enemy ninja. Show the calculations of how the ninja can hit all of his enemies using that one shuriken," Naruto thought, reading the question. This question seemed near impossible. Naruto clutched his head as he watched Sakura just blaze pee, but only a normal person would have to cheat. Naruto showed his foxy grin. He then tapped his pencil on the desk. To most people it would only be a person tapping their pencil, but to experienced ninja, it was actually Morse code. "Hey Shikamaru, we have to cheat," he tapped. Shikamaru nodded and tapped his pencil. "Yeah, I realized, but we have no one to cheat off of," Shikamaru tapped back. Naruto thought and then smiled. "Don't worry, I have a plan. I can get the answers using a little technique I've been working on," Naruto said. Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome, but all right. Say, does Choji know Morse code too?" he asked. Naruto thought for a while. "I think so. Let me check." Naruto tapped. Naruto then kicked Choji's leg. Choji turned to Naruto and found him tapping his pencil. Choji looked at the pencil for a few seconds before his eyes widened and he grinned. Choji then picked up his pencil and began to return the Morse message. Naruto's eyes brightened. "Oh yeah, he does." Shikamaru, Naruto tapped to the lazy genius. Shikamaru smiled. Naruto then tapped out the plan to Choji. Choji nodded and then Naruto set to work. Naruto used his genjutsu hidden fox ears to listen to the sound vibrations of Sasuke's pencil since he had obviously hit the jackpot with the person he was copying from with his Sharingan. Naruto then quickly wrote down the answers and when he had finished, he quickly tapped him out to Choji and Shikamaru. While Naruto was tapping the answers to Choji and Shikamaru, people from Konoha and the other villages were being caught cheating and the numbers dropped like flies, dwindling from over 100 to at least 55 teams left. After that the three friends took a nap on the desk. Kankuro went to go to the bathroom with an escort Chunin. While in the bathroom Kankuro laughed. Those Konoha nins didn't even notice there was an extra Chunin in the ranks. "Okay Karasu, tell me the answers starting with number 1, Kankuro said, and then the Chunin's face started to crack off revealing a wooden surface underneath. Time skip 45 minutes left. Okay Gaki's pencils down. Time for the 10th question. Now then, before I ask the 10th question, does anyone want to drop out? If so, do it now, Ibiki said. Then immediately at least 11 teams dropped out, leaving 44 teams. Okay, as for those of you that stayed here, Ibiki took a dramatic pause. You pass, he said with a smile. Everyone in the room gasped. What do you mean we passed? What was the 10th question? Temari asked, not understanding the events that had just occurred. You see, the 10th question was whether or not you would have the guts to stay. The point of this test was to be able to gather information. Thus you were required to cheat, Ibiki explained. Sometimes information of the enemy is vital to a village, and Ibiki then removed his bandana and the whole class was shocked. There on his scalp were numerous burns, slashes and holes from where screws were punctured into his head. It can even cost you your life, he finished. Cool, I bet his hands are worse, Dosu, an Oto nin, thought. Then a black something blasted through the nearby window and then the black thing unfolded to reveal it was a tarp, that read, Proctor of Second Exam, the awesome and knockout sexy Matarashi Anko. And there in front of the tarp was a purple-haired woman, wearing amber leg armor, orange skirt over a fishnet outfit and to top it off a large full-body trench coat, who would obviously be Anko. Anko surveyed the classroom and smiled. Everyone was freaked out by her entrance, except for a young Uzumaki Naruto who was checking her out. Anko grinned at Naruto, who just nodded in acknowledgement. Ibiki, you've gone soft. There are 44 teams left in here, Anko said. Not my fault if they want to die, Ibiki said. Well, I'll be sure to reduce their numbers by more than half, she said with an evil grin. Everybody shuddered in fear at what she had just said. Okay boys and girls, follow me to where you're going to have your second exam, Anko said. The entire class got up and reluctantly followed. The class then walked through the village, and then entered an area with a sign that said restricted section. Naruto grinned in anticipation. Oh, he was going to have some fun today. Then Anko stopped in front of a large fence. Behind the fence was a large amount of dense foliage, where the sounds roars, hisses, branches snapping and other sounds could be heard. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to training grounds, number 44, also known as the Forest of Death, she said. Naruto smirked. Sounds fun, he said. Everyone looked at him, like he was crazy nutjob, which he might have been. It does, doesn't it? At least for now. Just wait until you meet all the bloodthirsty predators in there. That's when the real fun starts, Anko said. Like I said, sounds fun, Naruto said. People began to back away from the blonde boy and purple-haired woman. I like you Gaki, but anyways, back to the exam. Okay, the rules are simple. Since there are 44 of you, 22 of you will each get Earth Scrolls, the half, Heaven Scrolls. The object of this is to go and try and get both scrolls by taking out other teams. Then when you have gotten both scrolls, you will head to the tower in the center of the forest where the other half of the exams are to take place, Anko explained. The genin all nodded. Now then, you will first sign this consent form before you get a scroll, Anko said. Why? Sakura asked. Because I don't want to be responsible for when the parents start crying when their Gakis die, Anko said with a grin. The genin then took a consent form and then one by one each team got either a Heian or an Earth Scroll. So we don't know who gets which scroll, Sasuke said. Yeah. But that just means we have more people to fight, Naruto said. Sakura hid behind Sasuke, who was smiling at the thought of fighting people. Okay people, your teams will be assigned to a gate and then on my mark the gates will open and the exam will be begin, Anko said. Team 7 gate 1 team 8 gate 2 team 10 gate 3 Oto team gate 4. Kabuto's team gate 5, okay, on your marks, get set. Anko began. The genin's legs tensed ready to bolt inside the moment the gates opened. Ikuzedo. Anko yelled and the gates sprung open and the teams sped inside the forest, not prepared for the horrors that wait within. Naruto and the team were jumping through the trees, looking out for any enemy nins that had Earth's scroll at having received the scroll of heaven, but then Naruto paused. Thanks Naruto's new advanced senses from being a fox, he smelled a new scent in the air. And it was a smelly smell, the smelly smell that could be so smelly. Naruto turned to his teammates. Oh come on Sasuke team, don't fart now, oh dear Kami, I need air, I need the luscious oxygen, Naruto yelled as he gasped for air. Sasuke turned red. It wasn't me, Sasuke cried. It was Sakura, he said pointing at her. Sakura gasped. Oh my Kami-sama, Sasuke-kun, I'm a lady and ladies don't fart, Sakura said with a blush in her face. Yeah Sasuke, you have to use the proper term, Sakura has broken wind, Naruto said, and then he and Sasuke fell on their branches in laughter. Sakura was even more embarrassed, not because she was accused of breaking wind, but because she actually did. After Naruto and Sasuke calmed down from laughing, they had heard a rustling in the bushes below. Naruto and the others watched from their tree-top perches, hanged as birds and watched. But guys, I swear, I heard somebody laughing in this direction, Chunin said, running out of the bushes. His teammates followed behind him and sighed. Naruto's eyes widened. They were wearing some kind of snorkeling gear and full-body elastic suits. One had both his eyes revealed, another had only one eye, and the last one had both his eyes covered. Oh come on. Look, there's nobody here except for those three weird-looking birds that have been watching us for a while. Now come on, we have to find a heaven scroll. The birds' eyes widened at the word heaven, meaning that they had an earth scroll and had their backs turned to leave. Naruto and the others released their henges and dropped down on them like vultures. That earth scroll will be mine, Naruto growled as his eyes turned slitted. The Aingenins immediately got into fighting stances. Naruto then rushed the one on the left that had his eyes covered, which was probably the most idiotic this to do when facing Naruto. Naruto quickly kicked the boy in the stomach. The boy groaned in pain as Naruto then elbowed him in the face, followed by a knockout blow by an uppercut to the chin. Sasuke and Sakura had taken down the one with one eye and were now looking at the one with both his eyes. Do you have the scroll? Sasuke asked in a sickeningly sweet voice, his Sharingan staring deep into the boy's eyes. No, the one with one eye does, he said, pointing to his downed teammate. Naruto went and held the scroll high and grinned. Huzzah, to the tower my minions, away, Naruto said, and then walked forward, but then turned around and scratched his head. Which way is the tower? He asked sheepishly. Sasuke and Sakura sweat dropped. Okay Naruto Barker, first of all we are not your minions, second the tower is. Well, let's see, judging by the wind speeds, differentiating the coefficients, and due to Sasuke blocking those winds, the tower can be said to be in the direction that is north. You're going east, Sakura said. Wow Haruno, how do you figure that out? Naruto asked. Sakura pointed in front of Naruto. There's a sign right there in front of us, she said. Sasuke and Naruto turned to find a giant neon sign saying the tower is north, and a big giant arrow was blinking in the direction of the tower. Naruto's sweat dropped. How did we miss that? Naruto asked Sasuke. Sasuke muttered. Naruto and the others then walked north towards the tower, with Sasuke holding the scrolls. Then Naruto felt a disturbance in the force, and then a huge gust of wind came and blew Naruto away. Sakura and Sasuke had managed to stick to the ground with Chakra. Naruto, they cried as they saw him blow away. Then a long-haired genin from Kasagakure, identified from the Hitai 8, stepped out. "Kukukukuku, well hello Sasuke-kun," she said with an evil chuckle. Outside the FOD, Anko looked at the dead bodies of the 3 Kusa genins. Their faces were completely melted off with no trace of who did it, but Anko knew. "Kuso, Orochimaru team," Anko growled. "Okay people, get the Anbu, I'm going in." Anko then turned to leave. Then another Chunin jumped in front of Anko. "Anko-san, you know the big neon sign that shows the way to the tower?" he asked. Anko nodded. Yeah, we forgot to tear it down and apparently the Uzumaki boys team found it," he said. Anko's sweat dropped. "Barkers. Anyways, I'm busy, so you do it," Anko said, and then jumped into the dense foliage. With Naruto was knocked out on the ground after being blown headfirst into a tree. Naruto was lying still on the ground, alive, but not awake. Then a little pair of slitted green eyes watched the blonde from a distance in the bushes. The owner of those eyes hopped out of the bushes to reveal that it was a small little fox kit, with black fur and a white-tipped tail. The kit then sniffed Naruto and then began to lick his face. Naruto stirred before he awoke to find a pink tongue in his eye. Naruto shot up, scaring the kit. Naruto turned and looked at the little kitsune. "Hey," he said. The fox yipped back to Naruto before jumping into his lap and licked his face, again. Naruto chuckled and then stopped the kit. "Okay, as much as I like the affection, I need to go find my teammates, so bye," Naruto said and then turned to leave, but then found the black fox kit walking by his side, which turned out to be at his calf in height. The fox looked at Naruto and showed what was supposed to be a smile, revealing sharp teeth. "Okay, so you want to come with me?" Naruto asked. The kit yipped in response. "I'll take that as a yes," Naruto said, and then he picked up the kit and tucked it under his arm and then jumped to the trees. With Sasuke and Sakura were hiding behind a tree from that queer snake freak, but wherever they were he would just appear. Then Sakura's eyes widened and was about to shout as she saw a humongous snake, but Sasuke covered it. "Shush, Sakura, he might find us if you talked," he warned, but Sakura bit Sasuke's hand. "Itai, what was that for?" he asked, nursing his bitten hand. Sakura then grabbed Sasuke's head and forcefully turned it, and then his eyes widened when he saw the snake. Sasuke then quickly turned on his Sharingan and then flung numerous amounts of shuriken at the reptile, effectively killing it as the animal fell on the large tree branch with a bam. Sasuke was breathing heavily at having so much adrenaline course through his body, but then he heard a crunching sound. He looked and saw the monstrous reptile's head burst open, and there stood the evil Chunin. "Well done defeating so many of my reptilian friends, Sasuke. But it's not enough," the Chunin said with a laugh. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked as he stared at the pedophilic monstrosity. "Well, I guess since you're going to die soon, I will give you my name. I am Orochimaru," he said, and then peeled off his face, that's right, peeled it off, to reveal the glowing yellow slitted eyes of a snake and pale white skin. "But Rick, now I don't feel like killing you, so I'll just give you a little parting gift," Orochimaru said, and then his neck elongated, and fangs grew poised to strike. But then a flurry of shuriken stopped the snake in his tracks. Everyone looked in the direction where the shuriken came from, and there stood a blonde-haired boy with a black fox kit at his heels. "Sorry I'm late, I needed to find your scent, but not to worry, Uzumaki Naruto is here," Naruto said with a grin. The black-furred fox yipped by its friend. My, well hello Naruto-kun, seems you and your little friend there want to kill me," Orochimaru said as he felt the killer intent being emitted from Naruto. Naruto then jumped at the snake. But then Orochimaru summoned an old friend, the reptile Sasuke had killed a few moments ago. The snake then batted away Naruto with its tail as if it was slapping away a fly. Naruto then crashed into a tree with a sickening crunch of the bark. Orochimaru cackled before heading towards Sasuke, but as he was doing so a black and yellow blur appeared and stabbed the snake. There stood Naruto, two kunai jabbed into the snake's nose. Naruto then looked up, red slitted eyes looked at Sasuke. You alright pant you emo freak, Naruto said. Sasuke was staring at Naruto like he had grown a second head. How did the Dobi get so strong? And what's with his eyes being red? Sasuke thought. Naruto then turned and glared at Orochimaru. Naruto then sped forward with speed that the Hebi Sannin couldn't even track and was elbowed in the gut. The Hebi Sannin gasped as the wind was knocked out of him. Naruto then followed up with a punch to the gut, again followed by an uppercut to the chin, then a punch to the solar plexus and a kick to the chin. Orochimaru was sent flying, and then the fox kit that Naruto found appeared and then bit Orochimaru's nose. Orochimaru screamed in pain as the kit sunk its teeth into the cartilage. Orochimaru then grabbed the kit and threw it. Naruto quickly shunshined and caught the kit and then rested it on the ground. Stay here. I don't want you getting hurt, Naruto said, his red eyes staring into the kit's green ones. The kit nodded and then Naruto shunshined into the fray once again. Orochimaru cuckily recovered from his bleeding nose and then caught using quick X's caught a punch to the face courtesy of Naruto. Naruto growled and then tried to slash the Hebi Sannin in his eye, but Orochimaru extended his tongue to extraordinary lengths and stopped the clawed hand and then using the tongue, slammed Naruto into the tree trunk, and then to add the finishing blow he threw Naruto off the tree so he could fall onto the spiky tree branches below that were sure to impale him. Naruto, no! Sakura cried kunai and pinned him to a tree by his jacket. Sasuke then stared as he saw Naruto being saved by Sakura. Looks like it's my turn to fight, Sasuke said, and then he looked at Orochimaru, focusing all of his killing intent on him. Orochimaru turned and smiled. Sasuke was glaring at him, the red irises of the Sharingan blazing and his tomoe spinning. Oh ho, so the young Uchiha is angry that I defeated his little teammate. Well, let's see how fare against me, Orochimaru said. Sasuke then rushed Orochimaru, leaving an after image behind at the speed he was moving at, a punch at the ready. Orochimaru rushed Sasuke and their blows met. Sasuke then jumped up and delivered an axe kick, but Orochimaru dodged and aimed to bite Sasuke's neck with his fangs. Sasuke rolled to the side and then found an opening. He punched Orochimaru in the gut and then followed up with a kick to chin and then a rapid uppercut, sending the Hebi Sannin upwards. Sasuke then jumped up and kicked Orochimaru off the tree branch. Orochimaru then began to fall head first towards the ground. Sasuke then jumped off a tree trunk and caught up with the falling Orochimaru. He then wrapped his legs around the Hebi Sannin's throat and his arms around his legs. The two then fell at an impressive speed before Orochimaru's head came into contact with a very large tree branch with a crash. Dust and tree bark were scattered everywhere from the impact. The dust cleared as Sakura, with an unconscious Naruto and the Black Fox Kit, jumped down. Yeah, way to go Sasuke-kun, she shouted, but then her eyes widened as the Orochimaru there turned to mud, a Tsuchibunshin, earth clone. Kakukuku, good effort Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said from behind the Uchiha prodigy, clapping his hands. Sasuke got angry and threw 2 shuriken at the snake man, but he effortlessly dodged the attacks. Orochimaru then ducked underneath a Fuma shuriken as its razor-sharp edges had intended to cut off his head, but then the Hebi Sannin noticed Sasuke was smiling. Sasuke then tugged on a thread of ninja wire in his hand. Then all of a sudden, a few meters of wire wrapped around Orochimaru and pinned him to a tree. Nani, what? A San Shuriken no Jutsu, triple Shuriken Jutsu, but when Orochimaru cried, Sasuke then flashed through hand signs and took a deep breath. Katen, Ruka no Jutsu, fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu, Sasuke yelled, and then a powerful stream of fire blasted from his mouth and sped towards Orochimaru as it followed the path of the ninja wire. The intense flames crashed into Orochimaru, making the man scream with intense pain, his body becoming black from the burns in some areas. The fire then died down and Orochimaru lay still. Sasuke released the wires and then took a deep breath. That Ruka no Jutsu took a lot more out of him than he had anticipated. Kakukakuku, Gomen Nasai, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said as his head sprung back up, those piercing yellow eyes staring right into Sasuke's Sharingan. What the hell are you?" Sasuke asked. "I'm Orochimaru, former Konoha no Sannin," Orochimaru said, and then his neck extended and his fangs grew, intending to bite Sasuke. But then Sakura formed her earth sword and slammed it into Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru coughed up some blood as his neck nearly shattered from the blow. "Nice shot, girl, but you're in the way," Orochimaru said as he coughed up some blood. The heavy Sannin struck a fast blow to Sakura's neck, knocking her to the ground, and then the pink-haired Haruno watched in horror as Orochimaru bit Sasuke in the crook of his neck. Then Orochimaru withdrew his fangs, and then there on Sasuke's neck a cursed seal of heaven was formed. "Kakuku, hear this, girl. That mark is a little present for Sasuke that will allow him to have tremendous power. And remember this, someday, Sasuke-kun will come to me." In the lust for power, Orochimaru hissed and then melted into a tree trunk. Sakura then left to find a place where she could help the boys recover, the kit trailing behind. Some random area of the forest. Sakura was with the boys and the kit watching over them. The cute little fox had fallen asleep on top of Naruto's chest, curled up in a ball. Sakura thought that it was so cute, but then remembered to help the blonde and raven-haired boys to get better. She soaked a rag with water she kept in her weapons pouch and placed it Sasuke's head. Then Sakura made a few traps to get rid of any enemy genin that would attack them. After that, a few hours later, the two males had still not woken up and Sakura began to grow even more worried for her two teammates. I mean, sure, she hated Naruto, but he helped them survive against Orochimaru. Then she heard a rustling in the bushes and Sakura turned and instantly drew her kunai. She then released the breath she was unconsciously holding when it was revealed to be a squirrel, but it was heading for her hidden trap. Sakura quickly threw her kunai at the woodland animal, which quickly ran away in fright. The bushes rustled again after a few minutes and then 3 Oto genin stepped out. "Well, hello there, miss. We're looking for an Uchiha Sasuke. Have you seen him?" The bandaged-up one, Dosu asked. "Yeah, we're here on a special assignment that includes him, a girl with long black hair, camouflage pants and a green tank top, Kin. We're here to kill him, the one with spiky black hair, wearing a white top with the kanji for death on it and black pants, Zaku." Sakura just stood in front of Sasuke, as if saying, "No way, you can't have Sasuke-kun." The desire to protect her teammates shone in her emerald eyes. "Well, looks like we'll have to this by force," Zaku said and then stepped forward. Sakura inwardly smirked, he was about to spring her trap. "Mateo, Zaku, it's a trap," Dosu shouted, but it was too late. Zaku stepped on a tripwire and the whole ground gave way underneath the 3 Oto nins. Dosu and Kin jumped out of the way, but Zaku couldn't since he was closest to the trap. "Oh, you pink-haired bitch, I'll get you," Zaku cried from in his hole. Zaku then channeled compressed air into the holes in his palms and then fired. The force of the air shot him upwards out of the hole. Zaku landed deftly on his feet and smiled. "Oh, plan failed," he teased. Sakura glared before throwing a kunai. Zaku effortlessly dodged the kunai, which had cut a tripwire which fired numerous kunai and shuriken at the Oto nin's defenseless back. Dosu then jumped in front of Zaku and revealed some sort of gauntlet on his left arm. The gauntlet then released a high-pitched sound wave that stopped the weapons and they clattered onto the ground below. Sakura then threw an exploding kunai at the 3, who jumped into the air. Sakura then cut a vine and a huge log was released, intending to smash them. Dosu then used his gauntlet, which shattered the log into splinters. "Good try, Pinky," Dosu said. "I could tell you had prepared for a various amounts of scenarios, but I'm afraid we have to get through you to get Sasuke." "Like hell you will," Sakura growled and then formed some hand signs. "Doten, Ken no Suchi," Sakura yelled and the sword of earth formed in her hands. Sakura gripped the blade and got ready to strike. The 3 were impressed at the powerful jutsu that Sakura performed. Sakura then rushed the 3, going for Zaku first. Zaku then fired off a series Zankuas, powerful streams of compressed air blasts. Sakura raised her sword and slashed downwards, which destroyed the Zankuas. Zaku grew angry at this and fired more. Sakura then formed more hand signs. Doton. Doryuheki no Jutsu, Sakura said, and then a wall of earth poured out of her mouth, deflecting the air blasts. The wall then broke and Sakura was grinning. She then continued her assault, her sword at her side closing in on Zaku. Lin then jumped in front of her teammate, but Sakura had slammed her sword into the girl's side, breaking a few ribs with a sickening crunch, and she flew to the side. Zaku then jumped away as Sakura slammed her sword down, creating a large dust cloud. Zaku landed, but didn't expect what was coming after. A series of earth spikes came from where the ground and was headed for him. Zaku dodged to the side and then he fired Zankuas. Sakura was too busy looking for him and was struck by the wind bullets. Her skin was cut and blood flowed freely, her hair was cut off at the shoulder and dirt was kicked up in her face. Zaku took advantage of this and began to punch and kick Sakura. Sakura formed a sword again and managed to hit Zaku in the shoulder. Zaku then kicked away the pinkett, sending her rolling in the ground. Then as Zaku fixed his dislocated shoulder, he felt two sources of ominous chakra. Zaku and Dosu looked and saw the rising forms of Naruto and Sasuke surrounded by purple and red chakras respectively. "Sakura, are you all right?" Sasuke asked. "Who did this to you, Haruno?" Naruto asked. The fox kit by his side had, due to the Kyuubi's chakra, had grown to the size of Naruto's waist and now had two tails, its green eyes staring intently at the two Oto nins. "I did," Zaku said proudly. Dosu shook his head in disappointment. "You don't tell a person who looks and is stronger than you hurt their teammate." "Well then I guess we'll have to return the favor," Naruto said. Then he and Sasuke shunshined away. Zaku spun and released a Zankaha. This formed a powerful dome of wind and sound waves that destroyed everything in a 10 feet radius. Zaku halted his spinning and grinned when he didn't see Naruto and Sasuke. "Ha, I blew them away," Zaku said triumphantly. "Blew who away?" two evil voices said. Naruto looked at his fox. "Sick him, Shizuka," Naruto told the fox. The kitsune then growled and bit Zaku's arm, blood flowing and staining the kit's fur red. Naruto then called off the kit and then they both grabbed Zaku's arms and then smashed them into their knees at the elbow, effectively breaking Zaku's arms. Zaku fainted from the pain and then Naruto, Sasuke and Shizuka turned towards Dosu. Dosu tried to offer them his Earth Scroll if they let he and his teammates go. "Gomen nasai. We already have one, so bad luck for you," Sasuke said, and the Sharingan spun. Sasuke then shunshined behind Dosu and kicked him in the back. Naruto then kicked Dosu in the chin, sending the bandaged boy upwards. The two boys then appeared above the boy and delivered a double axe kick to Dosu's face, and the bandaged boy slammed into the ground with terrific force. Dosu was knocked unconscious from the blows, ending up with 6 broken ribs, a broken nose and fractured skull and arms and legs. Physical recovery would take 5 weeks. Psychological recovery would be 4 months. The ferocious chakras then left the two boys and the fox kit, turning them all back to normal. But Shizuka did not change, having his 2 tails and height, just didn't have the same bloodlust and killer intent. Sakura cried in happiness and hugged her 2 teammates, happy they were back to normal. A few hours of rest and the 4 of them headed for the tower, but not before hiding Shizuka's second tail in a genjutsu made by Sakura. Apparently, Sakura had taken a liking to the young kit and would have been happy to help Naruto and Shizuka stay together. Naruto and the others had finally made it to the tower by the 5th day, which was how long the exam was supposed to take. Naruto, Shizuka, Sasuke and Sakura panted in exhaustion as they tried to catch their breath after jumping through the trees, fighting off the gigantic insects, reptiles and ferocious carnivores for 3 days straight, not counting eating and bathroom breaks. I wonder, what will happen if we open these scrolls?" Sakura asked. Naruto and Sasuke shrugged while Shizuka just whined in confusion. "Let's find out then," Naruto said, and then took the scrolls from Sasuke and laid them on the floor. Naruto opened the two scrolls and stared at the kanji, for human. Okay, now that's just less than helpful, Naruto said. Shizuka barked in agreement with her master. Then the two scrolls began to smoke. This is new, Naruto said, and then he and his teammates backed away from the scrolls, and then a large puff of smoke exploded out of the scrolls. Naruto sniffed the air and smiled. Hey guys, nice to see you, Yumi no Iruka said. He looked at the three genin. Looks like you three went through a lot, and he then spied Shizuka. Naruto, you got a pet, Iruka said. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Hi Iruka-sensei. Her name's Shizuka Uzumaki, Naruto said. Iruka nodded. Naruto needed some company at his lonely apartment. So, Iruka-sensei, what are you doing in a summoning scroll? Sakura asked. Well Sakura, I am here to congratulate you. Some Chunin members are chosen to greet the teams who have made it to the tower. You have just passed the second part of the Chunin exams. I was lucky enough to greet you guys, Iruka explained. Also I'm here to explain about that plaque on the wall, right there, he added. The genin looked in the direction Iruka was looking, and there on the wall was a white marble plaque which looked like it was weathered away by carbonization and was also missing some words here and there. Why are the words missing in some sentences? Sasuke asked. Iruka chuckled. That's what I'm supposed to explain. Anyways, this plaque is a piece of advice given to all to be Chunins made by Hokage-sama himself. The words missing are filled in with heaven and earth, representing the mind and body. If you require the element of heaven and raise your mind to greater heights, like Naruto used to be, you need to study hard and get serious about your work if he wants to become Hokage. And if you require the element of earth, the ability to fight off any challenge, like Sakura here, she needs to get stronger and build some muscle on that skinny body, and if you have these elements then you're good to go for a Chunin. Iruka explained. Team 7 nodded and then got up to go and meet in the room for the final part of the exams. Hold on guys, before you go I just want to give you some heads up. People have sometimes died in this exam, and there have been ninja that have sometimes given up their career so as to not take the exam again. All I'm saying is be careful, and Naruto, I especially worry about you. You have a tendency to rush into things without thinking, Iruka said. Naruto's eyes turned slitted as he stared at his former sensei. Look Iruka-sensei, this headband you gave me is proof of my maturity and knowledge of how to be a shinobi. Alright, I'm a shinobi of Konoha and you can't change that. I will make Chunin, Naruto said. Shizuka barked to back up her master's speech. Iruka smiled. Gomen Naruto, you're right, now go on out there and show them not to mess with Uzumaki. Naruto, Iruka encouraged. Naruto showed his foxy grin and then Team 7 left to the main floor. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura line up single file as they joined the other teams on the main floor. There in front of the teams that made it was a statue of a large pair of hands in the Tora seal. The Hokage, Anko, Ibiki and all the Jonin instructors of the teams that made it were there too. Naruto looked around. There were the rookie 9, team guy. But he didn't know why Kiba and Akamaru were glaring at him and Shizuka too fiercely for. There was also the Tsunade team, with Gaara, Kabuto's team, and then there was some other team that Naruto had never seen before. There was a brown-haired boy with gray-blue eyes, a white top which was covered with a black jacket and wore blue pants. The second member was a boy who had raven black hair, brown eyes and wore a black shirt with a pair of green shorts, and the final member was a girl with long light blonde hair around her lower back, azure eyes, and wore a white shirt underneath a blue tank top and the dark purple shorts. Her left arm was wrapped in bandages and had black ninja sandals with a half-an-inch heel to add some feminine charm to it. Naruto's eyes widened at the beauty of this new girl, the three of them Naruto's age and also from Konoha. Who is she? He thought as he looked her up and down. So only 7 of the 42 teams made it, Sasuke thought. Yay, Naruto-kun's team made it, Hinata thought. So the Uchiha made it, Hyuga Neji of Team Guy thought. Ah, welcome everteams here to this year's Chunin exams. Now then, I will now explain the rules of this part of the exam. Sarutobi began, but then a puff of smoke signaled the coming of a new person. The smoke cleared to reveal a pale-looking man wearing a bandana with a Konoha metal plating, like on the Hitai 8 and a standard Jonin outfit. "Excuse me for the interruption, Hokage-sama. Demo allow me? Gecko Hayate. To explain this exam," Hayate said with a respectful bow. The Hokage puffed his pipe and nodded. "Okay, first of all, does anyone wish to withdraw from this exam?" he asked. Kabuto withdrew, but no one really cared since they didn't know him. Yakushi Kabuto. "Okay," he said. Kabuto left and then nobody else withdrew, so Hayate gave a few coughs and proceeded with explaining the rules. "Okay, Anko. Open the board," Hayate ordered. "Open it," Anko said into her comlink. The wall then made a whirring sound as a tile was moved and electronic board. Naruto whistled in astonishment. "Looks like Konoha has an upgrade," he thought. "Okay, the names of 2 random competitors will appear on the screen and these 2 will fight until one of them dies. One forfeits or if I declare the match to be over," Hayate said. The screen then began to blur through names at a high speed until there were the names of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Neji. "Will these 2 ninjas stay here on the floor while the rest of you go and watch the fights from the balcony overhead?" Hayate said. Neji and Sasuke remained there on the floor while the others all walked up to the stands. Shizuka looked at Naruto, swishing her tail, well, tails since her second one was hidden. Naruto was wondering who that other team was. Naruto looked at Shizuka and smiled, patting her on the head. "It's all right, Shizuka. I'm just thinking about some things," Naruto told the Fox Kid. The Fox Kid yipped and then licked Naruto's face. The 2 then went up to join Sakura. Kakashi went to go and join his team, but stopped by Sasuke. "Sasuke, don't use the Sharingan. Your curse mark reacts whenever you use it or chakra. If the mark takes over you will be effectively disqualified from the Chunin exams," Kakashi said. "I see. Well, I'll try," Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded and then walked up to the balcony. Guy gave Neji a nice guy pose before going up to the balcony to join Tenten and Rock Lee. "Are you 2 ready?" Hayate asked. The 2 shinobi nodded. "Hajime," Hayate shouted and then jumped away. Uchiha and Hyuga then rushed each other, firing kicks and punches at each other as they fought. Neji then jumped away and formed some hand signs. "Byakugan," he said, and then the veins around his eyes bulged and became visible. Sasuke took a step back when he saw this. "Ah, dude, that's disgusting. I mean, eyes just went like bloop," Sasuke said, gesturing the action of Neji's optic veins with his hands. Neji fumed before rushing the young Uchiha. Sasuke then dodged the Juken strikes that Neji fired, but then Sasuke grabbed Neji's wrist and twisted and it broke with an echoing crack. The audience winced. Neji growled and nursed his broken wrist. He then charged again and then fired of another flurry of Juken strikes, which Sasuke avoided. Sasuke then front-flipped over Neji and landed behind him. But Neji quickly turned and hit a Juken to Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke winced as he felt the chakra shut off at that point in his body. Neji smirked, but was then forced to go on the defensive as Sasuke shot a flurry of kicks and punches. Sasuke then replaced himself with a tile when Neji shot a strike to the stomach and then grabbed Neji's ankles from underground. "Doton! Shinju Zanshu!" Sasuke yelled as he pulled Neji downwards into the ground while jumping out of the hole. Neji was then stuck in the ground with only his head showing. In the stands, Naruto was watching the match and chuckled to himself at Neji's predicament. "What's so funny?" a female voice asked him. Naruto and Shizuka turned at the sound of the new voice. There next to him stood the new girl, her azure eyes looking at his cerulean ones. Naruto swallowed the drool that nearly escaped his mouth and coughed. "Gomen, what was your question, miss?" Naruto asked, not knowing her name. The girl giggled and then looked back at Naruto. "Gomen, where are my manners? I'm Ramai Sora, Twilight Sky, and you are?" Sora asked. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, and this is my partner, Uzumaki Kitsune Shizuka," Naruto said. Sora looked at the blonde male. Naruto was blushing a bit when Sora began to stare. "So Hokage, huh? You definitely want to prove something if you want to aim for that, Sora said. Anyways, my earlier question was why were you laughing when Sasuke pulled Neji down? Not that's it, not funny demo. Well, you see, for our Chunin test, we had the bell test with Kakashi-sensei and he had done the Shinju Zanshu on Sasuke, Naruto said as he reminisced about the past. Sora chuckled a bit before looking back at the match. So who are your teammates? Naruto asked the azure-eyed beauty. Sora looked back at Naruto and then pointed right next to her. Matsumoto Shinji and Fuma Arashi, she said. Naruto looked and saw the two males admiring Sasuke's battle and then taking some glances at Sora, like they were watching over her. Back with Sasuke and Neji, Neji was struggling to get out of the ground. Neji was starting to get annoyed before he got an idea. Hacker show, Kaiten, 8 trigrams. Rotation, Neji said, and then a chakra dome surrounded the submerged Hyuga. Neji then began to spin at high speeds, kicking up tile and rock. When Neji was done releasing the ground's hold on him, he jumped out. Sasuke then prepared to feoct, but then felt immobilized as soon as Neji hit the ground. Neji was in a peculiar stance. His left arm was parallel to his left. Hacker Rokujion show, 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji said, and then rushed forward, hitting 2 of Sasuke's tenketsu. 2 hacker, Neji said, and then followed up with 4 strikes, then 8 strikes, 16, 32, and then finally the grand finale as Neji hit Sasuke with a rapid series of blows, shutting off all 64 of Sasuke's tenketsu. 64 hacker. Neji shouted as he fired the final blow to Sasuke's stomach. Neji then stood back up straight as he saw Sasuke roll on the floor. The Hyuga cannot be defeated by mere Uchiha, Neji said, his Byakugan staring at Sasuke's immobile form. Naruto was laughing in the stands. Come on Sasuke, get out of the ground, Naruto said. Sora was looking at her new friend and gasped when she saw a form burst out of the tile floor. Sasuke was behind Neji, surrounded by a storm of fire and lightning chakra. What is that? Neji asked as he was astounded by the amount of chakra put into this technique the Uchiha prodigy would use. It's called Ru no Arashi, Strom of the Dragon, a powerful ending blow in the taijutsu style I've been learning, but I added my own twist to it, and the result of that twist is what you see, Sasuke said. Neji was shocked and then Sasuke blurred out of existence. Neji was looking around, but he couldn't find Sasuke even with his Byakugan. Neji was then hit with a strong uppercut. Electricity shocked his body as he flew upwards, about 20 feet. Up. Sasuke then jumped up and delivered a flaming kick to Neji's stomach, burning the Hyuga and knocking the wind out of him. Neji nearly crashed into the wall, which would have seemed like a slap on the wrist compared to the electrocuted fist and foot Sasuke planted into Neji's back. Neji spun as he was sent across the room. Sasuke then blurred underneath the damaged Hyuga, performing the Kagebuyo, shadow of the dancing leaf. The young Uchiha then smiled as he poked Neji in the back, but then he coughed blood. The curse mark began to spread across his body like a wildfire, the dark chakra surrounding him. Sasuke was hissing in pain as the marks spread. No, not now, I will not let this thing consume me, he mentally shouted. Anko, Kakashi and everyone who knew about the mark was surprised when Sasuke moved it back. He countered the mark with sheer willpower. Anko th curse mark then went back into its original mark state. Akuzo, he and then fired a quick fire-infused kick to Neji's ribs, hearing a satisfying crack. Then Sasuke spun his body. Electricity then coursed through his right fist and then using the centripetal force of his spin slammed the fist into Neji's face, electrocuting him. Then they were only 5 feet above the ground. Sasuke then readied his final blow, concentrating all the fire and lightning chakra into his right heel. Sasuke then slammed his heel into Neji's stomach. The burns and electrocution caused him to scream in immense pain before fainting, his shirt having a little ember on it and his body having little sparks flying off. Hayat checked to see if the Hyuga was alive, which he was, and then medic Nins came to take him to the hospital room. Kakashi then jumped to the floor and told something to Sasuke. Sasuke brooded before nodding and the two Sharingan users left the room. Sugoi, that was a really unexpected move Sasuke pulled, Sora said. Naruto looked at her quizzically. You know, I've now noticed that you don't call Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, like all the other girls our age in Konoha, Naruto said. Yeah, the other girls thought I was weird because of it. But I mean I saw Sasuke as an emo, with a duck's ass for a head, Sora said. Naruto laughed. At least there's one girl who knows that, Naruto said. But I can still top that move Sasuke used. Now it was Sora's turn to do the quizzical look. Oh really, Mr. Fox, well then you sound confident. What is it? She asked, stepping a bit closer into Naruto's personal bubble, her eyes having a seductive look in them. Naruto blushed, a shade of pink, as Sora came closer. He then showed her his foxy grin. Well then Muzramai, you'll find out when Shizuka and I go to the floor. Hinata, who was on the opposite balcony on the other side of the room, was glaring at Sora. Why that little? What does she think she's doing? Making advances towards my Naruto-kun. If I have to fight her I'll beat her to a pulp and then Naruto will fall in love with me, Hinata thought. Kiba and Shino slowly backed away from the female, Hyuga heiress, when a wicked grin spread across her face. What do you think she's thinking? Kiba whispered to Shino. Shino looked at the grin on Hinata's face. I don't know, but it must have to do with that new girl Naruto's talking to, Shino whispered back. Kiba was shocked. Nani, the Dobi got a girl? A girl has never even talked to me, besides Hinata, Kiba said. Akamaru barked something, making Kiba begin to rant, rather loudly as he and Pup argued over Kiba's love life. And he wonders why, Shino thought as he watched the two go at it. Time skip Tenten vs Temari, Shusha, Temari Nara Shikamaru vs Kin, Shusha, Nara Shikamaru. Aburame Shino vs Abumi Zaku, Shusha, Aburame Shino. Akamichi Choji vs Dosu. Draw end. Time skip. The electronic board flashed through names and then settled on the two foes as Kakashi had just returned to the balcony. Kakashi assured to Naruto and Sakura that Sasuke was fine and just needed rest. Inuzuka Kiba vs Uzumaki Naruto. Will these two competitors please come down to the floor, Hayate said. Well guess you'll get to see my new moves sooner than you thought. Sora-chan, Naruto said. Sora looked at the whiskered blonde. Sora-chan? She asked, with a slight blush. Naruto nodded and shrugged. Why not? Naruto asked. Sora playfully shoved him. Well then, looks like the Kitsune faces his rival, the Inu. Well go get those two, good luck, Sora said. Naruto smiled. With that kind of encouragement I don't need luck, I have skills and a pretty girl to cheer me on. What could stop me? Come on Shizuka, let's hand Kiba's ass to him, Naruto said, and then he and his Kitsune jumped down to the floor. Sora was shocked, her eyes were wide and she was slack-jawed. He called me pretty, she thought, a bright pink going to her cheeks. She then smiled. Well then let's see what the Kitsune can do. Naruto, secretly a Kitsune Hanyu, and his secretly two-tailed Kitsune, the second tail hidden by a genjutsu, glared at Kiba and Akamaru, who grinned. We got lucky, Akamaru. We got this one down for sure, Kiba said to his pet. Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto chuckled. You barker Inu, don't underestimate the cunning of a Kitsune, Naruto said. Kiba glared and bared his teeth. Are you two ready? Hayate asked. The two nodded. Hajime, Hayate yelled and jumped away. Kiba formed some hand signs and then his chakra system flooded. His nails became claws and teeth became fangs. Shizuka, handle the puppy. I'll beat up Kiba, he said. The two canines then sized each other up before jumping at each other. Claws and teeth were aimed at body parts as fur and blood flew. Ninpu, Shikyaku no Jutsu, ninja art, all fours jutsu, Kiba growled. Naruto got into the Azukan stance as Kiba sped towards him. Naruto twisted his body as Kiba tried to punch his stomach. Naruto then spun and delivered a backhand to Kiba's face. Naruto twisted his body again and punched Kiba with his fist. Naruto then went down low while spinning and then elbowing Kiba in the stomach and then finally twisted and jumped, delivering a powerful spin kick to Kiba's chest. The young Inuzuka flew across the arena floor before skidding on the ground and coming to a stop. Everyone in the stands was shocked at Naruto's display of skill and power. Kiba looked like he was being hit inside a human whirlpool. Wow, they all thought. Kiba growled as he got up. That's it. Suga, tunneling Fang. Kiba's body then spun at high speeds, turning him into a grey drill. Naruto got into the Katsunakan stance this time and then he revealed his claws and then charged them with chakra, the nails surrounded by cutting wind chakra. Naruto then slashed downwards and blue streaks of chakra and wind flew at Kiba's drill-like form. The two attacks battled for dominance and an explosion was the result. The smoke from the explosion quickly went away and there stood a cut-up and bleeding Kiba. My newest technique, created by myself, it is called Ninpu, Sume no Jujin, Ninja Art, Claw of the Beast, Naruto stated. Kiba growled and then his eyes widened when he saw Shizuka walk up to Naruto. Akamaru was held at the neck by the Kitsune's jaws. Naruto grinned and patted Shizuka on the head. Good job Shizuka, Naruto said with a smile. Shizuka threw Akamaru towards Kiba and showed a vulpine grin, tails wagging happily at the praise. Kiba growled as he picked up the wounded pup. Naruto, you'll pay, Kiba said. He then took out a chakra and health replenishing pill and fed it to Akamaru. Akamaru in a near instant, got back up, and then Kiba gave the pup another pill. The dog's fur turned red and then growled before letting out not a bark, but a roar. That's just not normal, Naruto said. Kiba went back onto all fours and Akamaru jumped onto the boy's back. Ninpu, Jujin Bunshin, Ninja Art, Man-Beast Clone, Kiba said, and then in a puff of smoke there were two Kibas instead of one. I see. Turning Akamaru into a human form does have some advantage, but my senses can tell them apart, Naruto said. The two Kibas then ran at Naruto, going in a zigzag motion in hopes to confuse the blonde Jinchuriki. One of the Kibas then took out a smoke bomb and threw it in front of Naruto, clouding him and Shizuka in the purple cloud. Kuso, I can't see a thing, Sora thought as she squinted trying to see inside the smoke. Kiba and Akamaru then spun and turned into twin grey drills. Gatsuga, they cried and then dove into the smoke. Naruto was being hit from all sides. His new black jacket with a picture of the Uzumaki spiral on the back was being torn. The smoke cleared as the Kibas jumped away, grinning with toothy smiles. There stood Naruto, his jacket and pants torn and blood dripping down the side of his face and from his arm. Naruto looked at the Kibas and showed to them deep blue slitted eyes full of anger. Shizuka was a bit knocked up and her fur was red with some cuts from the wind the Gatsuga made. Oh Kiba, that's it. You will fall and shall finally triumph over the Inu, he said, forming hand signs. Naruto then clapped his hands together. Ninpu, Genjutsu no Kitsune no Baikai, Ninja Art, Foxtail's Genjutsu release. He yelled. Sakura gasped. That was the jutsu to reveal Shizuka's other tail. Naruto, you barker, why did you do that? She yelled. The others looked at her with confusion. It was just a jutsu. A large blast of chakra flew out of Shizuka as she began to glow with red yokai. Then a whirlwind surrounded the fox and 4 tendrils of yokai shot upwards to the ceiling, kicking up dust and tiles. The people covered their eyes to prevent the dust to get into their eyes. The chakra died down and then the smoke cleared. Everyone gasped at what they saw. Shizuka had her black fur, but there were streaks of white across her back, her eyes a deeper color of green, and the most surprising part, 4 black white-tipped tails swished in the stadium air. Naruto smiled, his eyes closed and then opened them, revealing the orange-red color of Kyuubi's irises. You see Kiba, we were holding back. Like I said, don't underestimate the cunning of we Kitsune, Naruto said. Everyone in the stands were gaping at Shizuka and then at Naruto's eyes. What power, they seemed stronger than before, Ino thought. Naruto-kun, That is so cool, Hinata thought. Well, you had to show them the truth sooner or later, Sakura thought. Oh Naruto, you surly grew, didn't you? To think you have a pet four-tailed kitsune, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. I see, so that's your technique, and well, you're right. It really does top Sasuke's, Sora thought with a smile. Arashi and Shinji were now taking some interest into the fight. They got up from their resting spot on the balcony's floor and then went up next to Sora. So you two finally decided to take a look, Sora said. Hey, the Uchiha was all right, but this Uzumaki guy is cool. I mean, come on, a pet four-tailed kitsune, Shinji said in a baritone voice. Yeah, what he said, Arashi said, his voice a tenor tone. Naruto looked down at his pet and smiled. So you've become a four tails, eh Shizuka? Naruto asked. Shizuka barked in reply and gave a grin. Well, let's beat these two dogs and show them what a fox can do. The two then rushed the Inuzuka. Naruto and Shizuka quickly appeared behind one Kiba with surprising speed. Naruto then punched the Kiba in its head, and then Shizuka slapped in hard in the back with iron-hard tails. The Kiba fell to the floor, revealing it to be Akamaru. Kiba growled in anger and then charged Naruto and his pet in blind rage. Naruto then ducked under Kiba's swipe and then kicked him upwards with the kick to the chin, the opening kick for the primary lotus and Shishirendan. Kiba flew up as Shizuka then had her tails surrounded by blue fire. Shizuka then barked something that, if you understood Kitsune, meant, Kitsune heed by, foxfire tails. The tails then slammed into Kiba's stomach. Kiba flew across the air, and then Naruto appeared behind the moving Kiba and fired a wind-covered kick. Then Naruto quickly shunshined in front of him and then punched Kiba in the face with a fist of Chakra. Shizuka and Naruto then appeared on the floor below Kiba, who was falling down towards the tile floor. The two, master and pet, jumped up and Naruto fired a foxfire-covered fist, while Shizuka did a few flips on the way up and struck with her tails covered in the sapphire flames. Kiba was struck in the back. Burns covered his jacket as flew up. Naruto and Shizuka then quickly move above Kiba. The sapphire foxfire made a streak of fire marking the path of boy and fox. The two were above Kiba and were quickly flipping downwards towards Kiba's rising form. The two halted their spinning, and then Shizuka used her fire-covered tails and Naruto, his flame-covered axe kick, crashed hard into Kiba's stomach. Kitsune High Rendan, Foxfire Barrage, Naruto yelled, Shizuka barked. Kiba screamed in pain from the burns and power in the attacks as he flew downwards, and then a huge crater was made with Kiba's impact with the ground. Kiba was alive as decreed by Hayate and then turned to the landing Shizuka and Naruto. Shizuka barked in happiness at the victory. Naruto grinned and then ruffled Shizuka's head. He and the Kitsune then walked back up the stairs to the balcony to find the people clapping for him. Sora ran up to him and hugged him. Naruto was taken back by the show of affection and then grinned. Sora released the hug. That was so cool, Naruto-kun. You were all flashing from place to place, and that Kitsune High Rendan that really topped Sasuke's, Sora said. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I guess I overdid it a bit. But thanks for the praise, Sora-chan, Naruto said. Then Shinji and Arashi walked up. Hey Shinji, Arashi, what did you think? Naruto asked Sora's teammates. The two glared at the Jinchuriki, making Naruto feel nervous. Then their expressions changed from serious to happiness. Sugoi, Naruto-san. I can see why Sora has taken such a quick liking to you. She took at least a week to get used to us, Arashi said. Sora blushed a bit before punching Arashi in the arm. Shinji chuckled. Like what Arashi said? I think you did an awesome job, he said, shaking Naruto's hand. Shizuka barked before jumping up to get attention. The four genin chuckled. You did a good job to Shizuka-san, Shinji said. Shizuka puffed out her chest in pride. They then heard the sound of the electronic board flashing through names with a beeping sound. The names then slowed down, going slower and slower. Will Ramai Sora and Hyuga Hinata please come down to the floor, Hayate said. Naruto then gave Sora a hug. Naruto and Sora blushed a bit. Good luck Sora-chan, he said. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she said and then jumped down onto the floor. Hinata and Sora faced off against each other. Hinata activated her Byakugan and got into the Juken stance. I will win Naruto-kun's heart through defeating this girl, Hinata mentally growled. Sora got into a basic fighting stance and prepared to face Hinata. Hajime, Hayate yelled. Hinata quickly ran at Sora and cocked back a chakra palm strike to Sora's stomach. Sora formed hand signs and took a deep breath. Katen, Gaokakyu no Jutsu, she yelled and a large fireball flew out towards Hinata. Hinata jumped over it and then Sora jumped up and the two kunoichi met in a flurry of punches and kicks. Sora was careful not to get hit by Hinata's Juken strikes. Hinata then grinned when she saw an opening and struck Sora in the arm making it go limp. Sora gritted her teeth before charging it with chakra and hitting Hinata in the face with it. Hinata flew back into the wall and slowly got up. Blood fell from her mouth and glared at Sora, the Byakugan blazing. Sora then quickly channeled a lot of chakra into the Tenketsu and the point in her arm was back to normal. What did you do? It's not possible to stop the Juken, Hinata cried. Sora chuckled. So the Hyuga say, but just in case I've had to fight one of you I came up with my own way to counter the Juken, forcing a large amount of chakra to the sealed point and then force in open, Sora explained. Sora then formed hand signs. Fuuten, Fuuyundan no Jutsu, Sora yelled and the wind dragon flew from her mouth and barreled towards Hinata. Hinata used her Byakugan and spotted the weakness in the dragon and then she spun and struck the dragon's yellow eye, her hand getting cut in the process, but the wind dragon fell with a roar. Hinata nursed her injured hand and glared releasing killer intent at Sora. Sora grinned and then formed more hand signs. Hinata ran at Sora, full speed in an attempt to stop the blonde, but it was too late. Katen, Arashi Hai no Jutsu, ninja art, Firestorm Jutsu, Sora cried and then a swirl of red and orange flames swirled around her feet before spinning into a tornado and sped towards Hinata. Sora then formed some more hand signs. Fuuten, Taifuamadri no Jutsu, wind style, Hurricane Jutsu, she said and then a huge blast of wind went towards the tornado of fire and made it even more than it was before. Hinata's hair whipped bands. Fear evident in her eyes as she saw the awesome chakra and power this attack possessed. Dear Kami, how will I get out of this? Hinata thought. Hinata tried to run from it, but wherever she went the tornado followed. Little embers were flying off, some nearly hitting Hinata in the face. Sora clasped her hands together and thought it was time to finish this. She made the tornado reform into something else. Front and back appendages extended from the tornado. 9 whip-like tails followed and then the head of a kitsune emerged and it let out a howl. This is my newest jutsu. I came up with it just now. I call it Kyuubi no Hai, the blonde girl said. She then moved her arms and the fox followed her arm movements. This is my Kekai Genkai, the ability to bend fire to my will, she said and then she shot her arm forward. The Kyuubi of fire let out a menacing howl and before Hinata could blink, the fox was already in front of her. Its glowing blue eyes of fire stared into her soul. Give up Hyuga. You can't win, she said. Hinata nodded and fell to her knees. I surrender, she said. Shusha, Romai Sora, Hayate said. Naruto whooped with joy and clapped for blonde female. Sora showed the Jinchuriki a grin and walked up the stairs to see her Naruto-kun. My Naruto-kun, where is all this stuff coming from? Stop thinking you stupid Brian, Sora thought. Time skip. Sakura vs Ino. Draw. Gaara vs Lee. Shusha, Gaara. Arashi vs Shinji. Shusha, Arashi. End time skip. The winners of each round then lined up as they stood before the Hokage. Well, good job Eugene, Konoha and others. Now then, in 1 month the finals for this year's Chunin exams will take place in the Konoha arena at 10 AM. You will be able to use this time to train for new strategies and come up with new techniques in order to surprise your opponents. You must also have to put on a good show for the daimyos of Kase, Mizu and Hai will come to see this. Now then you will draw numbers from the box Hayate has in his hand and then you will face that opponent, such as number 1 will fight number 2 and so on, Sarutobi explained. Hayate brought out a little wooden box with pieces of paper in it. The genin present all drew their numbers. Arashi 1 Shino 2 Shikamaru 3 Temari 4 Sora 5. Gaara 7 Naruto 8, okay that leaves Uchiha Sasuke with number 6. So Hayate showed them the tournament sheet, Sarutobi said. Hi. Hayate then drew a piece of paper and wrote down a few things and then showed it to the genin to show the matchups for the finals. Fuma Arashi vs Aburame Shino Nara Shikamaru vs Subaku no Temari. Romai Sora vs Uchiha Sasuke Subaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned and saw Gaara looking at him. Naruto glared at the Ichibi Jinchuriki with now glowing crimson eyes. Gaara's eyes flashed to a golden color, like sand as he glared back at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The genin then all left with their teams to finally prepare for the matches. 1 month and the battles of the champions will begin. Naruto took one last look at Sora and smiled before leaving with Sakura and Kakashi. Naruto sighed as he walked down the road of Konoha. He was alone though because his secretly, no longer a secret four-tailed kitsune, Shizuka was feeling a bit drained after using the foxfire so much and not to mention he didn't have a sensei to train him for the exams. Great, just great. Kakashi-sensei bailed on me to teach Sasuke team and left Sakura and I without trainers. I mean sure Sakura's weak as hell, but she's still a member of the team, he thought. Naruto looked up at the sky and watched the clouds float by. Naruto stopped when he heard a shift in the wind and a figure landed in front of him. Naruto looked at the man, dressed in navy blue shirt and pants with matching color sandals and a bandana he tied around his head and wore dark glasses like Shino's. Ah, Ebisu-san? What's up? Shouldn't you be teaching Konohamaru? The Kitsune Han-yu Jinchuriki asked. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and grinned. Yes, well Kakashi-san told me that since he would be training Sasuke, he gave me the task of training you, Ebisu explained. Naruto groaned in annoyance before he complied and then he followed Ebisu to who knows where to train for the finals. Konoha Hot Springs, so you brought me for a bath? Naruto asked the closet pervert as he stared at the inviting warm waters of the hot springs. Ebisu adjusted his shades and chuckled. Oh no, young Naruto, we are here to train. I will now teach you to control that immense amount of chakra you have. You see you have an enormous amount of chakra, even without the Kyuubi, and so we must have you learn to control that chakra, Ebisu explained. Naruto nodded. Demo? How will taking a bath help me with this? The blonde Jinchuriki asked. Have you learned the tree walking exercise? Ebisu asked. Naruto nodded. Well, I shall now teach how to walk on water. Naruto's eyes widened and then he remembered how Kakashi and Zabuza were standing on water when they fought on the mission to Wave Country. Sugoi. Teach it to me, Naruto said excitedly. Okay, well you see, in order to accomplish the task of water walking you must first concentrate chakra to the bottom of your feet, then you take a step onto the water while continuously releasing a steady amount of chakra and while are water walking, Ebisu explained. Naruto processed what Ebisu just told him and then nodded. Okay, I will now show you a demonstration, Ebisu said. Ebisu made the ram sign and then he took a step onto the scalding hot waters and then another. Ebisu kept this up until he finally reached the center of the spring bath. Naruto looked at the special jonin with awe. Okay, here I go, Naruto said. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and then took a step forward. Naruto then took another step before he fell into the hot waters. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Naruto yelled as he scrambled out of the water. Remember, Naruto-san, keep the flow of chakra constant. Unlike the tree climbing where you just focus chakra to your feet and climb, you must keep releasing the chakra you generate for this exercise, Ebisu said from his spot. Naruto nodded and stripped down to his green boxers since his other clothes were soaked. Naruto continued to try and master the water walking and finally after his 20th try, when Ebisu thought all hope was lost, he heard a cry of joy. Ebisu looked up and saw the blonde boy standing in the surface of the water. but his excitement caused him to lose focus and he fell. Ebisu chuckled as Naruto got out. "Well done, Naruto," he said as he jumped over to Naruto. "Now then, just keep going until sunset and you can go home." Naruto whooped with joy and then continued his water walking. Ebisu smiled as he watched the boy and then he heard a giggling. Ebisu looked and saw a white-haired man peeking into the girl's bathhouse. "Are you vile person? I cannot let such horrendous acts be done," Ebisu said and then rushed at the white-haired individual. The man turned and then slammed his palm on the ground. A large toad appeared, about the size of a small horse, and then wrapped its tongue around Ebisu before slamming him into the ground, knocking Ebisu out like a light. Naruto turned from his water walking and jumped over to his substitute sensei's side. "Whoa, he's out cold," Naruto thought and then glared at the Toadman. "Hey you Ero Barker, what the hell do you think you're doing knocking out my sensei in the middle of my training?" Naruto yelled. The white-haired man looked at Naruto and frowned. "What you mean the water walking exercise?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "By the way, who are you?" Naruto asked. The man smirked before doing a strange dance. "I am feared throughout the elemental nations, may tremble in fear when they hear my name. I am the Gama Sanin of Mount Maiboku. I am the gallant Jiraiya, also author of Icha Icha Paradise," he added as he pulled out the dreaded orange book. Naruto gasped and pointed at the book. "I've seen that book before," Naruto said as he remembered Kakashi. Jiraiya grinned. "Really? It's been getting pretty famous that book is a disgrace to all mankind. What is wrong with you? And besides, you knocked out my sensei, so why?" Naruto cried. Jiraiya's face became full of rage. "It is not. This book has changed the lives of many," Jiraiya said. "Besides, I don't think you're even worthy enough to have me oversee your training," Jiraiya said. Naruto growled and then formed the ram sign. "Orioke no jutsu," Naruto said, and then in a puff of smoke Naruto turned into the naked blonde female we all know and love. Jiraiya's eyes widened and then began to take noted in his book. "Sugoi, this is amazing. You are a genius. What's this called?" Jiraiya blabbed as he tried to resist the urge to have a nosebleed. "Ah, it's called Orioke no jutsu," Naruto said as he scratched his head. "Well kid, looks like you got yourself a sensei," Jiraiya said. "So you'll help with my training?" Naruto asked, putting on a cute face. "Yes, but on one condition," Jiraiya said. "One condition? What is it?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya got a blush on his face and then looked at the female Naruto. "You have to stay like that whenever you're around me," Jiraiya said while giggling perversely. Naruto reverted to normal and had wide eyes. "You sick pervert. You disgust me," Naruto yelled. "Nani, Gaki, I am no ordinary pervert, I am a mega pervert," Jiraiya said. Naruto shook his head. "This man has no shame," he thought. "Look, can you just oversee it please? By the way, in case you were wondering, my name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said. Jiraiya's ears perked up at the name. "Uzumaki, you say?" Jiraiya said. "Okay Gaki, come with me, I have something for you." Naruto went and followed the perverted Sanin. A few minutes later, the two shinobi arrived at a small area near a flowing river. "Why do you bring me all the way up here, Ero Senin?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya scowled at the nickname that his new student gave him. "Geez, he and his father have the same kind of nickname for me," Jiraiya thought before removing a scroll from his back about as tall as Naruto. "What's that thing?" Naruto asked. "This, Gaki, is a summoning contract. It's a high-level transportation jutsu in which you sign a blood tie with an animal and then you use the jutsu, Kuchiyose no jutsu, to summon the animal to your side whenever you want," Jiraiya explained. "I see. Which animal is this?" Naruto asked. I know Naruto's asking too much questions. "Have you heard the story about the village of Uzugakure?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head. "Well, you see, your mother came from that village and the people of that village were very strong. In fact, even though they had a small population, they were strong enough to take on one of the elemental countries and win." Naruto was wide-eyed. His mother was that strong. Now you see, because of their strength, they caught the eye of one of the most powerful summoning clans, the Dragon Clan, Jiraiya said. Sugoi, Naruto whispered. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I know, and now this scroll is yours since your mother is in like a really long coma, Jiraiya said, but then stopped as he looked at Naruto's face, which was full of shock. My mother's alive, he thought. Those words ran through his head a large amount of times until he started to whoop with joy. He wasn't an orphan anymore. Kuso, I wasn't supposed to tell you that, Jiraiya said. Naruto stopped. What, why not? She's my mother and you want to keep the fact that she's been alive all this time a secret. What the fucking hell is wrong with you people? Naruto practically screamed. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Hospital secret hospital room number 231. A young red-haired woman stirred in her sleep as she awoke from a 12-year-long coma. Green eyes surveyed the completely white room she was in. Wearing nothing but a hospital gown, the red-haired woman sat up and yawned, cracking her stiff joints and stretching her tight muscles. How long was I out for? She asked the ceiling. This was Uzumaki Kushina out of her 13-year-long coma. Then she stepped out after removing the IV tube from her arm, taking in a long breath of fresh air. A nurse was passing by and saw Kushina and immediately ran to tell the other doctors. Kushina sneezed before walking after the nurse. Kushina walked down a few flights of stairs and saw a whole lot of people standing in front of the door and smiled. Welcome back. Good to your healthy, Kushina-san, they chorused. Kushina smiled. Arigato. Now I want to see my little Naruto-kun, she said. The whole room paled when they heard the name Naruto. Did you follow Minato-kun's wish and make sure my baby Naruto was seen as hero? She growled. The whole room became silent. You assholes. Kushina became red with fury and sped off to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing a whole set of paperwork and was beginning to crazy after doing so much. Sarutobi looked up at the ceiling and prayed to Kami. Please Kami-sama, please do something to keep me away from this paperwork, he thought. A knock came on the door and the secretary entered. Hokage-sama, you have a visitor, she said. I love Kami-sama, thank you, Sarutobi thought, but his happiness was short-lived as he came face to face with an angry Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi paled. I hate you, Kami-sama, he thought, as his ears were now filled with the sound of Kushina's loud and seemingly endless rant. 1 hour later, Sarutobi was on the verge of going deaf as Kushina continued her rant of death, and he then decided to end it. Look, Kushina, I understand that you're very, 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 very disappointed with the villager for not seeing Naruto as a hero, but at least he's on his way to being a Chunin, he said. What, you think I'm just gonna forgive those? Did you just say my Naruto-kun's in the Chunin exams? She asked. Sarutobi nodded. Huh? In your face, Sarutobi. Now you still owe me that 500 Ru from 13 years ago, she said, holding out her palm. Sarutobi was shocked. You still remember that? After 13 years in a coma, he said with wide eyes. Yup, now then where's Naruto? She asked. I think he's by the Nakano River with Jiraiya, he replied. Kushina's eyes widened and instantly left. But not before buying some clothes and then going to the river. I swear if Naruto's a pervert I'll pound Jiraiya into dust, she thought. Back with Naruto, Jiraiya sneezed and then watched as Naruto signed the dragon contract. Well, now that you signed the contract, bite your thumb and then form the signs boar, dog, monkey, bird and ram, and then slam the hand with the thumb you bit on the ground and voila, Kuchi Yosei no Jutsu, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and then formed the hand signs. Kuchi Yosei no Jutsu, he yelled, slamming his palm on the ground. A large plume of smoke appeared, and then when it cleared there stood a sapphire-scaled dragon, with 4 legs each with 4 sharp claws ready to slice anything it slashed to ribbons, along with razor-sharp teeth and sapphire-blue eyes that looked like they were on fire, 2 horns protruding from its head and a row of spikes going down its back and ending at a spiked tail, and it was humongous, about as tall as the Hokage Tower. The dragon looked around and then sniffed the air. The dragon twisted its serpentine body and spied Naruto before showing a toothy grin. You smell of Kushina, the dragon said. Naruto looked puzzled. Who's Kushina? He asked. Jiraiya sighed. That's your mother's name, the toad Sannin said. The dragon continued. I am Ragnarok, dragon of lightning, and you are most likely Kushina's son. Naruto, I think, was the name she gave you, Ragnarok said. Naruto nodded. Well, I am the eldest son of the Dragon King, Gondora the Black Dragon, he said. We dragons are one of the rarest species of summons, and therefore there are only a few of us. I think approximately 10 species of dragons, and only 5 of each species. However, Gondora is the last of his kind, he said. Naruto was wide-eyed. He multiplied the number of species and 5 and calculated the number of dragons left to be only about 41 left. Well, I would like to know more about you dragons and your abilities, Naruto said and sat down. Ragnarok cleared his TTO into lecture mode. Okay Naruto, well you see, dragons are separated into species depending on their color. We have names, but I'm too lazy to say them all right now. Now, as I told you, blue dragons, also known as Aqua Draco, have the ability to fire a blast of water and ice from our mouths, and we can form hail storms along with blizzards and manipulation of water, Ragnarok said, and then demonstrated by making a mass of gray clouds appear, and then hail fell and pelted Naruto in the head, and a quick blizzard appeared and froze the nearby river, and then a blast of water followed by an ice blast. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the tree, which was now splinters and Sugoi, Naruto whispered. Ragnarok was about to continue before he felt a very strong killer intent heading towards the three of them. Ragnarok quickly wrapped his body around Naruto, but Jiraiya was left hanging as an angry redhead ran towards them. Kushina stopped running when she saw a large blue dragon. Ragnarok? She questioned. The blue dragon nodded before Kushina hugged his nose. It's been so long, she said. 13 years to be exact, she said. Naruto wriggled out of the dragon's coils and looked at the red-haired Uzumaki. Oka-san, he said with tears in his eyes. Kushina looked at Naruto before grabbing him and enveloping him in a tight hug. Naruto cried into his mother's shoulder as the two of them were finally reunited. Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry that I left you like this, Kushina said as she released her son from the back-breaking hug. Naruto wiped his eyes. It's all right, Mom, I'm fine. In fact, I'm doing great. I made Jinan with Kakashi-sensei along with my teammates, Haruno team and Uchiha team, and I'm going to the Chunin finals, he said. Kushina grabbed her son by the ear. Itai, Ka-san, stop, that hurts, Naruto wailed. Don't use language like that in front of me, young man. But I still agree with you on the Uchiha and Haruno being teams. They were always this way, Kushina said. Now then, Ragnarok, I believe you were explaining to Naruto about your clan, Kushina said to the great blue dragon. Right, Ragnarok said as Naruto and Kushina sat down, but Jiraiya made the mistake of trying to take notes for Icha Paradise in front of the female Uzumaki and was met with a slap to the face, knocking him out, and Naruto kicked him in the balls, making the unconscious man tear up from the pain. Well done, Naruto, Kushina said, and then Naruto listened to every word Ragnarok said about the Dragon Clan, from weakest to strongest. Grey dragons, Terra Draco, the weakest species, had the power to shoot out a toxic acid that immobilized the enemy due to its viscosity, and it also burned the flesh of said enemy and can manipulate stone. They have smaller horns and spikes and are able to fly due to having wings. Brown dragons are grown-up versions of the grey dragons. Their ability to control the earth had increased along with their strength and speed. They can also fire their claws and coat them with stone as hard as diamond-like missiles, and the claws can quickly regenerate as the claws are made entirely of keratin, the substance that fingernails are made from. Can also call upon a shield of earth that is as hard as metal and lose the ability to create the acid. Yellow dragons, Fulgur Draco, are next in line. They have the power to control lightning and can create lightning storms as well as fire a blast of salt water from their mouths to allow a power-up for their electricity. They have wings which allow them to fly and longer horns and sharper teeth, claws, spikes, etc. Alright, just to save some time, the claws, teeth, spikes and horns all get longer and sharper as the dragons progress up the chain, can form a dome of lightning to protect them. Green dragons, Ventus Draco, have the manipulation over wind and can create tornadoes, hurricanes and any other type of windstorm. They can fly due to having 2 pairs of wings, enabling them to move faster and be more agile in aerial combat. They can also create a shield of wind by spinning rapidly to defend themselves. Purple dragons, Helios Draco, have the power to summon up gigantic crystal structures and spikes from the ground to impale their opponents, therefore they cannot use a breath move, fire blasts, that kind of stuff. They cannot fly, but they have an additional ability that when the sun is at its brightest it can use the crystals to reflect sunlight rays and fire concentrated rays of sunlight that can burn through anything. The crystals, when surrounding the dragon in a circular pattern, the dragon will be able to reflect light rays and form a shield of light that can protect itself from anything except for things that come underground and if the crystals are knocked down, but this rarely happens. Orange dragons, Igneoterra Draco, have the ability to call forth lava and fire lava blasts from their mouths. The lava is not your ordinary molten hot rock thought. It's exploding molten hot rock. The lava is filled with magnesium, which is very explosive when heated to high temperatures. Also, they can make their molecular composition be like that of lava and can therefore become partly liquid, but the catch is that although it's a lava dragon in that form, it's still extremely vulnerable to any form of moisture, snow, hail, rain, even saliva, but the damage depends on the amount of that liquid. Just so you know, I do not look this stuff. I know this stuff because I'm a biology and chemistry whiz, so I know my stuff. White dragons, Glacies Draco, are younger versions of blue dragons and unlike their adult forms cannot manipulate water, but can use ice. They form high-powered blizzards and ice beams and can call upon ice spikes to impale their opponents. They can fly, but they are very vulnerable to fire because their scales are partially made of ice and also anything it touches with its claws freezes instantly, but the scales can regenerate slowly. They lose the ability to freeze things and call upon the ice spikes when they become blue dragons. Red dragons, Igneo Draco, have the power over fire and can shoot fire blasts up to 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They can spin at high speeds while shooting a stream of fire to form a tornado of fire around itself, and this attack is both defensive and offensive. The red dragon can also fly and then perform an attack known as Meteor Strike, in which it flies up, surrounds itself with fire and, well, dives. Finally, the black dragons, Maxus Draconis, have the ability to command all dragons other than their own kind, can fire blasts of black fire as well as have enhanced strength, speed, agility, endurance, and they also have the ability to create any kind of natural disaster. The black dragons can coat themselves with liquid diamond that is secreted from their scales, fly, and can bend the elements of fire, earth, wind, lightning and water to their will, which is why no dragon can oppose them. Some who have tried have never returned, and others are held in the darkest dungeons of the dragon's lair. And that is the clan of the dragons. Young Naruto, Ragnarok said. Naruto's jaw was hanging as he absorbed all that information into his human brain. Sugoi, you guys are like the awesomest clan ever. I mean, I can't wait to summon Gundora, he said. Now Naruto, I know you have a large amount of chakra at your disposal, but it requires an extreme amount of chakra to summon our leader and father. In fact, only Uzumaki Arashi, leader of the Uzumaki clan, was the only one to ever summon him, Ragnarok said. Call us when you need us. Also Naruto, I'll leave behind a friend to be your primary summon. This young dragon is a young hatchling, about 10 years after hatching. Take good care of him, for once a dragon becomes your partner, she cannot go back to the summoning world. Also his name is Kyoshi, Ragnarok said, and then went back home in a flare of water and ice. The water and ice left, and there where Ragnarok stood was replaced by a red dragon. It had golden yellow eyes and then eyed Naruto before letting out a sort of growl, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, ANUT2. The dragon hatchling was about the same size as Shizuka. Well, you must be Kyoshi, Naruto said. The young dragon growled and then nodded. Hi, And you must be Uzumaki Naruto, the young dragon said. Naruto nodded, but before he and the dragon could talk, Kushina intervened. All right Naruto, now that you're done with Ragnarok, I shall now teach you some new techniques that you, and only you can know, Kushina said. Why is it that only I can know these jutsus? He asked. Kushina smiled a toothy grin and then said the words that made Naruto's jaw drop. It's your bloodline, she stated simply. NN Nani? Naruto stuttered as he couldn't believe the words that came from his mother's mouth. Kushina nodded. That's right, the Uzumaki Kekai Genkai runs through your veins, she said. Naruto just stood there and then he started to tremble. Kushina became worried when Naruto didn't speak. Naruto, Daijobu Desuka, are you all right? She asked her son. Naruto then flashed his trademark foxy grin. Yeah, it's just that I'm so happy to finally have a family, not to mention a bloodline so I can kick ass in the finals, he said. Kushina chuckled before walking over to the crippled Jiraiya. Okay Jiraiya, since you have nothing to teach the boy, I'll take over his training from now on, Kushina said. Jiraiya got up, slowly as the pain remained from Naruto's ball-shattering kick. Mateo, take these, the Gama Sanin said as he handed Kushina 2 scrolls. These are his father's most powerful jutsus, make sure he learns them, Jiraiya demanded. Kushina knew Jiraiya was being serious this time and nodded. She took the scrolls and walked back over to Naruto. Jiraiya left in a swirl of leaves and left Naruto's growth up to Kushina. Okay Naruto, I'll first explain one of the 2 bloodlines you have, she started. Naruto's eyes bugged out. I have 2 of them. Naruto exclaimed. Kushina nodded. Yup, mine, and your father's, she stated. What was my father like, what's his Kekai Genkai, and who is he? Naruto asked, all in one breath. Kushina sighed. Until you become Chunin, all I can tell you was that your father was a great man, strong, kind, caring and a hero of Konohagakure. In fact you look just like him, Kushina said as she remembered Namikaze Minato. I see. Well I guess I'll just have to become stronger then, Naruto said. Kushina smiled and ruffled her son's hair. Ain't that the truth? Now onto that bloodline. Your bloodline allows you to harness lightning itself, and by also mixing the pure lightning with wind and water chakra you create the Uzumaki clan's bloodline jutsu, Ranton, storm style. Kushina explained. Now then I'll give you a demonstration. Kushina then raised her arm to the sky. Then after a few seconds the once clear blue sky turned a dark gray. Storm clouds gathered overhead as wind began to howl violently and rain fell. Then a lightning bolt flew out of a cloud and went towards Kushina's arm. Blue electricity covered her body as she was struck. Okaa-san. Naruto cried, thinking that the bolt had harmed her. Naruto then looked confused as his mother Jasuke showed him a warm smile. Kushina then formed some hand signs. Kushina thrust out both her arms in front of her and then she yelled the name of her jutsu. Ranton, Ryonkuha no Jutsu, storm style, lightning cloud wave, she yelled. A large wave of blue electricity was released from the red-haired Uzumaki's hands in the form of a large spider web destroying everything 10 feet in front of her and 30 feet across. The stormy skies then calmed and the gray became blue again. Naruto and Kushina then shook their heads to get rid of the rain and then admired Kushina's destruction. Everything was fried to a crisp, while rocks were nothing but pebbles and a few stray parks could be seen flying off here and there. Naruto said the only thing that could come to his mind. That was fucking awesome, he yelled. Kushina gave the blonde a wide grin. Why thank you Naruto, and also, slap. Don't use curse words around me, she said as Naruto's right cheek was glowing red from the pain. Naruto groaned in pain as he didn't want to get slapped again. Alright Naruto, you try, she said, gesturing for him to start his control over lightning. Now to harness lightning you must clear your mind of all thoughts. Focus only on the lightning bolts if the case may be, and then when you feel like that static energy is about to explode, let it loose and it will fire off and destroy anything in its path depending on how much of the lightning you choose to control, she said. But we'll do this in steps. First step, changing the weather conditions to ones of a storm, she began. Naruto hung to every word his mother said as she explained on how to change the weather conditions. Apparently, you fire off a large amount of chakra, or by just using a high-level Katen jutsu into the air, the evaporation and condensation processes will immediately form storm clouds. "Alright, let's do this," Naruto shouted. He then brought his hands together in the tiger hand sign and concentrated his chakra. A huge swirl of blue surrounded the blonde Uzumaki, kicking up dirt and rocks into the air. Naruto then charged all of it into his hands and then shot his right arm skyward. A concentrated beam of chakra was released into the clouds, creating a huge hole in a couple of them that were right above him. Kushina was amazed by how much chakra her son had as she watched the chakra shoot into the atmosphere. Naruto then panted, looking up at the sky, and fell to his knees. Kushina ran to her son and checked on him. "Naruto, are you alright? That was an insane amount of chakra you used. I mean, I have a lot of chakra too, but yours is just pushing the limit," she said. Naruto chuckled. "Well, pant, I guess pant I should tone it down then," he said with a smirk. Kushina shook her head, chuckling, and then helped Naruto up to his feet. Kushina then looked up and saw that the sky was now becoming overcast. Dark gray clouds appeared above the two Uzumakis, and then a few seconds later an unexpected storm hit them. Winds blew violently as they nearly cut skin. Rain fell and hit the ground with enough force that it stung upon contact with you, and then thunder boomed and lightning flashed across the sky. Kushina chuckled. "Well, Naruto, time for step 2, controlling the lightning bolt," she yelled above the howling winds. "What?" he cried. "Already? But shouldn't we?" Kushina then shook her head. "No but son, you're an Uzumaki and Uzumakis learn fast. Now then, in order to control lightning you must coat your body with chakra so as to protect it from the static discharge created by the lightning. Now then, when you do that, your body literally becomes a human lightning rod and the lightning will strike your body. Now then, step 3, after the lightning strikes you, the chakra surrounding your body can be used to form the Ranten jutsus after combining wind and water elemental chakras, of course, and that, my son, is how to do Ranten jutsus." Naruto was just in shock. All this in a few hours, it was just too much for him. But Naruto knew his mother was right. "Hi!" he cried as he channeled his enormous amount of chakra around his body. A blue glow surrounded Naruto's body, and the glow became brighter and brighter until it was nearly unbearable to look at. Then a few bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and then a stray bolt rocketed towards Naruto, striking him. A huge flash was seen. But a few seconds later the flash died down and there stood Naruto, chakra and lightning crackling around him. Naruto then formed the following hand signs that his mother previously formed. Naruto then proceeded to mix his water and wind-natured chakras, causing the rain and winds, and then somehow the rain fell harder and the wind blew faster than before. "Ranten, Raiunkuuha no jutsu," he yelled as he thrust his arms out in front of him. Then lightning conducted throughout his entire body, and then a huge blast of lightning shot in a spider web formation from his hands, and if you looked very closely you could see small lightning clouds' hands. The lightning cloud wave destroyed everything in its path, kicking up dirt and rock, and the lightning cloud wave continued to destroy until it finally crashed into a huge boulder. The boulder began to crack and break until finally, with a huge flash of light, the boulder was disintegrated. Naruto then fell to the ground, exhausted from his use of the Ranten jutsu. Naruto grinned as he looked at the destruction. A huge, long trench was formed as its path was lead to the space where the boulder was. "I did it, Car-san. I did." But Naruto never got to finish his sentence as he passed out. Kushina was still in awe at the unbridled power her son possessed, and then finally she smiled and looked to congratulate her son, but turned to find Naruto sleeping. Kushina then picked up the blonde and headed in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Kushina then paused as she felt like she forgot something. It was lucky she did, as Kyoshi, Naruto's new dragon friend, ran up to her. "You nearly killed me, you sadistic Uzumakis. If I hadn't taken cover in the river I could have died," the young red dragon said. Kyoshi then shot a stream of fire over his body, causing the water to evaporate. The lava quickly slid off as he jumped up onto Kushina's shoulder. Gomen nasai, Kyoshi. Ranton jutsus tend to get out of hand. I'll make it up to you with some ramen, she said, showing her own foxy grin as she walked to the Hokage Tower. Kyoshi looked at the red-haired woman. Ramen? He questioned. What's that? Kushina nearly fell over and dropped Naruto. She looked at the young dragon like she saw a ghost. You're joking, right? Don't tell me you've never had ramen. If you've never had ramen, then you've never lived life, Kushina said, panicking. Kyoshi shook his head. Kushina then calmed down. But don't worry, after we get to Sarutobi's place and Naruto wakes up, we'll go to the best ramen shop in all the elemental countries, Kushina told Kyoshi. Kyoshi flicked his tail from side to side and shook his head. Kushina could be so annoying sometimes. Hokage Tower. Kushina entered Sarutobi's office to find him still doing the Kami Forsaken paperwork. Honestly, the stuff never seemed to end. Sarutobi looked up from a paper that was about to be thrown into the trash. Ah, Kushina-chan, you're back. Guessing from the wet hair, unconscious Naruto and a little dragon on your shoulder that Naruto's been successful with his bloodline and summoning, Sarutobi said with a grin. Kushina grinned. Of course, he's my son. What else would you expect him to do? Finish the training in a day? No way, he finishes in hours, Kushina bragged, rather loudly too. Kushina, you've been out for quite a while, but even though you have, I still think that your skills are still as spectacular as they were before you went into a coma. Now then, I have one thing to ask of you, Sarutobi said. Kushina tilted her head to the side in confusion. Would you like to rejoin Konoha's shinobi ranks as a jonin? The Sandaime Hokage asked the last daughter of Uzumaki. Kushina thought for a while and shrugged. Why not? It'll be fun to be a ninja again, she answered. Sarutobi grinned and then he opened a drawer and pulled out an Icha Icha Paradise Volume 5. Kushina giggled, as Sarutobi blushed. Whoops, wrong drawer. You won't tell anyone, will you? He asked. Kushina, still giggling, nodded, and then the Sandaime went through a different drawer and pulled out a Konoha Hitai 8 on a piece of red cloth. Kushina accepted it and tied it around her left arm. Just then a young Matarashi Anko walked in the office. Hey Hokage-sama, can I get the day? Anko paused as she saw her old friend. Anko rubbed her eyes and pinched herself to see if she was dreaming. She felt pain, which means it wasn't. Anko then got a wide grin on her face, along with Kushina. Kushina! Anko yelled. Kushina raised her arms in the air in surprise, causing Kyoshi to fall off the redhead's shoulder and the dropping of Naruto on the ground with a thump. Anko! The two females ran towards each other and hugged. How have you been, Anko? I mean, I've been a fucking coma for fucking 13 years, Kushina said. Anko chuckled. I'm a jonin and I happen to be judging the second part of the Chunin exams, and your Gaki passed with flying colors. Did the little Gaki show you his pet fox yet? It's awesome, it can like make fire and stuff, she said as she threw her arms every which way to show her exaggeration of the topic that is Uzumaki Shizuka. Naruto woke up. He smacked his lips and yawned. He looked around. He was Sarutobi's office. Kyoshi was on the ground nursing his damaged claw after falling, and his mother was chatting with the sadistic snake lady. Naruto shrugged. Everything was normal. The blonde then got up and stretched, and then Kushina ran into Naruto. Good, you are up. Let's go to your apartment. I want to see your pet fox that apparently has special powers, Kushina gushed. Naruto scratched his head before glaring at Anko. Anko shrugged with a weak smile. Sure, Car-san, let's go, he said, taking his mother's hand, and as he was about to leave, Anko stopped them. One more thing, Naruto, today's the Konoha Spring Festival. Who's your date, and Kushina, are you coming? The former apprentice of the Hebi Sanin asked. Naruto shook his head and Kushina nodded. Nah, I have someone in mind though, and no, it is not a boy, Anko, so shut the hell up, Naruto said. Of course, Anko. I never miss out on a night to beat you in a drinking contest. Again, and also Naruto, I want to hear about this girl you want to ask, and also, slap. I told you no foul language in my presence, she said. Naruto nursed his damaged cheek as he picked up Kyoshi, who then crawled up onto Naruto's head, and the two Uzumakis and the young dragon left to Naruto's apartment. Naruto's apartment. Naruto and Kushina were jumping on the rooftops of the village, and then finally Naruto jumped down in front of his apartment building, his mother right behind him. Naruto and Kushina then climbed the steps to the top floor of the building, stopping at the last door. Naruto flicked out a key from his pocket and unlocked it. Kushina and Naruto entered, and Kyoshi just jumped off of Naruto's head and onto Kushina's, and Kushina was in complete awe. His apartment was actually clean, and Kushina shook her head in approval. The living room had a nice comfortable couch, a television and a small table. Next was a kitchen with all the usual kitchen equipment, stove, microwave, etc., with a few stray ramen cups here and there. And finally his bedroom, which had a small one-person bed and a closet. Sugoi, amazing. Naruto, for a boy living by himself for 13 years you've done pretty good on your own. But I think you should move out of this dump and come live with me in my house. Naruto turned and had shock written all over his face. Really? You want me to live with you? Naruto asked, not trusting what his ears had just heard. Kushina grinned. You're my son, of course I want you to come with me, she said. Naruto got tears in his eyes, but quickly wiped him away before glomping his mother. Arigato Ka-san, he whispered into her chest. Kushina rubbed her son's back gently as he cried tears of joy. After a few minutes Naruto calmed down. Okay Naruto, where's this Shizuka I've been hearing about? Kushina asked. Naruto smiled and then whistled. A bark was heard from the room across from the kitchen as the black four-tailed kitsune bounded across the floor and tackled her master to the ground, licking his face. Naruto laughed as Shizuka showed how much she missed Naruto. Okay, down girl, Naruto commanded as the black fox got off. Kushina was in awe at what she saw before her. The green slitted eyes of the young kit looked at Naruto and then at her. Shizuka sniffed Kushina before nuzzling her leg. Kushina smiled and petted the young kit, but was still in shock about the four tails. Kyoshi jumped down to the floor, and then the young dragon and fox stared at each other. Red slitted eyes stared into green slitted eyes. Shizuka then barked a greeting before extending a paw. Kyoshi owl before extending out his clawed paw. What do you call a dragon's hand? The two then ran into Naruto's living room and sat on the couch as they talked to each other in animal language. The two Uzumakis were glad to see the two get along so well. I'm going to go pack now, Naruto informed his mother. Naruto then entered his bedroom to go pack. He retrieved a duffel bag and stuffed in his clothes that Kakashi got him, his toothbrush, some ramen, his little fox plush doll whom he dubbed Ebisu, and a few of Shizuka's fox toys. Naruto then walked back in front to the living room. Oka-san, I'm ready to go, he called. Kushina got up off the couch, and then before leaving they stuffed Shizuka and Kyoshi into the duffel bag and headed off to the Uzumaki household. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Uzumaki compound. The place wasn't as big as the Hyuga or Uchiha estates, but it was around there. Welcome to your new home, Naruto, Kushina said. Naruto was in awe as he stepped through the gates. The Uzumaki compound, secretly Namikaze compound, had a large yard with a few trees here and there along with a large amount of flowers in full bloom. The house was a golden color with a red tile roof and had 8 windows. Naruto stepped up to the front door. Naruto held the doorknob and then slowly turned the knob, but it didn't open. Naruto, the door opens with blood, Kushina said. Naruto nodded and then bit his thumb and blood flowed freely from the bite mark. Naruto then swiped it onto the doorknob and then the door was instantly covered with intricate symbols signifying the use of seals. The markings glowed a piercing teal color before turning black and the door opened with a click. Naruto stared at his mother with a wide-open mouth and before he could ask, Kushina answered. Your father was good with seals, was all she said. Naruto forced his mouth closed and then opened the door. Naruto gasped. The house was huge. The first floor was a normal living room with 2 couches that could seat about 7 people each and 4 reclining chairs along with a plasma screen television, a cabinet filled with different movies, and below the TV there was a fireplace. A small ledge above the fireplace rested a small statue of the elemental gods, Hajin, Reijin, Kazajin, Suijin, and Suchijin, all surrounding a statue of what the artist depicted Kami to look like, a silver-haired man with golden streaks. He wore a white robe with gold and silver flames decorating it and a necklace with finely cut gems, and the finishing touch a golden outline giving off a look as if the statue was shining in the light. And then next to it was a statue of a black dragon breathing out a stream of fire, and finally the last thing Naruto looked at, a photo of his mother next to a man with blonde spiky hair like his except wilder and longer and had the same blue eyes. The man was wearing a white cloak and he and his mother were smiling, both bearing foxy grins on their faces. Naruto continued to stare at the picture. Kushina saw her son staring at the photo and then quickly pulled him away from it. The rest of the first floor was a huge kitchen, and a dining area. "Come on Naruto, let's go look around some more," she said. Naruto complied, but the picture was forever etched into his mind and he couldn't get his mind to wander from it. The second floor of the 5-story house was a training room. The third was a library filled with scrolls of jutsus and other important information. The fourth floor had split down into pathways, one leading right and the other left. "The one on the right leads to my room and the left is yours. You might want to put some stuff in there because since we never had time to put stuff in, all you have is a bed, a closet, and a bathroom," the secret wife of Yondawa said. Naruto nodded and walked into his room. The place was empty except for the queen-sized bed and a huge walk-in closet. Naruto quickly rested his duffel bag on the ground. When he heard a yelp, he quickly remembered about Kyoshi and Shizuka. He opened the bag and the fox and dragon instantly clambered out. The two animals were sweating from the heat of being cooped up in a bag for so long. "God damn it Naruto, you could have let me and Shizuka-chan out," Kyoshi said. Naruto scratched his head from embarrassment. "Gomen nasai, Kyoshi-san, Shizuka-chan, kinda got caught up in the moment of how huge this house is," he said. Kyoshi just shook his head and then he and Shizuka went to explore the house. "Don't go outside okay guys," Naruto called. "Sure," Kyoshi replied. Naruto then looked at his room. The walls were painted with a nature-looking theme. A forest took up the front wall in front of the bed and many varieties of animals were painted in the forest. The wall on the left was the edge of the forest leading to a narrow the stream. A few fish were painted into the flowing waters and a few deer were there too taking a drink too. The back wall was a clearing in which the river led to a small lake. Cliffs were above the lake as a painted waterfall sent cascading waters into the lake. Two dragons could be seen diving from the sky towards the water about a few meters away from entering the lake. Finally the right wall showed an entire horizon area. The sunset painted in looked almost as real as the other paintings on his other walls. The mixtures of oranges, reds and yellows were a sight to behold. "Well, what do you think?" Naruto turned to see his mother leaning on the doorframe. "It's so beautiful, I never thought art could look this realistic," he commented. Kushina smiled and then took her son's hand. "Come on, we gave to see the last floor," she said. Then Naruto and Kushina ran up the stairs to the final floor, which was just a big room filled with boxes. Naruto looked at one that read, "Kushina's clothes no touchy." Naruto's sweat dropped. Kushina could be so childish sometimes. "So what do you think of the house?" she asked. Naruto grinned his foxy grin. "It's perfect," he stated. Kushina ruffled the boy's blonde locks. "Great, now come on. We have to get some kimonos for the festival tonight. Also I want to see you ask out your little friend," she said. Naruto blushed when she mentioned Sora and then left. Kushina chuckled. "He's got it bad for whoever he's thinking of asking," she thought. Kimono shop. A young Ramai Sora was about to purchase her kimono, which was an aqua color which accented her eyes and had a green flowers on it. Sora sneezed and wondered who the hell was talking or thinking about her. Sora shrugged and then returned to the task at hand, getting a kimono to impress Naruto. Back with Naruto. Naruto and Kushina walked into the kimono shop. But as soon as Naruto stepped in, glares were fired at him from all sides. Naruto's head dropped. But then he felt all the eyes stop glaring and he felt his other's killer intent as they walked through the shop. Naruto smirked. Oka-san rules. As the two headed for the male section, Naruto ran into a familiar face. Sora-chan? He questioned. The blonde-haired, azure-eyed girl stopped when she heard her name. She looked around the shop and spotted the Jinchuriki and waved while walking towards him. Ooh, she's cute, nice curves, good dresser. Naruto, my son, way to score one for the team, Kushina whispered. Naruto blushed a shade of red at what his mother said before turning to Sora. Hey Naruto-kun, Sora told the blonde Uzumaki. Are you coming to the spring festival tonight? She asked. Naruto nodded. Hi. Just came for a kimono with my Oka-san, he said, gesturing to Kushina. Sora looked at the red-haired woman. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Uzumaki. Sora greeted the redhead. Kushina waved politely. Well kids, I have to find myself a kimono. Why don't you two chat while I go look? She said. Don't forget to ask her, she whispered into Naruto's ear and then left with a mischievous smirk. Naruto and Sora then stood looking down at the ground as if it was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. So, Naruto started, how has your training been going so far? He asked. Sora looked up into Naruto's eye. Been learning some new jutsus, you? She asked. Naruto grinned. I got a summoning contract and, Naruto looked around and then whispered, I found out I have Kekai Genkai from Oka-san. Sora's eyes widened. Sugoi, Naruto-kun, you are so gonna kick Gaara's ass at the exams, she complimented. Say what's your contract with and what's your bloodline? She asked, eager to know. Naruto smiled. That's for me to know and you to find out at the exams, he said mischievously. Sora pouted cutely before a light bulb went off in her head. Sora then turned back to Naruto and then said, Please Naruto-kun, I'd be very, very grateful to you if you tell me, she said in a seductive tone. Sora pressed her body up against Naruto's. Naruto would have fainted on the spot had he not been in a shop of people who hated his guts. Naruto turned nearly 50 shades of red. Using all his willpower he forced himself to say no. Sora grinned and then stopped her advances, making Naruto stop blushing. Naruto then looked at Sora as she was observing her newly bought kimono. Well, I have to go. Need to get ready, you know, she said and then walked away. Naruto contemplated on what to do. It was now or never. Mateo, Sora-chan, he called. Sora turned around and smiled. Yes Naruto-kun, www. Well, you see, for the FF festival people are CC Carry Ying DDATTTS, so I was wondering if you would maybe could go with me, he asked her with a huge blush. Sora was blushing also. Of course, she replied a bit too quickly, causing her to blush even more. Naruto looked up with a surprised expression. Gomen, I don't think I heard right, did you just say? Sora nodded her head rapidly. Naruto grinned his foxy grin before whooping with joy and then hugging the blonde kunoichi. I'll meet you at the festival at 7:30 in front of Ichiraku's, okay, Naruto said. Sora nodded with a blush on her face and then left. Naruto grinned before going off to look for a kimono. He went in the males section looking around. No too emo, he said, long looking at a black one. Too happy, he commented on a pink one. Too creepy, too stupid, too gay, too, oh no wait, this is the one, he said, taking a kimono off the rack. He grinned and then he found his Kaa-san and then they both paid for their kimonos and then headed back to the Uzumaki compound. Naruto continued to train in his bloodline abilities and other powerful jutsus his mother taught him. Kushina finally thought he was ready and gave him the 2 scrolls she received from Jiraiya. What are these? The blonde Jinchuriki asked, observing the scrolls. These are jutsu scrolls, with very powerful jutsu inside, she told him. Naruto's eyes brightened when he heard the P word. Sugoi, what are they? He asked. Kushina chuckled and then said, find out for yourself. Naruto was about to do just that, but then looked at the clock in the living room. It said 6 o'clock. Kuso, I'm gonna be late. Got a shower and get dressed to meet Sora-chan, he said as he rushed to the bathroom in his room. Kushina chuckled as she watched her son. Ah, to be in love, she said and then went to get dressed also. 7:30 page M. Konoha Street's young Rime Sora was waiting in front of Ichiraku Ramen for Naruto to arrive. She looked at her watch. It was still 7:30 and she knew Naruto was not the type of person to stand up someone, but he couldn't help but have doubts. The young kunoichi was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard her name being called. She looked down the road to see the young Uzumaki running up to her. "Gomen nasai. I needed to get some things done before coming," Naruto explained. "Am I late?" he asked. "No, not at all," Sora said and then flashed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki a smile. Naruto took the time to look over Sora. She was dressed in the flower-patterned, aqua kimono. Her hair was let loose settling at her lower back and she had on a slight bit of makeup. Beautiful, he thought. Sora was also looking over Naruto. His hair was still wild and unruly, but it suited him. He wore an ocean blue kimono which accented his eyes, and was patterned with purple and black dragons. "He's handsome," was all she could think. There was a period of silence between the two, but Naruto decided to break the ice. "Well, Sora-chan, I must say you look absolutely gorgeous tonight," he said with a foxy grin. Sora blushed and replied, "Yeah, you look very handsome, the blue suits you." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Arigato, so how about we partake in the games?" Naruto said, offering his arm. Sora grinned and took his arm. "To the games, Mr. Uzumaki," Sora said, and the two set off. Along the way, Naruto was playing one of the shinobi games, one which was to throw all 10 kunai through a ring hitting the bull's eye, in which Naruto excelled in and won a stuffed dog for Sora that looked like a brown version of Akamaru. "Hey Naruto," a loud voice called. Sora and Naruto turned to see his friends. Shikamaru was dressed in a leaf green kimono with a deer pattern. Ino was dressed in a yellow one with purple cosmos scattered across the surface. Choji was dressed in a deep red kimono with pictures of bears all over it. Hinata was in a lavender kimono with a lilac pattern. Kiba's was gray with a wolf pattern. Shino was in a black kimono with golden butterflies etched across it. Sakura was obviously in pink with a picture of a cherry blossom tree on it. Arashi and Shinji were in similar kimonos, dark blue with black shuriken all over it. Neji was in a white kimono with silver birds on it. Tenten's was red with tigers on it and Lee's was green and had orange squirrels. "Hey guys," Naruto greeted his friends, and Sakura whom he said hello to in a monotone. "So Naruto, who's your girlfriend over there?" Ino teased. Naruto and Sora blushed at being mentioned as a couple. "We're not like that," Naruto and Sora said at the same time. "She's my date for the festival," Naruto explained. But then the young boy got a sly look in his eyes. "Who are you guys going with?" he asked with a foxy grin. "Ino, Choji and I had to go together because Tsunade said so," Shikamaru complained. "Troublesome," he muttered. Naruto chuckled. "What about the rest of you?" Naruto asked. "We came in our teams so we don't really have dates," Arashi said. Naruto then smiled. "Guess I'm the only one got a girl," Naruto joked, making the Chunin laugh. The group then left, but Kiba walked up to Naruto before leaving. "Make sure you give her a goodnight kiss after this is over," the dog fanatic whispered. Naruto blushed, but forced it down so Sora, who was chatting with Sakura, wouldn't see it. Naruto nodded and then returned to Sora. "Well, Sora-chan, care to play some games?" he said. "Once I kick your ass," she said. "Yeah, right. I'm the best game player ever," Naruto bragged. "Well, we'll see if that's true," Sora replied with a sly smirk. Naruto and Sora then ran off to play the shinobi games. After Naruto won 7-6, he and Sora then went to get something to eat. Naruto waited in line and noticed Ino, Choji and Shikamaru ahead. "Hey guys, hungry are you?" he asked. Ino nodded. "Yeah. All that walking and playing games made me hungry," Choji said as he rubbed his stomach. Naruto then turned to Shikamaru. "Hey Shikamaru, I saw a sign for a shogi tournament a few stands back. You should sign up," Naruto suggested to his academy class pranking buddy. Shikamaru yawned. "Yeah, all right. It'll give me something to do," he said and then walked to the stand. Shikamaru then signed his name and then sat at a table facing off against an older man who appeared a bit too overconfident. Before he started, the Nara heard a female voice. "Fancy seeing you here," Temari said as she walked up to him dressed in a purple kimono with green striped that looked like the flowing wind. "Ditto," he replied. "I'm going to win the 5,000 Ryo prize and trophy," she said with a smirk. "Okay, good luck with that," Shikamaru replied. Temari fumed before stomping off to her table to face her opponent. Shikamaru turned back to his tablemate. "Prepare to lose, kiddo," the man said. Shikamaru just yawned, which games began. "Back with Naruto and Sora, Sir Ino. Why don't you have a date? I expected you of all people to come with one," Naruto said. Ino huffed and didn't say anything. "She got stood up," Choji said. "Ah, I see," Naruto said. "Ino walk with me," Naruto said. Ino was puzzled and stepped off to the side with Naruto. "What do you want, Dobi?" Ino asked with an annoyed tone. Naruto knew Ino was just upset and ignored the jab at his status. "Well, Choji told me you got abandoned by your date," he said. Ino remained quiet. "Why don't you go with Choji? He's a nice guy with a kind heart." "Well, Naruto, it's obvious. Choji's just a pig who would rather eat than—" Naruto glared, halting Ino's insult at Choji. "Listen, Ino. Have you ever heard the phrase, never judge a book by its cover? Well, Choji's like that. Give the boy a chance and you'll find something in him you'll like," Naruto said with a kind smile. "Demo. It's Choji. He's my teammate and—" Ino was once again shut up when Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. "Ino, stop judging people by outward appearances and get to know them better. Now I'm hungry, let's go back to Sora-chan and Choji." The two blondes then walked back to the fire manipulator and the Akamichi. Sora was waiting for Naruto at a table, who walked towards her and sat down to eat a meal of ramen and onigiri. "Hey Ino, what were you and Naruto talking about?" Choji asked his friend. Ino just shook her head. "Nothing important," she stated. "Here, I got a vegetarian meal for you," the young Akamichi said, gesturing to the tray beside his on the table. Ino looked at Choji, who was grinning at her before returning to his meal. Ino smiled. Naruto was right. She'd give Choji a chance. Naruto and Sora were eating when Sora looked up at the dragon summoner. "So, what were you and Ino talking about?" she asked. Naruto swallowed before talking, manners before talking. "Thank goodness Oka-san told me what to do when you're on a date," he thought before answering. "I was just telling her to get over her date standing her up," he said. Sora looked at Naruto as if telling him to go on. "And?" she told the blonde boy. Naruto looked at the yellow-haired girl, her light blue eyes staring into his. "I told her to give Choji a chance. He's actually a nice guy minus the eating constantly," he said as he took a bit out of his onigiri. Sora's eyes widened. "Well, look at you, being the love doctor of Konoha," she teased. Naruto chuckled. "Please, I'm anything but a matchmaker," he said. The two continued to eat in silence. When they finished eating, they proceeded to walk through the lantern-lit streets when they heard a voice over a few of the intercoms placed throughout the streets. "Come all ninja children, come and join the ninja three-legged obstacle course. You and one teamate will go through a series of obstacles in order to reach the end and gain a whopping 10,000 Ryo here in stand 67. The intercom then shut off with buzz and zap. Sora and Naruto looked at each other and grinned, knowing what the other was thinking. "We're going to win that thing," they both said, and then raced off to stand 67. When the two blondes arrived, they found a number of genin there to take part, as well as the rookie 9-Shikamaru, Team Guy and Sora's team. The genin all observed the obstacle course. It consisted first of a run through a 50-meter field while jumping over hurdles, then climbing a 20 feet wall without chakra, then hopping across 20 rocks that were placed over a small pond, and then finally a 30-meter sprint to the finish line. "Well, this should be exciting," Neji said. "Yosh! My flames of youth will shine in this dark as I win this race," Lee yelled, flames burning in his eyes. The teams then lined up at the starting line. The teams then tied a firm knot around their ankles. but not enough to restrict blood flow. The teams are as follows: Shinji and Arashi, Sora and Naruto, Hinata and Kiba. Lee and Shino, Neji and Tenten. The teams then got ready to take off. The referee guy then stood off to the side with a kunai and exploding note in hand. On your marks, the ref said. He then lit the note. The flame burned the note. Get set. The flame was now halfway across the note. The ref threw the kunai high into the air, and then a few seconds later a boom echoed throughout the night sky. At that the team sped off. Neji and Tenten held the lead, with Naruto and Sora not far behind. Shino and Lee in third, Shinji and Arashi were in fourth, with Kiba and Hinata in last place. After the hurdles they reached the wall. The teams tried to climb the wall, but had no luck. Then Naruto got an idea. He released the genjutsu on his hands, revealing his sharp claws, and then told Sora to hold on to him. Naruto then dug his claws into the wooden wall and moved upwards. Kiba used his claws also and began to follow Naruto's movements. Naruto and Sora finally made it over the wall, with Kiba and Hinata a few meters behind. Lee and Shino had made due to Lee's youthful power, A.N. Shino used his bugs to help them climb. The three finalists then ran to the rocks. Naruto and Sora were quickly making their way across the rocks with ease. Lee and Shino had gotten ahead of Kiba and Hinata and were now on the rocks, but Lee's sandal caught on the hem of his kimono and the two teammates tumbled into the waters below. Lee and Shino climbed onto a rock and saw Kiba and Hinata hopping across the rocks, with Naruto and Sora having a huge lead. Gomen nasai Shino-san. I seem to have tripped on my kimono. Forgive me, Lee said with anime tears. Shino shook his head. It's all right, Lee. Let's just see who'll win, Naruto or Kiba, the bug user said. Naruto and Sora nearly fell, but they regained their footing. Kiba and Hinata were quickly catching up, so Naruto decided to up the pace. Sora nearly fell over since they were joined at the ankle by the rope. Sora adjusted to the speed and the two then began to reach the final rock. With one final jump the two jumped over it and landed on the other side of the pond. Kiba and Hinata tripped on the last rock and fell into the cold waters. Gomen, Kiba-kun, Aimes said up, she stuttered with her head down. It's okay, Hinata-chan, we near to the end, that's good enough for me, he said. Hinata blushed when Kiba grabbed her waist and helped her out, and they watched as Naruto and Sora crossed the finish line. The crowd, that had gathered, cheered for the winners while some booed because they didn't like Naruto for his tenant. Naruto didn't care though. He took the golden trophy from the referee and Naruto and Sora cheered for their victory. The two hugged and jumped up and down as their friends gathered around them. Four of them soaked and lifted the two blondes onto their shoulders. The two were so happy they didn't realize they were holding hands. Shikamaru was walking with Temari to the place where Naruto and Sora were being thrown up into the air and down and up again. Shikamaru was holding a gold trophy and a check in his pocket. Another one to add to the collection, I guess, he thought with a sigh, as he ignored Temari's rants about he cheated to beat her in the final round. Midnight. Temari had left to the hotel where she and her brothers were staying, and the Genin were all walking home. The rookies had all split up to go home, but Naruto decided to stay with Sora to walk her home. The two blondes walked down the road side by side. Naruto was holding the trophy under his arm. It sure was a fun day today, Naruto said with a chuckle. Sora giggled and brushed off her kimono. It sure was good idea to use your nails to get us up that wall, she complimented. Naruto blushed. Ah, you're too kind, he said. The two shared a laugh before everything went silent. The chirping of crickets echoed throughout the night as the two continued to walk. They finally stopped when Sora reached the door to her house. Sora then faced her date and smiled. Arigato for a fun night tonight, Naruto-kun, she said. Anytime, Sora-chan, he replied. Sora then began to fidget and tug on her kimono. Naruto noticed she Is something wrong, Sora-chan? He asked. Naruto's eyes widened as his question was answered with a kiss on the lips. Sora kissed the boy. A lot of passion and love was put into that one kiss. Naruto was too shocked to do anything. As Sora pulled away, a huge blush was on her face. "Want to meet again, when we're not training?" she asked, the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto just nodded, his brain still trying to process what just happened. Sora grinned and then left Naruto alone with his thoughts as Naruto walked back home. Uzumaki, Namikaze compound. Naruto entered his home, a look of thought etched on his face. Kushina was sitting on the living room couch with an angry expression in her face. "Where have you been, young man? I've been worried." Kushina stopped when she saw her son's face. Kushina got pee and walked to him as Naruto sat on one of the recliners. "Naruto, Daijobu desuka?" she asked. "She kissed me," Naruto whispered. Kushina's eyes widened when she heard that. "Ah, so she kissed you. And how do you feel?" she asked him, sitting on the recliner's arm. "That's the problem, Oka-san. I don't know how I feel about her. I mean, I only met her a few days ago, and then, this," he yelled. Kushina ruffled her son's hair. "Let me guess, you're feeling confused, happy and have a weird sensation in your stomach. Am I right?" she asked. Naruto looked at his mother as if she just grew a second head. "That's exactly it, Oka-san," he said. "How do you know?" he asked. "Honey, you love that Sora girl," she stated, and then Kushina got up and left to go to bed. Naruto sat in the chair thinking over what his mother just said. "I love her," he thought to himself. Naruto then went to bed to think about this another time. The past weeks, Naruto and the other finalists have training for their matches. Naruto trained more in his bloodline ability and learned a multitude of jutsus related to his bloodline, a lot more elemental ones, and began to learn the jutsu from the first scroll his mother gave him. Naruto and Sora, when not training, had began to see each other more often and became very close. He and Sora discussed the results of their training, and Sora often found Naruto with his right hand covered in chakra burns and a spiral mark on his palm. Then Naruto knew his mother was right. He loved the young kunoichi. A few days later, Naruto confessed he loved Sora and was met with a kiss on the lips as her response. Now the time has come, the month is over and the Chunin exam finals are about to begin. The daimyos of Wind, Fire, and the new and improved Wave countries have all gathered to watch the exciting matches. At the Konoha Arena, the stands were packed to the brim with cheering fans and fellow shinobi. The finalists were all waiting on the field below for the matches to begin. They were all lined up, looking at the cheering fans, all the finalists except Sasuke. Naruto was puzzled. Strange, I would have expected Sasuke of all people to show up on time for the matches, he thought. Don't worry about that emo kid, Kit, just focus on that Gaara kid, there's something off about him. But I can't place it, Kyuubi said via mental contact. All right Q-sensei, he replied. Kyuubi growled. The Lord of Foxes hated that stupid nickname the little Gaki came up for him. Naruto looked over at Sora, his now girlfriend, who smiled at him. Naruto smiled back before getting serious and staring at Gaara. The stands quieted as the Hokage and the newly arrived Kazekage stood up. Sarutobi stood up and looked over the people in the stands. Welcome citizens of Konohagakure no Sato and distinguished guests, he said, gesturing to the daimyos. I welcome you all to the 5th annual Konoha Chunin exams and hope you all will enjoy the exciting matches our finalists will present to us today, Sarutobi exclaimed. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the stadium, and then Hayate, who had survived the attack from Baki with critical injuries, but survived, looked at the finalists along with his assistant, Shinranu Genma. All right you guys, this is the final exam. The judges in the stands will see if you're ready to become Chunin. Now then, the rules are the same. The match is over if one of you is knocked unconscious, killed, if you surrender, or if one of us referees declares the match over, Genma explained. The Genin nodded in understanding. Good. Cough. Cough. Now then, the first match, Fuma Arashi versus Aburame Shino. These two competitors will remain here on the field while the rest of you can go up to the balcony and watch from there, Hayate said, and then coughed some more. Honestly Hayate, do something about that cough, Genma said with an anime sweat drop on the back of his head. Hayate ignored his fellow Jonin and then the other fighters walked up to the balcony. Arashi and Shino stood across from each other and shook hands. "May the best man win," Arashi said with a grin. "Which is obviously me," he added. Shino stopped shaking and put his hand back in his pocket. "Don't count you chickens before they hatch," Shino replied, and then the two warriors slipped into their respective fighting stances. I think that's the saying. Genma then stepped between the two as Hayate waked away from the three of them. Genma then raised his arm up into the air. "You two ready?" he asked. The two nodded in confirmation. Genma then brought his arm down in a chop motion and jumped away with a yell of, "Hajime." The two then rushed each other and the Chunin exams began. Previously on Fox Anime, "Don't count you chickens before they hatch," Shino replied, and then the two warriors slipped into their respective fighting stances. I think that's the saying. Genma then stepped between the two as Hayate walked away from the three of them. Genma then raised his arm up into the air. "You two ready?" he asked. The two nodded in confirmation. Genma then brought his arm down in a chop motion and jumped away with a yell of, "Hajime." The two then rushed each other and the Chunin exams began. Now Shino and Arashi jumped at each other. Shino aimed a left jab at his opponent. Arashi caught the fist and retaliated with a kick to Shino's face. Shino twisted his body, freeing his hand and dodging the blow at the same time, and then sent a wave of Kakai bugs at Arashi. Arashi formed some hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. "Doton. Golonya Yugosha, Earth style. Golem defender," he said, and then a huge golem of earth rose from the ground and blocked the Kakai wave. After the golem left in a pile of rubble, the two fighters jumped away from each other to gain some distance. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the stadium as the fight progressed. Shino sent another wave of bugs at the genin across from him. Arashi looked at the wave of bugs and formed hand signs. Katen. Gaokakyu no Jutsu, fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu, and the fireball blew out of Arashi's mouth and burning the chakra eating bugs. Arashi grinned, but then his grin dropped as he saw the swarm of bugs come through the flames. "My bugs have the ability to adapt to almost any kind of situation. Becoming fireproof is one of those adaptations," Shino said as he adjusted his shades. Arashi gritted his teeth as he jumped, twisted and flipped to avoid the continuous onslaught of bugs. He then jumped away and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. He opened it and a huge Fuma shuriken appeared from the scroll in a puff of smoke. Arashi threw the shuriken at the Aburame, but the swarm defended their master. But Shino's eyebrows rose in surprise as he saw a burning exploding note on the shuriken. Shino was about to throw it away, but it was too late as a huge explosion occurred from the arena. "Wow, that was unexpected," Naruto said. Sora looked at her boyfriend and frowned. "That's all you could say after a huge explosion nearly kills one of your friends, Naruto-kun," she said. Naruto chuckled. Shino may be a quiet guy, but he knows a challenge when he sees one and prepares for the worst, Naruto said. "That's why he used that peculiar bug jutsu." Sora's eyes widened. "Nani? Demo I didn't see any jutsu. Shino he totally kicked his ass," Sora said. Naruto then pointed at the field and sure enough there stood Shino and around him was a wall of insects. "Another one of my insects adaptations, iron hard shells," Shino said as the bugs flew at Arashi. Shino made hand signs and then a dome of insects formed in an attempt to crush their enemy, but Arashi jumped up into the air and formed some hand signs. Fuuten. Doki no Kazujin, wind style. Wrath of the wind god. He yelled and then a huge tornado appeared and swept up Shino's Kakai bugs into the swirling wind vortex. Shino used chakra to stick to the ground, but his feet were slowly being pulled towards the tornado. Arashi then formed some more hand signs. "I got this from Sora, Katen, Gaokakyu no Jutsu," he yelled, and the fireball went into the tornado and then the tornado became engulfed in flames forming a firestorm. Shino's eyes widened beneath his shades and then he knew he had to pull out his secret weapon. Shino formed some hand signs and clapped his hands together. Shino pulled out a scroll and then the kanji for water appeared on the scroll's page. Shino threw his scroll high up into the air and then the scroll disappeared with a poof and in its place a large waterfall fell from the sky. Shino then formed some more hand signs. Suiten, Hidora no Jutsu, water style, Hydra Jutsu, Shino yelled and then the falling water began to take shape. A serpentine body came first, then 4 large legs equipped with razor-sharp claws of water, a long whip-like tail and finally 3 elongated necks each with a ferocious head that looked like a mix between a dragon and snake. I know what you're all thinking, Shino without his bug jutsus, WTF, but hey, if you want to make a fanfiction you have to make some things your own. And besides, I wanted to make Shino to be able to actually do something without his bugs. The Hydra let out a gurgling roar before attacking the fire tornado. The beast quickly destroyed it and then headed for Arashi, who was in shock at the power of this beast. Arashi used quick thinking and formed his Earth Golem. But the Hydra had a chakra-infused brain and could therefore use logic, and then it used its tail to smash the golem into rubble. Arashi jumped away as the Hydra continued to attack him. Arashi ran as the liquid serpent tried to bite him, its 3 heads attacking from nearly all available angles. Arashi then knew he had pull out his trump card as there was no other way to take on a jutsu of this magnitude, and then formed more hand signs and called his most powerful Doton Jutsu. Doton, Yougosha no Tsuchijin, Earth style. Protector of the Earth God, Arashi yelled and then a huge rumbling was made beneath the earth and then with a mighty crash a huge lion jumped out made completely of stone. The Hydra hissed and the lion roared and the two did battle. The Hydra fired a jet of water, but the lion being made of dense earth, had no effect. The lion then smashed its front paws and then spikes of earth shot out of the ground and launched towards the Hydra. The Hydra then combined its 3 heads into one, making its attacks 3 times more powerful. The Hydra called upon a huge wave that rose from its body and demolished the spikes. The water was then reabsorbed into the water Hydra's body. The Hydra jumped and prepared to crash down onto the lion. The lion growled as it rolled to avoid the Hydra's attack, which created a 5 meters crater in the ground. The Hydra hissed as its head became 3 again. Shino then made more hand signs. Raiten, Yakuminara, lightning style, lightning arrow, he said. Electricity coursed through Shino's arms and then a bow and arrow made of lightning was made and the arrow shot towards the Hydra. The electricity was conducted through the water dragon, snake. The water then became stronger, and you all know what happens to Earth when face off with lightning. It's very bad luck for our Earth Guardian. The lion roared as it was hit the shoulder with a quick strike from the Hydra. 3 more strikes accompanied the first one, making the lion fall. Arashi watched as his most powerful jutsu was about to fall, and then a light bulb went off in his head. Arashi formed some hand signs and the lion quickly became submerged beneath the ground. The Hydra hissed as it looked for its enemy, its 3 heads darting about. The lion then popped out of the ground, fully healed. Arashi finished his hand signs and then shot his arms forward. Fuuten, Kasari no Kase, wind style, wind armor, he yelled. Now normally this jutsu would apply to the user, but in Arashi's case the wind armor can be used on who or whatever the user wishes to apply the wind armor to, which is the Lion of Earth. Swirling winds then formed around the lion and its limbs, head and tail were covered with it. Shino and Arashi looked at each other and nodded. This would be the final blow. The 2 genin jumped onto their respective beasts. Charging their remaining chakra into the elemental beasts, the Hydra and lion let out a roar and then charged each other. The Hydra let out a hiss as it formed its 3 heads into the single more powerful head. The lion roared as it thundered across the field. With a final roar and hiss, the Hydra and lion met with a boom. A huge cloud of smoke appeared as the 2 beats of water and earth clashed. The smoke cleared and the people in the stands quieted to see who the victor would be. The smoke cleared and there stood a heavily bruised and battered up Arashi, and across from him stood Shino, who was looking just as bad as Arashi. Shino then used a final attack with his Kakai and Arashi's eyes widened. He wouldn't be able to dodge this. but as the bugs flew they halted and flew back to their master who was falling to the ground. Arashi's legs felt too heavy to support his body and he fell also. Both fighters were unconscious. Genma sighed. "This match is a draw," he yelled. The crowd clapped for the good fight they had seen. The daimyos were discussing among themselves about the fight and the Hokage and Kazekage were up in the VIP box. "Well, that was a great match, wouldn't you say, Kazekage Dono?" Sarutobi said. The Kazekage chuckled. "Oh indeed, that Aburame surprised me with his use of Kakai as well as that high-level Suten Jutsu. I wonder where he learned it," the Kazekage pondered. The medics on the field quickly rushed on and carried the two boys off to the arena's hospital. Genma then looked at his match-up sheet. "Nara Shikamaru and Subaku no Temari, please report down to the field for your match," Genma yelled. Hayate coughed some more as he saw Temari jump down, riding on the winds with her fan to the ground. "You're an eager one," Genma commented. Temari scowled. "I just want to get back at him for beating me at that shogi tournament yesterday," she growled. Genma backed away slowly from the Tsunade and looked up in the balcony for Shikamaru. Up in the balcony, Shikamaru was holding onto his chair as Naruto and Sora attempted to pull him down to the field. "Let me, Naruto. Sora, I don't want to fight, I am going to forfeit, let me go," he pleaded. Naruto and Sora stopped, and Shikamaru relaxed. They had finally given up. "You lazy team, get your ass down there," Naruto yelled and then grabbed Shikamaru's leg and hauled him off. Shikamaru fell on his face and then Naruto picked Shikamaru off the floor and dropped down onto the field. Shikamaru screamed in fear as he fell the 30 feet. Drop. He quickly planted some kunai into the wall and halted his movement. Phew, that was close, I nearly hurt myself," he said. He then looked up and glared at our favorite Jinchuriki who waved at him from above. Shikamaru then felt his grip slip as he looked and saw the sweat on his hands were making him loose his hold on the kunai. "No no 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 no," he screamed and then fell on the ground with a loud thump. The people in the stands winced as they saw Shikamaru fall. "I bet that hurt," one fan said. "You think he survived?" another said. "He looks like someone who wouldn't put up a fight," said a third. The crowd then became silent as they ran out of Komnara Genius. "I'm hungry," someone yelled in the stands. Shikamaru sighed and then got up and walked towards Genma. "Let's see if you could fight as well as you play shogi," Temari said. Shikamaru yawned and then looked at Temari. "I have fight another girl, great, just great. Oh well, guess I can't disappoint the crowd," Shikamaru complained. "Hajime," Genma said as he jumped to the sidelines. Temari quickly removed her fan and intended to end it quick by slamming down the heavy windmaker onto Shikamaru's head. A cloud of smoke erupted from where the blow struck, but when it cleared, Shikamaru was gone. She looked around for him, but then saw a shadow stretch towards her. Temari jumped backwards as Shikamaru intended to get her with the Kageme no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. The shadow then shrunk back into the brush and Temari glared. She opened out her fan and all three printed moons were present. She then swung the fan back as hard as she could and swung back forward. "Kamaitachi no Jutsu, Wind Scythe Jutsu," she yelled, and then powerful gust of razor-sharp wind blew towards Shikamaru's hiding place in the brush. Shikamaru gritted his teeth as some of the wind blades nicked his arms and face. "Kuso, if this goes on any longer I'm going to lose. Time to do some thinking," he said and then stepped out from behind the tree he was hiding behind. He then sat on the ground and formed a hand sign that looked like he was cupping something. Temari got into a defensive stance in case this was a decoy, and up in the stands everyone was wondering what that hand sign Shikamaru made was. Naruto and Sora then walked to the area where Asuma and Kurenai were sitting. "Oi, Asuma-sensei!" Naruto called to the Jonin. Kurenai and Asuma turned and waved. Naruto and Sora walked towards their seats. "Oi, Naruto, what brings you here and who's this pretty lady?" he asked, earning an invisible glare from Kurenai. "This is Sora-chan, my girlfriend, and I see you're here with yours," he said to Asuma, gesturing to Kurenai. Asuma and Kurenai blushed. "We're not like that," Kurenai said. Naruto sighed. I know about you too, it's very obvious anyway, that's not the reason I'm here, Naruto said. Kurenai and Asuma were thinking the same thing. How does he know about me and Asuma, Kurenai? But chose to ignore it for the time being. I want to know what that weird hand sign Shikamaru made was, Naruto said. Asuma chuckled. It's not a hand sign, Naruto, the smoke addict said. The three ninja turned towards Sarutobi's son. Nani? They yelled. You heard right? It's not a hand sign, but more of a thinking posture. It's a habit of his that whenever he's in a jam he gets into that pose and comes up with a plan. Asuma said. A plan? But he got worse grades than Naruto, Kurenai said. Naruto's sweat dropped at that comment. He was like Naruto, a genius in disguise. You see, one day I gave Shikamaru an IQ test and told him to do his very best, just this once, and you know what his score was? The smoker said. Everyone nodded their heads. Asuma grinned. He got over 200, the boy was a fucking genius. The two kunoichi and one shinobi eyes bugged out of their skulls. Over 200? That's fucking unbelievable, Naruto said as he looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru then got up and dusted his clothes off. His plan is about to go into action, Asuma said with a smile and then took a puff from his cigarette. Shikamaru darted back behind his tree when Temari created another Kamaitachi no Jutsu. The slicing winds cut Shikamaru's skin, but after they died down Shikamaru put his hands into the rat sign and his shadow sped forward towards Temari. Temari jumped back. Shikamaru stopped his shadow and threw multiple kunai at Temari, but they fell right in front of her. Your aim's way off, she said in an overconfident tone, but then she heard a crackling sound and quickly jumped away as an explosion occurred from the explosive notes on the kunai handles. There was a huge cloud of smoke and Temari jumped out of it, her clothes and face covered with burns. Kuso, you Kagabaka, I'll kill you, she roared. Shikamaru threw another kunai at her. Temari jumped to dodge and landed back on the ground, but then she felt her body freeze. She forced her head to look down and saw a shadow connected to hers. Shikamaru stepped out from the shadows of the trees in the corner of the stadium. Kageme no Jutsu, success, he said in a bored tone. He then grinned slightly. You're probably wondering how I did it. Well, I'll let you look behind you, he said. Shikamaru turned his head, which in turn triggered Temari to do the same. She gasped. There, behind her was the second hole, where Arashi's Yugosha no Tsuchijin came from. He then walked towards her, causing Temari to walk towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru held two kunai to her jugular vein and then released the Kageme. Surrender? He asked. Temari growled, but nodded as he withdrew his kunai. Shusha, Nara Shikamaru, Genma said. The crowd clapped lightly, but then whispered about Shikamaru's method of victory. The young genius sighed as he walked back up the wall using the little chakra he had and jumped back onto the balcony. Naruto and Sora, along with the other rookies that came to see the fights, ran up to him and clapped him on the back. Never doubted you for a second, buddy, Naruto said with a fox grin. Then he looked at Sora. Your match with Sasuke is next, Naruto told his girlfriend. Sora nodded. You'll never beat Sasuke-kun. He's strong, smart, handsome and cooler than you'll ever be, Sakura and Ino said. Naruto stood in front of the two Sasuke fangirls. The killer intent coming off of him was small, but enough to freeze the two kunoikis. Don't you ever insult my Sora-chan. She will kick that Sasuke's ass to the curb. And just because Sasuke's an Uchiha doesn't mean he's invincible. If all Uchihas were as arrogant and stupid as Sasuke, then it's no wonder they all got wiped out, Naruto said with his eyes turning slitted. The Genin chuckled at Sasuke being called Sasugai, but that last part, oh no. Naruto-kun, don't say any more. You went too far with that last one, Sora said. Naruto sighed. Gomen nasai Sora-chan, he said and then kissed her cheek. Now kick Sasuke's ass, will you, he said. Sora nodded and then jumped down to the floor. Sora walked up to Genma. She was dressed in a light green short pants with some bandages around her left thigh, a forest green top and dark blue ninja sandals, and finally her weapons pouch on her right leg. The genin looked around for Sasuke, but he wasn't here yet. Genma sighed and looked at his pocket watch. He was about to say Sasuke would be disqualified, but then a swirl of winds and fire appeared in the middle of the stadium. Sakura gasped when the flames and wind died down, and there stood a tall silver-haired jonin with a Hitai 8 covering his left eye, and next to him a shorter black-haired boy with hair that looked like a chicken's ass and wore a black leotard-looking outfit with bandages and some kind of cast-looking thing covering his right and left arms. More bandages covered his legs, and he wore black ninja sandals and a Konoha Hitai 8. "It took you long enough," Genma said. Kakashi turned with a sheepish grin. "Sasuke's not late, is he?" Kakashi asked. Genma shook his and smirked. "No. His match was now about to start. You made it just in time," Genma said. Kakashi sighed in relief. "Arigato Kami-sama. See, Sasuke, we were nearly late if you hadn't been too busy doing." Kakashi was interrupted when Sasuke glared at his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei, you ruined our cool entrance, and also I told why I was late is only between us," the young Uchiha survivor said. The crowds cheered when they saw Sasuke and Sora finally get ready to fight. Kakashi went up into the stands and landed next to Naruto and Sakura. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" he asked. Naruto turned to Kakashi. "Nothing much, sensei. But you should have been there for Arashi and Shino's match. It was wicked awesome," the blonde said. Kakashi chuckled. "Gomen nasai," he replied. "Why was Sasuke-kun late?" Kakashi-sensei girl asked. Kakashi stayed silent and looked back at Sasuke and Sora. Naruto and Sakura decided not to press the matter of Sasuke's tardiness and went to observe the match. Sora and Sasuke stared at each other and both slipped into fighting stances. Sasuke's was the Golden Dragon stance and Sora into her clan's stance, the Wrath of the Phoenix. "So, Uchiha, why were you late?" Sora asked. Sasuke remained silent as he remembered. Flashback: Sasuke was breathing hard as he just finished completing the jutsu Kakashi taught him. Sasuke then went and took out a box. He opened the box and started to change from his regular outfit to the black leotard one. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "Sasuke, what is that?" the Cyclopean jonin asked. Sasuke smirked and held out the black leotard as it swayed in the wind. "It's a suit designed to enhance speed and flexibility," Sasuke bragged and then began to dress. Kakashi shuddered at how similar the suit was to Guy's. Then he saw Sasuke unroll what seemed to be miles of bandages. "Sasuke, don't you think that's a bit too much bandages?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke ignored his sensei and began to wrap his arms. Half an hour later, "Oh dear Kami-sama, Sasuke, could you go any slower?" Kakashi shouted as he watched Sasuke now finish wrapping his right arm and placing the cast-looking thing. "Urusai, shut up, sensei. It requires extreme precision to do this," Sasuke said. "You're wrapping bandages, Sasuke. Now hurry up. If you keep at this pace, we're going to be late for your match," Kakashi exclaimed. The vein in Sasuke's head grew as Kakashi continued to complain. Sasuke continued to wrap his bandages and finally 2 hours later he finished wrapping his bandages. "All done," he said. Kakashi woke up from his nap after finishing reading out the 3rd volume of Icha Icha Paradise. "Finally, now let's go," Kakashi said. "Mateo-sensei, we need to come up with a cool entrance since I'm like cool and I'm an Uchiha. So I was thinking along the lines of..." Kakashi tuned out Sasuke and cried. He didn't know any other way to express himself and just cried for the cruel fate that was bestowed upon him. "Why, Kami-sama, why do you give me this cruel fate of teaching an egotistical emo Uchiha? WWWHYYYYY. Kakashi thought and began to beat the earth with his fists in sadness and anger. Sasuke continued to explain the entrance plan and then sweat dropped when he looked at his sensei. End flashback. A.N. And that, my dear readers, is the reason Sasuke was late for the exams. "I had errands to run," Sasuke replied. Sora's sweat dropped at the Uchiha's poor excuse. Errands? That's the best he could come up with. He could have said he was mastering a cool technique or something as a lie. But I mean errands to run now, that's just an obvious lie, the manipulator thought. Are you two ready? Genma asked. Sora and Sasuke nodded. Hajime, he yelled and then jumped away as the two fire users clashed. Sora whipped out a kunai and attempted a slash at Sasuke's chest, but Sasuke used extreme flexibility to twist his body and planted a strong kick to Sora's solar plexus. Sora dropped her kunai and clutched her stomach as the wind was knocked out of her. Sasuke then punched Sora in the face, sending the blonde girl flying and then skidding on the dirt. Sakura yelled in happiness as Sasuke was defeating Sora. Looks like your girlfriend can't beat my Sasuke-kun, eh Naruto, Sakura said. Naruto remained silent and resisted the urge to kill Sakura, but he knew Sora's real reason was to get an idea of Sasuke's ability. Sora got up and wiped the blood from her mouth. Okay, he's a strong taijutsu user, probably not very strong in genjutsu since the Uchihas tend to be more focused on power, but he has his Sharingan genjutsus out of the window. If I get him to use Katen jutsus though. Sora then began to piece together a plan. She then picked up a kunai and tied a flash bomb to the end of it. She threw the kunai at Sasuke's face, but Sasuke simply tilted his head and the kunai sailed past. As it passed his head, the Uchiha noticed the flash bomb. Time became slower as the bomb went off in front of Sasuke's eyes. The flash of light blinded Sasuke, who was seeing stars and everything was blurry. Sora used this chance and formed hand signs. Katen, Kayundan no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Blast Jutsu. The Dragon of Flame roared as it came out of Sora's mouth and hit Sasuke's stomach, giving him extreme burns and made him fall to the ground. Sora grinned, but then frowned as Sasuke turned into a log, a sign of the use of Kawarimi. Sasuke popped out of the ground and formed hand signs. Katen, Gukakyu no Jutsu, he yelled and then a fireball blasted from his mouth. Sora smiled and then used her manipulative bloodline over fire and made the fireball halt. To say Sasuke was surprised would be an understatement, but then he was knocked out of his thoughts and the fire became that of a phoenix. The bird of fire screeched and then sped towards Sasuke. Sasuke formed hand signs and spun. Katen, Kayuheki no Jutsu, Fire Style, Firewall Jutsu. A dome of fire appeared around Sasuke and the phoenix was absorbed into it. Sora smiled and then outstretched her arm. The dome of fire became like that of a cage. Bars of flame surrounded Sasuke from all angles as he was trapped within the confines of his own defensive jutsu, now a trap. Surrender Sasuke, with my bloodline to manipulate fire, your fire jutsus are worthless, she said. Sasuke smiled and chuckled. So, Sora, I believe your name was, Katen jutsu aren't the only kind of jutsus I know, he said and then flared his chakra. Nani, she cried. Sasuke then formed hand signs. Raiten, Raryudan no Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Dragon Blast Jutsu, he yelled and then a dragon of lightning exploded from the Uchiha's mouth, breaking down the jail of fire and speeding towards Sora. Sora quickly formed some more hand signs. Fuuten, Fuayundan no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Dragon Blast Jutsu, Sora cried and then the dragon of wind swirled into existence before roaring and taking on its lightning twin. The two dragons twisted around each other biting and scratching, but the wind being the stronger element, won and then finally dispersed. The two genin then went into a taijutsu battle. Sora fired a kick to Sasuke's stomach, but Sasuke blocked it and shot a punch at Sora's chest. The hit landed and sent Sora flying, but she flipped in the air allowing her to land on her feet. When she looked up, a kick came from below her and struck her chin sending her upwards into the sky. Sasuke got on all fours and then blurred away appearing behind the soaring Sora. Sasuke then twisted and a kick hit Sora's ribs causing the blonde to scream in pain. Sasuke then twisted at 90 degrees and he elbowed Sora in her stomach and then struck a punch to her face. Now that they were only a few feet off the ground, Sasuke brought out the finishing move. He then spun at 180 degrees and using the centrifugal force fired a chakra-enhanced kick to her midsection and Sora crashed into the ground. Sasuke landed, tired from using his own makeover of the Shishi Renden. A few seconds later, Sora still didn't get up and Sasuke smirked. He won. Genma sighed and was about to declare him the winner when Sora began to twitch. She then used her hands to support herself as she got up to her feet. One of her eyes was half open and she covered with dirt and a bit of blood came from her mouth. "Don't you dare walk away from me, you Uchiha team," Sora growled. Sora then generated a huge amount of chakra readying her final blow. Sasuke was surprised at this girl's will to win. He smiled, not one of happiness, but it was out of the fact he was getting a good fight out of the kunoichi. Sasuke then shot a Gaokakyu no Jutsu at her, but Sora completely destroyed it as she used her fire manipulating bloodline to reduce it to nothing but embers. Sasuke gritted his teeth. His fire jutsu were worthless and his second most powerful lightning jutsu had a counter. Sasuke then formed hand signs and then he gripped his right wrist with LL of lightning chakra formed in his hand. The sound of birds chirping were heard throughout the stadium. Sora felt the immense amount of chakra in that tiny ball. She then formed hand signs and then wind and fire swirled into her hands. The wind and fire began to take shape. The wind chakra took on the form of a dragon and the fire, phoenix. The phoenix and the dragon then mixed together and then in Sora's hand was tiny ball of blue and white flame, about the size of the Chidori, but there was a lot of power in that little ball. The two warriors then rushed each other and then readied their attacks. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Sasuke yelled and thrust his attack forward. Phoenix vs. Ru, Udama Hai no Kami no Jutsu, Phoenix vs. Dragon, Great Fire of God Jutsu. She yelled and then the two attacks of lightning and blue fire collided. The two attacks fought for dominance, the two warriors putting all they had into those attacks. A huge explosion then formed after and then a huge dust cloud was made. Sora-chan, Naruto yelled. Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. Then two figures flew out of the smoke and crashed into the stadium wall. There was an unconscious Sasuke falling limply on the ground and then down on the ground, but conscious was Rumai Sora. Sora grinned and gave thumbs up. She stayed awake long enough to hear the words, Shusha Rumai Sora. There was silence and then a huge cheer echoed throughout the stadium mostly from the female population of Konoha. Sora then fell unconscious with a smile on her face. The medics came and took the now stoppable Uchiha survivor and the girl who kicked said Uchiha's ass. So the Uchiha has finally lost, the Kazekage said. Sarutobi smiled. Yes, so it would seem, that young girl has a lot of talent and strength. I am grateful she is a part of Konoha, Sarutobi said. Oh, looks like Gaara and the Uzumaki boy are next, the Wind Shadow said. Sarutobi frowned when he heard that. Well, let's see if the son of a cage can match against our village's blonde enigma. A Kazekage dono, Sarutobi said. The Kazekage chuckled. We'll see, my good friend. We'll see. Genma was on the field and then looked at his match-up sheet. Uzumaki Naruto vs Subaku no Gaara. Will these two competitors please come down to the floor? The people in the stands looked towards the finalists' block. Gaara disappeared in a swirl of sand and wind, and Naruto grinned and disappeared in a swirl of fire. The demon has new tricks, one person thought. That blasted demon, I hope he dies during this, another thought. Oh boy, big fight, I hope it's a good match, a third person thought as he munched away on some poke, Japanese taffy, pronounced pa-ki. The two fighters then faced off on the field. Genma felt the killer intent coming off of both of them and began to sweat. I'm guessing you two are ready to fight, so Hajime, Genma said and then jumped next to Hayate as quickly as he could to get away from the two Jinchuriki. Naruto then jumped away from Gaara and threw two shuriken at the Ichibi container. A wall of sand then formed in front of Gaara, protecting him, and then the sand became a Tsunabunshin, sand clone. Naruto smirked and formed his favorite hand sign. Kagabunshin no Jutsu, he yelled. Then 5 clones puffed into existence. The clones rushed Gaara and they all formed hand signs. Katen. Gaokakyu no Jutsu, one yelled and the ball of fire flew at Gaara, but the Suna Bunshin took the blow, turning to glass from the extreme heat. A second Naruto finished its hand signs and took a deep breath. Suten. Dabakufu no Jutsu, it said, and then took a deep breath. A large volume of water appeared out of its mouth and headed towards Gaara. Sand immediately came from Gaara's gourd to protect him, but as the water hit the sand, it became soggy and fell apart. With the sand wall broken, the third cage Bunshin formed hand signs and thrust its hands forward. Fuuten. Arikuru K's, wind style. Raging winds, the clone yelled, and then a large gust of wind appeared from the Bunshin's hands and then struck Gaara full force, sending the young Tsunade back. The fourth cage Bunshin finished its hand signs and then slammed its hands on the ground. Doten. Kanabo, earth style. Spear, the cage Bunshin yelled, and then a huge spear of earth rose from the ground and flew forward. Gaara managed to twist his body and avoid the spear and landed on his feet. He then held out his hand and a stream of sand from his gourd flew at Naruto. Naruto avoided it by jumping, but then 5 more streams of sand flew at him. Naruto then used his Bunshins to take the hits when he was at an angle he couldn't dodge from. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki stared at the Ichibi Jinchuriki, and then Naruto knew he had to bring out a way to get rid of Gaara's defense. Naruto tried taijutsu and then rushed Gaara. Gaara quickly launched his sand at the blonde, but Naruto jumped and flipped to avoid it and was finally close enough to Gaara and punched him in the face. Gaara skidded backwards. His Yorwa no Suna, sand armor, was cracked by the cheek. Naruto looked at his knuckled and found them bruised and throbbing. That thing is harder than I thought. Guess I could coat my hand with chakra and beat the shit out of him, Naruto thought, and then smirked as he saw Gaara glare at him. Naruto mustered all his speed and began to beat the shit out of Gaara. Gaara skidded left and right, his face and chest covered with cracks from his breaking armor. Naruto then jumped and kicked Gaara in the chest, following up by a knee to his stomach, making the Ichibi Jinchuriki double over, where Naruto repeatedly struck Gaara's spine and back of his head. Gaara fell to the ground gasping. Gaara then launched a large wave of sand at Naruto, who backflipped to avoid it. Gaara now found some room and formed the Hebi hand sign. Sand erupted from his gourd like a volcano with lava, and then the sand began to form a dome. Naruto knew this was his last chance to get a hit on Gaara. Gaara's eye taunted the Kyuubi Jinchuriki as the sand dome finally became complete. Naruto stopped and stared as blood dripped down his cheek from a spike of sand that came from the side of the Gaara's ultimate defense technique, Domu no Suna, sand dome. Naruto noticed sand swirling above the dome, and the sand became that of an eye that looked at Naruto. Naruto shuddered. I'll be having nightmares about that eye after this, Naruto thought, and then jumped on top of the dome and quickly jumped off as spikes came from the dome again from that area. Naruto studied the dome and saw no flaw in it. It attacked with spikes as a defense, and the only way to avoid it is to see the movements ahead of time in order to dodge the spikes. Naruto thought for a long while, trying to think of a weakness, and then a light bulb went off in his head. Naruto channeled chakra into his right hand until it glowed blue, and then Naruto shot it skyward. A concentrated beam of his chakra shot into the atmosphere and then disappeared. What was that for? Ino asked Sakura. Sakura shrugged. I honestly don't know. He's such a doby, the power from that chakra could have destroyed the dome, Sakura said. Kakashi, who was standing near her, shook his head, and then his eye widened when he heard a familiar voice. Hey Kakashi-san, how have you been? The voice asked. Kakashi spun. His eye, if possible, was wider than before. Kakashi lost his voice as he saw the wife of his sensei, Uzumaki Kushina, stand before him. Kushina-san, is it really you? He asked. In the flesh, she replied with a grin terrifying, similar to Naruto's. I thought you were dead, the Sharingan using Jonin said. Yeah, being in a 13-year-long coma stuck in a gloomy hospital room tends to do that to people, Kushina said, and then looked back at her son and smiled. Kakashi and Kushina then looked at the sky, cumulonimbus clouds appeared and then finally the storm came seconds after. Rain fell, wind howled, thunder boomed and lightning flashed. "So I take you taught him to master his Kekai Genkai," Kakashi said. Sakura and the rookie 9 who were all present turned towards him with a second head. "Naruto-kun has a bloodline?" Hinata asked. Kushina nodded. "Of course he does. By the way, I'm his mother who was trapped in a 13-year-long coma." Uzumaki Kushina, the redhead said with a grin. Their shock grew. Naruto's mother was alive. "Is it really that hard to believe I'm alive?" Kushina asked the genin, who nodded. "So what's his bloodline? Control the weather?" Kiba asked. Kushina chuckled. "You'll see in a few moments," she replied, and they all returned back to Naruto. Naruto smirked as the third eye stared at him, marveling the storm he created. Naruto then concentrated his chakra and a glow of blue surrounded him. Lightning flashed across the sky a few times before a bolt finally sped towards Naruto, moving at the speed of 1/100th of a second, and struck him. The people in the stands, minus Kakashi, Sarutobi and Kushina, gasped. "Wait a minute," Ino said as she observed Naruto. "He's still standing and he's smiling. Shouldn't he have been fried by that bolt of lightning?" The blonde Sasuke fangirl said. Kushina shook her head. "That's our bloodline. The Uzumaki control the very essence of lightning, converting its electrical energy into our own chakra," Kushina explained. "And then we mix our wind and water-natured chakras into the lightning energy and finally we create our jutsu style." "What jutsu type is that?" Sakura asked. Kushina smirked and pointed down at Naruto as they heard him yell the name of his jutsu. "Ranten, Ranrundan no Jutsu, Storm Style, Storm Dragon Blast Jutsu," he yelled. The chakra left his body and shot up into the storm clouds. The people the stands were in awe at what happened next. Rain fell harder and the wind blew more violently. Luckily Gaara's dome was made of extremely dense chakra and sand, so the sand didn't become soft. Then the rainwater began to swirl with the wind. 4 legs of water formed, their claws made completely from the wind. A tail of wind grew also. Then finally a bolt of lightning struck towards the water-made appendages and a flash was made, and when the flash died down, there stood the magnificent beast. The dragon's body and head made entirely of lighting connected to the water legs and tail, and then the wind swirled one more time and then a pair of wings grew from the dragon's back. The dragon reared its head back, and with the boom of thunder and the flash of lightning, a roar echoed throughout the stadium. "Sugoi, Naruto made that. I didn't hear the type of jutsu though," Sakura said. "Ranten," Kushina stated. The genin all turned towards Naruto's mother. "I'm sorry," Sakura said. "Ranten, the elements of the storm are ours to command and bend to our will, that is the Uzumaki clan jutsu, and the chakra is so dense and powerful and needed in such larger quantities not even the Uchiha clan could copy it even if they had the right chakra elements," Kushina said. Everyone was in awe at that and saw the dragon finally lift itself off the ground and float behind Naruto. Naruto stared at the eye above the dome and waved, knowing Gaara could see this. The strong dragon blast he just made had 3 steps of destruction: the first to envelope the opponent in water, the second step, a shock of over 10,000 volts of electricity would course through the persons, and finally the third step, a tornado of wind would slice that person to bits. However, in this case with Gaara dome, the first step would be the water in the dragon would envelope the dome and make it soft due to the large volume of it, plus the amount of chakra in it would easily overcome Gaara's own and weaken the dome. The lightning, being the stronger of element against earth, would completely annihilate the dome of sand, and finally the winds would destroy Gaara's armor and probably make the boy bleed a lot. Naruto smiled an evil smile that would make Orochimaru shudder. Naruto pointed his hand forward. "Destroy my pet," he stated, and the dragon, with a roar, flew towards Gaara. Gaara's third eyes widened, that is if it could, and then Gaara conjured up spikes and fists of sand to intercept the dragon, but the storm reptile avoided them all, and with a final and devastating roar the dragon made contact with the dome of sand and there was a huge flash of light. The people covered their eyes, and when the light died down, they saw a bloody Gaara lying on the ground covered with his own blood. A puddle of sand and water lay around him, and he had numerous cuts on him that were slowly healing due to Shukaku. Gaara slowly got up and glared at Naruto, who had cancelled his storm. Gaara roared, and then an explosion of sand appeared out of nowhere and started to cover Gaara's entire body, growing larger and larger. A man in the stands was watching the fight, and then his eyes started to droop just like everybody else's, and then he fell asleep. Sakura, the Chunin, Jonin and Anbu present recognized it as genjutsu and cancelled it with a yell of Kai. Naruto looked at Gaara's growing form standing at 27 feet in height and was very bulky. Naruto knew he had to reveal his true Hanyu form. He knew some people were watching, but it was his only choice. The need to conceal his true form had proved to be a hindrance, and then Naruto yelled and expelled chakra from his body. Then a smoke cloud was formed and all the ninja awake stared, and they all gasped. Naruto stood in all his glory, 2 blowed fox ears and a single tail swished behind him. The sand behemoth finally became the shape of Shukaku, who was now released. Shukaku roared and sent large tendrils of sand at the blonde Hanyu. Naruto, however, jumped over them, and then he turned into his Beats form, his complete fox transformation, and then began to move at quicker speeds and reaction time as he dodged the sand. However, a large wall of sand appeared in front of the blonde Hanyu, halting his movement forward, and then Naruto looked up. A huge block of sand was falling towards him, too large to avoid, and Naruto closed his eyes waiting for his pain, but then he heard a sound of a blade slicing through wind, and then Naruto looked up. There, above him, was the biggest toad he'd ever seen, and in front of him, moving him away from the large Ichibi no Shukaku, was Jiraiya. "Ero Sennin!" Naruto exclaimed. "Yup, it's me, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a cheesy smile. "You have a lot of explaining to do after this, you know." "Yeah, I know. Demo Orochimaru's here. I smelt him after I released my true form. He's in the cage box with Gigi-san. I need to go help him," Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. "I know that. Now go and help the old man. He's going to need it," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, and then he reverted to his Hanyu form. Naruto rolled back his sleeves, and there on his wrists were 2 seals, the kanji for fox on his left, and the one for dragon on his right. Naruto bit his left ANF right thumbs and then swiped blood over the 2 seals and channeled chakra into them. A puff of smoke appeared, and there on the ground stood Shizuka and Kyoshi. The three stood and stared before nodding, and then watched as Jiraiya jumped onto Gamabunta's head. "Akuzo," Naruto commanded, and the 3 sped off to the cage box. In the cage box, Orochimaru disguised as the Kozekage glared at his weapon. The boy wasn't supposed to transform yet, but he knew he had to take what he could get, and then gave the signal for the invasion to begin. A large explosion occurred in the cage box, and the Anbu quickly rushed to the cage box. The white-cloaked one, obviously the leader, sliced clean through the 2 guards that attempted to kill the Anbu, and their remains fell to the floor of the box, but they were too late as the Kozekage and the Hokage were already on top of the roof. The Kozekage held a kunai to Sarutobi's neck. "Oh come on, Orochimaru, you don't need to hide your face from me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The Kozekage chuckled. "Perceptive as always, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said, ripping away the skin of the Kozekage, revealing the face of the Otokage. "Why didn't you do anything if already knew it was me?" the Hebi Sannin asked. "No reason, just that I wanted to be able to kill in battle," Sarutobi said, and then quickly slid out of Orochimaru's grasp, and then throwing off his robes, he revealed the battle armor he used to wear so many years ago. "Kakukakuku, prepared for battle I see. Well, shall we begin?" Orochimaru said. Naruto was running up the stairs to the roof, but as he was running he ran into a few Oto Nin. Naruto quickly activated his Fox Fire abilities and burned them all to a crisp with a blast of the sapphire flames from his fist. The trio of the Kitsune Hanyu, a 4-tailed kitsune and a red dragon, continued to climb the stairs. A figure then landed in front of Naruto, but he sighed in relief when he saw it was his mother. "Oh, it's just you, Oka-san. Come on, we have to go save Gigi-san," Naruto demanded. Kushina just glared and then smirked. "You have a lot of explaining to do after this, young man," she said. Naruto nodded, and then the two Uzumakis used Shunshin along with Naruto's pets and they went to the roof. Sarutobi was forming hand signs as he ran towards his former student, the Hebi Sannin doing the same. "Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu," Sarutobi said, and then threw a single shuriken, which then quickly multiplied to 100. Orochimaru stopped and then formed a different set of handissings. Doten. Doryuheki no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu, the Hebi Sanni yelled, and then a wall of earth came from his mouth deflecting the steel stars. Sarutobi used the formation of the wall as a distraction and quickly appeared behind the Hebi Sannin. Doten. Kawa no Do, Earth Style, Mud River, the Sandemi said, and then a large amount of liquid earth came out of his mouth, taking the traitorous snake along for the ride. Sarutobi then formed more hand signs. Doten. Doryuden no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb Jutsu, he said, and then a dragon's head formed in the Mud River, firing several earth projectiles at the snake. Sarutobi then formed more hand signs and then took a deep breath. Katen. Gaokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Sarutobi yelled, and then a large fireball flew and then dispersed as it caught the earth dragon bombs aflame. The flaming earth bombs struck Orochimaru and he burned to death. Then Orochimaru turned to mud, signifying the use of a substitution with a Tsuchibunshin. "You were always a master of Kawarimi no Jutsu," Sarutobi said as he turned to face his former student again. "Well, it's a fun trick to use. A shinobi must use what he has to his disposal," Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Back at the cage box, the remains of the two Tsunanin guards puffed away to reveal 4 people. They all wore a similar outfit of a white and black outfit, black sandals, and they all wore a purple rope around their waists that formed a bow shape at their backs. One was a red-haired girl, the second a gray-haired man who had something that looked like a second head on the back of his own, a large fat one with a red mohawk, and the fourth was a man who had 6 arms, making him look like a Spider-Man of some sort, and all of them wore an Oto Hitai 8. The 4 sound nins quickly went to their master's aid and they landed on the 4 corners of the roof where Orochimaru and Sarutobi were fighting. The Anbu went to intercept them and kill them, but a purple shield formed as they were about to get them. But before the purple barrier could finish forming, 4 figures rushed in as fast they could and managed to get through the barrier before it could form. However, an Anbu had crashed into the wall of the seal as his teammates stopped and he caught on fire, rolling on the tile roof in pain. His partners ended the burning by dousing him with a Suten Jutsu. The 4 Oto Nins then formed a barrier around themselves to protect him from any of the fight. Orochimaru and Sarutobi looked at the newcomers and Sarutobi's eyes widened at what he saw. "Naruto, what happened to you?" Naruto's grandfather figure asked. "He'll explain later, but right now we need to defeat this Hebi team," Kushina answered. The 3 Konoha ninja, and Naruto's dragon and fox stood at his heels, all ready to fight. Orochimaru chuckled before forming several cage bunshins to attack as he formed more hand signs. Naruto quickly went into beast form and killed them all in a matter of seconds. But that was all Orochimaru needed as he finished his hand signs and then clapped his hands together. Kinjutsu, Kuchiyose Edo Tensei, Forbidden Jutsu, Summoning Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru shouted. Then 3 coffins rose out of the tile roof. Naruto quickly returned to his Hanyu form and charged, but he froze like everybody who was watching the fight. The coffins opened and 3 figures walked out. The first wore red samurai armor, had long black hair and wore black ninja sandals. The second wore blue samurai armor, had white hair with 2 red marks on his cheeks and had black ninja sandals. The third and final one was shorter than the other 2. He had spiky blonde hair, wore a standard Jonin outfit, but over that he wore a long flowing coat that had flames on the bottom. No, it can't be," Sarutobi said. "Minato-kun," Kushina whispered with tears in her eyes as she stared at the blonde-haired one. "No way, it's the Shodemi, Nyadime and the Yondava demo. How?" Naruto questioned. "Our curious Naruto-kun," Well, in order to bring back these great men, I had their souls be stored in the bodies of the Chunin team I had sent after Sasuke-kun and your team, but they failed and so I killed them. The souls of the Yondaga, Shodemi and Niodime Hokages now lie within the bodies of my 3 subordinates and their bodies made to their likeliness out of dust, paper and other things, Orochimaru explained. You team, Naruto growled, his eyes taking on a reddish hue. Orochimaru then drew 3 kunai each with a seal on the blade that enabled mind control. Hello Sarutobi, the 3 men said. Namikaze Minato then turned towards Kushina and Naruto and began to walk away from the Hebi Sannin. Orochimaru tried to implant the 3rd kunai into Minato, but the Yondaga grabbed Orochimaru's wrist and twisted it painfully, nearly breaking it. Minato walked towards them and smiled. You idiot, without the seal you'll turn to dust again, Orochimaru yelled, but the Yondaime Hokage paid the Hebi Sannin no heed. Kushina-chan, you look as lovely as ever. I know it wasn't supposed to be like this. I love you, don't forget that, he said and then kissed Kushina's cheek and then walked to Naruto, who was confused at the Yondaime's actions towards his mother. Hello Naruto, you've grown, he said. Naruto just stared. Naruto, there is something you must know. Why time back here is growing thin. I probably have about a minute left, so here goes. I am your father, he said. Naruto was awestruck and then he began to cry. Why? Naruto whispered. Minato looked confused even with his irisless eyes. Why did you pick me out of all the people in the village? Do you know how I've been treated? And then pull this stunt that you're my father, Naruto said, and tears began to fall even more. Naruto tried to deny that the Yondaga was lying about that, but he knew that Namikaze Minato was telling the truth. Naruto, I couldn't place the burden onto anybody else's family, and who better to be the holder of the Kyuubi than my own son, Minato said. Naruto looked up with wide eyes and then noticed that his father's legs were disappearing. Minato smiled. I, Namikaze Minato, have never been more proud in my entire life. Naruto, you are the best son a father could have, and I am proud of the shinobi that you have become. Now Naruto, promise me this, Minato said. Yes, Otu-san. Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. Kushina was staring at the 2 blonde look-alikes and cried as she was about to lose her husband a second time. Otu-san. The yellow flash said with a chuckle, already accepted your heritage. Excellent, now then what I want you to do is carry on my high no ishi, wall of fire. Naruto, you are my son and I know no one can do a better job than you. Minato's neck was left as the dust began to fly away to the wind that was in the barrier. I love you both, don't forget that. Now Naruto, kick that Hebi team's ass for me, Minato said, and then his body was gone and the body of Dosu fell to the ground. Kushina then finally broke down and Naruto was silent with tears dripping down his whisker-marked cheeks. That fool, he was always a barker to begin with, Orochimaru said, but then he felt a large amount of killing intent. Kushina, Orochimaru and Sarutobi and the revived Hokages turned toward Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi by his side. Naruto heard Orochimaru's comment and then something inside of him snapped. He looked up at the Hebi Sannin, his eyes no longer blue, but a crimson color. Naruto roared and then red yokai began to bubble out of his body surrounding him. The heavens roared and the earth shook as Naruto's rage became stronger. The yokai cloak began to take shape as 2 long chakra ears and a tail sprouted from the cloak. Naruto just became angrier and angrier as he glared at Orochimaru. A second tail sprouted, followed by a third, and then finally. In Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubi was lying down in the forest when all of a sudden he felt a strong pull from his chakra reserves. Then a red glow surrounded 4 of Kyuubi's tails and the fox demon's eyes widened. Naruto's rage was causing a lot of his chakra to be used by Naruto. Kuso, this is not good. The kid is using too much of my yokai because of his rage. Naruto, calm down, damn it, calm down. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto's rage finally reached its peak when a 4th tail sprouted from the cloak and the NHI's skin began to peel off. Red completely surrounded his eyes and then the yokai grew and then a drip of blood came from Naruto peeling skin and then a huge explosion of chakra. creating a dome that made the fight between Gamabunta and Shukaku to halt as they stared at Naruto before continuing their battle. The dome of chakra enveloped Shizuka, but Kyoshi was only partially affected by the yokai radiation due to a special chakra seal Ragnarok had used on the young dragon. The chakra explosion died down and most of the roof, which happened to be very deep, was now a crater. Kushina, Sarutobi and Orochimaru had each used a powerful Doton Doryuheki to shield themselves from the blast that covered the entire roof and caused a large number of cracks to form on the fire shield created by the Sound 4. What the fuck was that? That Gaki nearly broke down the fucking barrier, Tayuya, the red-haired girl shouted. I don't know, but Orochimaru-sama should be able to handle it. I hope, Jirobu, the fat one said. Who asked you? You fucking fat ass, Tayuya shouted. The smoke in the crater was gone and the three ninja gasped while the now reforming Hokges just stared with their soulless eyes. There in the crater were three figures. The three creatures then climbed out of the crater. The first was a red dragon which had deep red-orange slitted eyes. The scales were covered with a red coating that seemed to glow in the light. The dragon was around waist height to Naruto. This was Kyoshi, his scales now harder than steel and claws that could cut through bone. The second figure was a black-furred fox around the same height as Kyoshi, with white stripes along its body. Deep forest green eyes stared at the heavy Sannin. Claws and teeth that were ivory color were visible, and the most surprising part, 6 black tails with white tips swished behind the fox. This was Uzumaki Shizuka, and finally the third, largest and most demonic-looking form in the crater stared at Orochimaru along with the dragon and Kitsune. The fox-like figure was red and black that looked like fur, 2 pointed ears poked out of what looked like spiky hair. The eyes and inside of the mouth of the demon fox were pure white, and finally 4 large solid tails of chakra swished in the air. The fox took a deep breath and then a roar came from it that echoed across the entire stadium, causing all those who were fighting to pause for a moment from the killer intent and bloodlust in the chakra pulse formed by the roar. More cracks formed on the purple fire shield. The demonic-looking 4-tailed fox creature then leapt at Orochimaru with the dragon and the other demon Kitsune by its side, all with the intent to kill Orochimaru. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Previously on Naruto, the fox Sannin, the fox-like figure was red and black that looked like fur, 2 pointed ears poked out of what looked like spiky hair. The eyes and inside of the mouth of the demon fox were pure white, and finally 4 large solid tails of chakra swished in the air. The fox took a deep breath and then a roar came from it that echoed across the entire stadium, causing all those who were fighting to pause for a moment from the killer intent and bloodlust in the chakra pulse formed by the roar. More cracks formed on the purple fire shield. The demonic-looking 4-tailed fox creature then leapt at Orochimaru with the dragon and the other demon Kitsune by its side, all with the intent to kill Orochimaru. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Now Shizuka jumped and tried to scratch Orochimaru with her claws, but Orochimaru dodged. He then ducked underneath a stream of fire directed at him from Kyoshi, but was slapped in his face by a tail from Naruto. Orochimaru flew into the fire shield with a smack. Orochimaru wiped the blood from his lip and then formed hand signs. Senai Jashu, striking Shadow Snake, the heavy Sannin cried, and then brown-scaled snakes emerged from his sleeves and headed towards the 4-tailed demon. However, as the snakes ensnared Naruto, the snakes began to burn. Kuso, the QB's chakra is too poisonous to be able to hold him down, Orochimaru said. With the Hokages and Kushina, oi, Sarutobi, what are we going to do about these two? Naruto's handling Orochimaru, so let's kill these guys, Kushina said. Sarutobi nodded and then got into a fighting stance. The Shodemi and the Nayadime got into their fighting stances also. There was no movement for a while before Kushina struck first. She threw a multitude of shuriken at her opponents, but the Nayadime took out a kunai and deflected them all and then made some hand signs. Sutan, Tama no Sui, water style, water ball, the second Hokage said, and then a large ball of water flew at Sarutobi. Kushina then made hand signs. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu, she yelled, and then a dragon of earth was formed and destroyed the water ball before continuing its course towards the Sandaim's predecessors. The dragon then smashed into the two Hokages, sending them to the ground. Kushina smirked. "That was easy," she said. Sarutobi didn't say anything and just pointed forward. Kushina looked and was shocked. The dust and paper and all kinds of shit came back and formed the bodies of the revived Hokages. "This might take a while," Kushina commented. Sarutobi just formed some hand signs. Katen, Kayundan no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Blast Jutsu, Hiruzen yelled, and then a powerful fire blast in the shape of a dragon blasted from his mouth and headed for the Niodaime. The Niodaime quickly formed hand signs. Suten, Suijin Heki no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Wall Jutsu, he yelled, and then a large wall of water appeared from the air and protected him. The Anbu outside were in awe of both battles taking place. Sugoi, amazing. I knew that the Niodaime Hokage had a great mastery over water, but to be able to form a jutsu like that on dry land, one in the panda mask said. Yes, there is a lot of high-level jutsus in this. The Sandaime is incredible to be able to do such a feat in his old age, one with an eagle mask said. This is what it takes to become Hokage, the white-cloaked Anbu said. Suten, Suiyuden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Blast Jutsu, the white-haired Hokage yelled, and then a large water dragon gave a roar and sped towards Kushina. Sarutobi quickly jumped in front of his comrade and formed hand signs. Doten, Doryu Heki no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu, he yelled, and then a large wall of mud came from his mouth, shielding both Konoha ninja from the water serpent. The wall crumbled, and then Kushina formed hand sign Dan no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Dragon Blast Jutsu, the red-haired Uzumaki yelled. A large wind dragon flew out of her mouth and headed for the Hokages, but they quickly jumped over it, and then the Shodaime formed hand signs. Makuten Hajutsu, Jukai Kuden, Secret Wood Style, Forest Construction Jutsu, the raven-haired Senju said, and then a large amount of trees and vines grew from the ground, turning the entire battlefield into a forest. Kuso, this is the Shodaime's Makuten Jutsu, the one that is said to have shaped Konoha, Sarutobi complained. Kushina gritted her teeth. Naruto, I hope you're all right, she said. With Naruto. Naruto and his pets looked at the forest surrounding them. Shizuka sniffed the air and caught on to Orochimaru's scent. She then barked and jumped off to the left, Kyoshi and Naruto following. Kuso, that stupid nose of theirs. I can't hide in here, Orochimaru complained, but as he turned around a pair of arms grabbed him. The arms pulled his back, smashing him through trees and vines and branches that shredded his skin. Orochimaru was then face to face with the angry four-tailed Jinchuriki that was Naruto. Naruto roared and then smashed Orochimaru into the ground and began to pummel him with his fists. Orochimaru coughed up blood as a punch knocked the wind out of him. A second punch to the face followed by a third to the elbow joint, and then a rapid flurry of attacks burned into Orochimaru's skin as the Kyuubi cloak burned him. Orochimaru quickly opened his mouth. A hand emerged, followed by a mop of raven black hair covered in saliva. Orochimaru literally crawled out of his skin as Naruto landed a final powerful punch, creating a shockwave, kicking up dust and tiles. Naruto growled as he stared at the snake's skin and looked at the saliva-covered snake. Kukukukuku, looks like you missed, Naruto-kun, he said. Orochimaru then opened his mouth and a snake emerged from his mouth. The snake then opened its mouth and the blade of the sword known as Kusanagi, Grasscutter, emerged. Orochimaru slashed at the Jinchuriki, but the red and black-skinned Hanyu quickly dodged, but then a blast of blue fire struck Orochimaru in his leg. He glared at Shizuka, the remaining embers of the fox fire blast fell from her mouth. Orochimaru was about to slash when a blast of orange and red flame hit his other leg, making him fall to the ground. He turned and saw Kyoshi standing behind him. The young dragon seemed to smirk, and then Naruto appeared above and smashed his four tails onto Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru screamed in pain from the blow and nearly passed out. He gasped and struggled to get up. But then Naruto grabbed the heavy Sannin's collar and then hoisted him up. Naruto then threw Orochimaru upwards and then slammed a clawed kick to the snake's stomach, but Orochimaru quickly used Kawurimi with a log from the Shodime's forest and then appeared behind Naruto 9 and punched his face. Naruto roared in pain, but then a Kyuubi Bunshin grew out of Naruto's side and sliced through Orochimaru's waist, cutting him in half. Grahhhh. Naruto yelled in victory, but then he growled, his glowing white eyes glaring at the snake's body as a large number of snakes came from Orochimaru's waist and then connected back to his torso and as a result rejoined his body. Kakukuku, too bad Naruto-kun, I am immortal. Kakuku, Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto then became very annoyed with Orochimaru and then he got onto all fours. Bubbles of pure chakra then exploded out of Naruto's body. Orochimaru jumped back and got into a defensive stance, eyeing Kyoshi and Shizuka also. Naruto's four tails then reached over his head and converged. The chakra bubbles then merged at that covered gent point and a large black ball of chakra, about the size of a basketball, formed. Naruto then opened his mouth and then the ball of chakra shrunk to an even smaller size and then Naruto swallowed the ball of chakra. Orochimaru gasped and then formed hand signs and slammed his two palms on the ground. Kuchi-yosei, Sanju Rashomon, summoning, triple Rashomon gates, he yelled and then there was a rumbling beneath the roof and then the forest foliage collapsed and a red gate emerged, a green gate behind it and then a blue gate behind that one. Each gate had the traditional Japanese roof on top and on the gates were the faces of demons with large teeth. That amount of condensed chakra could kill me, Orochimaru said. Steam then began to come out of the Kyuubi Yachiriki's mouth and then his body bloated to unbelievable proportions. Then when it reached its peak, the bloating stopped and then Naruto opened his mouth and a large, powerful and destructive white blast of chakra came from Naruto's mouth. Shizuka and Kyoshi took large breaths and then they blew out the most powerful streams of fire they could muster. The blue and orange flames mixed and turned a pale white and merged with Naruto's menacing ball blast, turning it into a chakra blast of fire. The blast then rocketed towards the Sanju Rashomon. Sarutobi and Kushina then noticed the high level of chakra. This is bad. Naruto's power is too great and that attack he used could destroy the entire area we're in, Sarutobi said with panic. Kushina was panicked too, but then she got an idea. Don't worry, I think my plan might work, get behind me, she said. Sarutobi did as she instructed and then the red-haired Uzumaki formed hand signs. Fujin Jutsu, Yontori no Shugoshins, Sealing Jutsu, 4 Gate Guardians, she yelled. Then 4 golden gates appeared in front, on the right, on the left and behind the 2 Konoha ninja. The one on the left had a lion on it, the one on the right had a giant on it. The one behind was a phoenix and the one in front was a dragon. This jutsu was made by Minato-kun to protect from any attack. He based off of the 4 Gate Guardians of the Earth, she explained. Kushina then formed more hand signs and then clapped her hands together and a golden box surrounded them. Finally Naruto's chakra flame blast struck the Sanju Rashomon gates. Naruto felt resistance when his attack struck and channeled more chakra into his attack and the blast became stronger and bigger. The ground shook as the attack began to break through the Rashomon gates. Orochimaru's eyes widened and then there was large flash of light followed by a huge explosion. The entire purple fire shield created by the Sound 4 couldn't hold the pressure anymore and it shattered and since the inner shields protecting the Sound 4 also became destroyed, the blast created by the impact killed Tayuya, Seiken, Yukon, Kitamaro and Jirobu. Gamabunta was fighting Shukaku and then sliced off the giant Tanuki's arm. Shukaku howled in pain as Gamabunta chopped off his other arm. Jiraiya then used that as an opening and then jumped onto Shukaku's head. Jiraiya looked around and found a mop of red hair. Jiraiya grabbed the hair and pulled out a sleeping Gaara. Jiraiya then charged a fist of chakra and punched the boy in the face, waking him up and causing Shukaku to collapse. NOOO, I just fucking got fucking out. I'll kill you all when I return. I swear I'll kill you all, Shukaku yelled, and then the Ichibi was sealed back again. Jiraiya landed and then waved goodbye to his summon, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. I need to verify my existence. I need to kill you, Gaara wheezed in exhaustion. Oh, shut the hell up. I've beaten you. Besides, you don't have to go around killing people. Find your own path. Perhaps you can find a friend in your Jinchuriki friend Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Gaara's eyes widened. Uzumaki is a demon host like me, he said. Jiraiya nodded and Gaara became silent. Jiraiya then rested Gaara on the ground and jumped to the roof. Kuso, Naruto you barker, Jiraiya cursed and then rolled out a scroll, the kanji for 4 on it. This is bad, that amount of tails could kill Naruto. The Gama Sannin quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Back on the roof, the smoke cleared and Naruto smiled, showing his teeth when he saw Orochimaru's mangled body. He finally killed the man who dishonored his father. Naruto gave a roar out to go and destroy the rest of Orochimaru's body, but then Naruto fell to the ground in pain. The red chakra began to leave his body and head back to the seal. Naruto continued to roar. His white eyes became normal, blue with slitted pupils, his whisker-marked cheeks and the 2 fox ears and 3 of his tails disappeared, leaving behind his Hanyu tail. However, his skin having been peeled away, you could see blood around his entire body. Naruto howled in pain as the wind touched his wounds, but Kyuubi was making quick work of that as skin began to form at a slow rate, but fast compared to anybody else's healing rate. Naruto's mindscape finally. I got him to calm down and took back my chakra. The boy could have killed himself if I hadn't managed to stop him, Kyuubi said, and the red glow disappeared from the 4 tails. Wait a minute. It can't be. How did he? It's impossible to survive an attack of that magnitude even with the Sanju Rashomon, Kuso. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Kushina looked around and saw the destruction created by the Kyuubi menacing ball technique. The entire forest, created by the Shodemi, was completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bark had remained from the attack, and she let down the protection of the 4 guardians technique. Sarutobi and Kushina were in awe at the destruction, and they thought one thing. Wow! The Shodemi and Nyadime weren't around. But they weren't around, meaning that they were destroyed on a molecular level, destroying their bodies and releasing the 2 now once again deceased Hokage's souls. In the arena hospital, Sora had just awoken from her sleep and yawned. She got up, her chakra restored, and she was all better now. She then hummed a tune and opened the door. An Oto nin was standing in front of the door. Sora was taken by surprise as the enemy ninja jumped at her, but he halted and fell to ground with a kunai in the back of his head. Sora looked up from the dead man's body and saw Sasuke standing there, his hand outstretched from his throwing his kunai. Arigato, Sora said. Sasuke waved it off. Come on, we have to kill all these ninja here, Sasuke said. Nani, what ninja? Sora asked and then looked out into the hallway. Around 50 Oto and Suna ninjas were standing in the hallway glaring at the 2 genin. They gave a battle cry and charged. Sasuke quickly formed hand signs. Katen, Kayundan no Jutsu, the Uchiha survivor yelled, and the dragon of fire headed straight for the ninjas. Asuna Jonin stepped forward and formed hand signs. Fuuten, Daitopper, wind style. Great breakthrough, he yelled, and then a large gust of wind blew towards the fire dragon, reverting its course, fanning its flames as it now headed for Sora and Sasuke. Sora and Sasuke looked at each other and smirked. Sora stepped forward and held out her hands. Ha ha, stupid Konoha ninja. You can't stop that attack, they said with arrogance. But then the enemy ninja stopped laughing as the fire dragon halted and turned and faced its original targets. The dragon roared as it sped towards them. Sora used her fire manipulating Bloodline, and the large fire dragon split into 5 dragons, each containing the same amount of power as the original. Taju Kayundan no Jutsu, multi-fire dragon blast jutsu, Naruto's girlfriend yelled. The dragons roared and burned over half of the ninjas to death. The survivors were gravely injured and were dying. Sora gulped. She had never killed before and froze. Get over it. This is war now, we have to kill them, Sasuke said. Sora nodded and swallowed. She then formed hand signs and clapped her hands together. Tears in her eyes, she then formed a tiger of fire from the remaining embers of the Taju Kayundan no Jutsu. Katen, Sume no Tora, fire style. Tiger claw, she whispered, and the remaining ninja died in a heartbeat. Sora bowed her head low and then walked towards the hospital's exit. Then a large group of enemy ninja appeared and sneered. Hey guys, look. A stupid little female genin from Konoha. Let's kill her and after that we'll kill her boyfriend. An Oto nin said. Sora froze when she heard that, thinking they were going to kill Naruto, but she didn't know they were making reference to Sasuke. The entire group cheered in confirmation and was about to strike when Sora then looked up, her eyes no longer azure, but fiery red. Sora then let out a yell and then fire appeared out of nowhere. The flames weren't red, orange, blue or white. They were gold and silver. The fire then swirled into the form of a large giant figure. The figure looked like a giant man, with a beard of silver flames and eyes of white fire. The flaming silhouette had a robe of golden flames and its hands were twin swords made entirely of silver flames and in gold. There was the kanji for fire god on each blade. Wings of gold and silver flame completed the frightening and powerful figure. Don't you ever threaten me with that, she growled. Sasuke was in awe at the sheer power of Sora's new jutsu. He then looked at Naruto's girlfriend and gulped. What is this power? What is she? He thought. Sora had just unlocked the true power of her clan's Kekai Genkai. Her power was to manipulate fire. But there was a secret technique that was locked away due to its immense power and instability in the Rumai clan. This was that hidden ability, to command these gold and silver flames. This was the Onu's no Hajin, the flames of the fire god, so hot that they are able to burn through anything, even metal, and reach temperatures of over 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Sora drew 2 kunai and raced forward, the figure mimicking her movements. Sora aimed a kick at one man. Golden fire enveloped her leg as it struck and killed the man in seconds. Sora and the fire god then jumped and Sora slashed her kunai while the flaming man behind her used the twin fire blades and sliced 10 of the ninja to pieces and burning their remains. One ninja formed hand signs and used a water dragon at Sora, but Sora called upon the golden flames and the robe of the fire god shielded her and the water dragon disappeared without a trace as it came into contact with the robe. The fire god's silhouette then withdrew the cape and then Sora put away her kunais, making the image sheath his swords. Sora then manipulated the figure behind her. The fire god gave a battle cry and then became a large funnel of fire. The gold and silver flames then surrounded Sora's entire body. More enemy ninja made the mistake of coming in to attack Sora as they sensed the high chakra signature. Sora now wore gauntlets of gold flame and boots of silver ones. Then gold and silver flames formed the armor she now wore and a sword of silver and gold flame was held in her hand. What the hell are you? An Oto nin cried. Sora gave no reply and then in a flash of flame she appeared behind said Oto nin and stabbed him through the stomach with her fire sword. The man's body then became ashes as the flames burned him in a matter of seconds. The ninja then mustered their fighting will and charged the dangerous fire girl. Sora turned and charged her enemies. How in the world did she get that power? Sasuke asked himself, then he remembered what that Oto nin said. Flashback. Hey guys, look. A stupid little female genin from Konoha. Let's kill her and after that we'll kill her boyfriend. An Oto nin said. End flashback. No, she doesn't think about me like that. But I remember her kissing Naruto before we fought, which means she misunderstood the threat and now this, she's doing this to protect the Dobi, Sasuke said. The young Uchiha thought as to how she had gained the power to do all that. The something clicked. You gain power by protecting those you care about, Sasuke realized. Has my lust for revenge, to kill Itachi, my brother, has that made me weak? Sasuke asked himself. He then looked back at the fight and saw Sora just kick a man in the face followed by duping and doing a split in mid-air kicking 2 men in the face at the same time. Maybe, Sasuke whispered. Sora then drew her sword and then decided to do the finishing blow. SHNG intent and forced all of her enemies to run outside as she held the sword high above her head. When they reached outside the hospital and onto the arena field, Sora's eyes glowed with power. She then jumped and her fiery red eyes stared down at the group of Oto and Suna nins that dared to threaten her Naruto-kun. She then focused all of her flames into the blade in her hand. The sword of gold and silver flames grew larger and then she formed into the image of her Jin once again. The image of the fire god then held out its fists. The fire god cocked them back and thrust them forward. The fists hit the entire group of 70 ninja in a single blow, and when it made contact a large explosion of fire emerged, and then just as quickly as it came it left. The fire disappeared as Sora fell to the ground exhausted from her use of such power. What was that? What did I do? She asked herself, and then Sora fell into unconsciousness for the second time that day. Sasuke then picked her up and laid her against the stadium wall to rest. Sugoi, he whispered. Back with Naruto. Naruto was breathing hard as he was slowly healing. The skin on his arms were nearly healed and Shizuka and Kyoshi were looking over him with concern evident in their eyes. The two animals turned their heads when they saw Sarutobi and Kushina running towards them. Ah, Kushina-san. Naruto needs help, Kyoshi said as he looked at the blonde. Kushina and Sarutobi gasped when they saw he skinless Naruto. Kushina quickly formed hand signs and green chakra coated her hands. She held them over Naruto's body and his healing accelerated tenfold. Kushina, you knew healing? The Sandemi asked. When Senju Tsunade is your sensei, you tend to pick up a few things, Kushina replied and then returned her focus back onto healing her one and only son. Jiraiya then appeared and ran towards the group. Kyoshi and Shizuka growled and bared their teeth when they saw the white-haired old man. It's okay, you two. He's a friend, Kushina told them. The two animals then stopped growling, but still kept an eye on Jiraiya. How is he? Jiraiya asked. He's fine, but it seems that he should never use that form again, or at least learn to control it. His skin peeled off and he suffers extreme bleeding when in that form. But since his skin is constantly being healed by the Kyuubi and being lost by the transformation, his lifespan could be shortened, Kushina explained. Jiraiya nodded, and then after about 3 or 4 minutes of healing, Naruto was completely healed and his breathing calmed. Naruto's eyes then fluttered open and his cerulean blue eyes stared into his mother's. Oka-san, he said. Hi? It's okay Naruto, you're going to be alright, Kushina said with tears of happiness in her eyes. Naruto slowly got up and looked around. What happened here? It looks like 1,000,000 exploding tags destroyed everything, Naruto said. Everyone's eyes widened. You mean? You don't remember? Sarutobi asked. Naruto shook his head. All I remember was Yondawa telling me my heritage. Then he flew away into dust. Then Orochimaru said how he was a fool. Then something went off inside of me. I felt extreme rage and then, it's all a blur, Naruto said, rubbing his head. Well Naruto, you used the Kyuubi's chakra and used 4 tails and you got injured when you killed Orochimaru, Sarutobi said. Naruto's eyes widened. I killed Orochimaru, Naruto said. The 3 ninja and 2 animals nodded. Naruto stood up. But then everyone felt a rumbling beneath then a giant white snake made entirely of other white snakes emerged from the rubble of the roof. The snake's yellow eyes glared at Naruto. USS stupid boy, I'll kill you for making me lose my body, the snake hissed. Everyone's eyes widened, the familiar voice and those piercing yellow eyes. Orochimaru, you really have become a monster, Sarutobi said. Orochimaru then struck. Streets of Konoha. A gray-haired man wearing the outfit of the Sound 4 was running through the streets of Konoha. Orochimaru-sama, I must help him, the man said. His cursed seal of earth pulsing to be released. However, the man stopped when a silver-haired man with glasses jumped in front of him. Now Kimimaro, don't make any rash decisions. You're still not well, Kabuto said. Demo. Orochimaru-sama is going to die. We must help him. We must. Kimimaro was halted when Kabuto glared at him. Kimimaro, you barker, can't you see we're losing this war? Even with you here there's no way no save Orochimaru-sama and you're good to Otogakure dead, Kabuto said. I don't care. If that means saving Orochimaru-sama, I'll gladly die, Kimimaro said and rushed past Kabuto, but Kabuto quickly pinned him to the ground and knocked him out with a quick chop to the side of the neck. Barker, like I said you're no use to Oto dead, Kabuto said and then picked up the unconscious man and jumped towards the forest back to Oto. Back on the roof, the 4 shinobi and the 2 animals jumped out of the way as Orochimaru's head struck. Shizuka and Kyoshi blew fire at the white snake, but then Orochimaru weaved through the flames and then a couple of the white snakes on Orochimaru's body came to life and headed towards the fox and dragon. Kyoshi quickly spread his wings and grabbed Shizuka and flew away to avoid the snakes, but a quick snake had managed to wrap around Kyoshi's neck. Shizuka growled and then igniting one of her tails with fire, she freed her friend by slamming one of her 6 tails into the snake, causing its grip to loosen. Kyoshi used that to escape and then burned the snake and fry it like a fish. You mangy mongrels, Orochimaru said to the animals and then focused on the humans. Orochimaru headed for Naruto, but Sarutobi appeared in front of him and then performed hand signs. Kuchi Yosei no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, Sarutobi yelled and then a monkey with a tiger-striped vest on appeared and punched Orochimaru in the face, sending the snake reeling back. Hello Saru. I see Orochimaru is here all because you failed to kill him back then, Enma said. The Monkey King glared at Orochimaru. Gomen Nasai, now let's do it for real then Enma, adamantine NYOI. Sarutobi yelled and then Enma became a powerful staff made of adamantium. Akuzo, Jiraiya yelled and the 6 of them jumped at the Orochimaru. Jiraiya shunshined next to Orochimaru and punched him in the face. Then Sarutobi appeared underneath the white snake and slammed the Enma staff into Orochimaru's jaw, making purple blood ooze from the snakes that were crushed by the blow. Kushina then shunshined above and formed hand signs. Fuuten. Fuuyundan no Jutsu. She yelled and then said Wind Dragon rished towards Orochimaru, but the snake managed to dodge, which was all part of the plan as Naruto and his Nin-Ken appeared right in front of Orochimaru's face. Naruto grinned and then he formed hand signs. Katen. Katsunehai, Naruto yelled and then the sapphire flames of foxfire blew out of his mouth. Shizuka and Kyoshi followed suit with their flames. The fire blast struck Orochimaru dead center in his face, causing the white snake to hiss in pain. The snake writhed on the ground trying to smother out the flames. When the flames died out, Orochimaru was out a left eye and most of his snakes on his skin were crushed, burned, smashed and bleeding. I'll kill you all now, prepare for my strongest jutsu, Ninpu. Hidora Hebi no Jutsu, ninja art, Snake Hydra Jutsu, Orochimaru yelled. Then Orochimaru began to bulge and grow and then in his place was a large amount of white snakes that now formed a gigantic 8-headed snake. You all will now die. The snakes yelled. Naruto and the other quickly began to dodge and strike the snakes. Naruto used his fox fire blasts to burn one head, but it didn't die. Jiraiya and the others jumped out of the way as Orochimaru's snake attacked. However, Kushina was caught in the mouth of one snake. Okaa-san. Naruto cried and then he saw his mother's face, fear etched across it. The snake head then shut its mouth. Naruto and the others were all surprised at the scene and then they all charged to Jiraiya, pulled out a scroll and a giant kunai with a giant exploding tag appeared. He threw the kunai and blew off one of the 8 heads. Sarutobi used Enma's thunderbolt staff to smash a second head into the ground and then continue an onslaught of swings on that head until it was just a pile of mush. Naruto then went to a third head. He coated his foxtail with foxfire and then he swung the tail and smashed it into the side of the snake's head. Naruto then coated his claws with wind chakra and swung his arm downwards. Ninpu. Sume no Jujin, ninja art. Claw of the beast. He yelled and then a large swipe of wind chakra sliced the head to shreds. Naruto and the others kept hammering away blows until there were only 4 heads left. They were nearly out of chakra and Naruto had enough for one blow. Naruto then held out his right arm and Jiraiya and Sarutobi's eyes widened at what they saw. Wind and chakra swirled into the hand and then in his hand a swirling ball of compressed and spinning chakra was formed. Naruto then jumped high into the air, the ball of chakra held tight in his hand. "This is for Okaa-san and Two-san," Naruto yelled and then thrust his hand forward and then smashed the ball of spinning chakra into the snake head that ate his mother. "Rasengan!" he yelled and then the snake head was completely obliterated and all that was left was a stump that was the neck. Naruto landed and panted. That was all his chakra and then Naruto saw a figure crawl out of the snake's neck. "Oh Oka-san," Naruto said. Kushina looked up and smiled. "It's going to take a lot more than getting eaten by that snake to take me down," she said, but was then met with a hug from her son. "I thought I lost you," Naruto cried into her shirt. Kushina gave a warm smile and ruffled her son's hair. "Come on Naruto, no time to cry. We got a snake to kill," Kushina said. But as they were about to attack, the exhaustion came to them. The three white snake heads glared at them. "Kukukuku, you barkers. You all are now exhausted and vulnerable with no chakra left. I admit the Rasengan was a surprise and caught me off guard, but not anymore." Orochimaru's head spoke simultaneously. Jiraiya glared and then his eyes widened when he saw Naruto form the ram sign. "Naruto, you barker. You have no more chakra left. You used it up with the Rasengan," Jiraiya cried. Naruto looked at his mother who just nodded. Naruto then stepped up to the front and formed the ram sign again. "Kushina, you know he has no more chakra left. Why are you letting him do this? He could die if he tries to force out chakra," Sarutobi said. "Because he's my son and I believe in him," Kushina said with a motherly smile and then red chakra swirled around Naruto. "Arigato Kyuubi-sensei," Naruto told his demon. Kyuubi chuckled. "Just kick the Hebi team's ass will you?" the Fox Lord replied. "You got it," Naruto said and then but his thumb. Boar, dog, monkey, bird and ram. Naruto formed those 5 hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. "Kuchi Yosei no Jutsu," Naruto yelled and then there was a humongous plume of smoke. The smoke then swirled as a tornado of black fire came to life. Sasuke, who was looking after Sora, looked up at the black fire tornado and sensed it was Naruto's chakra. He got this strong within a month, Sasuke thought. Even more reason to try, and he added and smiled, his eyes then widened at what he saw. Sarutobi had returned Enma back to the summoning world, but now he was in shock along with Kushina and Jiraiya and what they saw. Meanwhile Kyoshi bowed and Shizuka bowed, also following Kyoshi's movements. Out of the black fire twister a large muscular leg stepped out, followed by another leg, then a muscular forearm and another arm. A large tail equipped with spikes at the tip emerged and then glowing red eyes stared at the snake through the storm of black fire. The head of the monstrous creature emerged, finally showing the head of a dragon. The black fire disappeared and then there stood a large black dragon. The legs and arms, in fact its entire body, was covered with shadow black scales. Ivory claws contrasted the black scales that were on the dragon's limbs. The dragon showed large teeth the size of a horse and glowing red eyes with slitted pupils glared at the now 3-headed snake. The dragon let out a roar as it breathed a stream of black fire. "Meet Ghidorah, the black dragon and leader of the dragon clan." Ghidorah felt a presence on its head and sniffed the air. You smell like Uzumaki. Name yourself," Ghidorah said in a deep voice. Naruto cleared his throat. "Ghidorah-sama, I am Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina of Uzugakure and Namiza Minato, the deceased Yondava Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato," Naruto said. Ghidorah roared, scaring Naruto, who was atop his head. "Well then Naruto, why have you summoned me?" the dragon leader asked. Naruto pointed at Orochimaru's snake form. "I have summoned you, Ghidorah-sama, to help me destroy that stupid snake over there," Naruto said. Ghidorah nodded and then spread his large black wings. Ghidorah was about the same size as the Hydra that was Orochimaru and was therefore more than a match for the traitorous snake. Very well, let us fight. Hebi, Gandora said and flew up. The snake pointed its head upwards and sprayed a large amount purple liquid at the dragon. Gandora took the attack head-on and Orochimaru grinned. But then his heads all had surprised looks on their faces and Naruto and the dragon were unharmed. Excreting of liquid diamond Hebi, Gandora said, and then he took a deep breath and a large stream of black fire blasted off ahead of the 3 snakes, leaving behind only 2. The snakes quickly sprayed a large volume of poison at the Dragon Lord. You never learn, do you? Gandora asked, and then excreted the diamond again, and then Gandora roared to the heavens. The sky turned dark and then a large lightning storm appeared. Gandora held out a clawed hand and then lightning, wind and rain appeared. You know what to do now, Uzumaki, Gandora said. Naruto nodded and concentrated some of the chakra he had regained. Lightning quickly struck Naruto thanks to Gandora's elemental control. Naruto then formed hand signs. Rantan, Ranrundan no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and then the storm dragon made itself known. Let me take over from here, Naruto, Gandora said. Naruto nodded. Gandora then held out a large ivory claw and then he manipulated the storm dragon and then he spun his claw, causing the dragon to spin rapidly. Then an elemental drill was formed and then Gandora sent the drill forward. One of the snake heads tried to stop it with a blast of acid, but it proved to be ineffective and the drill plowed through the snake's head. The snake looked like it went through a blender as the neck fell to the ground. The single head hissed at the Dragon Clan leader before it separated from its body. The snake slithered on the ground and then coiled its body like a spring. You will die, Uzumaki, you'll fucking die. The snake then unwound its body and it sprung up at a fast pace, but Gandora was faster as it took a deep breath and the largest black fire blast exploded out of Gandora's mouth. The snake fell to the ground covered in burns. Now watch the finish, young Naruto, Gandora said. Okay, Naruto replied. Gandora, with Naruto upon his head, flew up. Gandora then held out his left hand, wind swirled around it. He then extended his right hand, which was then surrounded by water. His left leg then surrounded by lightning. Earth then rose up from the ground below and encased his right leg, and then finally Gandora opened his mouth, a large ball of black flame was formed. The elements then combined in front of Gandora's chest and then there was a large ball in front of Gandora. 1/5 of the ball was black fire, another 1/5 was blue water, a third 1/5 was hard earth, the 4th was shocking lightning, and the final 5th part of the elemental ball was swirling winds. Gandora then swallowed the ball and then regurgitated it in the form of a beam. Ryuton, Godarendan, dragon style, elemental blast. Gandora yelled. Laser beam flew at the downed snake, and before he could scream, the last head of Orochimaru was destroyed in an elemental blast followed by a flash of light. The light died down and Gandora let out a roar to the stormy skies. A flash lightning appeared behind Gandora as he roared. Gandora then landed back on the roof and rested Naruto next to Kushina. Gandora, you are awesome. That Godarendan was awesome, Naruto exclaimed. Gandora's deep voice chuckled and then he spied Kyoshi. Come here, young dragon, the black dragon said. Kyoshi walked forward and bowed before looking back up into his leader's eyes. What is your name, young one? He asked. Kyoshi, Gandora-sama, the red dragon said. Well, Kyoshi, Ragnarok told me of your potential and I think you have what it takes to be a great dragon in our clan. Don't let me down, Gandora told him. Kyoshi nodded. Hi, Gandora-sama, I won't let you down, the black dragon chuckled and then turned to Naruto. Take care of him, and if you need me, you know how to call me, Gandora said with a wink. Naruto grinned and then he and Kushina waved to Gandora as he disappeared in a plume of black flame. Sarutobi and the others then looked as they saw the last of the invasion troops retreat. Well, looks like rebuilding will take a while, Jiraiya said. Sarutobi scowled. And I'm going to have a whole set of that Kami Forsaken paperwork, Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled. The 4 laughed and the animals barked, growled. A few weeks after the war, Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha. It had been rebuilt due to the efforts of both ninja and civilian alike, and now it was up and running like nothing had ever happened. Then Naruto saw a figure jump in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage-sama wishes to see you, an Anbu said. Naruto nodded and the Anbu turned to leave. Oh wait, Uzumaki-san, the Anbu called. Naruto looked at the Anbu quizzically. Arigato for helping to save the village. Without you we might have lost Hokage-sama, the Anbu said, and you could tell he was smiling behind his rabbit mask. Naruto grinned a foxy grin. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. It's what I do, Naruto said. The Anbu chuckled and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi had told the village of his exploits in the war, and although it took them a while to accept not thinking the demon child could do such a thing as kill Orochimaru, but most came to accept it, and Naruto was looked upon as the hero his father wished him to be. Naruto then jumped to a roof and took off to the Hokage Tower. Look, it's Naruto. Hey Naruto, a villager said. The people in the streets looked up and smiled at him and waved, some glared. Naruto waved back with a smile and then shunshined away. Hokage Tower. Naruto entered the Hokage's office and found Sora, Arashi, Shino and Shikamaru there too. Oi Mina, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Sarutobi grinned and motioned for Naruto stand with his comrades. Well, I have watched your fights and I believe that you five are ready to be Chunin, the Sandaime said. Naruto, Sora and Arashi whooped with joy. Shino remained impassive. But he was actually quite thrilled, and Shikamaru yawned. Great, more troublesome mission to do, he complained and looked up at the sky. Well, here are your vests and I hope you will continue to make Konoha proud, Sarutobi said. The five bowed and turned to leave. Mateo, Sora-chan, Naruto-kun, I wish for you to stay here, he said. The two blondes stayed back while they waved to their friends as they left. Daijubu Desuka, Gigi-san? Naruto asked. Sarutobi chuckled. Well, you see, Sora-chan here has unlocked her clan's true bloodline and wished to talk about it, Sarutobi said. Demo? Gigi-san, her bloodline is to bend fire, that's it, Naruto said. Oh no. That's just a side effect of her bloodline. Her true and more powerful Kekai Genkai was the ability to call upon the shining flames of the Hajin. While I was watching you fight Orochimaru I noticed an explosion, Sarutobi said. Flashback. Sarutobi was watching Naruto go through hand signs, but then he felt a large concentration of chakra close by. Sarutobi looked and gasped at what he saw. He saw the silhouette of Hajin in gold and silver flames thrust its fist forward, and a large explosion of gold and silver fire was made upon impact. It can't be, Sarutobi said, and then he saw a figure fall to the ground and his eyes widened. It was Ramai Sora. So she's done it. End flashback. Oh, you mean those gold and silver flames are used, Sora said, remembering the little bit she remembered from her killing spree as a holy flame user. Sarutobi nodded. Sugoi. Sora-chan, you're even cooler than ever now, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, you of all people must know that great power has a price. The price of using such powerful flames is that you lose. Sarutobi paused. You lose what, Hokage-sama? Sora asked. Nothing. You lose something important to you, that's all I'll say, Sarutobi said, and then the topic of Sora's holy flame ability was dropped. Now then, on to more important matter. As you have seen, Naruto, I am too old to be able to protect the village physically, so I want you and Sora to travel with Jiraiya to look for my new successor, Sarutobi said. Who are we looking for? Sora asked. What do you know of Senju Tsunade? The old Sandaime asked with a smile. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. Now then, on to more important matter. As you have seen, Naruto, I am too old to be able to protect the village physically, so I want you and Sora to travel with Jiraiya to look for my new successor, Sarutobi said. Who are we looking for? Sora asked. What do you know of Senju Tsunade? The old Sandaime asked with a smile. Now, Senju Tsunade? Sora questioned. Sarutobi nodded. Well, Naruto spoke. Oka-san told me she was a blonde lady with an unnaturally large chest and even more equally stubborn as me. She had brown eyes and is the granddaughter and grandniece of the Shodemi and Niodime Hokages. She loved to gamble and is known around the gambling world as the legendary Sucker. She is a wizard when it comes to healing and she possessed super strength, Naruto said. Sarutobi was in awe. He never expected Naruto to learn that much about the Slug Princess. Naruto, do you secretly pay attention in your classes in the academy? He asked. Nope, he said with a chuckle. Sarutobi took a puff from his tobacco pipe. Well, my old student should be arriving soon to meet you too, so. The Sandemi was interrupted by a knock on his door. Ah, that must be him. Come in. The door opened and the white-haired Gama Sanin entered. Hey Sarutobi-sensei. What's up? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya, I want you to take these two, he said gesturing to Naruto and Sora, on a little trip. You want me to look for Tsunade, don't you? He asked. Sarutobi nodded. Okay Gakis, go home, inform your parents, we're leaving tomorrow at dawn, Jiraiya said. The two newly ranked Chunin walked out to get ready. Do you really think we can handle this? Sora asked. Naruto flashed her a smile. It is going to be fine, Sora-chan. Have a little faith. Sure, Ero Sennin is weird. Demo, he's really strong, Naruto reassured her. Sora seemed to calm down a bit and then grinned. What do you think the price is of using Hajin's flames, Naruto-kun? Sora asked her boyfriend. Naruto thought. I don't know. All Gigi-san said was you will lose something important to you. So I suggest you don't use those flames unless you are in a tough situation. Use them as a last resort, Naruto advised. Sora nodded. How did you get so smart? You were a dunce in the academy, Naruto-kun, Sora said. Naruto chuckled and tapped his head. A ninja's true weapon is deception, Sora-chan, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. The two then went to their homes and packed up for tomorrow. Sora's house. Sora entered her clan's home, which was a medium-sized compound, enough for at least 100 members for the most, which is relatively small compared to other clans. Sora was walking by when she saw her father, Ramai Kamen. He was wearing the traditional garb of the Ramai clan, a sash around his waist and an image of the fire god as the clan's symbol. Sora shuddered when she saw the fire god's picture. Sora-chan, something looks to be troubling you. Would like to talk about it? Sora's father asked. Sora looked up into her father's azure eyes, which she got from him. Hi Otto-san, she replied, and then the two walked off to her room. The two walked down the corridors, took a left, then a right, and then took another left and entered the first door on the right, which was Sora's room. The two sat on her bed and there was silence for a while. Now then, my young princess, what seems to be the problem? Kamen asked. Sora gulped and said only one sentence. I can use the Hajin's fire. Kamen's eyes widened and then he closed them and rubbed his temples with a sigh. Why did it have to be you? He whispered. Sora looked downcast and then her father looked back up. Sora, do you know the cost of using the fire god's power? Kamen asked his daughter. Sora shook her head. I talked to the Sandemi after he made me and Naruto-kun Chunin. He said that I would lose something important to me when I use it. Demo, he probably thinks nothing happened this first time because it was my first time using the gold and silver flames, Sora explained. Kamen was silent and then he coughed. Sora, the fire god's power is very hard to control. Can you explain what happened when you first called upon the fire? Kamen asked. Sora thought hard and then something came to her. I remember, during the war, some Oto Nin and Suna Nin threatened to kill Naruto-kun and then I just got really mad. Then I felt like my body was burning for a while, but then it got back to normal. Then I remember seeing a flash of gold and silver fire, but after that I don't remember anything, Naruto's girlfriend said to her father. Well, Sora-chan, the cost of using this fire is that for every time you use it, you will a piece of your will to fight to the fire god, he said. My will to fight? She asked. Kamen nodded. The Ramai clan was a clan born in an area that was known to be abundant in flames. We prayed to Hajin to be able to protect ourselves from these flames and he answered them by giving us the bloodline to manipulate fire. However, I was but a young boy during all this, and our leader, Ramai Akira wanted more power and the fire god answered him and gave him the power to use his flames. However, Akira became so corrupt with using the flames that he used them in almost every battle. But after each battle he found that he would feel a bit weak after each fight and then finally he lost it altogether. Akira's loss to be able to battle was a huge loss to the clan and then he committed suicide for what is a leader if you cannot fight to protect those who are precious to you, Kamen said. Sora was in shock. She knew a ninja had to fight to protect those he or she cared about. The people in Konoha named it the Hai no Ishi, Wool of Fire, and if she lost that, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Her will to fight, her abilities to protect all she loved and held dear would be gone. I see. Naruto-kun advised to only use the gold and silver flames as a last resort, Sora told her father. Kamen smiled. Then Naruto is a wise man indeed. Who is this Naruto-kun anyway? Are you talking about the one who saved Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto? He asked. Sora nodded, Kamen smiled and then a sly grin spread across his face. Are you too an item? He asked slyly. Sora blushed heavily and nodded. Kamen smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair. It's good to see you finally have Somio 9ne to love in your life. So, when's the wedding? He asked. Sora blushed again. Otou-san. She screamed while her Otou-san laughed. Naruto's house. Naruto was in his room packing for the trip when he heard a knock on his door. Naruto looked up and saw his mother there, leaning against the door frame. Ohio, hello Oka-san. Naruto greeted his mother and then returned to packing. Are you going somewhere, Naruto? She asked. Naruto nodded and then zipped up his backpack. Hi, Sora-chan, Ero Sennin and I are going on a trip to find Tsunade, Naruto said. Kushina's eyes widened and then she suddenly appeared in front of her son, her hands tightly gripping his shoulders. You're going to go look for Tsunade-sensei? She asked, surprise evident in her green eyes, along with a hint of happiness. Yeah. We're going to find your sensei and bring her back to be the god of a Hokage, Naruto said. Kushina then quickly shined to her room in a red flash and then back into Naruto's room in less than 10 seconds. She had a backpack on her back and a big grin on her face. Well, come on, let's go, she said eagerly. Oka-san, Naruto said. Yes. My little fox, she said. Naruto's eye twitched ever since he explained the situation about him being a Hanyu. His mother had come up with that stupid nickname for him. Hey, what do you have against foxes? Kyuubi said. Nothing at all, just I hate that nickname Oka-san, he replied and then ended the connection with him and Kyuubi. Well, Oka-san, we don't leave until tomorrow at dawn, he said. Kushina then frowned. But that's so far from now, she complained. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wasn't she supposed to be the mature one, not him? Well, we'll just have to wait. Let's go get some ramen now, Naruto said with a foxy grin, his tail swishing behind him like a happy canine's tail should. Shizuka and Kyoshi quickly appeared. Ramen! The two animals yelled. Oh right, I forgot to mention, Naruto had let Kyuubi take control for a few days in order to teach Shizuka how to talk human and now she was expert at it. Alright, let's go, Kushina yelled, pumping her fist in the air, and the quadrupio went to Ichiraku's. They all ate ramen for a while, paid Chuichi who was more than happy to accept it, and then Naruto went back home with his family to get ready for tomorrow. The next day dawn. Jiraiya was waiting in front of the gate for his travel companions. He then saw a movement in front of him. He saw two animals, a Kitsune Hanyu and a blonde girl and a red-haired woman running towards him. The five of them skidded to a halt and panted for a while. Well, we're here, Ero Sennin. Let's go, Naruto said, his ears twitching slightly as he grinned. Okay. While on the way I'll be training you too, he said, gesturing to Naruto and Sora. Then he saw Kushina. Why are you here? He asked. Can't an old student come along to look for her sensei? She asked. Jiraiya shook his head and then the six of them left the gates of Konoha in search of Tsunade. After a few hours of walking, they stopped for a break to eat. So, Ero Sennin, what will you be teaching Sora-chan and I? The blonde Hanyu asked. Jiraiya thought and then he got an idea. Well, since you've learned of your heritage, I suggest you should learn your father's ultimate technique, Jiraiya said. You mean the second scroll? Naruto asked as he removed it from his bag. Jiraiya nodded. That jutsu is what made your father famous as the Yellow Flash, the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Jiraiya said. Sora was puzzled. Naruto's father, Yellow Flash. Sora thought for a while before she put two and two together. She gasped, your father's the Yondaime Hokage. Sora yelled, making Naruto and Shizuka flinch due to their sensitive hearing. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and laughed nervously. He, really did I forget to tell you that? My bad, Naruto said. Sora was still in shock, but continued to eat her lunch. Well, Naruto, after you eat, I'll give your father's special kunai and the instructions to work the Hiraishin. But you'll be teaching yourself how to do it, Jiraiya said. Kushina gasped. Jiraiya, how could do that? My poor baby's too young to be learning by himself, Kushina said in protest. Oka-san, Naruto whined as he blushed in embarrassment from his mother calling him baby. Sora giggled while Jiraiya just burst out laughing. Kushina, the boy needs to learn to things himself. When he becomes Hokage he can't always LP and to be there all the time, Jiraiya said. Kushina became silent at that and continued eating her lunch. After lunch, the group packed up and was to continue their trek. Mateo, Naruto, here you go, Jiraiya said, halting their few steps in the direction of the nearest town. Naruto turned and then he saw Jiraiya holding about 30 or so kunai, but they were different from regular kunai. These ones were tri-pronged and had a seal on the handle. Arigato, Ero Senin, Naruto said and took the kunai, placing them in his weapons pouch which was quite large. I'll need to get a special pouch for these guys, he added. Naruto, I won't help you in training for the Hiraishin no Jutsu, but listen to me, the Gama Sanin said, becoming serious. Naruto listened, knowing Jiraiya was always meant business in the tone of voice he used now. It's never best to force a movement. And like the river, it's best to just go with the flow, Jiraiya said with a sage-like quality. Naruto nodded. That made absolutely no sense to me, Naruto thought, and then the group walked. A few hours later they arrived in Tsukioku town, a village known for gambling. Jiraiya and the others entered one of the gambling stalls which had a game of dice. The rules were simple. You place your bet, the dice roller shakes the dice in a cup and then slams the cup, drinking side down, and then the bettors are to call either odds or evens and the person who gets it right wins the money. Ohio. Have any of you fine people seen a woman with blonde hair and brown eyes enter here? Jiraiya asked. The men shook their heads. She had a huge bust, he added. The gambler's eyes widened in realization, but then didn't say a word. If you want information, you'll have to gamble for it, a man with a goatee said. If you win, we'll give you your information on the legendary Sakura. But if I win, he said, getting a lustful look in his eyes, I get to take the little redhead there for a joyride, he said, gesturing to Kushina. Killer intent was immediately released from Naruto as he heard what the man said, causing him to sweat and his pants become soiled. Don't make bets where my Oka-san is involved, Naruto threatened. The man quickly changed his stakes, saying he would take their money instead. Jiraiya nodded and then the dice roller took the dice and slammed the cup onto the table. The two gamblers stared at the cup for a while. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and the blonde Namikaze mouthed out odds. Jiraiya was like, what the hell, how do you know? Naruto shrugged and just told the Gama Sanin to go along with it. Jiraiya shook his head. Evens, the man said. Odds, Jiraiya said. The dice shaker lifted the cup, revealing a 2 and a 1. It's odds, the dice shaker said. Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Naruto got it right. He turned to Naruto and gave him 2 thumbs up. Now then, where can I find Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. The man told him they could find the legendary Sakura in a nearby gambling town called Tobamara, famous for the Mayaboku castle nearby it. Jiraiya thanked the man for the information and the group left. Naruto, you lucky team. Why didn't you tell me you were good at gambling? Jiraiya said. Naruto shrugged. I never knew I was good at it. I guessed, Naruto said. Jiraiya's jaw dropped at that. This Gaki could make me richer than I already am, the white-haired pervert thought as he fantasized about all the porn and whores he could buy off with that money. Jiraiya was a sad man, but everybody knew that. At Tobamara Town, all right guys, we'll split up. Naruto, you and your pets, find a hotel for us to stay in case we need to spend the night. I will look for Tsunade and Sora and Kushina. You two will get supplies for us. Understood, Jiraiya said. The people and animals nodded and then they split up. Naruto was walking through town and used a genjutsu to disguise Shizuka's tails. The three of them then continued walking until Naruto came across a nice-looking hotel. The Golden Fox, pets welcomed. Well guys, what do you think? Naruto asked his companions. Shizuka and Kyoshi nodded in approval and Naruto grinned. Great, Naruto said and then went to the front desk with his pets. Naruto looked around and saw nobody at the desk and then spied a bell. Naruto rang it and then a person appeared from underneath the desk. Gar, who are you? Naruto screamed in surprise. I'm the hotel receptionist, would like to get a room? The hotel receptionist asked. Yes I would. 2 rooms please. Each with 2 beds, Naruto said. The receptionist took out a book and flipped through some pages and then looked up with a smile. You're in luck, rooms 43 and 44 are just what you requested. Here are the keys. The receptionist took 2 keys from the shelf behind him and then handed them to Naruto. Enjoy your stay here at the Golden Fox, the receptionist said. Arigato, Naruto replied. The receptionist smiled and then watched Naruto walk off. What a nice boy, he said. Naruto entered room 43 and looked around. The room had a medium-sized flat-screen television, an air condition, a bathroom and 2 single beds. Naruto grinned. Just what the doctor ordered, Naruto said. Shizuka and Kyoshi were in shock. You know, I think I like hotels now, Shizuka said with a foxy grin. Ditto, Kyoshi said. The young dragon jumped on a bed and curled up in a ball and quickly fell asleep. Shizuka was looking around the room and Naruto joined Kyoshi on the bed. Naruto decided that since no one was around to see him, he released the genjutsu over his extra appendages and then fell asleep. Shizuka later curled up next to her Hanyu master and dragon friend and the 3 of them quickly fell asleep. With Sora and Kushina were walking through town looking for something to eat and then they finally came across a small dango shop. The 2 sat down and received their order of spicy dango. So, how are things going with you and Naruto? Kushina asked, trying to make conversation. Pretty well, actually. I don't mind he's a Hanyu though, I think it's pretty cool, Sora said and then took a bite of her food. Kushina took a bite of hers. So, you're from the Ramai clan right? Specializes in fire manipulation? Kushina asked. Yup, Sora stated. So can you call upon the secret technique that nobody except the former leader, Ramai Akira could use? She asked. Kushina noticed her son's girlfriend freeze at that question, and the blonde Chunin just kept quiet. Kushina decided not to press the matter and the 2 females ate in silence before they got up, paid the bill, left and then bought some supplies from a nearby shop. Alright, let's head to the hotel, Kushina said. The 2 walked a few steps before Sora stopped. Why did you stop for Sora? The red-haired Uzumaki asked. We don't know which hotel and where it is, the blonde replied. Kushina slapped her head. Kuso, she cursed and more words that were not meant to be heard by the ears of children flew, that it would make a sailor blush. With Jiraiya walked along the streets and then he spied a gambling place. He asked the owner she saw a blonde woman, with big breasts and had a blue diamond on her forehead came in. The owner said yes and told the super pervert she went to the gambling place on the other side of town. Jiraiya thanked her and left, but not before receiving a slap after making an attempt to hit on her. Jiraiya then proceeded to walk to the gambling place across town, but then as he was walking, a very attractive woman passed Jiraiya and gave him the look. Jiraiya grinned perversely and followed the woman like a lost puppy. Then out of an alley, two men stepped out. They wore a cloak with the patterns of red clouds and wore straw hats that covered their faces. "Well, what do you know? Your plan worked," the taller one said with a wide grin revealing shark-like teeth and blue skin. "Well, of course it did. It's my plan," the shorter one said. "Well then, I did have some doubts, but are you sure the boy's here?" the blue-skinned man said. "Yes, I can feel his chakra signature. It's surprisingly high for Srei coming for you, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto," the shorter one said and then looked up to the sky revealing the piercing red eyes of the Sharingan. 1 hour later, with Naruto yawned and stretched himself, and twisted his back and neck, cracking it. Naruto sighed in relief and then looked at his still snoozing pets. "You guys are so lazy," Naruto stated, and then he got up and took out his father's kunai. He studied the weird tri-pronged kunai, remembering Jiraiya's words. "Still doesn't make any sense," Naruto thought before putting the Hiraishin kunai away. Naruto then heard a knock on his door. Well, maybe Ero Sennin, Okar-san and Sora-chan arrived, Naruto assumed. He then walked to his bed and woke his sleeping pets. "What's up, Naruto?" Shizuka said with a yawn revealing her extremely sharp teeth. "Did Ero Sennin reach back yet?" Kyoshi asked, blinking his red eyes as they adjusted to the light. "I think he just arrived," Naruto said as he heard another knock. The two animals and the Hanyu walked to the door. Naruto opened it and then he found himself staring into the eyes of a Sharingan. Naruto quickly jumped back and observed his opponents. "Let's see, Sharingan, black hair, Konoha Hitai 8 with a kunai slash through it, Uchiha Itachi, and the second one, blue skin, shark-like teeth, huge sword and Kiri Hitai 8 with G slash through it. Probably a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Hoshigaki Kisame seems to fit this guy's description," Naruto thought. "Hello Naruto," Itachi said. "Itachi and Kisame is your name?" Naruto asked about the swordsman beside Itachi. "Yes, correct. I am Hoshigaki Kisame," the former Mist Nin said. Naruto, knowing this wouldn't be an easy fight, decided to release the genjutsu on him and Shizuka in order to gain the element of surprise. After all, who wouldn't be surprised to see a young boy turned Hanyu and a six-tailed kitsune? Naruto quickly released the genjutsu on both he and Shizuka and got the desired results. "What the hell?" Kisame yelled. Itachi's eyes just widened and then activated his Sharingan. "Okay. Kyoshi, Shizuka, fire attacks," Naruto ordered. "Hi," they replied, and then blue and orange flames launched towards the two new nin. Kisame quickly used his sword to shield him, burning the bandages off and revealing the blue-scaled sword of Sumeda. Itachi just jumped out of the way and landed gracefully on his feet. Naruto quickly called on Kyuubi's chakra and gained the cloak and the tail of chakra while some of the yokai surrounded his blonde tail. Naruto's eyes turned amethyst and then he launched himself at the Kiri Nuke Nin and a punch sent Kisame rocketing out the door and slamming into the nearby wall. Kisame groaned before raising his sword, aimed to slice of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's arm. Naruto quickly rolled to the side and planted a kick to Kisame's ribs. Kisame felt two of them crack from the blow. Naruto then felt movement behind him and Itachi was about to kick the blonde's face, but Naruto, using his heightened reflexes, grabbed the Uchiha's foot, surprising the Uchiha. Naruto then swung the Uchiha into his partner. "Tell me, why are you here? What do you want from me?" Naruto demanded to know, his amethyst eyes glaring at the two nuke nin. "We are of the organization, known as Akatsuki. We are here for your bijou," Itachi said in a monotone and then got up and dusted himself off. Kisame got up and wiped his cloak and then pulled out bandages from a pocket in the cloak and using years of experience, wrapped Sumeda in seconds. "Why do you want Kyuubi?" Naruto asked. "Why should we tell you anything?" Kisame asked. "Two reasons, Kisame. 1. You already told me your objective, but I think there's something more to it, and 2, because if you don't, my two friends here are going to burn you like a piece of wood," Naruto said and then pointed to his two pets that had snuck up behind them, their blue and orange flames ready to be fired. Itachi being the smart man he is sighed and was about to speak. Itachi-san, do you really think it's wise to tell the Gaki our leader's plan? The former member of the Seven Swordsmen asked his colleague. Kisame, we are surrounded and we completely underestimated our opponent. I believe we should tell him our leader's objective, the Uchiha said. Itachi then turned towards Naruto and shut down his Sharingan as he felt his eyes start to burn from its use. Our leader's plan is to gather the Bijou and use them to create something, which he told us would, quote, bring peace to the shinobi world, Itachi said. That is all he said. That doesn't help me or you at the moment. No, leave before Jiraiya reaches here. I can already sense him coming towards the hotel since I spiked my chakra, Naruto said. Kisame, the boy is right. We must retreat. I also sense two other signatures. One seems to be insignificant at the moment and the other, Itachi's eyes widened. Kisame, we must leave quickly, Itachi said and then grabbed his partner in crime and shunshined away. Naruto released the Kyuubi cloak, leaving only his single blonde tail and his fox ears. Naruto watched as his girlfriend, mother and father's sensei entered the hotel room. Naruto-kun, Daijobu desuka? Sora asked. Hi, I'm fine Sora-chan, just had a fight with some nuke nin and kicked their asses, Naruto said. Nani, Naruto, what did these ninja look like? Jiraiya asked. Naruto only said 3 words. Itachi and Kisame, Naruto replied. The room was silent, but the silence when Kushina bonked her son on the head. Naruto, you barker, don't ever fight a nuke nin without backup. How do you know they weren't just toying with you? Kushina yelled at her son. Gomen nasai, Oka-san, Naruto said and looked down at the floor. Oi, don't beat up on Naruto just because he kicked that Uchiha and the shark man, Kyoshi said. Yeah, what he said, Shizuka's female voice said, the two animals defending their master, Kushina sighed. Gomen nasai, I just tend to overreact when there's a battle involving Naruto, Kushina said. Motherly habit, she added with a sheepish grin. Anyway, onto the topic of 2 missing nin. Naruto, why did they attack you? Jiraiya asked. Well, they said that the leader of their organization wants to collect all 9 Bijou to create the way to bring peace to the shinobi world. But I know there's no way you will use a Bijou's power without having destruction in mind, Naruto said. Naruto, does this organization happen to be Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, how did you know, Ero Sennin? The blonde Hanyu asked. Yeah, how did you know? Sora asked. I've been having my spy network do a background check on them. Apparently the entire organization consists on around 10 to 11 missing nin from nearly all of the great shinobi nations and a few minor ones, all labeled S rank in the bingo book, Jiraiya said. The individuals in the room were stunned at the information given to them. Also, Jiraiya continued, they tend to work in pairs and have a uniform which is a long black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it. The room was silent for a few minutes, so quiet you hear a kunai hit a tree from over 10 feet away. So what do we do now? Sora asked. We get Tsunade, of course, Jiraiya said. Everyone turned towards the perverted Gama Sannin. You found her? They all cried. Jiraiya nodded. Well, where is she? The six-tailed fox asked. She's in a bar drinking herself to no end on the other side of town, Jiraiya said. Well, let's go, Kushina shouted and the group sped out the door. Some random bar across town. The group entered the drinking establishment and looked around for the slug princess. Kushina finally spotted her and the group walked over to her table. Tsunade was sitting with a young brown-haired woman who had a young pig in her hand and looked at the Sannin with a sheepish smile. Tsunade looked up and saw the face of her old teammate and student. Jiraiya, you fucking pervert, why are you here? She yelled. We are here to bring you back to Konoha, Jiraiya said to his former teammate as he gestured to the rest of the gang. Tsunade looked and spoke. Is that really you? She asked. Kushina smiled and nodded before she received a slap to her face, sending her comically into the floor. You barker, I thought you were dead, the granddaughter of the Shodaime yelled. Hey, don't call me that, you drunken granny, Kushina cried. Red-haired Banshee, Tsunade replied. Oba-chan, Kushina fired back. Do they usually act like this? Naruto asked the older man. Yeah. This is just a way of them showing compassion towards each other, Jiraiya said with a grin. Naruto looked back and saw the two females immediately start to wrestle on the ground. You're kidding, right? The blonde Jinchuriki asked. I'm afraid not, Naruto-kun, Sora said, joining the conversation. The master and student duo quickly stopped fighting due to Tsunade sobering up during the fight. Jiraiya had introduced Naruto, Sora and the two animals to Tsunade. Naruto, Jiraiya, I thought you weren't taking on another apprentice after the last one died, Tsunade said. Well, Naruto is Minato's son, Jiraiya answered. Tsunade's eyes widened at that piece of information. Interesting, she whispered, and then she saw Sora. Who are you, my dear? The slug Sannin asked. Romai Sora, Naruto-kun's girlfriend, the fire manipulator said. Ah, way to go Gaki, Tsunade told Naruto, who showed his infamous foxy grin. Tsunade then noticed the two animals on the ground and her eyes widened. Sugoi, whose animals are these? Tsunade asked. Shizuka and Kyoshi are my Ninken, Tsunade, Naruto answered. You have a fucking pet dragon and a six-tailed fox, she said with wide eyes. Naruto nodded. Lucky bastard, she muttered, causing the boy to laugh, but then Tsunade's eyes widened even more when she finally noticed Naruto's ears and the tail. Gaki, what the hell did you do to make yourself a kitsune Hanyu? The healing Sannin asked. Kyuubi, he stated simply. The subject was dropped instantly. This is Shizune. She's my apprentice, Tsunade said, gesturing to the brown-haired woman next to her, who waved at the group with a smile on her face. After the acquainting of the people, Tsunade finally brought up the big question. Why do you want me to come back with you to Konoha? Tsunade, Jiraiya said, getting serious. Sarutobi-sensei cannot defend the village anymore in his old age. He has decided you to be his successor as the Godava Hokage. What, you want me to go back to that shithole, just to become the person who ends up dying? She yelled. All of the people WHI have become Hokages are fools throwing away their entire lives just for the sake of the village, Tsunade said. She then felt extreme killing intent coming from the blonde Hanyu. Naruto's slitted eyes turned red as he stared into Tsunade's brown eyes. The Sannin felt fear for the first time in her life after the loss of her family and everything that was precious to her. Don't you ever fucking insult the rank that your grandfather, you granduncle, Gigi-san, and most importantly, my father held. They worked hard to become the Hokages they wanted to be. And my father was the greatest of them all, Naruto yelled, becoming angrier. Now listen here, you fucking old bat. Don't you ever fucking mess with my fucking village's status. Now get your whiny bitch ass of the chair and you're coming back to Konoha with us, you got that, Naruto said. Tsunade was in complete shock. Kushina and the others were too. Naruto just told off the Sannin who possessed super strength. Naruto panted from talking in a single breath, and then his eyes became the usual blue color. Hold it right there, Gaki. No one gets off easy when they talk to me like that, the older blonde female said. Is that a challenge? Naruto said mockingly, looking Tsunade in the eye. You bet. I'll fight you outside, and I bet I could beat you with only one finger. If you win, I'll take back all that I said about being Hokage, she said. But what if you win? Naruto asked. I get all your money, Tsunade said. Naruto's sweat dropped. It's always about gambling with her, Kushina thought. The two blondes then went outside to fight. Tsunade and Naruto stood a few feet away from each other while the others looked on. Why do you allow your son to fight Tsunade-sama? Shizuna asked Naruto's mother. Kushina grinned. He's my son. What do you expect from somebody who insults the dream? Kushina replied. Okay Gaki, you can back out whenever you want, Tsunade said. Naruto smirked. Yeah right. Oba-chan, bring it on, the whiskered blonde replied. The two then got into fighting stances. Naruto was the first to move. He fired a swift punch to Tsunade's face. The older blonde just tilted her head to side. Naruto then spun on his heels and did a leg sweep, tripping the Sannin, and Naruto then jumped up to deliver an axe kick. Tsunade rolled away from the blow as it created a crater in the ground. "What the hell? What are you wearing, weights?" Tsunade cried. "Yup." Naruto then shined in front of Tsunade, but the slug Sannin used her index finger and jabbed Naruto hard in his forehead. Naruto felt like he had been hit by a punch as he flew backwards. Naruto flipped and skidded along the ground, kicking up dust. Naruto then knew he had to get serious. Naruto then removed the weights around his arms and legs. They were like small arm and leg bands, therefore easy to conceal. Naruto threw them at the Sannin. Tsunade ducked and then she smirked, but then her eyes widened when she heard a boom. The weights created a very nice-sized crater in the ground. Tsunade turned back to face the blonde, but she found that he was gone. Tsunade then felt movement behind her and then ducked under a kick aimed for her head. Tsunade quickly countered with a finger jab, which Naruto dodged. "Sugoi, Naruto's holding his own against a Sannin," Sora said with admiration in her eyes. "Nah, Tsunade would have already won if she hadn't restricted herself to using only one finger to fight. But that finger is still as strong as a punch to the gut," Jiraiya said. The group then looked back at the fight between the blondes. Naruto was panting as he couldn't land a hit on the older woman. "Kuso, guess I'll just have to use it," Naruto said, and then he concentrated chakra and wind into his right hand. The chakra spun and then compressed into a ball, and the raw chakra ball was held a few centimeters above his hand. Tsunade was in shock at the use of the Yondaim's jutsu. Naruto then charged, the Rasengan held, poised to strike. Tsunade quickly used her finger and smashed it into the ground. A large fissure opened up beneath Naruto, causing him to lose his balance and also his focus on the Rasengan, causing it to dissipate. Naruto quickly used chakra to stick to the wall of the fissure and climbed out, but was met with a finger flick to his Hitai 8, knocking it off. Tsunade then prepared to strike him with another finger flick to his bare forehead, but Naruto quickly drew a kunai. Tsunade froze and then jumped back as in Naruto's hand he held the Hiraishin kunai. Tsunade glared at her former teammate. "You taught the Gaki, Rasengan and Hiraishin," Tsunade growled. "Rasengan, yes. The Hiraishin we were going to start after we got you to come back with us," Jiraiya said in defense. Tsunade then glared one more time before she saw the young Namikaze throw the kunai at Tsunade. Tsunade caught the kunai, but then felt an odd humming from it. The seal on the hilt began to glow yellow. Tsunade's eyes widened, and then she saw Naruto disappear in a yellow flash, and Naruto, who was at least 20 feet away from her, had just reappeared, only 5 feet from his original position. Tsunade began to laugh. "You barker, you need years of practice to master your father's jutsu. Your father himself took at least 1 year to make the technique and another 2 to perfect it," Tsunade said. Naruto then growled as he got up. A major head rush came as he was not used to traveling at speeds faster than the speed of sound. Naruto then got an idea from the use of the Hiraishin no jutsu. "Oi, Oba-chan," Naruto called to the elderly woman. A vein in Tsunade's forehead pulsed. "Do good-for-nothing Gaki?" she asked through gritted teeth. "I'm gonna hurt that Gaki for calling me grandma. Kushina's an exception," she thought. "I'll make a bet with you," he said. Tsunade's ears perked at the word bet. "Okay. Name your price," she said with a smirk. Naruto grinned and then he held out one finger. "Give me 1 week, and I'll master my Otu-san's jutsu," the blonde Namikaze wagered. Tsunade began to laugh loudly at that. "What makes you think you can master the Hiraishin in a week?" Tsunade asked. "Because I am the Yondaim's son. I never give up and I will master it and become the new, Yellow Flash," Naruto said with unwavering determination. Tsunade chuckled. "Now then the stakes, if I win, you will come back to Konoha with us, and—" Naruto looked on at Tsunade's person and then spied a shining necklace around her neck. The charm of the necklace was a small piece of green rock, and attached to a black leather cord. "I'll take that necklace too," he added. Shizune gasped when she saw her master smile. Fine, but if I win I get all your money and also, Tsunade thought, Oigaki, what is your goal in life? Tsunade asked. Naruto grinned. To be Hokage, that is my dream, but if I fail as Hokage I'll just become a Sannin, the Fox Sannin to be specific, Naruto answered. Tsunade was shocked at Naruto, and then her eyes became sad. Those brown orbs became covered with her bangs as the Slug Princess remembered the lives of her deceased brother and husband, both who had died and both with the dream of becoming Hokage. Tsunade quickly rid herself of those thoughts and grinned at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You got yourself a deal, Gaki. 1 week, the older blonde woman said. Naruto grinned and then turned in the direction of the Golden Fox Hotel. Kushina, Sora and Jiraiya followed as the blonde boy walked in front of them, the dragon and demon fox at his heels. Sora sighed. She and Naruto won't be spending much time together with his mind focused on that bet of his with the shortest of the Sannin. Day 1 of bet. Naruto got up early, around 7 a.m. to go train in the art that was the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto took a quick shower and ate some breakfast of cereal and orange juice before heading out the door, quietly so as number 90 to wake up Shizuka, Kyoshi and his sleeping perverted white-haired sensei. Naruto walked down the streets of the town and then went out to look for a suitable training area. Later, Naruto came across a small forested area, with a few trees here and there and a small pond. Naruto gave a foxy grin. This was the perfect place to train. Naruto took out about 3 of his tri-pronged kunai and then set them apart from each other and far from him, at least 20 feet. Naruto then focused his chakra and looked at the kunai directly in front of him. The seal on the kunai's hilt glowed golden yellow before Naruto forced himself forward towards the kunai. Naruto was gone in a yellow flash and appeared only a few feet in front of his original position. Kuso, this is more difficult than I thought, Naruto mumbled. He then tried again and again, and again, but the young Namekusei could not get it right. He managed to get at least 10 feet before he felt completely drained of his chakra. This is strange. I'm a freaking chakra dispenser and yet, I'm out of chakra after only 1 move, Naruto said panting. Naruto took out a soldier pill and replenished his chakra before trying again. However, he always kept running out of chakra after only using the legendary jutsu that wiped out over half of Iwagakure's forces during the Third Great Shinobi War. How did my father manage to do that if this jutsu completely drains me of chakra? Naruto said to himself. Naruto thought about what he might need to do, as he took a break after a few hours of failed practice of the Hiraishin. It was going to be a long day and by the end of it, Naruto collapsed from chakra exhaustion. For the past few days, Naruto practiced the Hiraishin for days on end, stopping only from chakra exhaustion, to use the little shinobi's room and to eat. Naruto, however, still couldn't get the Hiraishin right, but by the 6th day an idea dawned upon Naruto. Naruto was in his private training grounds, dressed in a black top with a picture of a blue dragon in flight and short camouflage pants with blue ninja sandals. Naruto then tried to remember something that he might have done wrong, but as he was thinking he remembered the words Jiraiya had told as advice for the Hiraishin. It's never best to force a movement, and like the river it's best to just go with the flow, Naruto repeated Jiraiya's words to him. Naruto then thought on those words and then his eyes widened in realization and then he snapped his fingers. He then looked up at the sky, the colors of red and yellow signified sunset. I got it. I know how to master the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled to Kami. Naruto then took out his special kunai. Naruto then threw the kunai as far as he could and then planted another one where he was standing. The one he threw was stuck in a tree a good 50 feet away from him. Naruto then channeled his chakra and focused on the tri-pronged kunai away from him. This time Naruto didn't do anything. He didn't force his movement and then he felt a pulling sensation in his gut. Naruto then just went with that pull. Naruto closed his eyes and then snapped them open and he disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Naruto then reappeared in front of the kunai he had thrown at least 50 feet away. Naruto then felt his body tremble in excitement. Yatta, I mastered the Hiraishin. The Yondaim's legacy yelled to the sky. Naruto then focused back on the kunai he planted in the spot he stood a few seconds ago, and in another flash of yellow he appeared right next to it. Naruto grinned, but then he felt something tingle in his mind. Naruto then realized what it was. Sugoi, I can feel other kunais with the Hiraishin seal on it. Jiraiya has one, Okar-san too, and this one is faint, but I can feel one all the way in Konoha, Naruto said, and that he skipped off to give the good news to his friends and family. However, in his excitement, he did not notice the two pairs of eyes watching him with shocked expressions. So, my pet, it seems the infamous and legendary Hiraishin no Jutsu has been reborn, the first pair of eyes which were biochromatic, the left one being golden yellow and the right one an emerald green, which was of a female, said to the other pair of eyes. Yes, so it seems, the other pair said. These eyes were a deep purple and slitted and was male, with a gruff tone, and growling was heard after the voice, like that of an animal. In town, Naruto decided to test his theory of using the Hiraishin, and then he tried to pinpoint the location of his mother's kunai. Naruto then felt the familiar pulling sensation, and in a golden flash he was gone. Kushina and the others were walking through town looking for Naruto. Naruto! Jiraiya yelled. Naruto-kun! Sora called to her beloved. Where is that son of mine? Kushina asked herself. But then Kushina saw something glow in her pocket. Kushina reached in and pulled out the kunai Minato had given her when he had now completed the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Kushina gasped. The seal was glowing a much brighter yellow, and then Kushina saw a flash appear in front of her. Kushina looked up with shock in her green eyes, along with everyone else. There, standing in front of them, was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, YYYOU, Shizuka and Kyoshi couldn't complete their sentence as they saw their friend and master appear in a flash of yellow. Congratulations Gaki, you just perfected and mastered the Hiraishin no Jutsu in a matter of 6 days, Jiraiya said. Naruto chuckled and then was entered into his mother's bone-crushing hug. Naruto, my little fox, I thought you were gone. Maybe you starved, or maybe. Kushina was halted when her son rasped some words to her. Oh Okar-san, choking, not gasp breathing, Naruto managed to say loud enough for his mother to hear as his face turned blue and sevked from the pressure. Naruto gasped when his mother let go of him. His blue eyes then stared into his girlfriend's azure eyes. Sora then walked up to Naruto and planted a kiss on his cheek. Good job, my love. So tomorrow we bring back Tsunade-sama, Sora said with a smile. Hi, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. The 7th day of the bet. Naruto and the others met Tsunade and Shizune outside the bar where they last met. Sir Gaki, let's see that Hiraishin no Jutsu, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded and then drew a tri-pronged kunai. Naruto then threw it towards Tsunade and the kunai landed in the dirt in front of her. Naruto then channeled Chakra and focused on the kunai. But as he was about to use the legendary Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a chakra spike was felt by all present. Naruto quickly ducked as a foot nearly came in contact with his head. Everyone quickly got into defensive positions and Shizuka and Kyoshi ran up next to Naruto ready to do battle with their master. The smoke cleared from the impact of the blow. There stood a woman around the ages of 28 to 30. The woman had long black hair around the small of her back and had a face that looked like that of a 19-year-old, and biochromatic eyes, one gold, the other green, stared at the shinobi. She wore a blue t-shirt with the kanji for wolf on it, which was underneath a black jacket with plenty of pockets and a gray skirt, and to complete the outfit was some high-heel sandals, and she also wore a hitai 8 with a slash through the symbol of Kumogakure no Sato, A.N. like Sakura's from Shippuden. Next to the girl was a large wolf, around the size of Shizuka, maybe a little bit bigger, and had 3 tails. The wolf and dark brown fur with white striped across its back and had large white teeth ready to slice flesh. The wolf's purple slitted eyes stared into Shizuka's green ones and then at Kyoshi's red eyes. Who are you? Naruto asked the unknown woman. The woman chuckled. I go by the name of Okami Dekuro and this is my Ninken, Akai, she said, gesturing to the male three-tailed wolf. What is yours, Kitsune Hanyu? She asked. Everyone's eyes widened. How did she know about Naruto's identity as a Kitsune Hanyu? Then she voiced their answer. I bet you all are probably wondering, how did she know that this blonde here was a Kitsune Hanyu? Well, it's really quite simple, Takuro said, and then pointed to her nose. With a powerful sniffer like this, it's actually pretty easy to pick up the scent of Hanyus. For demon Kitsune, regular Kitsune and Kitsune Han, you tend to have different scents, the biochromatic-eyed woman explained. Naruto chuckled. Guess I can let down the genjutsu then, Naruto said, and then released his genjutsu, revealing his two blonde ears and the single blonde tail behind him. He then released the genjutsu on Shizuka, revealing her 6 tails. Well, don't we have a special one here? Your partner's already reached 6 tails, Takuro said with a tone that showed she was a bit impressed by Shizuka's tail number. You know you could let down your genjutsu too, Okami Hanyu, Naruto said. Takuro smirked. Good job, Gaki. Yes, I am a wolf Hanyu, she said, and then she released her genjutsu and 2 brown wolf ears and a single wolf tail swished behind her. Follow me, she said. Takuro and Akai then jumped away. The group of 2 Sannin, 2 Namikaze Uzumakis, a fire manipulator and 2 Ninken quickly followed the wolf tamer through the trees. The group then landed in front of the wolf Hanyu in a large clearing with a few rocks here and there. Why are you here? Naruto asked. Okami Takuro chuckled, and then Akai answered for her. We are here to kill Naruto there. We were hired by a person with silver hair and glasses to set out and kill Uzumaki. Naruto, Akai said in his gruff voice. Naruto growled, and then he transformed into his beast form. Naruto was now a golden yellow-furred fox. Naruto's blue-slitted eyes stared at Kyoshi. Kyoshi, I want you to sit this one out, he said. Kyoshi was in shock. Demo? Why, Naruto? I can help you kill this woman easily, he said. Naruto sighed. That is true, Demo. I need you to help protect Sora-chan for me in case she wants to try anything dirty, Naruto said. Kyoshi was still confused. Jiraiya, Kushina and those 2 other ladies are there already, so they can protect her. Please Naruto, just let me in, Kyoshi pleaded. Naruto glared at his young dragon. Kyoshi, I said no, and that's final. Now step aside. Shizuka and I need to settle out rivalry with the pack, Naruto said. Kyoshi nodded, his face in shock at Naruto's outburst, but he knew why Naruto acted like that now. It was a canine thing. When 2 canines battle, it often over pride, a female, or over to see who is leader of the pack. In this case, it's the first one. Naruto's pride as a Kitsune was hit when he didn't sniff out Takuro before the chakra spike. After all, a Hanyu's nose is supposed to be 20 times stronger than a regular animal's sense of smell. Shouldn't we help Naruto-kun? Sora asked. No Sora, Kushina said. Shizune, Tsunade and Jiraiya were shocked. Nani? Demo, he's fighting somebody obviously stronger than him. I mean, Naruto didn't even notice her until that chakra spike earlier, Jiraiya said. It is because of that very reason that Naruto wouldn't, or rather doesn't want us to help him, Kushina said. Tsunade and Shizune were confused. What? Why would he be refusing backup because of that? The blonde Sannin asked. Animal pride, Jiraiya answered. Tsunade was still confused, but decided to drop it when she felt the chakra come off the 2 Hanyos and their demonic partners. You ready, Okami? Naruto growled, his razor-sharp teeth bared at his opponents as he and Shizuka tensed their leg muscles, poised to jump at a moment's notice. Takuro then quickly transformed into her own beast form, a larger version of Akai, with the biochromatic eyes still present. Takuro and Akai tensed their muscles also. Don't hold back just because I'm a girl, the wolf Hanyu said. I don't plan to, the Kitsune Hanyu replied. The 2 Hanyus and their demonic canine partners stared at each other. Then a strong gust of wind blew and the battle began. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin, don't hold back just because I'm a girl, the wolf Hanyu said. I don't plan to, the Kitsune Hanyu replied. The two Hanyus and their demonic canine partners stared at each other. Then a strong gust of wind blew and the battle began. Now the two foxes charged their wolf adversaries. The four clashed in a flurry of claws, fur and teeth. Naruto and Shizuka then jumped away from Dekuro and Akai. Naruto and Shizuka slashed with their claws along with Dekuro and Akai. Yelps of pain were heard and the canine opponents separated. Akai and Dekuro had a small gash on their sides, blood oozing out. But blood also stained their claws as Naruto and Shizuka had scratches on their front thighs and the side of their faces. "Nice shot Gaki," Dekuro said, her wolf-like grin shone. "Same to you," the blonde fox said. Naruto then turned to Shizuka, who looked back at her master. The two nodded and then charged the two wolves. Dekuro and Akai smirked as the two foxes charged in recklessly. Naruto and Shizuka then jumped and flipped in the air. The two foxes then coated their tails with chakra. Dekuro and Akai jumped out of the way as the Iron Fox tail technique was avoided, creating a crater in the ground. Dekuro then ran forward and then slashed at Naruto with her claws. Naruto ducked and tried to bite the wolf Hanyu, but said wolf Hanyu jumped back and then spun and her tail slammed into Naruto's face, sending the blonde Hanyu back. Dekuro then ran forward, teeth bared as she tried to bite Naruto's nose, but the blonde Kitsune Hanyu quickly rolled out of way and then bit Dokuro's back leg, earning a yelp of pain from Dekuro. Naruto then sunk his teeth further into the wolf Hanyu's flesh, but was knocked off as Akai has slammed his tail into Shizuka, who crashed into Naruto, sending the two foxes away from them. These two are obviously scod dripping from his sides and face. Dekuro panted. "Yeah. Naruto is skilled with his beast form techniques. Well, playtime is over, time to show them what we can really do," Dekuro said, her biochromatic eyes looking at her wolf partner's amethyst ones. Akai nodded and the two charged. Naruto and Shizuka got up and shook the dust off of them. Shizuka winced as her leg had a long slash on it, and a multitude of scratches covered her blood-stained fur. Naruto had a large bruise on his face and scratches over his partly orange-colored fur due to the red blood mixing with his blonde fur. "Shizuka, we might have to start taking this more seriously," Naruto said. "Hi, Naruto, we give it everything we have," the female six-tailed fox replied. The fox's ears then twitched and they jumped apart as the two wolves smashed down where they previously stood. Naruto and Shizuka then rejoined and Naruto changed back into his Hanyu form. The smoke created from the impact of the two wolves cleared and Dekuro stood in her Hanyu form. She was leaning more to one side as Naruto's bite to her leg did its job and Akai was glaring at the two Kitsune. The two teams stared at each other and then the four canines rushed towards each other. Naruto and Dekuro went off to one side as Akai and Shizuka went off to the other. Dekuro smiled as her leg became fully healed due to her enhanced healing from being a Hanyu. Dekuro then shot a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto ducked under it and then a kick attempted to make its way towards Dokuro's side, but the wolf Hanyu quickly dodged and grabbed the young Namikaze's leg and swung him into the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain and then the Kumo nuke Nin slammed her fist into Naruto's stomach, making him lose all the air that was in his lungs. Naruto was then grabbed by his neck and drop-kicked a good few feet away. Naruto rolled on the ground in pain and then came to a stop, blood seeping from his mouth. Naruto then became still and then looked up at his wolf Hanyu opponent with blue slitted eyes. The determination and need to win evident in those sapphire orbs. Naruto stood and then with a roar he leapt forward with surprising speed. Akai and Shizuka then rushed each other. Shizuka jumped and spun and slammed an iron-hard fox tail at the wolf's face, but the large wolf ducked and rolled, appearing behind his Kitsune opponent and then kicked with his back legs. He hit Shizuka behind the knee, making her fall due to the change in her balance. Akai then jumped and intended to slam his entire body weight down on Shizuka, but Shizuka turned, anger shown in her green-slitted eyes. Akai was caught completely off guard as Shizuka released a stream of blue flame from her mouth. The fox fire hit the wolf in his stomach, burning him. Shizuka then rushed forward and then slammed her shoulder into Akai's side. Shizuka then bent low and spun, tripping Akai with her tails, and then she surrounded all of her 6 tails with fox fire and intended to slam him down onto the downed wolf, but Akai knew he had to reveal his secret weapon. Shizuka was about to launch her tails down upon Akai, but then she felt a strong gust of wind, but then a large shock wave of lightning came at her. Shizuka then positioned her tails and swung them at the lightning bolt, creating an explosion. Dust kicked up as Shizuka flew backwards from the blast. She skidded along the ground. She was covered with slight burns and was panting hard. Kuso, what just happened? Was that lightning? She asked herself. The smoke cleared and then Shizuka's ears perked up when she saw Akai step out of the smoke. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Akai was surrounded by a pack of wolves, around 15 of them, all made from blue lightning. Uzumaki Shizuka, meet the pack. Akai swished his 3 tails, now having blue streaks across them in the shape of lightning bolts. Obviously the leader of Lightning Brethren said, and then with a growl he launched himself forward. Naruto ran forward with unrivaled speed, catching the 28-year-old ex-Kumo Kunoichi off guard as he nailed her with a punch to the gut. Naruto then spun and kicked Dakuro in the face, sending her spinning back. She skidded as she stopped her movement, but Naruto shunshined behind her and the back of his face slammed into her neck, paralyzing her. The blonde then spun and tripped Dakuro, making her fall, but while in mid-fall, Naruto quickly appeared in front of Dakuro and the heel of his sandal slammed into her stomach. Naruto then appeared to her left and spun, punching her in the face, and then appeared behind and kicked her ass, literally sending Dakuro forward. Naruto then stalked over to the fallen wolf Hanyu. Dakuro was in trouble. She struggled to get up and with all her willpower, she got over the extreme pain from the Azuken combo and then stared at Naruto with half-lidded eyes. "I will kill you, Uzumaki Naruto," Dakuro growled. Naruto just stared at her and then began to run towards her. Dakuro, thinking that he was going to kill her, quickly charged up her chakra. "I didn't want to resort to this. Demo, I guess I'll have to use it," Dakuro said. Then she put her hands into the hand sign for dog and yelled, her chakra surrounding her. Naruto stared at the chakra cloud, but then his eyes widened when the chakra changed from the regular blue to a mixture of gold and green. Dakuro's eyes glowed and then she roared. There was a large cloud of smoke that was kicked up, and when it cleared, Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Dakuro smirked as she stood atop a large golden-green wolf, but it wasn't that the wolf was seemingly powerful or that it was at least 15 feet tall. Well, it was partially that, but what caused most of his surprise was that the wolf was made entirely of chakra. What the hell is that thing?" Naruto exclaimed. Dakuro then pointed at Naruto and the wolf was off like a bullet. Naruto used every ounce of speed and reflexive skill he had to avoid being hit. He then got a chance and threw a few kunai at the wolf. The chakra wolf howled and then created a sound wave which had the kunai clattering on the ground at its paws, but then the exploding notes attached to the kunai went off. Naruto hoped that would have done something, but it proved futile as the wolf was unharmed. "Nice try. Demo, you're going to have to do better than that," Dakuro said with a toothy grin. Naruto then threw a hail of shuriken and kunai at Dakuro's wolf, but the wolf dodged and then it fired off chakra like a laser beam. The beam kicked up dirt and Naruto barely avoided it. Naruto then rushed the wolf and made his favorite hand sign. "Kagabunshin no Jutsu," he yelled, and then 30 clones puffed into existence. The clones then all charged up Rasengans in their hands and then jumped into the air. Dakuro then made hand signs. "Doton Doryuheki no Jutsu," she yelled, and the earth wall rose up, but the Rasengan barrage made quick work of the earth wall and continued forward. Dakuro then made more hand signs and the wolf opened its mouth. "Fuuten Kamikaze no Jutsu, wind style. Holy wind jutsu," she yelled, then a large gust of wind blew. Then for a millisecond you could see it form the shape of an eagle. Then the wolf huffed as Dakuro made more hand signs. "Katen Gaokakyu no Jutsu," she yelled, and then a large fireball exhaled from her mouth. The wind made the fire stronger as it burned away all the clones. Sakura looked around and then saw Naruto off to the side. Naruto rushed forward, his hands in preparation for Cage Bunshin. The wolf then howled again before rushing at Naruto. It moved too fast for Naruto, but the blonde managed to dodge. Naruto jumped and did a soaring kick to the wolf's head, but the wolf simply stepped back, and when Naruto landed on the ground, the wolf bit down on Naruto. Naruto screamed in pain. Sakura laughed. "And that's the end of the legendary Hiraishin," she said, and then wolf grabbed Naruto's head and twisted it forcefully, and a snapping sound was heard as the Namikaze heir's neck snapped. Naruto! Sora cried as she saw the man she loved just die right before her, eyed down with sadness, tears dripping from her green eyes as she had just lost the only family she had left. Then everyone was in shock as they heard an explosion rock the ground. The Naruto in the ground suddenly exploded. A large column of dust and dirt appeared, then in the air a blonde boy came down and stabbed a kunai in Dokuro's arm. Dokuro screamed in pain as another kunai was wedged in her other arm. Naruto jumped away and grinned. "You can't kill me that easily. Not until I win that bet with Oba-chan and become Hokage," Naruto said. Tsunade stared at the blonde before her with wide eyes. Tsunade then smiled. "This boy will become a legend one day," she thought. Naruto then jumped, and in a yellow flash he disappeared and appeared in front of Dokuro and punched her in the face, knocking her off her chakra wolf. Dokuro then growled and ordered the wolf to attack. Naruto smirked before he threw a tri-pronged kunai at the wolf, stabbing it in the eye. The wolf howled in pain, and then Naruto appeared in front of the wolf in a flash of yellow, a Rasengan in hand. Naruto roared and then slammed the orb of wind and chakra into the wolf's face. "Rasengan!" he yelled, and the wolf was shredded to wisps of chakra as the Rasengan demolished Dokuro's strongest technique. Dokuro then stared at Naruto. "This Gaki, this Kitsune managed to beat my strongest technique in 2 moves," she thought. Dokuro then chuckled, and then she looked up as a flash of gold appeared in front of her and the blonde Kyuubi Jinchuriki was towering above her downed form. Naruto then drew a kunai and held in his hands. He then aimed the pointed blade of the kunai down, positioned towards Dokuro's head. Dokuro smiled. Going down in the field of battle was always how she wanted to end it. She then closed her eyes and awaited the short pain as Naruto brought down the kunai. Shizuka dodged one wolf and then another. Shizuka was getting very tired as she attempted to dodge all of the lightning-made wolves. Shizuka then jumped high and aimed a stream of foxfire at a group of the wolves. 3 of them got hit, burning them away into nothing. But the others dodged, and when Shizuka landed, a kai appeared in front of her eyes, and before she could react, a large wolf struck her in the jaw with his back feet, sending her airborne. A wolf of lightning appeared next to her and slammed its tail into her side, electrocuting her entire body. Shizuka howled in pain as a wolf appeared beneath her and then head-butted her upwards. Shizuka seemed to float in the air as the pack continued their endless onslaught. A wolf then scratched her on the face, then another kicked her in the knee, another flipped and slammed its tail down on her stomach. Then a kai and the pack appeared above Shizuka's floating form before they all plummeted towards her. Shizuka was too weak from the electrocution as it paralyzed her body. She gazed up, and the pack, a kai, was then surrounded by the lightning wolves. He focused every single ounce of his power into the ATTCK he was about to do. He didn't even take notice when 2 tails sprouted from his 3, making his power stronger. Akai didn't know how he got this feeling of power of just now, but he liked it. The now 5-tailed wolf began to howl, and the lightning then became the form of a giant wolf head. Glowing yellow eyes met her emerald green ones. Shizuka glared. She couldn't die here. She had come too far to die now. Her life flashed before her eyes, her meeting with Naruto, their battles, the fun times she had with Kyoshi and Kushina in her free time. Shizuka couldn't go down. Not like this. Not before she achieved her dream, her promise to Kyuubi-sama. Shizuka then channeled all of her energy into one final attack. The wolf head was nearly upon her, and Shizuka then surrounded herself with chakra and foxfire. She didn't even take notice when a seventh tail sprouted out of her others. Newfound power flooded Shizuka, and then Fox Fire was no longer sapphire blue, but glowing white. Shizuka was then surrounded by the white fire. "I will not lose," she screamed, and then the fire took the form of the head of her master, teacher and leader, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The Kyuubi's head then howled. Streams of white fire stretched out behind it, and then its glowing red eyes glared at the lightning wolf's yellow ones before it rocketed towards the wolf of lightning, a large stream of fire streaking out behind it. The two canines then yelled out the names of their final attacks. Raiten, Hoeru no Arashi, lightning style, howling storm, Akai yelled. Katen, Kamihi no Youkai, fire style, holy fire of the demon. Shizuka yelled. The two attacks then met, fire and lightning clashed, each one in hopes of dominating the other, but in a few seconds a large explosion echoed throughout the battlefield and lightning bolts struck the ground and white embers flew down, burning the grass like miniature meteors. A large mushroom cloud appeared, kicking up dust, dirt and other kinds of debris. The smoke then died down and the two canines stood facing each other. Shizuka and Akai were panting. They were using every ounce of willpower they had left to stand. Their legs were wobbling as they tried to remain upright, but their willpower crumbled and they both fell to the scorched and destroyed crater they had created. Naruto halted his kunai when he saw the large mushroom cloud. Naruto and Dokuro's eyes widened. "Shizuka," he whispered. "Akai," Dokuro whispered with fear in her eyes. Dokuro struggled to stand up to go and see if her one and only friend and partner was alive. Naruto then threw a kunai towards the mushroom cloud and in a yellow flash appeared there in an instant. Naruto grabbed the kunai when he arrived and nearly fell in the large crater made by the two demonic canine enemies had made. Naruto whistled. "Sugoi," he said, and then carefully skated down the slope of the crater and then reached the crater's center. He looked around until he spotted Blackfur a few feet in front of him. "Shizuka!" he cried. Naruto then ran towards the downed fox and placed his fingers by her neck. Naruto sighed in relief when he felt a pulse. She was just unconscious. Naruto then picked up his partner and then turned to leave when out of the corner of his eye he spotted a tuft of brown and white fur. Naruto then looked at Akai. The wolf was breathing hard. Naruto looked at his enemy, but he wasn't heartless, so he walked towards the five-tailed wolf. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw this, and chuckled. Naruto then rested Shizuka on the ground, but then his eyes bugged out even further. He noticed 7 black, white-tipped tails, but Shizuka was only around his upper thigh in height. Why is she so high-leveled in the tail number? Naruto shook his head and made a kichbunshin to take Akai. He would talk with Kyuubi later about the matter that is Shizuka's tail number. Naruto and his clone then picked up the two unconscious canines and they both threw a Hiraishin kunai into the air. "Go with the flow, Naruto," though, as he and his clone disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto and his clone appeared in the air and then landed gently and silently on the ground. Naruto grinned. Those stealth lessons with Kyuubi were really paying off. Naruto then became serious and walked towards Tsunade and the others. Naruto and his clone rested Shizuka and Akai at Tsunade's feet. Naruto looked at the slug Sannin and stared into her eyes. "Heal them please, Tsunade-sama," Naruto said. Tsunade was not one who wanted to be ordered around, but she knew the risks when it came to the injured. "Shizune, get to work," Tsunade ordered. "Hi, Tsunade-sama," Shizuka replied, and then green chakra surrounded the two healers' hands as they began to heal Akai and Shizuka. Naruto then went off to where Dokuro was, disappearing in a yellow flash. Jiraiya and Kushina chuckled. "Just like his father," Jiraiya said, and turned to Kushina. "You must be proud," he added. Kushina smiled and nodded. "My little Naruto-kun's growing up," she said, and wiped the tears that threatened to fall from her face. "Always wanting the enemy when they're unable to fight." Naruto was in front of Dokuro, her paralyzed form on the ground. Naruto walked towards her and then removed the kunai from her arms. Takuro looked in surprise as Naruto wrapped her wounded arms and helped her to her feet. "WWYA, you helping me?" she asked, in a tired voice. Naruto looked straight ahead, walking at a slow pace so as not to strain the young wolf Hanyo's body. "You're from Kumogakure no Sato, right?" he asked. Takuro sighed. "Hi," she replied. "You must have lived a tough life. I can see it in your eyes, the pain, the rejection, the want to be recognized by those around you and acknowledged for something you hold or just because you're different," Naruto said. Takuro looked at the blonde Kitsune Hanyu with surprise etched all over her face. "You have lived a life like mine?" she asked. Naruto looked down with sad eyes. "Hi. You see, I was always looked down upon by my village's people because of something I had no control of. 13 years ago, my village was attacked by the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the Bijou," Naruto started. Takuro stared in surprise at that. The village was quickly being destroyed. But then the Yondawa Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the greatest Hokage to ever live, sacrificed himself to seal the fox into the body of a young baby boy, that boy being me. I wanted to know why the Yondawa chose me to be the Jinchuriki out of every single person in the village. Turns out," Naruto paused, "I am the Yondaim's son," Naruto said. "The beatings, the insults, the glares, I endured them all. There were times when I wanted to just kill everybody in that damn village of Konohagakure," Naruto said. Takuro looked on, waiting for Naruto to continue. "Demo? Why didn't you leave your village like I did? If you lived such a hard life?" the black-haired wolf Hanyu asked. Naruto looked at her and showed his infamous foxy grin that threatened to split his face. "Because I found people who cared for me, people who liked me for who I am. I gained friends and finally met the last piece of family left in my life, after 13 years of abuse. But I never ran because I never give up, I don't go back on my word, that is my Nindo, and I will achieve my dream of becoming Hokage or being known throughout the world as the Fox Sannin," Naruto said, the determination visible in his tone. Takuro was in shock at Naruto's story. "And you could find people who care about you too," Naruto said. Takuro looked up with shock on her face. "Nani? What are you trying to say?" she asked. "Come back with us to Konoha," he said. Takuro's shock never left her face as she heard Naruto's proposal. She looked down with thought, before she finally looked up with a wolfish grin. "To Konoha," she stated. Naruto showed his infamous foxy grin. "To Konoha," the blonde Jinchuriki replied. The two Hanyus then reached in front of Tsunade, who had now just finished healing Akai and Shizuka. Tsunade looked up and spied Naruto and Takuro. "Well, I won the bet, Oba-chan. Now you're coming back to the village with us and I get that shiny piece of rock around your neck," Naruto said. Tsunade's vein bulged. She breathed heavily as she attempted to ignore the Oba-chan comment. "I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Gaki. Now all right, I'll go back to the village with you and here," she said, and then reached behind her neck, undoing the link that held her necklace to her neck before putting it around Naruto's. Tsunade then kissed Naruto's forehead. "Become a great Hokage and keep good care of that necklace, it's the only reminder of my grandfather," Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto returned the smile. "Hi," he said, and then he gestured to Takuro. "She's coming to Konoha with us, so, Hokage-sama, will she be a kunoichi of Konoha?" he asked. Tsunade laughed at the respect Naruto was showing her. "To think a hard-headed Uzumaki like you shows respect. I like you, Gaki," Tsunade said, and then ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto smiled and shrugged. Then the Tsunade proceeded to heal a now unconscious Takuro. "Glad to see you haven't lost that healing touch of yours, Oba-chan," Kushina said. "Kushina, just shut up will you," Tsunade said. Kushina huffed. "Fine, be that way." Kushina gave an evil grin. "Oba-chan," Tsunade then snapped. "That's it, you're dead. At least the Gaki has respect for me," the large-breasted Godava said, and then chased after her student. Kushina laughed as the slug Sannin chased her. Just like old times, the redhead thought, before she was spear-tackled to the ground by her former sensei. 2 days later, the group then decided to leave back to Konoha, but before they left, Shizune thought that Tsunade and her should get a pet. Tsunade then saw a little piglet that was too cute to leave alone, so she picked it and Tonton joined the trip. The group continued walking along the road and before you knew it, nightfall had arrived. The people then made camp and sat on log chairs that Sora had made from the chopped down trees she happened to find. While they were eating, they began to talk. "So how long before we reach the village?" Takuro asked, as she petted Akai's fur. The young wolf was getting acquainted with his new friends, Kyoshi and Tonton. "Well, at this rate around 2 more days and we'll arrive back in Konoha," Jiraiya replied. "I still can't believe Sarutobi-sensei picked me to be Hokage." "Why me?" she asked her former white-haired teammate. "Probably because you're probably the best one out of the 2 of us," Jiraiya replied. "I mean I have too much going on with my life as an author and besides I have a spy network to manage," Jiraiya replied. "Also probably because it's in your blood to be a Hokage," the Gama Sannin added. Tsunade sighed before looking up at the starlit sky. The blackness of the sky really brought out the brightness of the stars as Tsunade pointed out the constellations to herself in her mind. Naruto was sitting down staring at the fire, before his eyes shifted to his now 7-tailed fox. Naruto had later taken note of Shizuka's growth in height, being around a little above his waist. Her body mass increased too. She looked to be around Kuromaru, Inuzuka Sume's husky dog size. Naruto then sighed and then got up. "Something wrong, Naruto-kun?" Sora asked her Hanyu boyfriend. Naruto swished his tail and then nodded. "Yeah, I just have something on my mind. I'm going to meditate," Naruto said and then sat against the trunk of a nearby tree and then focused, and in the darkness of his closed eyes, there was a flash of white light and Naruto appeared in his mindscape, also known as his Baju's den. "Oi, Kyuubi, I need to talk to you," Naruto yelled. Naruto then turned when he heard the padding of paws. The great Kyuubi no Kitsune walked towards his Jinchuriki and sat down, his blood-red eyes staring into Naruto's blue one. "You called Kit?" Kyuubi said. "Yeah, what's going on with Shizuka? I mean before she was just a little fox Kit, but now she's a 7-tailed one with the ability to use some of your techniques," Naruto said. Kyuubi sighed. "Kit, remember in the Forest of Death, how that when you fought those Oto-nin that you called upon my chakra?" "Yeah, why?" Naruto asked. "What does that have to do with Shizuka becoming a demonic kitsune?" "Well Kit, I had nothing to do with it. Shizuka was a demon kitsune from the start," the great Kyuubi replied. Naruto was in shock all the time. Even when she was a kit, she was a demon. "I see. But how is her tail numbers increasing so quickly? I mean in a matter days she grew from 2 to 4 and in a month 4 to 6 and now she grew a 7th, Naruto said. "Kit, when we were in the Forest of Death, my chakra was used by you to defeat those Oto-nins that went to kill the Uchiha. Demo Shizuka happened to be near you and my chakra was absorbed into her body, changing her into a 2 tails, and in the fight against the Inuzuka, Shizuka's tails changed to 4 because well, there was probably extra yokai in her system and depending on the amount of yokai you have the number of tails increases." Kyuubi explained. "Went berserk at the Chunin exams and went into what Jiraiya told me was a 4-tailed state. The chakra radiation changed her into a 6 tails?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded. "But, what about now, how did she grow a 7th? Naruto asked. Naruto, animal-based demons have different rates at which they grow a certain number of tails. See, Akai was only a 3-tailed wolf, yet he managed to hold his own against Shizuka who was at 6. Wolves are based on strength and are therefore very powerful even at birth. We Kitsune are of an all-rounded species, so our power is equalized in almost every aspect. Speed and stealth is where most of our power goes into. Now you see Kitsunes grow tails when their power is increased, so during that battle with Akai, Shizuka gained a power boost, but she's a different one." "How is she different?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi held out a hand-like paw and a ball of blue fire appeared. "You and Shizuka are powerful kitsunes in your own right. I am the most powerful demon out there. Yet for centuries I have attempted to create a more powerful version to the Kitsune. Kyuubi said. So you're saying that there's a more powerful attack than these blue flames, but the only flame hotter than blue is… Naruto was interrupted when Kyuubi spoke. White fire, this is why Shizuka is different from others. She has the ability to wield the power of white fire, fire that can be on par with the black flames of Amaterasu. Kyuubi said. Amaterasu? Naruto questioned. Amaterasu is a technique used by the Uchiha clan when they receive the Mangekyo Sharingan, a higher level of the fully mature Sharingan. This dojutsu has 3 abilities that I know of. In the left eye is the most powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, which traps the victim in a genjutsu that lasts a second, but seems to last for 3 days. In the right eye is Amaterasu, a powerful fire that is said to be from the fires of hell. These flames are as black as a raven and can burn through anything and remain burning even in rain and atop water. Kyuubi explained. Sugoi, demo what's the third eye technique of the Mangekyo? Naruto asked. Kyuubi shrugged. I don't know, but I heard it was said to be very powerful, Kyuubi said. The den was then quiet for a while. So why is Shizuka growing at a rapid rate? Surely you find it abnormal for even one of your kin to grow at a rate this rapidly, Naruto said. True, Shizuka's growth is unnaturally fast. Demo while she was still a 6 tails. While I was teaching her the English language I asked her to promise me something. Kyuubi said. Naruto stared, wanting to know what the promise was. She is to be my heir to the Kitsune throne. She will be the new Kyuubi no Kitsune when I die. You did what? Naruto yelled. Kyuubi, she's too young to take on that big of a responsibility. Besides, I thought you demons were all like a mortal living for over tens of thousands of generations, Naruto said. Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto, not everyone can escape death. Why do you think there's a Shinigami for? Kyuubi said. Demo. Naruto was interrupted. Naruto, Shizuka has sworn to be my new successor. You can't undo it. She will be the new Kyuubi no Kitsune. I have lived for over 100,000 years, Naruto. Not even Ebisu is immortal. Shizuka took the oath and swore with blood and fire. Kyuubi yelled. Fire surrounded his paws uncontrollably. Kyuubi then calmed down when he saw Naruto's face, sadness all over it. Gomen nasai, Naruto. But she will have to leave you eventually and go to the Fox realm and take my place. Once she reaches her 8th tail, I will have to take over your body and teach her the political ways of the Kitsune, our way of life. And Naruto, you may be strong-willed, but if you try and stop me I will have to sow this with force if I have to. Kyuubi said in a gentle tone. Naruto sighed. I understand, Kyuubi-sensei. Demo when Shizuka becomes the new Kyuubi, could she visit? Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded and grinned. How do you think I got here in the first place? We demon kitsunes, in fact all demons, have the ability to travel between realms. Arigato Kyuubi, Naruto said, and then he imagined a large rabbit for Kyuubi to catch and kill. Have fun, Naruto said, and Kyuubi took off after the giant rabbit. That is just so sad, to see the most powerful demon lord in the world chasing a rabbit. Naruto chuckled and then left in a flash of light. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto noticed everyone was asleep when he opened his eyes, and then he saw Kyoshi, who had grown during the one-day trip, being around the size of an adolescent wyvern, which is big, and Shizuka. His 2 ninken was snuggled up against wither side of his body, and Naruto sighed as he felt the fire that held in their stomachs. Naruto scratched behind Shizuka's ears and petted Kyoshi's steel-hard scales. Naruto sighed again before going off to sleep. The next day Naruto woke up with a yawn to find everyone already up and the camp packed up. Konnichiwa Minna, Naruto said as he stretched out his tight muscles, earning some cracks from his back and neck and shoulder joints. Oi, welcome back sleepyhead, Jiraiya said as he finished eating breakfast. Hurry up, we have around a 2-day trek back to Konoha, let's go. You can eat breakfast along the way, Kushina said, and gave Naruto his breakfast of a few onigiri with soy sauce. Naruto ate while they walked. passing through various towns because they needed supplies and because Tsunade wanted to gamble, again. Okay Tsunade-sama, time to go, Shizune said. Tsunade gripped the slot machine with her super strength. No Shizune, I was about to win the jackpot. Yes, a 7, yes another 7, no, I lost, Tsunade said when she failed to get the jackpot. She then kicked the machine to a bunch of gears and walked out. When Tsunade exited she found Naruto with a large grin in his face. Sora latched onto his arm and in Naruto's hand was a very fat frog wallet. Gaki, how'd you get so much money? Tsunade asked. I gambled and won. I never knew I was so good at it, Naruto said. Yeah, Naru-kun is the best gambler ever, Sora said. Tsunade thought to herself, the blonde Gaki could help pay off her debts in a matter of weeks, days even. They continued to pass through towns. Naruto gambled along the way as they used some of it to get suppies, while Tsunade managed to bribe Naruto into giving her the gambling money to pay off her debts, and by the time the day was done, Tsunade had paid off at least 7/8 of her payments. How'd you manage to bribe him? Kushina asked. Wondered how Tsunade got her son to give her his fortunes. Tsunade grinned and said one word. Ramen, she said. Kushina sighed. The Uzumaki weakness, ramen, delectable soup with succulent noodle with whatever topping you wanted. I feel hungry now, anybody want to send me some ramen? Curse you Kami, for that stupid weakness, Kushina said. Then what seemed like only a few hours, was actually a day as the group finally reached Konoha and Tsunade's debts paid off thanks to Naruto. I love you Gaki, Tsunade said, putting the blonde in a bone-crushing hug. Gasp, Obasi-chan, choking, not gasp BBB breathing, Naruto managed to say as the super-strong bust lady let him go. The group then entered the village gates. People stopped their daily routines when they saw the new Godava step through the gates. Hey guys look, Tsunade-sama's back, some random villager yelled. The crowd immediately began to cheer. Tsunade waved and then the group headed towards the Hokage Tower. However, one man made the mistake of wanting to see if Tsunade's breasts were real, and when he touched said supersized bust he was met with a super powerful punch to the face, sending him soaring into the air before landing on the ground in a crater. I'm okay, he said, and then fell down again. The group of Kushina, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sora, Dakuro, Akai, Shizuka, Kyoshi, Tsunade, Shizune and Tonton walked to the Hokage's office. They entered without knocking to find Sarutobi grumbling to himself as he was doing some paperwork. Stupid paperwork. I wish I could just finish you quick, be endless. I swear as long as I breathe and we'll find a way to stop you, Sarutobi yelled to the ceiling. Tsunade cleared her throat, catching Sarutobi's attention. Hiruzen looked at his former student and grinned sheepishly. Did you hear that? He asked. The group nodded, wide grins across their faces as they attempted not to laugh. Hee, whoops, you guys wouldn't happen to know how to get rid of paperwork, would you? He asked. I do, Naruto said. Sarutobi looked at the blonde Namikaze like he were Kami. Naruto, tell me. I'll do anything, just tell me how to get rid of this demon, Sarutobi said, getting down on his knees gripping Naruto's new fox-themed jacket. No need, GG. I'll tell you if you let Dakuro and Akai here be instated as Konoha shinobi, Naruto said, gesturing to the new recruits. Sarutobi got up and took a puff of his pipe. Dakuro and Akai? He asked. The young woman and wolf stepped forward. Do you have a reason for being here? Wanting to be Konoha ninja? He asked. Hi Hokage-sama, we are yours to command and we are here to start over, the wolf Hanyu said. Well, since I can see you're a wolf Hanyu, I could put you in the tracking squad. Where do your strengths lie? The shriveled Sandemi asked. Well, Akai and I are more of a powerhouse team. We use our team attacks to take down our opponents, but we are both very good, probably around Jonin level when on our own, Dakuro said. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe. The Hokage then went to his drawer and took out a Konoha Hitai 8 with a blue cloth and one with black. He threw them to the two wolves and they caught them. Welcome to Konoha, he said. The two whooped for joy before dancing around the room. You will be in the tracking team, registered as a Jonin, from the next day, Sarutobi said with a serious face. Hi Hokage-sama, the two replied. Sarutobi chuckled. Oh, I'm not Hokage anymore. She is, he said pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade smirked and then took a seat in the Hokage's chair. Well, Hokage-sama, what do you think? Sarutobi said jokingly. Tsunade snorted in laughter. Well, I saw the fight between her and Naruto and apparently, she is good, very good. The rank you gave her would suit her and Akai just fine. You two are free to go, Tsunade said. You two will receive your pay for this A-ranked mission after Tsunade's coronation, Sarutobi said to Sora and Naruto. The two blondes grinned. Gigi, will you be revealing my heritage anytime soon? Naruto asked. When the time is right, Naruto. When the time is right, he replied with a puff of his pipe. Arigato Gigi, Hokage-sama. They replied and then walked out, Kyoshi and Shizuka trailing behind. Later that day a large crowd was gathered outside the Hokage Tower. All of them were murmuring as to why they were all gathered here. The entire village was called together, so it must be important, one woman said. The crowd got quiet as Sarutobi walked to the balcony. Citizens of Konohagakure no Sato, I thank you for making the time to come and appear at this meeting. Now you see, due to my inability to protect the village, for I am an old man, Sarutobi said, earning a few chuckles here and there, I have decided to step down as Sandaime Hokage, he said. The crowd was in shock and began to wonder who will be the new Hokage then. Sarutobi then released a piercing gaze at them, silencing the entire crowd. Don't fret, due to the efforts of three of our finest shinobi, Ramai Sora, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto, they have brought back your new Hokage, Senju Tsunade, he said. The crowd clapped and whooped when Tsunade stepped forward. Well, I guess I'm Hokage now. You know, I always despised the people who were Hokage because I used to think that it was just a job where you just end up throwing your life away for nothing. But because one person I have seen the light and I now recognize this title as Hokage is a way to help those young ones to help strive to be the best, and act as a way to help protect the village. I promise I won't let you down, Tsunade said. The crowd roared with cheers and claps. Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi were sitting in a high tree observing the scene. Naruto clapped a few times before stopping. Well, Shizuka, Kyoshi, what should we do now? He asked. We train, of course, Shizuka said. Yeah, I want fight with you as duo next time, though, Naruto, Kyoshi said. Naruto looked at his now waist-high pets. Kyoshi's scales were now a ruby red and still hard enough to deflect a kunai. His fire attacks were very powerful now and he could nearly perform the meteor strike attack. His fire tornado defense was nearly perfect, but it tended to stop after a half a minute. His glowing red eyes were a deeper red and his teeth and claws could now slice straight through the bark of an oak tree, which is extremely thick. His fire was now a blue color and can make it go up to 5,800 degrees Celsius, making his fire a blue color now. Shizuka, now Seven Tails, was training in the use of her white fire, and making up new techniques with Naruto and Kyoshi, and Kyuubi takes over to teach her different demonic fire attacks that were very destructive and some defensive. A few weeks later, after Tsunade had become Hokage, Naruto and Sora were walking hand in hand down the road to the Hokage monument. The people waved to Naruto as he passed by. Hey Naruto, how's it going? A villager asked. It's good, Naruto said with a grin and walked past. Then as Naruto was walking, a girl around his and Sora's age ran up to him with an envelope in her hand. Hi, my friend thinks you're cute and wants to give you this, the girl said as she pointed to her friend who was right by the fruit stand with a smirk on her face. Naruto opened the envelope. Inside was a folded up piece of paper. Naruto unfolded it and read it. Hey Naruto-kun, I admire your skills and think you're cute. Thanks for saving Hokage-sama during the war, and I was wondering if you would like to go out sometime, Naruto read. Then he looked inside the envelope to put the note back, and then he spied another piece of paper. He took it out and it turned out to be a photo. Naruto pulled it out and then his eyes bugged out of his head and blood trickled from his nose. Sora looked at Naruto and then took the picture. She gasped. The girl was stark naked in the picture. "That hussy, I'll show her a piece of my mind," Sora said and stomped over to the girl. Fire surrounded her fists as she stomped over. Screams were heard and then a large amount of POWs, smacks, smashes and slams were heard before they finally died down. A few seons later, Sora walked back with a confident smirk on her face. "Sora-chan, what did you do to the girl?" he asked. "Oh, nothing. Just gave her a piece of my mind," she replied, and the two continued to the Hokage monument. The two were sitting atop Naruto's father's head. Naruto chuckled to himself. A son always goes to his father for help, he thought, and then stroked Sora's long blonde hair as she laid her head against the Hanyor's shoulder. Then the moment was ruined when a young woman with black and biochromatic eyes, one green the other gold, and next to her a wolf wearing a hetai ate like a dog collar with purple eyes landed in front of them. "Dakuro, Akai, what's up?" he asked. "Nothing at all, Naruto. Demo Tsunade-sama asked to see you," she said. Naruto and Sora stood up and dusted themselves off. "Well, Akuzo," he said, and then he and Dakuro and Akai shunshined away. Sora gritted her teeth and then jumped off to the direction of the Hokage building. "I really need Naruto-kun to teach me that Shunshin no Jutsu," she said, and then sped off. Hokage Tower. Naruto and Dakuro appeared in Tsunade's office and then sat down to wait for Sora. A few minutes passed and then the blonde fire user entered. "Dear Kami-sama, pant Naruto-kun, you could have Shunshined me with you," she complained. Naruto got up and chuckled nervously. "Gomen nasai Sora-chan, I forgot you don't know Shunshin," he said, and then walked over to Sora. Tsunade then looked at the two Chunin and cleared her throat. Thawed at attention. "Okay, are you two ready for this?" she asked. "Hi," they replied. "Okay. I have a mission for you too. You are going to the Taki Gakure with Jiraiya in order to help act as protectors for our ambassador and aid in the peace treaty between the Taki and Konoha," Tsunade ordered. "Tsunade-sama, why is it called Taki Gakure?" Sora asked. "Well, Sora, this village is actually hidden in a waterfall, hence its name. Now get going, you have to get there by nightfall tonight," she ordered. "You will meet Jiraiya at the main gate in 1 hour." Naruto then grabbed Sora and the two disappeared in a swirl of fire. Tsunade sighed, but then realized something. Naruto never told Me how to get rid of paperwork. NNNNNNNNO. She screamed loudly, causing the birds in the forest of death to fly away. 1 hour later, Sora and Naruto met Jiraiya, who was standing next to a young woman in her 50s and wearing robes of the daimyo of fire, at the north gate. Sora was wearing a green short pants for girls, a dark blue t-shirt over a vest with the image of the fire god in white, and wore sandals with a slight high heel, and had her trusty weapons pouch on her right thigh and 2 short swords on her in sheaths, one black, the other white, and in the sword in the black sheath had a golden hilt, the one in the white sheath had a silver hilt. Naruto wore a long pair of black pants, a dark red t-shirt over a vest with the kanji for Uzumaki on the front and fox on the back, both in black, and on his right thigh he wore a weapons pouch, and Shizuka and Kyoshi were by his side ready for battle, both wearing Konoha hetai 8s on a black cloth around their necks, tightly, but loose enough to be able to breathe and take off easily. "Ohio, Jiraiya-sama," Sora greeted with a bow. Jiraiya waved hello. "Ohio, Ero Sennin," Naruto greeted. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's comment and began to explain the situation. "Okay guys, this woman here is the daimyo of fire and also our ambassador. We are to escort her about 5 miles from the entrance of Taki Gakure. Luckily I know the way since I've been there a few times. Now the hidden waterfall is about a 19-hour walk without trouble. But since we might encounter trouble, it would probably take at least a day or 2 to reach there. So we'll be making shifts during the night to protect the daimyo every 3 hours. Got it?" Jiraiya explained. The group nodded. "All right. Second, when we arrive at least 5 miles from the village's entrance, an escort will arrive to take us to the entrance. They are very trustworthy, so no need to worry about trying to get assassinated. There we will enter the village and talk about the peace treaty, and then once the treaty has been signed we will leave and head back to Konoha," Jiraiya said. "And finally, Naruto, I need to talk to you in private for this one," he said. Jiraiya then draped his arm around the blonde Namikaze's shoulder and walked off a few feet, so that he was out of earshot of both Shizuka and Kyoshi. "Now then, Naruto, the leader of Taki is a friend of mine and he has told me they have a Jinchuriki there. So I just want you to try and socialize with the person. They probably need someone to talk to since you know how all Jinchurikis are treated," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. "Hi, I understand. Demo, which Bijou is it?" he asked. "The Nanabi no Kabutomushi, seven-tailed horned beetle," he replied. "Okay. I'll try," Naruto said, and then the two returned to the group. "Okay, we're off," Jiraiya said, and the group exited the village to Takigakure. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. "Now then, Naruto, the leader of Takigakure is a friend of mine and he has told me they have a Jinchuriki there. So I just want you to try and socialize with the person. They probably need someone to talk to, since you know how all Jinchuriki are treated," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. "Hi, I understand. Demo, which Bijou is it?" he asked. "The Nanabi no Kabutomushi, seven-tailed horned beetle," he replied. "Okay. I'll try," Naruto said, and then the two returned to the group. "Okay, we're off," Jiraiya aid, and the group exited the village to Takigakure. Now the group exited the gates and began walking in the direction of Takigakure. Jiraiya was at the front with the daimyo trailing behind him. Sora and Naruto flanked the daimyo's right and left sides, while Shizuka and Kyoshi guarded their escort from behind. The group was walking for a few hours when they heard something rustling in the bushes. The team quickly got into defensive positions around their escorted political figure, the ninja with kunai drawn and Shizuka and Kyoshi with fire blasts charged in their mouths ready to burn the enemy to a crisp. The team then got out of the defensive stances and Shizuka and Kyoshi relinquished their fire when they saw it was a small field mouse that walked out of the bushes. However, the ninja didn't let down their guard as the mouse just stared before scampering off. "Okay guys, no time to stop and stare, let's move on. I want to reach the Waterfall village by either nightfall today or tomorrow," Jiraiya ordered. The group then continued to walk, admiring the scenery while at the same observing the foliage for any enemies present. Naruto then picked up a change in the wind and then looked at Jiraiya. "Ero Sennin," he stated. "I know," Jiraiya replied. Sora and the two Ninken quickly understood the few exchange of words. An enemy was present. However, the enemies didn't come out after a few minutes, so Naruto chose to ignore it. Naruto listened to the sounds of the birds chirping and the wind blowing quietly. Naruto smiled at Sora, who smiled back. "Ah, this mission is going smoothly, no enemies, no danger," Naruto sighed. "What could possibly go wrong?" Naruto asked his girlfriend. The group then froze and then Naruto felt killing intent come from all angles. "Naruto, did you really have to say that?" the daimyo asked. "Nani?" he asked. Then a group of ninja dropped from the trees above, around 20 of them. The group of ninja was dressed in all black suits, kunai at the ready. "Naruto, you see, this is why most people don't say, 'What could go wrong?'" Sora said. "What? Why?" Naruto asked. "Because something always ends up going wrong." Everybody shouted at the blonde Kitsune Hanyu. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, whoops, my bad," he replied. "Enough talk, hand over the old lady and we might let you live," the largest of the black-clad ninja said, most likely the leader. "Why should we? What business do you have with our ambassador, daimyo?" Jiraiya asked. "No business, but the old hag looks like she has a lot of money," one of the ninja said. "And we'll take it by force if we have to," another bandit said. The 20 ninja then charged. Everyone got into a fighting stance. Two of the black-clad ninja tried to double-team Jiraiya, but the Sannin made quick work of them as he grabbed both ninja by the face and then spun, throwing them headfirst into a tree trunk with amazing strength, cracking their skulls and killing them. Then Jiraiya quickly took out a few kunai and then turned and threw them, and with expert precision that only years of experience had given him, the kunai embedded their blades into 3 more of the enemy ninjas' hearts and they fell to the ground dead. Naruto and Sora quickly dodged the blows from 5 of the ninja, and then Naruto quickly spun and kicked one in the stomach before jumping over the ninja as he doubled over. Then Naruto halted his flip and grabbed the ninja by his head, and then using all of his physical strength, heaved the man over his head using the momentum from the flip and landed while also slamming the ninja into the ground, knocking him out. Shizuka quickly burned the man to a crisp with her fire. Naruto quickly turned and punched one ninja that attempted to stab him in the back with a kunai, and Shizuka then headbutted the man in the stomach, making him double over in pain. Naruto then followed up with a quick kick to the face and then grabbed the man by the throat and then dropped him. As the man fell, Naruto charged his tail with chakra and then used an iron fox tail tech hitting his lungs, effectively killing him. Kyoshi quickly flew upwards and surrounded himself with blue flames and then dive-bombed a few of the enemy shinobi. The shinobi made hand signs and took a breath. Suiten, Tama Sui no Jutsu. He yelled and a large-sized ball of water flew out of his mouth, but before the water could even reach the burning dragon, the water evaporated into nothing and Kyoshi continued his descent. Meteor strike. Kyoshi yelled and then he collided with one of the ninja. The impact created an explosion that made a dome of fire around 3 meters in diameter, which burned 2 of the enemies to a crisp along with the original victim of the meteor strike. The blast calmed down, leaving behind only embers. The fighting stopped for a while as they marveled at the destruction the young adolescent dragon caused as he walked coolly out of the burning hot flames. "Whoops, guess I went a bit overboard with that," Kyoshi said. Sora, quickly realizing she hadn't done anything yet, sprang into action. She drew her dual Kodachi and then slashed at 2 of ninja. The enemies quickly dodged and aimed kicks at the young fire user, but Sora ducked, tried to trip their feet. The 2 ninja jumped and then one formed hand signs. Katen, Gaokakyu no Jutsu. He yelled and the raging fireball rocketed towards Sora. Sora grinned and then used her bloodline to make the fire surround her swords. The 2 ninja were in shock at what they just saw. My Kodachi are made of a fireproof material, and are able to incorporate chakra into their blades, she explained, and then she sliced her blades of fire at the 2 men. The 2 black ninja jumped back and then formed hand signs. Suiten, Tama Sui no Jutsu. They yelled and a large ball of water flew out of their mouths. Sora, realizing they were trying to out her flaming swords, quickly stabbed them into the ground and formed hand signs. Doten, Doryuheki no Jutsu. She yelled and then a decent-sized earth wall rose from the soil defending her. Sora then removed her flaming blades and jumped the wall, and then she swung her swords downward and then manipulated the fire to make her blades longer, and she sliced the men in half, burning their remains to ash. "That was fun," she said, and then walked back to Naruto. Naruto then observed the enemy. Jiraiya had killed 5. He and Shizuka killed 2. Sora killed 2. And Kyoshi had killed 3. Naruto did the simple math and found out 12 were dead and 8 were alive. "Okay, guys, let's wrap this up fast. We're losing daylight," Jiraiya said as he stood by the daimyo. The old woman marveled at the skill her bodyguards possessed, and she knew she was in good hands. First day on the job and Tsunade seems to be making wise choices in bodyguards. I wonder if I should ask the blonde boy and girl to join the royal guards, the daimyo thought. "Hi," the ninja and Nin-ken said, and then charged. Naruto quickly made a Rasengan, and just for fun he decided to up the power of his Rasengan and add some of his wind chakra. The wind chakra was incorporated into the Rasengan, and then Naruto heard a screeching sound coming from it. Naruto looked in amazement, and stopped his charge as the Rasengan changed from blue to shining light blue, bordering on white. Then 4 small points surround the Rasengan like a shuriken, but due to Naruto not knowing about nature manipulation and how to use it, his Rasengan was dispersed. Naruto stared at his hand. What was that just now? Was that a higher level of Rasengan? Naruto thought. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts when Shizuka and Kyoshi double head-butted a ninja that was aiming for Naruto. "Naruto, get your head in the game," Kyoshi said, and then he breathed fire, killing the ninja. Shizuka quickly took a deep breath and a large blast of white and demonic red flame came out of her mouth. Yukaiton, Udama Kitsune Hyundan no Jutsu, demon style, Great Foxfire Blast, the Kyuubi air yelled and then she burned two of the ninja to ash. Naruto snapped out of it and then quickly drew a few of his Hiraishin kunai. "Oi, Mina, get into group 2 together," Naruto yelled. "Why?" Jiraiya asked and then noticed the kunai in Naruto's hands and his eyes widened. "Oh, okay, alright guys, Naruto will finish him off," Jiraiya said, and then Jiraiya looked at the daimyo, not wanting her to find out about Naruto, quickly used Shunshin to appear behind her and knocked her out. "Good. She's out so that way the daimyo won't know of Naruto's heritage," Jiraiya thought with relief, and then he rested the old daimyo against a tree. Sora and Kyoshi had quickly used a fire manipulating combo to trap all the ninja in a ring of fire. Naruto then jumped and threw his kunai into the ring. The kunai landed at the ninja's feet. Sora then released the fire ring. The leader then picked up a tri-pronged kunai and laughed. "Gaki, you're a baka if you think you can beat us with this piece of shit," he said and continued to laugh. The group behind him laughed also, but their laughter was cut short as a scream was heard when Naruto appeared in front of one of the ninja and slit his throat. The black-clad ninjas were now on guard, but Naruto smirked as he flashed away and then quickly killed off all the ninja. He flashed from one ninja to the next, and then when he came to the leader he decided to give him the special treatment. He flashed and picked up all of his kunai, except for the one the leader held in his hand. Naruto then appeared in the air and flung all of his kunai around the man's body. The kunai were all still in mid-descent around the man's chest in a circle, and before anybody could blink, a tornado of yellow was made as Naruto used the Hiraishin, and a scream was heard from the flash tornado, and then the scream died down. The flash of yellow disappeared and Naruto held all of his kunai in his hand and put them in a special pouch he made for them and grinned. Everyone looked to the spot where the leader of the enemy ninja was and gasped. The man was mincemeat, literally. "No one escapes the yellow flash," Naruto said. "That boy will be just as great as or even greater than his father," Jiraiya thought with a smile. He then picked up the unconscious daimyo and the group proceeded with their walk to Takigakure. "All right, Akuzo," Naruto said, and then marched off. Jiraiya then went back up front to lead the way with Shizuka, Sora and Kyoshi trailing behind. After a few hours of walking, Jiraiya looked up at the sky and saw how it was turning shades of red, yellow, orange and pink. Jiraiya then looked back at the rest of the gang. Naruto and the others were looking a bit tired, probably from the fight he deduced. "Well, I'm a bit tired from that battle and walking for this long without rest," Jiraiya thought, and then he glanced at the sleeping daimyo on his back. "And I'm tired from carrying this old woman. This would be so much better if it was Tsunade or someone younger and beautiful," he added. "Okay guys, we will be setting up camp. It's getting late," Jiraiya ordered. The team sighed in relief and then settled their backpacks on the ground, and then Naruto quickly used Kage Bunshin to get their supplies. "You know what, Sora-chan?" he asked the blonde female. "What, Naruto-kun?" she replied. "Thank Kami-sama for Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he said with a foxy grin as he saw one of his clones return with a few pieces of firewood before going back for more. Naruto and Sora leaned their backs up against the trunk of a tree, while Shizuka laid next to Sora and Kyoshi next to Naruto. "You said it, Naruto," Jiraiya said, sitting down next to Naruto. Naruto looked next to him and saw his perverted sensei. Then the blonde Hanyu remembered something. "Oh right. Ero Sennin, I need to ask you something," Naruto said. Jiraiya looked at his apprentice with a questionable look. "Well, ask away," Jiraiya said. Naruto was about to answer when he felt a pressure on his shoulder. Naruto turned and saw Sora sound asleep with her head resting against his shoulder, and then he looked and saw Kyoshi and Shizuka curled up and asleep also. "Ero Sennin, where's the king around for their escort?" Jiraiya pointed in front of them and Naruto looked in the direction his master was pointing and saw a crimson tent surrounded by 4 of Jiraiya's cage-bun shins. "Oh. Okay, by the way, how did the daimyo get knocked out? I didn't see anything happen," Naruto asked. "Well Naruto, when I saw you were about to use the Hiraishin no Jutsu, I knocked her out because I didn't want anyone to figure out your heritage just yet. Especially not the daimyo," the Gama Sanin answered. "Nani, why not her especially?" he asked again. Jiraiya sighed and prepared himself to tell the story. "Well Naruto, you see, the daimyo is an important political figure and thus holds a lot of power in Konoha, rivaling that of the Hokages. Now the daimyo has this elite group of ninja that the daimyo handpick him, herself, known as the Royal Guard. I think Sarutobi Asuma was one of them. Now when you become a part of this group, you wear a blue sash with the symbol of fire on it," Jiraiya said. Naruto thought back. He hadn't seen Asuma that much, but he remembered what he looked like and remembered the sash Asuma always wore along his waistline and matched the description Jiraiya had just said. "Oh, I remember," Naruto said and then looked back at Jiraiya. "Continue." "Okay. Well, the daimyo would most likely do everything in her power to try and get you to be a part of the Royal Guard if she saw you use the Hiraishin, because the daimyo, from what I've heard from my spies, sometimes takes those part of her Royal Guard with valuable bloodlines and techniques and forces them into making them reproduce in order to gain more of that clan's power, and that is why I don't want you to use the Hiraishin or your Ranten jutsus around her, ever," Jiraiya said with a serious tone. Naruto nodded. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, anybody would try and gain the power of the Hiraishin for themselves. "Now then Naruto, is that all you had to ask me?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head. "Ero Sennin, during the fight today, against those enemy ninja," Naruto started. "Yeah," Jiraiya said. "Well you see, there was this one time, I was going to hit one with a Rasengan, and you know how wind chakra could increase the cutting power of something? Well, I wanted to do that with the Rasengan, so I added my wind chakra to the Rasengan and well," Naruto paused, "it changed." Jiraiya's eyes bugged out of his head. "Do you know why?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed and smirked. "Well Naruto, you should know, the Rasengan is an incomplete technique," Jiraiya said. Naruto's eyes widened. "Nani?" he said. "Hi, your father, the Yondawa Hokage, had invented the technique and wanted to combine the arts of shape and nature manipulation in order to create a more powerful Rasengan technique by adding his wind chakra to it," Jiraiya explained. "Shape and nature manipulation?" Naruto said, not understanding these terms. "Shape manipulation is shaping the chakra to what you desire. The Rasengan is proof of mastery of shape manipulation, it being made completely of raw chakra and shaped into the spherical shape, and the nature manipulation is taking your elemental chakra nature and combining it with the chakra," Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded in understanding and thanked the perverted hermit. "Well, it's time for bed Naruto. We have a big day ahead of us," Jiraiya instructed. Naruto yawned and muttered a "hi" before he leaned his head on top of Sora's and going off to the land of dreams with a smile on his face. The next day 9 a.m. Naruto yawned loudly as he woke up, his eyes fluttered open to see everybody already up and ready to go. "Konnichiwa Minna," Naruto greeted, rubbing his eyes. "Konnichiwa Naruto-kun," Sora replied and then gave Naruto some breakfast. "All right guys, we're only a few hours away from the area where we'll meet our escort," Jiraiya said. "Let's get a move on. Naruto, you can eat on the way," Jiraiya added. Naruto took the onigiri from Sora and the group began to walk. The daimyo kept glancing back at Naruto and Sora and began to think whether or not they should join the Royal Guards. "That Rumai girl has great skill with her fire abilities and those blades. She would make a fine addition to the guards, and the Uzumaki boy, him being a Hanyu, they have enhanced abilities. If I can him to join, I can try and mass produce his kind." And then, her thoughts were cut short when she realized that the two Chunin was staring at her funny. "Daimyo-sama, is there anything wrong?" Naruto asked. The daimyo chuckled nervously. "Oh no. Nothing wrong at all. I'm just thinking about what great skill you two had showed during your battle yesterday," the old woman said, thinking quickly. Oh, okay, Sora replied, and the two Chunin didn't speak again. Phew, that was close, the daimyo of fire thought. The group began to walk for a few hours until finally Jiraiya stopped. The group looked curiously at their team leader. Oi, Ero Sennin, anything wrong? Naruto asked. No, Naruto, we've just arrived is all, Jiraiya said with a grin. Then the group proceeded to wait for their escort. Naruto took out a deck of cards from his pocket and began to play solitaire. About 10 minutes passed and the escort still hadn't arrived, and Naruto was already beginning to feel bored. Ugh, where is this guy? Naruto groaned in annoyance. Then Naruto's ears twitched when he heard footsteps coming from the west. He turned and then he and his two ninken got up. Sora looked up at her new boyfriend. Naruto-kun, is something wrong? She asked. Naruto grinned. Speak of the devil, the escort has arrived, Naruto said. Upon hearing this, everybody got up and shouldered their packs, and then the escort from Takigakure appeared in front of them. The escort panted from running and then wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Jiraiya observed the man. He wore a short dark blue pants, making it look black, and a light blue vest which the young Takigakure ninja wore over a gray undershirt. He wore a pair of black sandals and the Hitai-8 of Takigakure on his left arm. The man had brown hair, slightly tanned skin and deep green eyes. Gomen nasai if I have been late. Are you the group from Konoha? I am Hinamori Toshiro. I am to be your escort to Takigakure from here, Toshiro said. The man then turned and looked back at the Konoha group. Follow me, he said, and the Konoha ninjas and the daimyo followed their new guide. The group walked for a boring 10 minutes before they stopped at the base of a large waterfall. Jiraiya smirked when he saw the others look in awe at the waterfall. Sugoi, they whispered in amazement. Toshiro then made some hand signs and ended in the dragon sign. The group was once again in awe as the waterfall split in two and a pathway appeared behind the waterfall. So they really are hidden in a waterfall, Naruto said, and then the group followed Toshiro into the cave pathway. The group walked for a few minutes before they came to the end of path. Toshiro was standing in front of a large pool of water. Can all of you swim? He asked, facing the Konoha arrivals. They all nodded. Toshiro grinned. Great. Because from here you have to swim to Takigakure. I of course will guide you. So be sure to hold your breath. Now follow me, the brown-haired Takigakure shinobi said before taking a large breath and then diving in the pool of water. The Konoha ninja looked at each other and shrugged before also taking a breath and prepared to take a dive. Once they were all underwater, they followed Toshiro through the underwater passage. Sugoi, this village sure is well hidden. The only way someone could infiltrate it is if you were once from Takigakure, Naruto thought. 1 minute later, the group resurfaced, taking in deep breaths of air, greatly in need of oxygen. Well, that was fun, Naruto said, trying to lighten the mood. Unfortunately that didn't work, as all he got was glares from his fellow Konoha people and ninken. The group then swam to the shore and the shinobi and Jiraiya used an evaporation jutsu to dry off all their clothes, while Shizuka and Kyoshi used their fire to evaporate RNED and grinned. Welcome to Takigakure no Sato, he said. The group looked and saw that the village was relatively small compared to the 5 great shinobi nations, but it was large enough to be called a village, unlike tea or rice country. The houses were made from concrete and wood. Naruto looked for the largest building, which would most likely be the place where they would find the leader of Takigakure, but before Naruto could take note of that, he quickly noticed the humongous tree that was in the middle of a large lake in the center of the village. Wow, that's a big tree, he said. The tree had to at least be over 20 feet tall and over 30 feet in diameter of the trunk. Our leader, Shibuki-sama, lives in that building right over there, Toshiro said, pointing to a large piece of infrastructure. Everyone turned to where he pointed and saw a building that was quite large compared to all the other buildings. It had a glass roof and had the symbol for Waterfall on it. Excellent. We'll head over there right away, Jiraiya said, and then thanked the young Chunin with a bow. Toshiro returned the bow and left. The Konoha ninjas and their daimyo quickly headed off in the direction of the building. While walking they took in the sights. They noticed that the ninja there, while training, were quite adept in the use of Sutan jutsus, but what would you expect considering there is a large lake taking up most of the space there? Ero Sennin? Naruto asked. Yeah, Naruto, Jiraiya answered. What's that big tree for? He asked. Well, Naruto, I don't really know that much about it, but Shibuki told me they keep a secret weapon known as the Hero Water, which has been said to multiply the chakra of a person tenfold, Jiraiya said. Naruto whistled in amazement. Sugoi? Demo Jiraiya-sama? Sora asked. Hi Sora, Jiraiya replied. Is the Shibuki-sama referred as a cage here? She asked. Jiraiya thought for a while before answering. Actually, Sora, no, Shibuki is not a cage. The leaders of the minor shinobi villages are not referred to as cages, but they still receive the respect and love from the villagers like a cage does. In fact, they are the only minor shinobi village to have a. Jiraiya cut short, realizing he would have said a bit too much. To have a what, Jiraiya-sama? Sora asked. I can't tell you that, Jiraiya simply said, and Sora huffed in anger, her curiosity getting the best of her. The group then entered the leader's headquarters. They walked towards the secretary's desk and Jiraiya cleared his throat to get her attention. The secretary stopped writing whatever papers she was writing and looked up before returning to her papers. Hello? Welcome to Takigakure, how can I help you? She asked in a monotone. Yes, we are the group from Konoha. We are here with our daimyo to discuss and sign the peace treaty, alliance between our two villages, Jiraiya said. The secretary stopped writing and Hen got up from her chair. Ah, you're that group? Well, follow me to Shibuki-sama's office, the secretary said, adjusting her glasses. Jiraiya nodded before following the secretary to the office with Naruto and the others following behind him. The group then stopped in front of a door with the symbol of Waterfall on it. Shibuki-sama is expecting you, and is waiting inside, the secretary said, and then left him to return to her duties. Jiraiya sighed and knocked on the door. Enter, a voice came from behind the door. Shibuki looked up from his pile of paperwork and smiled when he saw his old friend. Shibuki was a man who looked to be in older 20s and wore a blue shirt and black long pants with black ninja sandals. He wore the robe for the Takigakure leader and the hitai 8 around his forehead. He had long black hair, a bit past his neck with a small ponytail, kind of like Neji's, with slightly tanned skin and black eyes. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, good to see you again, Shibuki said. Jiraiya grinned and then embraced the younger man in a friendly hug. You too, Shibuki-san, Jiraiya replied with a grin. Shibuki then looked behind Jiraiya and spotted Naruto and the others. Is that the boy with the kyuubi? Shibuki whispered to Jiraiya, taking note of Naruto's fox traits. Hi, Jiraiya whispered back. Shibuki grinned. Great, I'll send for Fu right away, he said, and then went to his desk and then pressed a button. In an instant, 2 Taki Jonin appeared. You called, Shibuki-sama? They asked their leader. Hi, I want you all to bring Fu here please, the young man asked. Demo? Why Shibuki-sama? She's just a good for nothing. But before the man could continue, Shibuki glared at him with killing intent. You do not say anything about that young girl in my presence. Now you will bring her here or I will have you stripped of your status as a ninja, understood? Shibuki said in a harsh tone. The 2 Jonin nodded and then disappeared in swirls of water. Shibuki then smiled at his shocked company. Gomen, Demo Fu is like a sister to me and I don't like it when people speak ill of her, Shibuki explained with a sheepish look. It's okay, Shibuki-sama, I understand, Naruto said. Demo, why would people speak ill of her? Naruto asked. Shibuki sighed. Well, you guys have went through all this trouble so I think you deserve to know, Shibuki said. Shibuki-san, are you sure you want to tell them? Jiraiya asked. Shibuki nodded. Well, you see, long ago during the time of the Shodemi Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in order to maintain peace between the ninja villages, Hashirama used his ability to control the bijou and give some them to the other hidden villages. We, Takigakure, had received the Nanabi no Kabutomushi. Over the years, The Jinchuriki have changed and Fu is our Jinchuriki for this generation. Due to Fu's status as the Jinchuriki, most of our population discriminate Fu for her status as a Jinchuriki, fearing the demon will take over her being and destroy Taki Gakure, Shibuki explained with a sad expression. The room was silent. Everybody looked down in pity for Fu. But no one felt more linked to Fu than Naruto. She's lived my life in more ways than most, he thought, his tail swishing behind. Well, enough of this moodiness. Let's get to discussing the treaty alliance, Shibuki said, not being a fan of sadness. Shibuki then walked towards Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Shibuki asked. Hi, Shibuki-sama, Naruto answered. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama has given you your assignment related to Fu, Shibuki said. Hi, Naruto replied. Shibuki grinned. Don't let me down, the Waterfall leader said with a smile and then turned back to the fire daimyo. Sora looked at Naruto quizzically. What assignment? She thought. Well, let us get started, the black-haired Waterfall ninja said, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. The door opened and a young girl entered. The girl looked to be around Naruto and Sora's age. She had short dark green hair ending at the bottom of her neck with a red clip holding back some of her bangs. The girl had pink eyes and wore a high white shirt, which she wore over a fishnet undershirt, resulting in showing off her stomach area, and a matching white skirt over fishnet short pants to cover her modesty. She wore white ninja sandals with a slight heel in it and wore her Takigakure hitai 8 on a black piece of cloth around her right arm and had a medium-sized red scroll attached to her back by a belt-like piece of leather wrapped around her shoulder. Ah, Fu, glad you could make it, Shibuki said with a smile. Shibuki Ne-san, Fu said with a smile and hugged the young man. Why'd you call me here Ne-san? She asked. Fu, I want you meet the Konoha shinobi, Ramai Sora and Uzumaki Naruto. He aid gesturing to the two Chunin. Fu looked at the two and gasped when she saw Naruto. Foxtail and ears, slitted pupils, he's a Hanyu, she thought. Fu, Shibuki whispered into the young Jinchuriki's ears. Young Naruto, there is a Jinchuriki like you. I know you don't like people. Demo just try and get along with Naruto please, Shibuki said. Fu glared at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but sighed. Alright. Ne-san, I'll try, Fu said. Great, he said. Shibuki looked at Naruto's pets and he smiled. A dragon and a seven-tailed fox? Lucky dog, or should it be fox? Shibuki thought. Fu, I want you to show Naruto and his pets around town please, he said. Fu nodded and then walked towards the door and opened it. Well, come on. I don't have all day, Fu snapped and then walked out the door. Naruto and the others were shocked at the girl's attitude. Gomen nasai. Because of her treatment she doesn't really like people that much, Shibuki confessed. Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi quickly ran out to meet their guide, and followed her outside to the village. Fu and Naruto walked in silence around town. Naruto observed the townspeople and noticed the glares and whispers people were giving him, mostly Fu, but some were directed at him. Naruto then decided to use his advanced hearing to listen in on a couple of women. Look at that, the demon child brought some backup, one of the women said. I bet the young boy was brainwashed and forced to follow her. How could Shibuki-sama allow this? I mean the boy's a Hanyu, another said. Naruto winced as he continued to listen, but then decided to stop, his old memories resurfacing. So, the Nanabi no Kabutomushi is yours, correct? He asked. Fu froze and looked back at Naruto before glaring, but nodded. Yeah, what about that stupid bug? She asked. Well, I'm like you, a Jinchuriki, he said. I know, Shibuki-sama told me, Fu replied. Oh, well, want to talk about it? Naruto asked. Fu remained silent. Naruto looked at his dragon and fox, the two animals just shrugged, but gave him the look that told him to keep pushing. Kyuubi no Kitsune, he stated. Fu stopped and looked back at Naruto. Fu then looked at the villagers and noticed none of them were really paying attention. Fu then grabbed Naruto's hand and began to run, Shizuka and Kyoshi following. The two Jinchuriki and the Nin-Ken arrived at a cave that was in a secluded part of the village. "Where are we?" Naruto asked. "This is a secret place that Shibuki Ne-san showed me. We used to play and Ne-san taught me my first ninjutsu in here," Fu said. "So are you ready to talk about it?" Naruto asked. Fu took a deep breath and nodded. "Well, I have lived a life like yours," Naruto said. What do you mean?" Fu asked. "He means, he's lived under the glares, the whispers and all kinds of abuse, all because of Kyuubi-sama," Shizuka said. Fu looked at the fox and blinked. "Did that Kitsune just talk?" she asked Naruto, who nodded. "Kyoshi, that's the dragon, he could talk too," Naruto added. "You are such a lucky son of a bitch," Fu joked. Naruto chuckled. "I guess I am," Naruto said. "So how did you become the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi?" Naruto asked his fellow Jinchuriki. Fu sighed and began her tale. "Well, the last Jinchuriki of the Nanabi was my father and, well, there was this one time, during a mission, he had lost control of the Nanabi's power. He was one of the greatest Jinchuriki, out of the one tail and 6 wings of the Nanabi. My father was able to remain in control with the use of 4 wings and the tail. However, when he had finally calmed down and returned to normal, the use of the Nanabi's chakra had damaged his body to such an extent he was at death's door, and in order to keep the Nanabi from dying, they extracted the Nanabi from him, and it was during this time that I was only 1 year old. The old leader of Takigakure, Shibuki Ne-san's father, thought I would be suited to be the next Jinchuriki, and here I am," Fu said with a sigh and smiled. "Feels good to get that off your chest, doesn't it?" Naruto asked. Fu grinned, her pink eyes full of relief. "Yup, so what's your story? Tell me, how are you the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and became a Hanyu?" the green-haired girl asked. "Well, 13 years ago, the Kyuubi no Kitsune had attacked my village, Konohagakure no Sato. The village was quickly being destroyed by the demon. But the Yondava Hokage," Naruto paused as he remembered his father and then continued. "He sacrificed himself and used a powerful sealing technique to seal the Kyuubi's soul into the body of a young baby boy, whose umbilical cord had just been cut. That baby being me, and as for how I became a Hanyu, the Kyuubi had offered to train me and I accepted. The Kyuubi taught me how to change into a fox, but the Baka Kitsune forgot to mention that I might turn into a Hanyu as a side effect of the technique, and that's how I'm a Jinchuriki and Hanyu," Naruto explained. Fu was in shock at Naruto's story. "Sugoi, sounds like you had fun," she said. The 4 shared a laugh, and the 2 Jinchuriki and the 2 animals talked amongst each other. Fu stared at the smiling Naruto and the grinning 7-tailed fox and red dragon. She smiled back. She could finally find someone she could trust, someone she could call a friend. Outside Takigakure Waterfall entrance, 2 men were walking towards the waterfall entrance of Takigakure no Sato. One man was tall and wore a sort of mask and had solid green eyes with no pupil. He wore the Takigakure Hitai 8 that had a slash through the symbol. The second man was shorter, had silver hair and wore the Hitai 8 for Yukigakure no Sato, the village in hot water, around his neck, which had a slash through the symbol. The shorter man carried a large triple-bladed scythe, each blade colored jet black with red lines marking the cutting edge. However, the most noticeable thing about these 2 men were the black cloaks, patterned with red clouds, that men wore. "Oh fuck this Kakazu, let's just sacrifice them all to Jashin-sama and be on our merry way with the Jinchuriki," the silver man said to his partner. The man identified as Kakazu sighed at his partner's antics of mass sacrificial murder. "Oi Hidden, just shut the hell up, will you? I'm savoring the moment before we go catch the Nanabi no Kabutomushi," Kakazu said. Hidden chuckled. "Oh that's right. You used to come from this fucking shithole? Well, let's just fucking get in there and get the bitch that was lucky enough to be chosen as the fucking Jinchuriki," Hidden said, licking his scythe blade. Kakazu formed the hand signs and the waterfall opened, revealing the path inside, and he chuckled. The Akatsuki members walked in. Kakazu chuckled as he came to the pool that was the secret underground entrance to Takigakure no Sato. Before Kakazu dove in, he smirked beneath the full face mask he wore. "Hello Takigakure, I'm home and not for a good reason," he said, and then he started to laugh evilly, his laugh echoing across the cave walls. Previously on Naruto, the fox Sannin Kakazu chuckled as he came to the pool that was the secret underground entrance to Takigakure no Sato. Before Kakazu dove in, he smirked beneath the full face mask he wore. "Hello Takigakure, I'm home and not for a good reason," he said, and then he started to laugh evilly, his laugh echoing across the cave walls. Now Naruto, Fu, Shizuka and Kyoshi were walking down the road talking and laughing. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe you were only 9 and you managed to get away from Anbu, ha," Fu said, wiping the tears from her eyes due to laughing. Naruto chuckled. "Hey, I'm a fox. I'm a born prankster," the blonde Hanyu replied. "Oi, Naruto, when are we gonna train? I'm bored now," Kyoshi complained. Naruto and Fu looked at each other and then Naruto sighed before grinning. "Sure Kyoshi, Fu-chan wanna come and train with us?" he asked the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Fu looked at the ground and thought for a while before looking up at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and nodded. "Hi, but I won't go easy when sparring," she said, the last part as a warning. "That's good. If you did then you'd take out all the fun," Naruto said. Shizuka then paused in the middle of the road and sniffed the air. The Kyuubi heir's eyes widened drastically. The other three looked back at the seven-tailed demon fox with a strange look. "Shizuka, Daijobu desuka?" Naruto asked. Shizuka quickly looked at Naruto with one emotion evident in her eyes, fear. "It's them," she stated, and then broke off into a run towards Tkure. "Mateo," Naruto called and then groaned before he and Fu ran after her, Kyoshi taking to the skies with his now near fully developed wings. "Shizuka!" Naruto yelled, but the demon fox didn't stop. Shizuka paused before sniffing the air again and then quickly took off towards a different part of the village. "Where do you think she's running off to?" Fu asked. "We don't know," Kyoshi replied. But as they were about to catch up to Shizuka, the four of them skidded to a halt as a large explosion was seen near Shibuki's building, smoke and fire clearly seen from every angle of the village. The people began to go into a panic, screaming and running around. "Shibuki ni-san!" Fu yelled and then ran off towards the burning piece of infrastructure, Naruto and his two Ninken following close behind. With Shibuki and Jiraiya, who was holding the now unconscious daimyo of fire and Rumai Sora in his arms, stared as they saw two figures walk out of the flames of what used to be Shibuki's office building. Jiraiya quickly formed a cage bunshin and handed the daimyo to it. "Take her and stay someplace safe. Don't let her get hurt," Jiraiya instructed his clone. The cage bunshin nodded before running off with the daimyo and then jumped away. Jiraiya and Shibuki then stared at the two figures walking out, both of them switching into fighting stances. "Well, looks like we'll be fighting together now, instead of you being a hired protector," Shibuki said with a smirk. Jiraiya smirked back. "So it seems," the white-haired Sannin replied before getting serious. Kakazu and Hiden grinned. Kakazu's wasn't visible, but it was there. Hiden licked the blade of his scythe as the immortal duo stopped a few feet away from the Takigakure leader and the famed Gama Sannin. The four stared at each other before Kakazu spoke. "Shibuki-san, you changed," the former Takigakure shinobi said. "You look kind of like your father," he added with a grin. "Shut up Kakazu. You have no right to come back here. Not after what you've done. Now why are you here?" the Takigakure leader asked. Kakazu chuckled, humored by Shibuki's demanding tone. Now Shibuki-san, is that a way to speak to your old sensei?" Kakazu said with mock hurt before chuckling. Jiraiya's eyes widened at this piece of information and then looked at his friend. "Not now Jiraiya-sama," Shibuki said, knowing what Jiraiya was going to ask. "As for you, leave this village, and you are no longer my teacher," Shibuki said, glaring at Kakazu. "Oh my, Kakazu, you never told me you had a fucking little gaki. That's certainly a fucking surprise," Hiden said. "Who are you?" Jiraiya asked, staring at the former Yugakure shinobi. Hidden glared at Jiraiya before taking a breath. "None of your fucking business," the Jashin follower declared. Jiraiya growled and resisted the urge to rush the triple-bladed scythe-using man, but not wanting to be the first one to attack, he quickly trashed that idea. "Oh come on Kakazu, stop being a bitch and let's find the fucking Jinchuriki," Hidden said. Shibuki and Jiraiya's eyes widened. Fu and Naruto, the two shinobi, thought. "Now then Shibuki, you will tell me where the Jinchuriki is or I'll burn the village to the ground," Kakazu said, his tone suddenly filled with malice. Shibuki glared at his former sensei. "This is not your sensei, Shibuki. He's a monster. He hasn't even aged in the last 10 or so years since you last saw him," Shibuki thought to himself. "As long as Fu and Naruto don't come near here, everything will be fine," he added with a smirk. "Tell me where the Jinchuriki is now, Shibuki, and I'll spare you the pain, sadness and fear of seeing the village you hold dear burned to the ground by my hand," Kakazu threatened again, this time unleashing killing intent. Shibuki just held his ground and then formed hand signs. "Suten, Suryuden no Jutsu," Shibuki yelled, and then a large water dragon formed from the lake nearby and then headed for Kakazu with a roar. Kakazu just smirked and then muttered a few words. "Doten, Domu, Earth Style, Earth Spear," Kakazu said, and then his skin darkened to a dark brown bordering on black just as the water dragon collided with his body. Kakazu was then swept away by the dragon and slammed into the ground, very hard. Jiraiya then used this opportunity to attack Hidden. The Gamma Sannin landed a swift punch to Hidden's midsection. Hidden gasped as he was hit by the punch, but then his eyes widened as Jiraiya followed up with a kick to the face. Hidden was sent upwards as Jiraiya jumped up and then punched Hidden in the jaw, followed up by a kick to the ribs, then a powerful backhand to the face, and then Jiraiya grabbed Hidden and punched him repeatedly in the face, causing the Jashin follower to bleed even more before Jiraiya then positioned Hidden's body so that the Gamma Sannin could kick off of the scythe wielder. Jiraiya went up as Hidden went down. Hidden groaned in pain as he was slammed into the rocky earth. A shadow then covered Hidden's face, and when the Akatsuki member looked he saw a Rasengan and the blue orb of raw chakra quickly cut through Hidden's chest, burrowing a hole through his body and destroying his entire mid-chest area as it completely shredded the flesh and bone. Hidden screamed in pain before dying. Jiraiya looked at the silver-haired man and smirked. "He wasn't so tough," Jiraiya said, and then went off to see if Shibuki needed help with Kakazu. Shibuki waked towards Kakazu's fallen form. "Get up Kakazu, I know you're not dead," Shibuki said, and then kicked the man in the face. Shibuki then walked away, but in his mind, "Holy shit, that guy's face hurts like hell, it's like I kicked steel, ouchie, ouch, ouch, I hope I didn't break my new sandals," the Takigakure leader thought, and looked at his new sandals and sighed in relief to find them not broken. Shibuki then turned to see his former sensei get up and grin underneath his mask. "Well done, Shibuki-san. To think you were never even able to do that technique before, but now you have complete mastery over it," Kakazu said. "But it's not good enough," as he blurred away. Shibuki didn't see it coming as Kakazu slammed a powerful punch into his former student's chest. Shibuki coughed up spittle and blood as he flew backwards. Kakazu then used his far above average speed to appear next to the flying Shibuki and then caught the man by his hair and then slammed him face first into the ground. Shibuki screamed in pain as sharp rocks wedged their ways into his flesh. Shibuki was lucky he didn't get his eyes poked out. Kakazu then picked up Shibuki and then dropped him. Kakazu spun and a kick that made Shibuki feel like he was just hit with one of the famous Oba. I mean Tsunade's punches and a 100-pound boulder combined. Shibuki grunted as he was once again sent flying through the air. Shibuki quickly flipped and landed on his feet, while forming hand signs. After skidding to a stop, Shibuki charged Kakazu, who was just standing there waiting for Shibuki to attack. Shibuki then jumped and yelled the name of his jutsu. Suten, Kawameru Kyusho Sui no Jutsu, Water Style, Extreme Water Pressure Jutsu, Shibuki yelled and then slammed his fist into the ground. Kakazu's eyes widened and then jumped up as the ground beneath him started to crack. Then the earth completely collapsed as a large torrent of water spouted from many areas in the ground, making it look like a number of fountains. Shibuki then formed more hand sign and smirked. He had Kakazu where he wanted. Be merciless, just like you taught me, sensei, Shibuki said, and then clapped his hands together. Suten, Suiru no Jutsu, water style, water prison jutsu, he said, and then Kakazu, being in the air, couldn't dodge fast enough as a large volume of the water from the fountains trapped him in a dome of water. I know the Suiru no Jutsu requires the user's hand to be in the prison, but as notified before, the ninja of Takigakure are masters of water-style jutsus, and it is due to that mastery that they can do this in my fanfic. If you have a problem, then I don't wanna hear it. Kakazu quickly used his Earth Spear jutsu and bear through the water prison, but every time he broke through, more water came in and filled the gap, halting his escape. Shibuki then formed more hand signs. Kakazu looked at his former student and glared as Shibuki finished his hand signs. Suten, Kuchi no Hidora, water style, Hydra's mouth, Shibuki cried, and then the water prison was suddenly surrounded by large jaws of water with razor-sharp teeth. Kakazu glared and Shibuki closed his fist. The jaws clamped down on Kakazu's trapped form with a snap. Shibuki sighed and popped a soldier pill in his mouth. That was easy. Too easy, Shibuki said to himself, and then grinned when he saw Jiraiya run up to him, the white-haired Sannin panting from running. Jiraiya-sama, I trust that you have killed your foe? The Takigakure leader asked. Jiraiya nodded. Yup, slammed a Rasengan straight through his chest. He replied. Jiraiya then turned and saw Kakazu's body drop to the ground as Shibuki cancelled his jutsus. The two sighed, but then as soon as they let down their guards, Kakazu's body popped up and he rushed the two ninja, performing a lariat aimed for their necks. Jiraiya quickly ducked, but Shibuki, not being fast enough, had been hit, but managed to coat his neck with chakra, reducing the force, but the blow still hurt like hell as Shibuki flew into a building. Shibuki! Jiraiya cried as he saw his friend crash through the building's wall. Jiraiya then heard an all too familiar voice chuckling behind him. Jiraiya turned to see Hidden laughing at him, the hole still visible. What the hell, I killed you. I saw you die with my own eyes, Jiraiya said as he stared at the immortal man. Jashin-sama needs a sacrifice. You'll do fine, you fucking son of a bitch. That chakra attack really hurt me. I swear if I wasn't blessed by Jashin-sama I could have fucking died. But guess what? I'm not fucking dead, you fucking piece of shit, Hidden cried and then threw his scythe at Jiraiya. The scythe was connected by a cord, lengthening Hidden's reach with the triple-bladed monstrosity of a weapon. Hidden then walked next to Kakazu and grinned maniacally. I am so gonna fucking oof. Hidden never finished his sentence as a stream of blue and white fire blasted him away, and then Kakazu quickly shielded himself using the Doten Domu as a large blast of wind crashed into him. Naruto and Fu landed on the ground with Shizuka and Kyoshi by Naruto's sides. Jiraiya looked at the two Jinchuriki. See Naruto, it's them, the Akatsuki, Shizuka growled. So that's what riled you up? Well, I guess I'm going to have to teach them a lesson like I did to Itachi and Kisame, Naruto said, pounding his fist into his palm. Kakazu chuckled as Hidden walked up to him with second-degree burns. Naruto and the others stared in awe at Hidden. What the hell, that fire blast should have killed him, Naruto thought. Shizuka and Kyoshi were thinking the same things too. What the hell are you looking at, shitholes? I got burned, so fucking what, Hidden said. Fu looked at the man and saw the large gaping hole in his chest. What the hell, a hole in his chest and burns? He should be dead. Is he like a mortal? Fu asked herself and then brushed her green bangs back with her hand before glaring at the two Akatsuki members. Fu, I'll take the scythe man with a potty mouth. You take Mr. Gloom and Doom over there, Naruto said. Fu nodded and then got into a fighting stance as she stared down Kakazu. And just who are you two? Kakazu asked. Uzumaki, Naruto. Masashimoto Fu. Kakazu then closed his eyes and sensed their chakras. Kakazu's eyes widened when he opened them and grinned beneath his mask. You two are the Jinchuriki, and you blondie, since you're from Konoha you must have had a run with Itachi and Kisame, Kakazu said. Naruto's sweat dropped as he heard the line he had just said before being repeated. I already said that, the blonde Hanyu thought. I can now see why they had such trouble with you. Especially with your two fire-breathing friends there, Kakazu added, but I think I'll take you both just for the fun of it and lessen our search for the others. Naruto and the others then switched into fighting stances. Jiraiya then jumped next to Fu. You're going to need some help taking down Kakazu there, Jiraiya said. Fu looked up at the Sannin and then forced back her almost instinct-like habit of having a dislike of people, and nodded, sensing she could trust the man. Then let begin. Hidden, you got the Hanyu Gaki, Kakazu told his immortal partner. Hidden chuckled and swung his scythe above his head. This is gonna be fun. I'll be sure to make you feel the pain of Jashin-sama, Hidden said, and then jumped forward. Naruto and his Nin-Ken jumped away as Hidden slammed his scythe down onto the ground. Naruto then formed hand signs. Doten. Dosakanawareta no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Shatter Jutsu, Naruto yelled and then slammed his fist into the earth upon landing. Hidden laughed as nothing happened to the ground and then began to walk towards Naruto twirling his scythe. Naruto grinned and then snapped his fingers. What the fuck? Hidden exclaimed, and then the ground below him split and Hidden nearly fell into the deep chasm below had he not jumped in time. Hidden then gasped as Shizuka appeared to his left and used Iron Fox tail to nearly shatter his ribs and send him flying. Kyoshi then appeared below the soaring Hidden and then surrounded himself with fire and spun. Karyutan. Katatsumaki, Fire Dragon Style, Fire Tornado, the Red Dragon replied, and then the large fire tornado came to life and enveloped Hidden. Hidden screamed until he finally quieted down. When Kyoshi couldn't hear the screams, he stopped his deadly attack and Hidden began to fall, his body smoking from the fire. Naruto then took this chance and jumped and surrounded his claws with wind chakra. Ninpu. Sume no Jujin, Ninja Art, Claw of the Beast, he yelled, and then wind chakra blades flew towards Hidden and then severed his head and the lower part of his body from his torso. Hidden finally landed on the ground in pieces. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and then looked as the blood pooled around Hidden's body parts. Naruto was about to turn away when he heard a chuckle. Where the fucking hell do you think you're going? Hidden's disembodied head asked. Naruto was in shock at the sight before him. What the fucking hell? This guy really is immortal, Naruto thought, his blue eyes widening. Oi, Kakazu, get your bitch ass over here and fucking sew me back together so I can kick this Gaki's fucking ass and have Jashin-sama have his soul, Hidden shouted to his partner. Kakazu sighed as he holding Jiraiya and Fu at bay. Kakazu quickly punched the ground and it caused the earth to break beneath Fu and Jiraiya. Kakazu then used that opportunity to jump to Hidden's side. You asshole, this is why you should just shut your mouth and stop talking about Jashin, you fucking bitch, Kakazu groaned, and then he picked up Hidden's upper and lower body parts and then he held his arm near to the area where it was severed. Naruto and the others gasped at the disgusting sight as long, slippery-looking, black tentacles emerged from Kakazu's arm and began to sew Hidden back together. Hidden then cracked his neck as few times. Now fucking go away, I'm going to fucking kill this Gaki. Hidden roared and then he used the long cord attached to his scythe to throw it at Naruto. Naruto, knocked out of thoughts by the triple-bladed scythe, quickly made haste to dodge the flying weapon as it crashed into the ground where he was standing. Naruto then looked as Hidden drew a circle around himself using the blood spilled from his body. Hidden then finished the seal by drawing an upside-down triangle in the circle. Hidden got out of the circle and began to slash at Naruto with his scythe. Naruto dodged the weapon with all the speed he had, but it wasn't enough as Hidden suddenly twisted his body and slammed a fist into Naruto's stomach. Naruto coughed up spittle. Hidden then grabbed Naruto by his hair and then stabbed his scythe into the ground and then began to punch Naruto in the face. Repet go of Naruto and dropped him on the ground. Naruto's face wounds were quickly healing. But the pain was still there and Naruto barely dodged the scythe blades as Hiden slashed the longest blade of his weapon down upon Naruto's head. Naruto barely got away as he was nicked on the neck by it and some blood was left on the scythe blade before Naruto's minor injury healed. Hiden then jumped away as Kyoshi and Shizuka attacked. Hiden quickly dodged their claws and fire blasts before using quick blows to send the two animals crashing into the ground by smashing his fist into Shizuka's face and a foot to Kyoshi's ribs. The two animals then walked towards Naruto. "Naruto, are you alright?" Shizuka and Kyoshi asked. "Hi, I'm alright. He nicked me on the neck with his scythe, but it healed since it was a minor injury," Naruto replied. Hiden managed to hear that piece of information and looked at his scythe blade and indeed he had the blood of the Kitsune Hanyu on the scythe's largest blade. Hiden grinned and then stepped into his Jashin circle. That minor injury would end up in the act that was never thought possible. Hiden then licked the blade of his scythe, swallowing the blood and grinned. His body then turned jet black with white markings looking like a skeleton. "Jashin-sama shall have your soul and Uzumaki Naruto will be no more," Hiden said. Fight with Fufu and Jiraiya rushed Kakazu and then jumped as the Shibuki's former sensei slammed his fists into the ground where they once stood. However, they didn't see the arms of Kakazu, which were attached by long black tentacles, quickly jump out of the ground and then hit both shinobi in the back of their heads. Fu and Jiraiya suddenly felt dizzy, but got over it quick enough to avoid the second attack. The two then landed on the ground and Fu formed hand signs. Fuuten. Kamikaze no Jutsu, wind style. Holy wind jutsu. She yelled and then a powerful gust of wind flew from her hands and barreled into Kakazu. Kakazu just chuckled, obviously not affected by the attack due to his earth spear technique. "You cannot hope to beat me with such a pathetic jutsu," Kakazu said, but then looked puzzled as Fu began to grin. "What are you grinning about?" Kakazu asked. He then looked around and his eyes widened. Jiraiya was gone. Kakazu was too slow to dodge. Even with high levels of speed he was caught off guard, giving Jiraiya the chance to attack from behind. The white-haired Sannin formed hand signs to quick for the eye to see. Raiten, Raikurai no Jutsu, lightning style, Thunderbolt Jutsu. Jiraiya yelled and then a powerful bolt of electricity came from Jiraiya's fingertips and then plowed through Kakazu's heart. How? Kakazu asked with a shocked look. "I noticed that whenever you formed the hand signs for that defensive jutsu you keep using it was always for Doton jutsus, so I figured you had an earth-type chakra nature and lightning beats earth," Jiraiya explained. Kakazu gasped before he finally died. Jiraiya then walked back to Fu with a grin. But as the two were smiling at each other, Fu noticed movement from behind Jiraiya and her eyes widened. "Jiraiya-sama, look out!" she yelled. "Nani?" he exclaimed and was then grabbed by black tentacles that wrapped around his limb and neck. Jiraiya gasped as Kakazu stood, his Akatsuki cloak removed, revealing the dark black top he wore, which showed off his arm muscles. Jiraiya had shock written all over his face as he stared into Kakazu's soulless green eyes. "You're probably wondering how I'm still alive. Well, the thing is, I have more than one heart," he said. Fu looked at the Akatsuki member with confusion. "What? That doesn't make sense," she said. Kakazu then turned to the Jinchuriki. "You see? I have this special technique known as Jiongu, Earth Grudge Fear, which allows me to steal the hearts of those I have defeated in battle and also give me their chakra natures," Kakazu explained to the Nanabi Jinchuriki. The tentacles then tightened around Jiraiya. Seems you're an earth-natured shinobi, Jiraiya. Guess I can take your heart to replace my original one," Kakazu said, and then the tentacles were about to enter Jiraiya's mouth, to reach inside his body, but was halted as they were severed when a flash of red chakra slashed right through them. Kakazu looked surprised, and then gasped as he looked at Fu, her eyes blood-red with eyes like an insect's and surrounding her, a bubbling chakra cloak with a tail and two insect-like wings fluttering on her back allowing her to fly. Jiraiya stared at Fu and then saw Shibuki finally get up after being knocked out from being slammed into a building. Kakazu chuckled at the Jinchuriki. "So, Fu, You reveal the Nanabi's power to me at last. Too bad we'll have to strip you of that power when we extract the Nanabi no Kabutomushi from you, he said. Fu growled. Not on your life, she replied, her voice suddenly darker and now leaking killer intent. Kakazu decided he had to go all out, and then the black tentacles retreated. But then began to circle Kakazu and surround him. Then 4 masks appeared. One had red markings and looked like a tiger. A second one looked like a bird with green markings drawn onto it. The third was like that of a bull and had yellow markings, and the fourth one was completely smashed, a hole straight through it. But it had the outline of what looked like a bear, and the remnants of what looked like brown markings on it appeared. The tentacles then formed 4 large creatures, each bearing a mask, but as the fourth one stood, due to the lack of a heart, it instantly fell to the ground as a heap of sludge. Now you shall face the true power of my hearts, Akuzo, he said, commanding his heart creatures to attack. The 3 heart creatures growled before charging. The 3 monsters then opened their mouths, and then Kakazu said the name of the jutsus. Katen, Zukoku, fire style. Intelligent hard work, Kakazu yelled. The tiger mask hen opened its mouth and a powerful blast of fire rocketed towards Fu. Fu just stood there, and then she raised a clawed hand and swiped downwards. This generated a powerful wind, but it only fueled the flames of the Katen jutsu. Fu then formed hand signs. Suten, Suiuden no jutsu, she growled, and then a humongous water dragon rose from the nearby lake and completely demolished the fire blast. Fuuten, Astugai, wind style. Pressure damage, Shibuki's former sensei yelled, and then the bird mask opened its mouth and a large gust of wind blew towards Fu. Fu's eyes widened slightly as the wind hit her, and then the wind spread, creating a large dome of wind. The high density and high pressure winds resulted in the destruction of a good portion of the land. When the wind jutsu died down, Kakazu was surprised, although he didn't show it, as Fu just stood there looking like nothing had happened as she stood in the large crater. Fu then jumped out and removed the scroll from her back, but before she could do anything, the bull-masked heart attacked. Raiten, Gian, lightning style. False darkness, Kakazu cried, and then a large bolt of lightning, in the shape of what looked like a spear, headed straight for Fu. Fu jumped as the lightning struck the ground where she stood. The bull mask then continued firing bolts of lightning at her, which Fu repeatedly dodged. But then she felt heat behind her and formed a water dragon which demolished the fire blast from behind her. Then the wind pressure attack came at her from her side. Fu grinned and then held out her hands. The wind attack was then compressed into a ball in Fu's hands. Fu held the ball of high-density wind in front of her for her enemy to see. Seems you have a great amount of control of your Baju's abilities, Kakazu complimented. Thanks, but just so you know, I'm done with this little wind ball just yet, Fu said, and then threw the ball into the air. Fu then grinned and formed hand signs and speeds that were very hard to track. Fuuten, Kabutomushi no Habitaki, wind style. Horn beetle's wing beat, the green-haired Jinchuriki yelled, and then the ball of compressed wind quickly dispersed and headed S-mask. The mask jumped, but the winds followed it, and as the winds were about to make contact, for a split second, the winds formed the image of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi, which Kakazu had managed to see, and then the lightning mask was completely destroyed as the winds cut it to shreds. Jiraiya and Shibuki were off to the side watching the fight with awe. Fu seems to have a good grasp of control over her bijou, Jiraiya commented, and then he turned to Shiuki, who was nursing his now broken arm. How much can she control? He asked. Shibuki looked at Jiraiya with a confused expression. How many tails, or wings, can she control before going berserk? Naruto can probably hold 2, 3 at best, but 4 he completely loses control, Jiraiya said. Shibuki thought for a while and then looked back at the Gama Sanin. She can control 3 wings and a tail. After that the Nanabi takes over, Shibuki answered. Jiraiya looked back and saw that Fu was sporting the 2 wings and tail. Jiraiya's eyes widened. If she becomes even angrier, then Fu will lose herself to the bijou. Fu then roared as she charged the former Takigakure ninja and swiped a chakra-covered hand. Kakazu dodged and then struck a hard kick to her side, and then he grabbed her arm and put it in a position so the elbow joint locked. Kakazu then held Fu's arm with one hand and then using his other elbow he broke it by snapping the joint between his knee and elbow. Fu roared in pain. Fu's pinkish-red eyes then turned a bright green. "That's it. I'll finish this once and for all," she cried. The anger and pain when her arm broke triggered the formation of a third wing. Fu's demon chakra then took on a slight greenish hue as she went 3 wings and a tail. Technically she went 4 tails. Fu then roared, kicking up dust as wind suddenly exploded from her body. "You die today," she growled and then rushed forward in a fit of rage. Back with Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi were in shock at what just happened. That crazy Jashin follower just turned from tan to black and white. Hidden grinned and then he reached into his cloak and took out a long, black pike around the size of an Anbu short sword. Naruto, thinking he was about to attack, quickly rushed to intercept. "You know, Uzumaki, you are skilled, but even so, you will feel my pain and Jashin-sama will reward me," Hidden said, and then he raised the pike. Naruto a few feet away from him. Hidden grinned and then stabbed himself in his leg. Naruto had a shocked expression on his face and then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Naruto grunted as he fell to the ground and clutched his leg. Naruto looked at it and saw the blood now leaking out of the wound. The blonde looked at the silver-haired missing nin. Naruto looked back from his leg to Hidden's. It was in the exact same place as his. "He must have found some way to join our beings together so I may suffer the same injuries, but he's immortal and I'm not," Naruto said to himself, and his eyes widened as he stared at skeleton-looking Hidden. Hidden laughed loudly and withdrew the pike from his leg. "Ah, the pain felt so fucking good," he said, and then raised the now blood-covered pike. Naruto struggled, but was finally able to stand up. Naruto looked at his leg and to his surprise, it wasn't fully healed, not even fit to be usable. He slows down the QBs and my own accelerated healing to a slow rate. Impossible, Naruto thought. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Shizuka and Kyoshi rush past him, both about to strike. "Mateo, Shizuka, Kyoshi!" Naruto yelled. The 2 animals stopped and looked at their wounded master. "Naruto, why'd you stop us?" Kyoshi asked. "Because I think I figured out how he was able to injure me without moving," Naruto replied. The 2 ninken looked with interest at the blonde-haired Hanyu. Apparently, when he manages to draw blood from the opponent using that weird scythe of his, he ingests it and then using his own blood draws that weird symbol on the ground, and when he's inside that circle he can hurt himself, causing pain to the person whose blood he swallowed, Naruto explained. Shizuka and Kyoshi looked confused, but quickly jumped as Hidden tried to cleave them. Naruto then felt pain in his right arm as Hidden jabbed the pike through his own bicep. Naruto began to bleed profusely and then he glared at the scythe wielder. "You son of a bitch," Naruto growled. "Arigato," Hidden said, and then raised the pike again. Naruto began to make a move to try and stop him, but the pike quickly came down and went through Hidden's other arm. Naruto screamed in pain, blood now coming from his mouth, and 3 of his limbs were now useless. Naruto looked with half-lidded eyes. No, I can't die. Not now," Naruto told himself. Shizuka and Kyoshi quickly came to Naruto's side and helped provide support for him to stand. Hidden then smiled and removed the pike from his arm. "Oh, Jashin-sama, the pain felt so motherfucking good. But guess what, Hanyu bitch?" Hidden asked Naruto. Naruto didn't answer, and simply glared. "You're going to fucking die now," he said, and raised the pike so it was positioned with his chest. Naruto's, Shizuka's and Kyoshi's eyes widened. "Naruto, if he hits he'll kill you," Shizuka said. Naruto couldn't answer and just stared as this man now held his life in his hands, and Hidden, not wanting Naruto to keep said life, began to bring down the pike. Time slowed down for Naruto as the pike came down. With Fufu roared as she swiped downwards at Kakazu, but the 2 masked creatures quickly intercepted her, but the Jinchuriki just slashed them in half through the waist section. Fu then appeared in front of Kakazu and slashed with a clawed hand. Kakazu dodged and then jumped as a chakra tail attempted to hit him in the legs, but then a large gust of wind blew from Fu as she fluttered her wings. The breeze generated sent Kakazu back, but the two remaining masked creatures quickly regenerated and caught their master. Kakazu was breathing hard. It took a lot of chakra to keep his elemental hearts up and running. Kakazu then withdrew the hearts back into his body and then dodged the strikes from Fu. He then moved the fire mask to his right arm and a fire blast exploded in Fu's face. Fu growled as she was blown back. A few burns managed to get through her chakra cloak due to the close proximity between her and her opponent, but the Nanabi quickly healed her. Kakazu recalled the fire mask and a blast of gale winds blew from his bird mask. Fu held her ground as the high-pressure winds attempted to flatten her, but the Nanabi's control over wind made sure nothing happened. Fu then took a deep breath and inhaled the gale winds into her lungs and infused them with the Nanabi's chakra. Fuuten. Kazudaibakufu no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Explosion Jutsu. The young Jinchuriki yelled as the large wind blast headed for Kakazu. Kakazu quickly called forth both wind and fire masks and formed the fire blast combo. The fire them collided with the wind and created a huge explosion of fire. Kakazu then used the smoke from the explosion to jump away and land by Kakazu. His cloak and top shredded and his pants now had numerous cuts in it and he was bleeding from those cuts. Damn Jinchuriki, go to Taki Gakure, Leader Sama said. You used to live there Kakazu, so your mission will be easy, Kakazu said in a mocking high-pitched voice as he relayed his leader's words. A whole set of bullshit if you ask me, Kakazu mumbled and then headed for Hidden. Jiraiya and Shibuki quickly jumped towards the explosion area to look for Fu. The two sighed as Fu wasn't in her demon cloak anymore and she now had her regular pink eyes. Good. To see you're alright Fu, Shibuki said with relief. Do you think Naruto's? Fu halted her question as a scream of pain echoed in the air. Everyone jumped in surprise, but then their eyes widened in fear. That's Naruto's voice, Jiraiya exclaimed. The three then headed off in the direction of Naruto. They pushed chakra into their legs to reach the Hanyu as fast they could, but they were too late. Jiraiya, Shibuki and Fu stared Inden standing in his circle of Jashin. The black pike stabbed straight through his chest where his lungs were and where several major arteries were. They then turned and saw Naruto, his eyes wide with surprise. Naruto then used the last of his strength to turn to his friends and then the great Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground, blood flowing from the large wound in his chest. Fu quickly ran up to Naruto and settled down next to him, tears trickling down her face. Naruto! She yelled and then patted his face lightly. She got no response. Please Naruto get up, Fu cried. Her tears now coming out of eyes like waterfalls, as she looked into Naruto's soulless eyes. Naruto, Shizuka said as she nuzzled up to Naruto's face. Naruto, you can't die. Please you can't be dead, remember, you can't die. Till you become Hokage, Kyoshi said as a river of hot tears poured from his face. Jiraiya looked on at the scene and then punched the ground in anger and sadness. Minato, Kushina, I lost him. Gomen Nasai. Gomen Nasai, Jiraiya thought in anguish as he repeatedly pounded his fists into the ground, creating small holes, his hands bleeding from the abuse. Hidden got up and removed the pike from his body and smirked. At last the motherfucker's dead, Hidden said. Kakazu then appeared next to Hidden with a tired look in his eyes. Kakazu you asshole, what the fucking hell happened to you? The silver-haired man asked, putting away his bloody pike. Oh shut up, and you? Kakazu said glaring at Hidden. Kakazu then raised a fist and punched Kakazu with it, hitting Naruto as well since the skeleton-looking man was still in the circle of Jashin. That boy there was a Jinchuriki. You weren't supposed to fucking kill him. Even though you're immortal, Leader Sama will find a way to kill you for killing the fucking Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakazu said, swearing, anger in his deep green eyes. Hidden glared at his teammate before looking back at Naruto. Then suddenly a red glow began to emanate from Naruto, catching everybody's attention. Fu, Shizuka and Kyoshi back away as the glow began to get brighter from Naruto, therefore catching the attention of everybody present. Then red yokai bubbled up from Naruto's stomach surrounding his entire body. Long chakra ears and two tails grew as a fox-like chakra cloak surrounded Naruto, his blonde fox tail, therefore making him three tails. Jiraiya looked shocked as he stared at his apprentice, the wounds healing at a rapid rate. Hiden then began to scream as Naruto's chakra became more powerful. Hiden crumpled to the ground. Hiden, what the hell? Kakazu exclaimed. Kakazu, I'm burning. I don't know why, but I feel a lot of pain, Hiden screamed, then his body suddenly looked like it was smoking. Hiden, the Kyuubi's chakra is flowing through his veins and is affecting you as well. Cut off the connection with the boy or even you will die, Kakazu said with surprise. His immortal teammate, the one who survived chops to the head, stabs to the heart and other fatal wounds, could have died. Hiden then crawled out of the Jashin circle, and panted with wide eyes. The pain, it was so. Hiden stopped short trying to find a proper word. Painful? Kakazu suggested. Yeah, that, Hiden replied. Kakazu's sweat dropped as Hiden got up, but then the man slipped on his own blood and fell back down. I'm okay and shut up Kakazu, Hiden said, knowing his partner would have laughed at his fall. The two Akatsuki members then stared at Naruto, along with everybody else as Naruto's tail swished behind him. Then Naruto looked up with crimson-slitted eyes, his nails became even sharper, teeth longer and more deadlier, his whisker marks became darker and more prominent and his hair got a shaggier look along with a reddish hue present. Naruto grinned evilly, showing his full set of razor-sharp teeth. You are so dead for fucking killing me. Naruto roared and then rushed Hiden. Hiden quickly grabbed his scythe and he and Kakazu jumped to the side avoiding the angered Naruto. Now, Hiden, no need to run. I just want to kill you is all, Naruto said in a sickeningly sweet voice. Hiden slashed downwards with his scythe and Naruto spun on his heels and dodged the attack and then grabbed the scythe blades and then began to spin in a circle and using his amazing strength began to swing Hiden with the scythe. Naruto smiled evilly and let go of the scythe and Hiden and his weapon went flying smack dab into a tree nearby. Naruto then ran up and punched Hiden's stomach, making the man lose more of the blood he had already used in his sacrifice. Naruto then grabbed Hiden's head and began to repeatedly punch his face, making the older shinobi grunt in pain as each blow made contact. Hiden kicked Naruto in the stomach, making the young Hanyu fly off. Naruto flipped into air and landed on his feet and then using quick reflexes dodged the scythe that aimed to chop off his head. Jiraiya eeped as the scythe nearly took off his head. Oi, watch where you're aiming that thing, and then ducked again as the scythe receded back to Hiden. But Naruto grabbed the scythe and held it back. Hiden growled and began to pull back trying to reclaim his weapon. Naruto yawned and then taunted the already angry missing nin by only holding back the scythe with 2 fingers. You know, for a missing nin who managed to kill me, you aren't that tough in combat, Naruto said in a voice that sounded like his and the Kyuubi's combining. But I'll end this once and for all, Naruto roared and then snapped the scythe blades into pieces with chakra. Hiden was in shock and then all of a sudden he felt a pair of arms grab him and saw another Kyuubified Naruto put him in a master lock. Naruto then glared and held out a hand and a Rasengan formed. Then Naruto created a Kage Bunshin without hand signs. Sugoi, he can use Kage Bunshin without hand signs, he really is an exceptional ninja, Shibuki complimented. Then everybody's eyes widened when they heard a screeching sound common from the Rasengan. Jiraiya's eyes widened as in Naruto's hand was a wind chakra enhanced Rasengan, a small shuriken-like shape made completely of wind chakra swirled around the orb of chakra. The attack was now completely white in color and took on a slight red color. Naruto and his clone charged forward towards Hiden. Hiden had fear in his eyes as he looked at the shredding orb. That attack had cut a hole in his chest and the silver-haired missing nin could only imagine what this Rasengan would be able to do to him. Naruto was then within striking distance and the clone puffed away and Naruto thrust his arm forward. Fuutan. Isengan. He yelled, and then the tiny shuriken orb attack shredded into Hidden's stomach. Then a large vortex of wind surrounded the two fighters. Naruto's cage bunshin puffed away as the large amount of Kyuubi chakra-infused winds cut on a cellular level into Hidden's body. Then there was bright white light and a huge explosion followed. Jiraiya stared in awe at what his apprentice just did. He used nature manipulation, the Gamma Sanin managed to say. The smoke and dust died down and Naruto stood with a triumphant smirk over the tiny remains of Hidden, a lock of silver hair. Naruto then formed a small ember of fox fire and burned the hair to ash. The group ran towards Naruto. Shizuka and Kyoshi tackled him to the ground. Naruto, we thought you died. How'd you come back? Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and then down at the ground. Honestly, Ero Sennin, I don't know. I remember the kill blow I received from Hidden and then a white light, then saw my father's figure at the end, but as I was about to reach out to him, a large red hand grabbed me and pulled me down and now I'm back, Naruto said. Well Naruto, you really are a miracle worker, coming back from the dead, just stunning, Fu exclaimed and then hugged her friend. Naruto hugged her back and the two surveyed the destruction of the village. Some of the houses were destroyed and a lot of dust and pieces of what used to be the road were everywhere. Looks like you'll have to fix this village. Have fun, Raya said with a grin and patted his friend on the back. Shibuki flinched at the mention of the devil in the form of paper. Why Kami-sama, www.hhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh The group heard voices from afar. Naruto-kun. A voice called. Naruto turned and grinned. Sora ran towards him, a panting fire daimyo walking slowly behind her, and hugged the boy before kissing him on the lips. What happened here? It looks like a billion explosion tags hit the place, Sora said, surveying the area. Naruto chuckled and then noticed something. Hey, where's that Kakizuzu guy? He asked. Everyone's sweat dropped at Naruto's attempt to say Kakazu. Shibuki chose to be the one to speak. Naruto, first of all it's Kakazu, second he probably escaped while we were watching you fight Hidden, and finally, Fu, there's something I want you to do, Shibuki told the green-haired girl. Fu looked back at her brother figure with her innocent pink eyes. Sora looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, who's Hidden and Kakazu? She asked. Naruto looked back and answered. Oh, two of the missing nin that were a part of the Akatsuki, Naruto replied as though it was no big deal. But to Sora that was a big deal. You fought a missing nin from Akatsuki. Are you alright? Will you live? She asked frantically. Naruto chuckled. I'll be fine, Sora-chan. They won't get Kyuubi as long as I still breathe, Naruto said. Sora smiled and then hugged her boyfriend. I'm just glad you didn't die, she whispered. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Oh, if only she knew. They then heard a scream from Fu and everybody turned in shock. Nani? Fu exclaimed. That's right. I want you to move to Konoha with Naruto and the others, Shibuki said. Fu got a sad look in her eyes. Shibuki smiled sadly and then looked into Fu's pink eyes. Look, Fu. Takigakure is too unsafe for you, and with Kakazu still around and knowing your abilities could prove dangerous if he attacks you here. Besides, if you go with Naruto and the others, you can count on them to help you protect the Nanabi from being taken, Shibuki said. Fu looked at her brother figure and wiped the tears in her eyes, then her eyes widened when Shibuki pulled out a scroll with a blue pattern that looked like a waterfall. Shibuki ni-san. I couldn't, not the famous Takigakure ninpu. Mizukiri no Yaiba, Fu said, pushing the scroll back. Shibuki smiled at the girl he considered a sister to him. Don't worry about it. Besides, I already mastered it. Now go, and don't forget that I'll always be proud to having been your protector these past 13 years, Shibuki said. Fu nodded and took the scroll from him and put it into her pants pocket. Now go pack up. You don't want to keep our new allies waiting, Shibuki said. Fu nodded and then left to go pack. Jiraiya and the daimyo looked at Shibuki. We're glad to have you on our side, Shibuki, Jiraiya said. We hope to have this relationship between our two nations to last a lifetime, if possible, the daimyo added with a smile, showing the wrinkles on her face due to being 56 years of age. Later that day outside the waterfall entrance to Taki. Well Fu, I guess this is goodbye, Shibuki said. Fu then ran up and hugged Shibuki and then let him go. Tears trickled down Shibuki's cheeks. He didn't want to do this. But the fight today showed that Fu wasn't as safe as she appeared to be in Taki. Konoha will do her good. I hope you will be able to find happiness in Konoha Fu, Shibuki thought. The Taki leader then waved goodbye as the group walked off. Ya-ne Shibuki ni-san and arigato. For everything, Fu said to him and then ran off to catch up to the group. Ya-ne, Fu ne-chan. He said softly and then went back inside to his village. Well, guess I need to start the reconstruction of the village, and get that Kami Forsaken paperwork done when the office building is rebuilt, he said. The last part was more of a complaint though. 2 days later Naruto and then group walked towards the gates of Konoha. Naruto was walking when he was suddenly embraced by some kind of red-headed thing. Help me, it's a monster, get it off, get it off. Naruto screamed in fear. Everybody laughed at Naruto, who looked puzzled as he looked up slightly to stare into the eyes of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, it's you, Oka-san. That's good, Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. Come on, I have dinner waiting. I made miso pork ramen, your favorite, Kushina said with a smile. Arigato, Oka-in. Demo, I need to give the debriefing of the mission first, Naruto said. Okay. Naruto-kun, I'll be waiting out here for you, Kushina said and then saw Naruto and the others walk towards the Hokage Tower. As the group entered the Hokage Tower, a group of Anbu appeared in front of them. Uzumaki-san, Ramai-san and Jiraiya-sama, we are here to escort the daimyo back to her headquarters, the one with a beaver mask said. Jiraiya nodded, but as the daimyo walked over to the Anbu, 2 of the 3 Anbu took out notepads and pens and held them to Naruto. Excuse me, Uzumaki-san, my son is a fan of yours and would like your autograph, one Anbu with a woodchuck mask said. Hi, mine too, the other one with a mole mask said. Naruto was surprised. Autographs? Me? Naruto said, not sure if this was a dream. The 2 Anbu nodded and then pushed their hands forward for Naruto to sign. Naruto took the woodchuck Anbu's pad first and then Naruto thought for a minute. As he never signed an autograph before, then his eyes brightened and they began to scribble down on the page and then handed back the pad and WRTE down that same thing for the moles. Arigato Uzumaki-san, the Anbu said and then blurred away. The group then walked into the Hokage's office. Ohio Oba-chan, Naruto greeted Tsunade and was met with a clock thrown at his face. Itai, what was that for Oba-chan? Naruto complained, his face now having a clock-shaped imprint on it. Don't call me that, Gaki. Now then, debrief now, Tsunade ordered. Jiraiya stepped forward and then began to explain the mission. Her eyes widened when she heard Naruto had died and was reborn. How? She asked in disbelief. We don't know, the Gaki doesn't know either, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and told him to continue. Jiraiya then explained how Fu was a well-rounded shinobi in Taki and then whispered in her ear how she was the Nanabi's Jinchuriki so as not for the hidden Anbu in her office to hear, and also how Shibuki requested that Fu be a part of the Konoha Shinobi Society. Tsunade looked at Fu up and down and then smiled. A friend of Naruto's is a friend to Konoha. Welcome to the village, Masashimoto Fu, Tsunade said and then tossed Fu a green-clothed Hitai 8. Fu was overjoyed and hugged everybody in the room, including the Anbu that had been secretly hidden in the certain parts of the room. How'd she find us? They thought with sweat drops behind their heads, and then went back to different hiding spots in the shadows. Tsunade nodded. Well, excellent work you guys. Here's your pay for the A-ranked mission also Fu. Judging from Jiraiya's description of your skills and having seen him firsthand, I think it would be appropriate for you to be at least a Chunin level. Do you accept? The blonde Hokage asked. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Fu replied and bowed in thanks. "Good. You will be part of the Chunin team with Naruto and Sora," she said, and then dismissed them. And then Tsunade looked around the room for any sign of her annoying apprentice and grinned when she found no trace of her. Tsunade then opened her drawers and was about to take out the bottle of sake that she kept in her drawer. Tsunade looked around the desk and behind the stacks of paperwork, but they were nowhere to be found. "Shizune!" Tsunade yelled. Across the street, Shizune was dumping the secret bottle of sake into the trash. "Ah. Oh, she found me out," Shizune said with a scared expression, and then looked through the Hokage window and saw Tsunade looking at her, and the blonde gave the younger woman the fingers. Was not going to end well. Kushina was walking the three Chunin back to the Uzumaki compound for dinner. Naruto had then stopped with Sora and told her and Fu to go on ahead. "Naruto-kun, Daijobu desuka?" she asked. "Sora, I think it's time I told you something, the truth about why I was hated," Naruto said. Sora looked at her Hanyu boyfriend curiously. "Okay," she replied. "Well, you remember how 13 years ago the Kyuubi no Kitsune had attacked Konoha and the Yondawa killed it," Naruto said. Sora nodded. "Well, that was a lie," Naruto stated. "Nani? A lie? Why would they lie about something like the Yondawa not defeating the Kyuubi, then? What happened to the Kitsune?" the blonde fire manipulator asked. "Well, the truth is my father sealed the fox's spirit into a young baby, whose umbilical cord had just been cut, and that baby—" Naruto was cut short as Sora completed the sentence for him. "That baby was you," Sora said, looking at Naruto. Naruto nodded with a somber look on his face. "I understand if you don't." Naruto was halted yet again as Sora kissed him passionately on the lips. Naruto was surprised before he kissed back. The two kissed for a few seconds and then pulled apart. "I don't hate you. I just love you even more for that. You're a hero," Sora said, and then smiled warmly at him. Naruto grinned his infamous foxy grin. "Arigato, Sora-chan," and then the two walked to Naruto's house for dinner of ramen and some much-deserved rest. Naruto, after the mission to Wave, decides it's time to become serious about his life as a shinobi and lets down the mask of stupidity he once wore. Team 7 then undergoes harsh training as Kakashi prepares his students for the Chunin exams that were to occur later in the week. The day before the exams begin, Naruto is taught to transform into a fox by Kyuubi, but had managed to leave out the detail in which you become a Hanyu as a result of the transformation. On the day of the exams, Naruto and his teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, run into a Genin team from Suna, consisting of Kankuro, Temari and Gaara, who are all siblings. The team then goes to the building where they meet Ibiki, the proctor of the first exam, and manage to pass said exam. The Genin then meet up with the second proctor, Matarashi Anko, at Training Ground 44, aka the Forest of Death. Team 7 managed to get their second scroll in a matter of minutes, but their victory is short-lived as Orochimaru, the former ninja of Konoha, manages to blow away Naruto, separating him from his teammates, making them have to fend by themselves against the former Sannin. Naruto later finds a young fox kit, naming it Shizuka, and manages to reunite with his teammates and help fend off Orochimaru, but the Sannin quickly overpowers the Jinchuriki, Hanyu, and knocks him unconscious, and after an epic battle against Sasuke, assures victory and then brands the young Uchiha with the cursed seal of heaven. An Otogakure team then arrives to kill Sasuke. Sakura tries her best to fend off the attackers, but is overpowered, but then Sasuke and Naruto wake up from unconsciousness and are in their demonic forms, Sasuke in Curse Seal Level 1 and Naruto in his initial Jinchuriki form, and due to the exposure to Kyuubi's chakra, Shizuka has become a demonic two-tailed fox. The three then defeat the team and speed off to the tower in the middle of the forest and start the preliminaries of the third exam. Naruto then meets a new friend, Ramai Sora, whom Naruto has a bit of a crush on. Sasuke defeats Neji using a spectacular move, the Ru Arashi Renden, and then Naruto defeats Kiba using a collaboration combo with Shizuka, who had become a Four Tails during the fight, and unleashes a devastating new combo known as the Kitsune High Renden. After the Sandemi explains the Chunin exams finals, he gives the pair-offs, in which Naruto must fight his new Jinchuriki foe, Gaara, and Sasuke fighting Sora, etc. The finalists then leave to prepare for the finals using the month they have. Naruto meets up with Jiraiya, the Gama Sannin, who offers to help train Naruto for his fight and gives him the Uzumaki summoning scroll, the Dragon Scroll. Meanwhile, in the hospital it has been revealed that Naruto's mother was not dead, but in fact in a coma and had finally woken up after 13 years. The red-headed Uzumaki reunites with her son and then takes over Naruto's training, which Jiraiya accepts, but not before handing over 2 scrolls that belonged to Naruto's father. Kushina then helps Naruto train in his summons, in which he receives a lifelong partner, Kyoshi, a pre-adolescent dragon, and also in his bloodline ability to control lightning and use the art of Ranten, storm release. After training, Naruto introduces his mother to Shizuka, and then the 2 Uzumakis move into the clan home which the Yondawa and Kushina lived in when they were married. Naruto quickly adjusts to his new home, and then Anko arrive and notifies the family that there will be a spring festival today. Naruto and Kushina go to the festival, with Naruto going off with his date, Ramai Sora, to take part in the festivities and chat with his friends. When the festival is over, Naruto offers to walk Sora home. When the 2 genin arrive at Sora's house, Sora kisses Naruto and then leaves, offering to go on another date with him, thus sparking their new relationship. The month then later quickly passes and Naruto and Sora are now officially a couple. The Kazekage, along with the daimyos of various countries, arrived to see the fights and place their bets. The first fight takes place between Shino and one of Sora's teammates, Arashi. The fight was long and grueling, but the battle ended in a draw. The second match then starts, between Shikamaru and Temari, and Shikamaru surprisingly pulls off a victory. The next fight was between Sora and Sasuke, who was nearly disqualified due to errands, but managed to arrive in the nick of time. The fight between the two was harsh, with Sasuke using high-level jutsu and Sora unveiling her bloodline to manipulate fire and manages to defeat Sasuke. The final match was then between Gaara and Naruto. The fight starts off with Naruto launching some harsh blows, demolishing Gaara's defensive sand and landing heavy blows on him. When Gaara shows off his dome of sand, Naruto is forced to reveal his bloodline and uses one of his most powerful storm-style jutsus, the Storm Dragon Blast, which completely destroys Gaara's defense and causing harm to Gaara as well. Gaara, in a fit of rage, begins to transform into Shukaku, and then Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, unleashes his plan for war and releases a genjutsu upon the audience. Naruto then drops the genjutsu and reveals his Hanyu form to those present. Jiraiya arrives to help stop Shukaku and summons Gamabunta to combat the Tanuki of Sand. Naruto then uses a seal to summon Shizuka and Kyoshi to his side, and then he meets up with his mother, and together the 4 of them manage to enter the combat zone where a fierce battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi was taking place. Orochimaru uses his kinjutsu and revives the lives of the deceased Shodemi, Nidemi and Yondawa Hokages. The Yondawa then escaped the kunai seal from Orochimaru and then reveals Naruto's relation to him. Yondawa then passes away into the wind as dust. Orochimaru calls the blonde Hokage a fool, which reaches Naruto's ears. Naruto then snaps and goes into a rage, unknowingly calling upon the Kyuubi's chakra, sprouting 4 tails, and due to the chakra exposure, Shizuka grew 2 more tails, making her have 6 of them, and Kyoshi wasn't that much affected. In another part of the battlefield, Sora and Sasuke fight off enemy ninja, but Sora hears how one of the ninja would kill her boyfriend, which was misunderstood as the ninja meant to kill Sasuke, not Naruto. Sora then becomes enraged and calls upon mystical gold and Scylla flames, the flames of the fire god, and annihilates her opponents, and then falls asleep from exhaustion of the new attack, adds Sasuke rethinking his view on life. After a harsh battle, Naruto uses a powerful chakra blade entire building complex, and Naruto, due to exertion and Kyuubi's ability to recall his chakra, returned to normal. Naruto quickly recovers and Jiraiya joins them after defeating Shukaku. The group thinks the fight is over as Orochimaru and the deceased Hokages are nowhere to be found. The group's victory, however, is short-lived as Orochimaru is still alive and uses his devastating Hydra technique, and Orochimaru transforms into his true form, a large 8-headed white python. Naruto and the other destroy a few heads, but Kushina is supposedly eaten by one. Naruto then becomes angered and then forms a surprise attack, and slams a Rasengan into the head of the head that ate his mother. Kushina is revealed to have survived, and then the group, being worn out from chakra exhaustion, seemingly gives up hope, but Naruto doesn't and calls upon Kyuubi's chakra and summons Ghidorah, the Dragon Lord. Ghidorah quickly dispatches of Orochimaru and the war is over. A few weeks after the war, the village is back to normal and Sandemi promotes Shikamaru, Arashi, Naruto and Sora to the rank of Chunin. Then he explains how that he is getting too old and how he wishes for Naruto and Sora to go with Jiraiya to look for his successor, Senju Tsunade. The scene then switches to Sora's home, who had left to pack for her trip. Sora tells her father of the incident where she used the fire god's flames. Sora's father tells her never to use the flames, but only as a last resort, as the price is the loss of your will to fight, meaning that you will no longer feel the want, the need, or the basic instinct of fight. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, he tells Kushina of his plan to travel, and Kushina, wanting to tag along to look for her old sensei, agrees to go as well. The group leaves at dawn and manage to find the blonde Sannin after a day or two. Tsunade and Naruto fight over their beliefs with the status as Hokage, using their fists, ending up with Naruto losing. Tsunade during the fight had noticed Naruto using the Hiraishin no Jutsu, his father's most powerful technique, and makes a bet with Naruto that if he can master the Hiraishin within a week, she'll return as Hokage, and if Naruto loses, she gets all his money. Naruto accepts and then in a matter of 6 days manages to master it. On the last day, he is about to show off the Flying Thunder God, when a new foe arrives, Okami Dakuro and her wolf partner Akai, whom are former Kumogakure ninja who were hired to kill Naruto. Naruto and Shizuka fight the wolfish pair, with Kyoshi having to step off to the sidelines. The fight was destructive and awesome, but Naruto managed to squeeze in a victory due to the use of the Hiraishin. Naruto then offers the injured Dakuro and Akai sanctuary in Konoha, which the pair greedily and honestly accept. Later, Sora and Naruto are called to help escort the daimyo to Taki no Sato, a village literally hidden in a waterfall. Jiraiya, Sora, Naruto, Shizuka, Kyoshi and the daimyo make haste to Taki. The group runs into a bit of trouble from some ninja thieves, which they quickly defeat. In a matter of 2 days, the group reaches Taki, and with the use of an escort from the village of Waterfall, they reach inside the village and meet Jiraiya's old friend Shibuki, the current leader of Taki, and Naruto is introduced to Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi. While the two Jinchuriki are exploring the village after getting used to each other, 2 members of Akatsuki arrive and blow up Shibuki's office building. Jiraiya makes a cage bunshin to take the daimyo and an unconscious Sora to a safe place. The fight between Kakazu and Hiden versus Jiraiya and Shibuki began. The battles were ended rather quickly, with Shibuki and Jiraiya as the victors, but Hiden and Kakazu reveal that they are somehow immortal and begin to counter-strike, putting the 2 ninja on the losing end, but Naruto and Fu arrive to save the day. Naruto pairs off with Hiden, while Fu with Jiraiya face off against Kakazu. Hiden and Naruto duke it out, and Hiden manages to draw a bit of blood from Naruto and ingests it. Hiden then draws the circle of Jashin and prepares for the ritual of sacrifice. Kakazu is hit in the heart by Jiraiya's lightning jutsu, but Kakazu reveals the ability of having 5 hearts and is about to take Jiraiya's in exchange for the one he lost, but Fu activates her Bijuu's powers and stops the missing nin. Fu then grows 3 wings and a tail, and in a final attack from both parties, causes a big explosion. Kakazu then uses it to temporarily escape. Fu returns to normal and Shibuki and Jiraiya recover. The 3 then hear Naruto's scream. The 3 are in shock as they Naruto fall to the ground dead in front of Shizuka and Kyoshi due to the Jashin ritual. The people present are saddened and Kakazu growls at Hiden, telling him how they weren't supposed to kill Naruto since he was a Jinchuriki. Hiden is annoyed with that turn of events, but then a miraculous thing happens. Naruto is revived from the dead and goes into his 3-tailed state, and then after Naruto completely beats Hiden into submission, Naruto uses a Kage Bunshin to form a Kyuubi Chakra charged Fuuten Rasengan that destroys Hiden on such a scale it left behind only a lock of Hiden's hair, which Naruto burned with his fox fire, as the rest of Hiden's body was disintegrated. Kakazu managed to escape and Shibuki talked Fu into moving into Konoha with Naruto and the others, which the Nanabe Jinchuriki, with a sad expression, agrees to. The group arrives back in Konoha and Fu is labeled as a Chunin and they give the mission debriefing. In the end, Naruto tells Sora of the Kyuubi and she accepts him. It had been a few weeks since the Akatsuki incident at Takigakure and life was just about getting back to normal. Naruto, Sora and Fu were looked upon as the best Chunin trio since the Yondaim's team, having never failed a mission. It was because of their mission success rate that they were the most sought-out Chunin team in the entire High no Kuni, Land of Fire, doing 69 B-ranked missions and 32 A rank. That was how much missions a Jonin does in a year. In fact, just yesterday they just finished the mission that every shinobi dreaded. This mission was once D-ranked, but due to this creature's inability to stay confined, it was raised to A-ranked. What is this mission, you ask? Why, it's the most common mission in the village of Konohagakure no Sato, catch Tora the cat. I swear that cat will give me gray hairs before I'm the appropriate age to have gray hairs, Naruto said, looking at his blonde locks for any slivers of gray with his slitted fox eyes. Oh, come on Naruto, don't be like that. Tora wasn't so bad. Even though it nearly clawed out our eyes, tore our skin to ribbons, bit through our flesh with his teeth. Fu counted the near-death encounters with the deadly monster cat on her fingers, until she halted her list and then sweat dropped. I vote, kill the damn cat, she finally said. I second it, Sora added. Alright. So the next time we get the mission we kill the lousy fucking demonic cat from hell and send back to where it came, Naruto said loudly. The 3 agreed on it and then gave 3 large evil grins as they thought about what torturous and vile plans they could do to the cat to make its death all the more satisfying. Boy, all this thinking is making me hungry, Fu said, rubbing her stomach with a frown. Well, how about we go and eat something at my house, Naruto suggested. Sora kissed Naruto on the cheek. Brilliant idea, Naruto-kun, she said, and then skipped ahead in the direction of Naruto's house. Naruto was in a daze as he walked sluggishly to his house. Fu looked at her friend, whom she had been living with. I wonder, Fu then grinned. Naruto, say I will fall down for no apparent reason, she commanded. I will fall down for no apparent reason, Naruto repeated in a monotone voice and then did so before getting back up and continuing his trek home, watching the long flowing blonde hair of his girlfriend in the nearby distance. Oh. By this'll be so much fun, Fu thought as she thought up another command: Rupal backflip, and then when you touch the ground spin and then stuff your tail in your mouth. The young Nanabe container grinned evilly as Naruto performed her task and then laughed so hard as Naruto stuffed his tail up his nostril that she had tears in her eyes. Naruto didn't even notice the green smudge on the white furred part of his fluffy fox tail when it fell out his nose. A few humorous commands, laughs, and Naruto finally getting out of trance, they arrived at his house. Naruto let his friends in and then felt something on the tip of his tail. Naruto gasped as he saw the green smudge on his beautiful tail. Ah, my beautiful tail, oh my luxurious foxtail, I have. Naruto paused and then raised his tail to his nose and sniffed it. His eyes widened as he dropped his tail, his foxy ears twitching. I have mucus on my tail. Naruto quickly ran to the bathroom to wash off the green liquid matter on his rear appendage. Fu and Sora looked down the hallway when they heard yelling. They looked up and down the large hallway of the first floor of Naruto's 5-floor house. Must have been the wind, Sora said, and then the two returned to the kitchen to help set the table for 3. But then the doorbell rang. Shizuka, now the size of a near-adult female tigress, was watching the topic about wildebeests on Animal Planet on the television. Groaned in annoyance. She looked at Kyoshi, who was lying down on the couch and watching the program with her with pleading eyes. "No, Shizuka-chan, I did it last time," the young dragon, who was now the size of a near-adult Bengal tiger and the length of the 3-seated couch, said. Shizuka gave the puppy dog eyes, or in this case fox-kit eyes, but Kyoshi just stared with indifference. "Fine, meanie," she muttered, and the QB heir got up and walked towards the door. Shizuka then used one of her 7 tails to open the door. She turned the handle and the door opened with a click to reveal none other than Hitaki Kakashi. "Oh, it's the hentai sensei. Hold on, I'll get Naruto," Shizuka said and ran in the direction of the bathroom. Hentai sensei? Kakashi asked himself with a sweat drop on the back of his head. He then returned to the world when Naruto stood in front of him with a newly refurbished foxtail. "Ohio, Kakashi sensei, what's up?" Naruto greeted his former teacher. "Please, Naruto, you're a Chunin now, so you are no longer my student. You don't have to call me sensei again, it's senpai now," Kakashi said. "Oh, I can't do that, Kakashi sensei. It's your training that made me into the Chunin that I am today," Naruto said with his foxy grin. "Well, that is true," Kakashi said, scratching his head. There was silence for a while. Well, silence if you don't count the sound of the television from down the hall. "So, why are you here?" Naruto asked. "Huh? What did you say, something?" Kakashi asked. Naruto's sweat dropped at his sensei's antics. A lazy ass to the end, I guess, Naruto thought. "Yeah. Why are you here?" the blonde Jinchuriki Hanyu asked. "Oh, I'm here to tell you that Tsunade-sama requests you, Sora and Fu's presence as soon as possible," Kakashi said. "All right. We'll go after lunch," Naruto said. "Oh, can I join you?" the copycat ninja asked. "Of course, sensei," Naruto replied, and the silver-haired Jonin stepped into the Uzumaki manor. Kakashi looked around the house and smiled underneath his mask. "Ah, just the same as it used to be back when Minato-sensei was alive," he thought, and then looked at Naruto. "Come on, I'll show you to the kitchen," Naruto said. "Don't worry about that, Naruto. I know the way around this house like the back of my hand," Kakashi said, and then walked straight ahead and turning a left and opening a door. Naruto's eyes widened. "Sensei? Wait, don't open that door. That's where Oka-san keeps her." Naruto was too late to finish his sentence as Kakashi was attacked by a pile of gold and silver jewelry that would hurt, especially since they were golden and silver swords, helmets, suits of armor from medieval times, necklaces with shark teeth as the charm, and other pointy and heavy things. Naruto's sweat dropped as he saw only Kakashi's twitching hand appear from the pile of shiny objects. "Her jewelry collection," Naruto finished his sentence and then walked over to the twitching Jonin's arm and wrenched him free. Sora and Fu then ran in and looked at Naruto. "Naruto, what happened? We heard a crash and—" "Is that Kakashi?" Fu asked. "What happened to him?" Sora asked. Naruto looked at the two girls. "He opened the jewelry closet," Naruto said as he dragged Kakashi aside and stuffed the gold and silver back into the closet room. Sora and Fu winced when they heard that. They remembered their first times at finding the jewelry closet. It wasn't a pretty sight. The three then turned to the Jonin. "Do you think he's all right?" Sora asked her boyfriend. "I don't know. Let me ask him," Naruto said, and then walked over to Kakashi and helped him stand up. "Kakashi-sensei, Daijobu desuka?" Naruto asked the fallen Jonin. Kakashi's head then snapped up, a drunken look in his eyes. "My bunny lies over the ocean, my bunny lies over the sea, la 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 dum dee dee, so bring my bunny back to me," Kakashi sang and then fell over on his face. Again. The house was quiet again as the three Chunins stared at the silver-haired, Sharingan-using Jonin. "Yeah, he's fine," Naruto said, and helped the Jonin to the kitchen. "Sora-chan, Fu, could you set out the food? It's already made," Naruto said. "Sure," they replied and rushed to the kitchen, Naruto and Kakashi trailing behind. At the kitchen table, Kakashi had finally woken up and was ready to eat. Naruto made some cage bunshins that served the food, vegetable fried rice, orange chicken and a small portion of shrimp wontons. "Lunch is served," one clone said in a French accent. "Bon appétit." The clones cried in unison and then puffed away with a bow. The group then began to eat. "Wow, Naruto-kun, this food is delicious," Sora said and then lost her etiquette and began to wolf down her food. "Arigato Sora-chan," Naruto replied. "Shizuka, Kioshi, lunchtime," he called. The seven-tailed fox and adolescent dragon ran into the room, stopping near the entrance of the kitchen, where their food bowls lay. Naruto got up and went to the fridge and pulled out 2 bowls of food. He then used a slight bit of fox fire to heat the edible substances and then poured the contents 1 bowl into Shizuka's food dish and the other contents of the other bowl into Kyoshi's. "Shizuka, some fox food with minced rabbit meat and Kyoshi burnt quail meat with chicken strips," Naruto said and then went back to his food as Shizuka and Kyoshi dug into their meals. "So, Kakashi-sensei, how are Sasuke and Haruno doing?" the blonde Hanyu asked. "Sakura's faring quite well, actually, and doing a bit better, and by a bit I mean a small amount. I taught some new Doton jutsus and as for Sasuke, he's been acting well. Odd," Kakashi said with a weird expression on his masked face. "By odd you mean like less emo or something?" Sora asked. "Hi and he, Kakashi was pausing in between for dramatic effect. "What did he do?" Fu asked. Fu had heard of Sasuke from Sora and he didn't sound like a nice person at all. And he did sound emo from his description. "He smiled," Kakashi said. The room was silent. Shizuka and Kyoshi, who were eating, quickly paused and their mouths agape. "Please, Kakashi-sensei, don't joke around with this. I mean, this is Sasuke, the Icicle King," Naruto said. "I'm serious, Naruto." He smiles, laughs, and he even smirked at Sakura. "Sakura, it's the apocalypse, I tell you, the fucking apocalypse." Kakashi yelled to the ceiling and then began to breathe heavily before slowly calming down. Everyone stared at the insane Jonin, who was hyperventilating. Kakashi then looked at the clock on the wall. "Well, time for me to go. Thanks for the meal, Naruto, and don't forget about the meeting with Tsunade," Kakashi said and then left in a swirl of leaves. "Mateo, Kakashi-sensei, you didn't eat your food?" Naruto stared at was Kakashi's. "How did we miss that? He was right in front of us and I didn't see him take a single bite," Fu asked. "I wanted to see his face," she whined with a pout on her face. "Don't we all, Fu?" Naruto replied and then wiped his mouth with a napkin as he finished his food. A few minutes later everyone had finished their lunch. Naruto then made a few cage bunshins to clean the dishes and put them away. "Okay. Come on guys, we have to see Tsunade no Bar-chan now," Naruto said and put on his black Chunin vest. "For what?" Fu asked. "I don't know. Demo Kakashi-sensei, she wanted to see us ASAP," Naruto said, and then the 3 Chunin and 2 Ninken rushed out the door to the Hokage's office. Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Tsunade was just finishing up the last of her paperwork. There was a great amount of concentration on her face as she stamped all the papers with the Hokage's seal, but as she reached the last paper, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade stamped the paper and looked up from her desk. "Come in," she ordered. The door opened and Tsunade smiled when she saw Naruto enter. "Ohio Obar-chan," Naruto greeted and was met with a clock thrown at his face. This had become a regular occurrence. Naruto would call Tsunade old, Tsunade would glare, and then before Naruto could react he was hit in the face with a clock. "So, Tsunade-sama, why did you call us here?" Sora asked as she wiped off a piece of lint from Kyoshi's horns. "Okay. This mission is an A rank, so take it seriously," she stated. She looked as the ninja and ninken present became serious. You five are going to travel with Jiraiya to Kumogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the clouds in Rai no Kuni, Land of Lightning. They said how one of their best Jonin ninja, Yugito, has been captured and cannot be found. They said she was last seen heading towards the outskirts of the village. Tsunade explained. What does she look like? Naruto asked. Tsunade reached into the mission file and took out a small picture, and handed it to Naruto, who took it. He knelt down so Shizuka and Kyoshi could see it, while Sora and Fu bent over to get a better look. The girl in the picture, obviously Yugito, had blonde hair, and judging from the way her hair converged at the back of her neck, they guessed she has a ponytail. She had slitted pupils more like a cat's than a fox's, a slender face which had no blemishes whatsoever. Her hair covered a part of the Kumo Hitai 8 which Yugito wore around her forehead. She also had chocolate brown eyes and wore a short-sleeved top which was black from the neck to her sizable bust, while the rest was purple, and wore black pants. The rest of her arms were wrapped in bandages, and she wore a pair of black gloves and black ninja sandals and had the kanji for cat on the front of her shirt. She looks pretty, Naruto commented, but he was met with a slap on head from Sora. Demo not as pretty as you, Sora-chan, he added with a nervous smile, but he was met with a glare from his girlfriend. Do you have any idea about who the kidnappers might be, Tsunade-sama? Fu asked. No, that is your mission, to find out who the perpetrators might be and then track them down and rescue Yugito, Tsunade said. You leave in 1 hour and meet up with Jiraiya at the West Gate, she ordered. Hi, the five replied, and then shunshined away, leaving a few stray leaves that were now reduced to ash since Naruto's shunshin is really disappearing in a swirl of fire. Sora's house. Sora was busy packing her things for the mission, when she heard a knock on her door. Come in, she said, not looking up. The door opened and revealed her father. Sora-chan, you're going out again? He asked. Hi, Otu-san. Takumo, one of their Jonin, has been captured and they need assistance in the search and rescue of her, Sora responded. Ah, well, you've been going out more and more and we've barely had time to talk like a father and daughter should, he said. Sora sighed and turned around. Her packing finished, she put her bag on her back. Gomen nasai, Otou-san, but I am a shinobi. I have a commitment to the village and the code of the shinobi, she said. Well, I guess I'll just come clean then, Sora's father said. The blonde kunoichi looked puzzled at this. Nani, what do you mean come clean? She asked. Raikkonen sighed and then walked over to his daughter. I lied, he stated, his head bowed in shame. You lied? About what? She asked, even more confused. The consequences of using the Hajin's fire. I lied about them, he said. Sora's eyes widened and then she glared at her father. How could lie about something like that? How could you? Otu-san, you don't lie about something of this magnitude, she yelled, anger burning in her eyes as they flickered between red and azure. Just tell me the truth and we'll get it over with. I have half an hour left before I have to go and meet Naruto-kun and the others at the gate. Kamen took a deep breath. If you use the Hajin's fire, depending on how much you use it, you, my daughter, Kamen stopped as a few tears trickled down his face. She repeated, urging her father to go on. Her eyes then widened with shock when her father uttered the next 3 words that shook her to the very core. She looked into her father's eyes and then left the building, heading to the direction of the West Gate, those 3 words echoing in her mind. You will die. Naruto's house. Naruto and Fu were in Naruto's room packing for their trip. The two then stopped when they heard footsteps. The door opened and Kushina walked in. Hey Oka-san, Naruto greeted. Kushina smiled as she looked down at her son. He looks so much like you, Minato-kun. If only you could see him now, the red-haired Uzumaki thought. Off on another mission? She asked. Naruto and Fu nodded before they zipped up their packs and stood up. Where are you 3? Kushina was interrupted when Shizuka and Kyoshi walked in. I mean 5, where are you 5 going this time? She asked. Kumo, Fu replied. What's the mission? One of the Jonin? Yugito was captured and we were asked to go and help with the search and if possible the rescue also, Naruto replied. Kushina smiled and then hugged the two and planted a kiss on Naruto's cheek. Be safe you two, Kushina said and gave a smile. The redhead then turned to Shizuka and Kyoshi. Do whatever you have to keep them safe, she ordered. We always do, Kyoshi answered with a salute and a toothy grin. Shizuka followed suit showing her own salute of the paw and Kushina left with a chuckle. Kushina then walked towards the stairs to go to the first floor. Tears leaked down her face, but she was smiling as she was crying. My little Naruto-kun is growing up. You would be proud Minato-kun. Oh so very proud, she thought and continued down the stairs. I have my own missions as a Konoha Jonin. Now then time to find that damn cat. Again, stupid Tora, Kushina grumbled and then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Westgate Jiraiya was in front of the gate and observed his 3 Chunin helpers. Naruto was dressed in a green jacket, which was black at the shoulders and the sleeves, the kanji for fox on the front of the jacket, a pair of long black pants and black ninja sandals and his black Chunin vest over the jacket. Naruto's blonde fox ears twitched at the slightest bit of sound and his tail swished casually behind him. This was becoming Naruto's uniform for missions, and he was usually found washing this outfit. Kyoshi was busy scratching his newly developed horns and puffing out tiny balls of fire into the air and watching them dissipate. Shizuka was swishing her tails and scratching behind her ear with her back foot. Sora was dressed in a dark blue top and wore her green Chunin vest over it, a pair of forest green pants and black ninja sandals and her jewel Kadachi worn in an X formation on her back. Fu was dressed in a white tank top, her green Chunin vest worn over it and had the kanji for 7 and a picture of the kabutomushi on the back of the vest. She wore a wishnet shorts and a pair of white ninja sandals with a slight heel. Okay, are you guys ready? Jiraiya asked. Hi, they replied. Okay, let's move out. It's a 3-day walk to Kumogakure and around 5 hours to reach the border between Konoha and Kumo. So after nightfall we'll stop to make camp and then between the 5 us we each take shifts in pairs, Naruto and Fu. You'll take first watch. Then we'll switch every 2 hours. The second watch will be Sora and I and the final watch will be Shizuka and Kyoshi, Jiraiya explained. Okay, so then Jiraiya-sama, do you know anything about this Yugito girl? Fu asked. Well, actually no. The security in Kumo is actually very advanced so I could never get my spy network into the place, Jiraiya said. The group then set out to Kumo. Jiraiya was holding the map while the others just followed looking at the various animals and vegetation. They walked and walked and walked. Oi Ero Senin. Naruto called. What Naruto? Jiraiya asked in annoyance. Are we there yet? He asked. Jiraiya sighed. No, Naruto, it's only been 2 hours, Jiraiya replied, and Naruto became quiet and the group continued walking. Half an hour later, Naruto got bored. Are there now? He asked. No, Jiraiya responded. Jiraiya turned back to the map. Okay, we're supposed to come to a fork in the road and then make a left, followed by a right after 1.5 miles and then we continue to walk straight and then, Jiraiya was knocked out of his thoughts by the question of the day. Are we there yet? Naruto asked. Jiraiya was getting really annoyed. He nearly ripped the map in half. No, Naruto, Jiraiya responded through gritted teeth. Are there now? He asked. No, how about now? No, now? No. Jiraiya yelled, his face red with rage as he looked back at Naruto. Smoke could be seen coming out of his ears. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and knew it was time to be quiet, which to the rest of the group was pure bliss. 3 hours later of walking and more walking, Naruto finally thought it was good to ask. Are we there yet? He asked. Jiraiya then snapped. He turned to Naruto, his face red with anger. Oh for Kami, Sasuke Naruto, we are. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence he slammed into a sign in the road that read, border between Konoha and Kumo. Kumo 2 days by civilian pace and 1 day at shinobi's pace. Here, Jiraiya finished before flopping down on the dusty path. Yes, finally. The group exclaimed and then walked past the border, looking at the mountains ahead. Jiraiya got up and started to walk along with them, scratching his now red face that had a few splinters in it. Itai, 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 he mumbled as he managed to get the splinters out. By nightfall they had reached halfway to Kumo. They then decided to set up camp. Naruto then formed his favorite cross-shaped hand sign. Kagabunshin no Jutsu, he yelled, and 20 copies of the blonde Hanyu puffed to verify their coming. Okay. You guys will split into groups of 4, he commanded. You 4, he said, pointing at one group. You guys will get firewood, you 4 get water, you 4 catch us a nice dinner, and you 4 help us set up the tents, Naruto commanded the clones. Hi, Naruto Taicho, the clones replied with a salute, and then the caged Bunshins separated and got to work. Fu walked over to an ant's nest, and due to her being the Nanabe's Jinchuriki, she was able to talk to the little insects. Hey guys, she said. One ant stepped out of the colony and walked up onto Fu's hand. Fu raised the hand to her face and met the young ant. Who are you? The ant asked in a surprisingly deep voice. I am Masashimoto Fu, and you are? Fu asked. I am Andy, nice to meet you Fu. Now then, want to join the colony for dinner? We're having leaves and dead cockroaches, the Andy said, chomping his pincers, and if you observed the ant you could see what looked like drool coming from the deep-voiced insect. Ah, no thanks, I'm having dinner with my friends. You better get back to the colony, Fu said, and then the ant scampered off. If you ever want to join us, you know where to find us, Andy called before returning to the line. I'll keep that in mind, she said with a smirk. Not on your very short life, Fu said under her breath, and then got up. She walked over to the campsite and she found everything was ready. A dead deer was roasting over the fire, and a few fishes were skewered on sticks and were being heated by the roaring flames. The tents were in place, one tent for Naruto and Jiraiya, and another tent for Sora and Fu. Oi, how come we don't get a tent? We're not animals, you know, Shizuka said. The humans of the group turned and raised an eyebrow at Shizuka, who chuckled nervously. Ah, Shizuka, I hate to break it you. Demo, we are animals, Kyoshi said. Oh, right, Shizuka said, and then sat down by the fire for warmth. Kyoshi sat down next to the 7-tailed kitsune and drooled as he looked at the deer. Kyoshi, don't drool, Naruto told his friend and pet. Gomen nasai. Demo, the deer looks good and ready, Kyoshi said as he wiped the drool away with a forearm. A few minutes later everyone ate a nice meal of fish and deer, and for dessert, Shizuka caught a few rabbits to eat, but the only ones to eat the fluffy little forest animals were Jiraiya, Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi. The girls just looked horrified as the men bit into the creature's cooked meat. How could you guys eat a rabbit and not feel guilty? Sora asked, and then began to manipulate the roaring campfire and making shapes with it using her Kekai Genkai. Very carefully, Jiraiya replied before biting into another piece of rabbit meat. After a few minutes, the group went to sleep, all except Jiraiya and Fu, who were to take first watch. Jiraiya looked into the forest's depths for any danger before looking back at Fu, who was staring into the orange and red flames and poking it with a stick to help keep it going. So, Fu, how do you like Konoha? The Gama Sanin asked as he took a seat down beside her. It's actually very good. The people are nice to me. Unlike those at Taki, I can buy things and not get kicked out, and I can finally live with people who see me for me and not the Nanabe, Fu said with a smile. That's good to hear, Jiraiya said, but then Fu continued. Demo, I still miss Shibuki ni-san, the Anbu agents, and the old shopkeeper and his wife in Taki. They were the only people to help me get through my hell of a life, Fu said. Jiraiya chuckled at this. Nani, you think that my life is funny? She asked, glaring at the white-haired Sanin. Oh no. Not at all, it's just that Naruto told me how Sarutobi-sensei, that's the Sandemi Hokage, it was only he, most of the Anbu and the chefs at Ichiraku Ramen that saw him for who he was and not the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Jiraiya said with a grin. Fu looked on with awe. You know, I have a feeling that almost every single one of the Jinchuriki out there have lived similar lives to yours and Naruto's, Jiraiya said. And just like Naruto, They have found ways to make the villagers see them for who they are, Jiraiya said and then placed a hand on Fu's shoulder. But you no longer have to look back on your past life. Takigakure is your past, Konoha is your future, Jiraiya said and then looked at the moon. Fu looked back into flames and smiled. For an old pervert he can be serious at times. She then looked at the white-haired Sannin and grinned. He was right, Konoha is her future. After 3 hours, Naruto and Sora went on their shift and looked out for danger. Naruto sniffed the air whenever there were changes in the wind and Sora just played with the fire. You know Sora-chan, they say if you play with fire you'll get burned, Naruto advised with a foxy grin. Please Naruto, I'm a fire manipulator, I can't burn my... Ouch. Sora looked at slightly burned forefinger and suckled it. She glared at the grinning Naruto. I swear if you laugh I'll castrate you where you stand, she said through her gritted teeth. Oh you know you won't do that. Fie you do, then how will we have little Hanyu babies, he said with a foxy grin. Sora blusher would have been visible if it weren't for the red of the campfire covering it up. Naruto then decided to try something. Sora-chan, could step back for a moment please? I want to try something, he said. Sora got up and stepped back a couple paces. Naruto then opened his hand and a ball of blue fox fire lay in his palm. He then tossed the flames into the fire and the orange, red, blue and white danced as they mixed into each other. Sora marveled at the beauty of the fire and then for fun made shapes with it. She first made the face of Naruto. Cool, that looks like me, Naruto said with a smile. Sora then made a dragon and a fox followed by a toad and a kabutomushi beetle. You're getting pretty good at this, Naruto complimented. Sora smiled at her Hanyu boyfriend. I aim to please, she said and then stopped her fire controlling and let the fire rest and the fire settled on becoming a sky blue. Naruto and Sora looked into the depths of the forest nearby and then they heard a growling. Sora and Naruto readied their fire attacks. They then calmed down when they found out it was only Shizuka and Kyoshi growling in their sleep. Naruto and Sora then rested down on the ground, but then they heard a louder growling and it was getting louder and sounded as if it was getting closer. Naruto, please tell that's your stomach, Shizuka or Kyoshi growling, she said in an uneasy tone. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not us, Naruto said in an equally uneasy tone of voice. The two Konoha ninja readied their kunai and tensed their muscles to throw it at moment's notice. Naruto and Sora then let out a sigh of relief as the growling disappeared. They then relaxed, but it was a stupid mistake. A loud roar echoed throughout the campsite, waking up the sleeping residents. What the hell is that? Jiraiya said, bursting out from the tent. Shizuka and Kyoshi ran to Naruto's side. Naruto, that doesn't sound like a bear, Kyoshi said. I know, but I hope it is, Naruto said. The group then formed a circle and looked off into the forest depths until finally a large figure jumped out. The creature was like a mixture of a whole mess of animals and was the size of a full-grown grizzly bear. It had the tail of a panther, the upper body of a tiger, the lower body of a horse, and the head of a dragon, but the thing was entirely black with the exception of its glowing amethyst eyes, and red stripes on its back and the green spikes on the end of its tail. What the? That's impossible, they're not supposed to be here in the human realm, Kyoshi declared. Kyoshi, you know what that thing is? Fu asked. Kind of. The dragons have been a powerful clan and we are leaders of the summoning realm and the realm of mythological creatures, and to make sure that certain creatures that are made mystical legends stay that way, Kyoshi said. Well, what is that abomination? Jiraiya asked. Well, we don't have a clear name for it. Like dragons and hypergryphs, but in the mystical realm it has been known to cause destruction and death wherever it goes. We call it the Exishimarum, the Dark Destroyer, Kyoshi explained. Exishimarum, so I'm guessing we should kill the thing, Sora said. Well, we can't leave it alive or tame it, Kyoshi said. Those things are so damn stubborn. Kyoshi, what did you mean by they shouldn't be here in the human realm? Jiraiya asked. Well, the Exishimarum are so dangerous that their species were banished from the mystical realm and were never allowed back again. They then later made a large section of the forest their domain, but because many of the creatures that have been found dead in the forest near their lairs, The Dragon Clan managed to seal the entire clan in a sacred contract, and then we sent it here in the human realm where Gundora-sama buried it underneah the very earth where not even the other dragons know where it is. Not even Ragnarok was trusted with such information, Kyoshi said. Since saying Exishimarum all the time might frustrate you readers, we can call it Exitium for short. The black mystical creature roared and then let loose a blast of green fire. Sora then used her bloodline and sent the blast back at the Exishimarum. The Exitium roared in pain, burns covered its body, but in the span of 10 seconds it was fully healed. What the hell? Naruto yelled. The only way to kill the Exitium is a blow to the heart, and it must be a powerful move. Quick, we must lure it away from the campsite, Kyoshi said, and then he let loose a blast of fire from his mouth. The Exitium dodged the fire blast and growled at Kyoshi. Foolish dragon, your father and leader may have defeated us before, but now that we are free we will, you young dragon, the Exitium said in a deep voice. Yeah, right, the clan beat you once. We can do it again, Kyoshi said, and then spread his wings and took to the skies. The Exitium growled and then smirked before dragon wings grew from his back and the mythical beast took off after the dragon. Those two will get out of our sights. We need to help him, Sora cried as she looked at the two beasts. Don't worry, Kyoshi's stronger than he looks, Naruto said, and then turned into his beast form. He then looked at the others. But just in case he needs backup, let's go, Naruto said, and the group took off after the flying creatures. Up in the sky, Kyoshi and the Exitium were exchanging fire blasts. Kyoshi shot a stream of blue at his foe, but the Exitium dodged. What is your name? Kyoshi asked. The Exitium still followed Kyoshi, but looked at Kyoshi with confusion. Why do you want to know that? The Amethyst Eyes Beast asked. Because I want to know the name of the first Exishimarum that kill, Kyoshi said with a glare. It's common courtesy to give your name first, dragon, the Exishimarum growled, saying the word dragon with disgust. Kyoshi, the red dragon said. Necker, the Exishimarum said. Necker, Kyoshi smirked. Well, Necker, prepare to die, Kyoshi said, and then the adolescent dragon let loose a ball of blue flame at his opponent. Necker dodged and then fired a stream of green fire back at Kyoshi. Kyoshi spun to avoid it, but the fire grazed his wing. What the? I'm a fire dragon. Fire shouldn't be able to harm me, Kyoshi said. Ha ha ha. Well, this is no ordinary fire, fool. This hellfire, the fire that can harm even dragons, Necker said with a malicious grin before taking on a burst of speed. Kyoshi's eyes widened and then he felt pain as Necker slammed into Kyoshi's body, sending him back. Kyoshi spread his wings to halt his movement, and then Kyoshi charged and struck a headbutt into Necker's chest. For a pipsqueak dragon you hit hard, Necker said as he regained his breathing. Necker then spun and released green fire. Kyoshi glared and did the same action as Necker. The two funnels of fire then moved towards each other and clashed. Katatsumaki, fire tornado. The two beasts yelled, and then the green and blue flames began to try and overpower each other. Necker began to spin even faster, adding more power to his tornado, but Kyoshi smirked and then released more fire into his tornado, turning it pale white. Kyoshi then began to spin faster as he did this and slowly began to overpower Necker's. Kyoshi released a roar and finally demolished Necker's tornado and then enveloped the black animal in a swirl of white fire. The tornado of fire then died down and Necker fell from the sky and kicked up a dust cloud upon coming into contact with his new best friend, the ground. Atai, Necker said as his burns and wounds began to heal. Look here, dragon. I may be kind of immortal, but that still hurts, Necker said as he lay down in his crater, and the wounds were about halfway healed. Kyoshi then looked down from the sky and then took a deep breath, and then Kyoshi blew out a steady stream of blue flame that surrounded his body, and then Kyoshi spun and dived down in a streamlined position. Meteor strike. The red dragon yelled and then made contact with the Exishimarum with devastating force. Necker screamed in pain and more burns appeared all over Hillard down at his enemy. Yield, Kyoshi said. Necker glared back, his amethyst eyes staring into Kayoshi's red ones. Never! He yelled and then kicked Kayoshi in his stomach, sending the dragon back. Necker then got up and roared. His wounds then began to heal at a much faster rate. Necker then surrounded himself with black energy, and then the shadowy form of Necker grew to unbelievable sizes, around the size of a full-grown bull elephant. Necker roared while Kayoshi stared in horror. "I told you, dragon, you will never defeat me. I was holding back, but now that I am at full power, I will kill you," Necker roared in a deep voice, green flames flickering from his mouth. Necker then took a deep breath and Kayoshi stared up at his opponent, the green ball of flame readied to strike, and as the Exishimarum was about to strike, but he was halted when there was a yell of Kuchiyose no Jutsu, followed by a blast of wind. Necker was knocked backwards into a tree, and the ball of green fire was sent upwards into the sky before exploding into small embers. Naruto and the others ran up to Kayoshi. "Kiyoishi, are you all right? We saw the Exitium from there, how'd it get so big?" Fu asked. Kayoshi blinked and then spoke. "It's a special ability that is only known by the Exishimarum. They are able to utilize the power of darkness to give themselves a power boost and increase their size. It's known as Votokaserum," Kayoshi said. "By the way, where'd that blast of wind come from?" "Why, from me, young dragon," a voice said. Kayoshi looked to the side and a green dragon landed on the ground. The dragon was an emerald green and the same size as Necker, with green slitted eyes, 4 wings, a row of forest green scales going down its back ending near the tip of a whip-like tail, pearl-white teeth lay in its jaws and long ivory claws on its 4 limbs. "Hey Aikaze, swift wind?" Kayoshi asked. The emerald dragon nodded and then bent low to Kayoshi's height. "Young Naruto summoned me. He's quite the boy," Hey Aikaze, who by the voice was identified as being female, said. "Now then, I hear we have an Exishimarum here in this realm." "Hi. His name is Necker," Kayoshi said. Hey Aikaze tapped her claw in annoyance. "I'd thought we'd seen the last of them when Gundora-sama sealed them away into the scroll. But I guess we were wrong," the emerald dragon said, and then she turned to see Necker running towards them. Hey Aikaze glared at Necker. "You a strong young dragon. You out up a good fight if you manage to have the Exitium use Votokaserum," Hey Aikaze said. "Arigato," Kayoshi said. "Now then, let the big boys get a shot at him," Hayakaze said, and then rushed Necker with unbelievable speed. "She's fast," Naruto said, looking at the place where Hayakaze stood. "She's not the 3rd fastest dragon for nothing," Kayoshi said with a grin, and then the group turned to see Necker getting pummeled from all sides by slashing winds. Naruto was in awe. "Sugoi, she's moving so fast. I can only catch glimpses of him," Naruto said. "She's that fast?" Sora asked. "Hi," Kayoshi and Shizuka said at the same time. Hey Aikaze appeared behind Necker and raked his claws down Necker's leg. Blood leaked from the wound, but it quickly healed. I forgot how quickly you guys heal," she said, and then disappeared into the wind as Necker turned around to swipe at her face. Hey Aikaze decided that he needed to kill Necker now. "Come here and fight, dragon," Necker growled, amethyst eyes eyeing the entire area. Then Necker felt a shift in the wind and slashed at Hey Aikaze, who was on Necker's left. "Looks like you missed," Hey Aikaze said. Necker turned to see the dragon he just slashed disappear. Afterimage, very handy when moving in a battle. Then large gusts of wind blew around the emerald green dragon. Necker stared into Hey Aikaze's eyes as the dragon roared. The winds intensified and the hurricane-speed winds blew, slashing at Necker. Hey Aikaze then surrounded her body with winds so that it looked like she wore armor. Then spikes of wind grew from the armor. "Prepare to die, Exishimarum. May you never see the world again," Hey Aikaze said. The dragon gave a roar and then moved at speeds faster than the 300 km per winds blowing. Kaza Uton. ANSATSUSHA no FUU, Wind Dragon style. Assassin of the Wind. She yelled and then disappeared from everyone's view. Everybody's eyes widened as they saw large gashes appear all over Necker's body, and finally, before anyone could blink, a large blade of wind that looked like a tornado appeared and in the span of 1 second speared through Neke's heart and killed him. Heikaze appeared in front of her opponent as if from nowhere. The winds died down and the sun shone on Neke's dying body. "Now tell me, before you die, who found your contract?" the green dragon growled. Neke chuckled as he began to die, his body disappearing as solid dark matter. The Uzumaki muttered only a sentence before he disappeared. "The man with a glowing golden eye," Neke said before disappearing. Heikaze was in shock. That told her nothing. "That's even less than unhelpful," she said and then walked back to Naruto. "Did you find out who found their contract?" Jiraiya asked. Neke gave only one detail of the man that found their contract, the man with a glowing golden eye, which to me makes absolutely no sense at all, she said. The group was silent. "Well, I best get going. Kyoshi, young dragon, keep that strength you have. You're going to need it when the eventual war between the dragons and Exitium Arums come," she said and then went back to the mystical realm in a puff of smoke and swirling winds. The group sighed and then looked at the now rising sun, the sky decorated with hues of pink, purple, yellow and red. "Well, we can't sleep now. Let's go to Kumo," Jiraiya said. The group ran back to the camp, which was surprisingly still standing. They packed up their things and walked down the road to Kumo. Meanwhile, near the border between Suna and River Country. Near the border, there was a deep and dark cave. Kakazu was exhausted, but he managed to make it back to the hideout. Kakazu then knocked on the boulder that was the entrance 4 times and then sent a chakra pulse into the rock. The rock rumbled and then rolled away to reveal the inside of the Akatsuki hideout. "Kakazu, you're finally back. Why were delayed for so long?" a rainbow-colored hologram said, appearing in front of the former Taki ninja. Kakazu looked into his leader's hologramic face of his leader and stared into the ring-patterned, purple-gray eyes of the Akatsuki leader, the eyes of the Rinnegan. "Gomen nasai, Leader Sama, but we had interference from Konoha, especially the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the Gama Sanin, Jiraiya. The Kyuubi Gaki managed to kill Hidden using some wind technique that most likely attacked him on a cellular level. Also, why I was gone for so long was because I needed to find some new hearts," he said, "and get the bounty for those bodies," he added. Kakazu then showed his leader the large amount of cash in the suitcase he'd been carrying. "Understood. And I will forgive you this time. We need the money and the information you have given us will prepare us for future encounters with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," the leader said. "Arigato, Leader Sama, it will not happen again. Demo, who will be my new partner?" Kakazu asked. "You will have no partner, as Hidden was the only immortal person in the entire human race, so you will work alone," the leader said. "Hi," Kakazu replied and then went off to his quarters to sleep. The hologram of the Akatsuki's leader sighed and then looked towards the large statue on the middle of the cave room. The statue was made entirely of stone and had 9 closed eyes. There were 9 fingers on the statue's raised arms, 4 on one hand and 5 on the other. The Uzumaki boy, eh?" the leader said and then chuckled. "I shall make him along with the rest of the world feel the wrath of Pain," the leader said and then disappeared in a flicker of color. "Jiraiya-sama, I suggest we run this time. We don't know if we'll run into some EOR worse," an Uzumaki, Sora said. "I agree," Naruto, Fu, Shizuka and Kyoshi said. "Hi, that's a wise decision," Jiraiya said. "Okay guys, we're running and we're not stopping until we reach Kumogakure," Jiraiya ordered. Naruto transformed into his beast form and Kyoshi took to the skies. Then the group took off. Due to the pace they were moving at, the group managed to reach Kumo before noon. The group guzzled down the water bottles they had in their packs while Kyoshi and Shizuka got water from the nearby river. "Well, guys, we're here," Jiraiya said, and the gate of Kumo. "This is Kumo?" Fu asked as she observed the bird flying above into the clouds. "Wow. I thought Takigakure was the only village that lived in a place related to its name," Naruto said. "Yeah," the 2 ninken said. "Well, let's get going, we have a long trek to the village," Jiraiya said. The ninja and ninken sighed and then began their trek up the mountain. But before they even stepped through the archway, 3 Kumo shinobi jumped out from the ground, lightning crackled in their hands ready to strike. "We are Jonin from Kumo. What is your purpose here?" the female of the 3 asked. "We are the group from Konoha that your village requested assistance from," Jiraiya replied. "Oh. Well, come, we will take you to Kumo," one of the 2 males in the trio said, and then turned to walk up the mountain path. The Konoha ninja sighed and then followed. After a few hours of walking, they finally arrived in the main section of the village. The Konoha group followed their guides and finally came to a stop at a large building. "This is Raikage-sama's headquarters. Just talk to the secretary and she will tell you where to go from there," the second male member of the trio said. The 3 then disappeared in a crackle of lightning to return to their posts at the bottom of the mountain. Jiraiya looked at the building. It looked just like the Hokage's building, except in yellow with some stripes of red along the side in the shape of lightning bolts. The group walked in and looked for the secretary. Jiraiya finally spotted her and walked up to her. Jiraiya was about to speak, but the secretary spoke first. "The group from Konoha, okay, walk straight down this corridor and take the stairs to the top floor. That's the 5th floor, and then take the door at the end of the hallway. Raikage-sama is waiting for you. Arigato and have a nice day," she said, and then looked over some of the paperwork. The Konoha team walked towards the stairs. "She is very good at multitasking," Naruto commented. "Oh, shut up, Naruto," Jiraiya said, and the group did what the secretary instructed and then came to a stop in front of a large yellow door, with the symbol for lightning in royal blue. Jiraiya knocked on the door. "Come on," a deep voice said. Jiraiya opened the door and the group walked in to face the Raikage. The Raikage took off the cage robe and hat as he stood up from his desk. The group observed the man, especially the females, with great detail. The Raikage was a dark-skinned man. He was very muscular with a huge chest, a 10-pack, bulging biceps and triceps, and wore a pair of tight white pants, which accented his thigh muscles, and he wore a belt with a boar in the center of it. He had brown eyes and pale yellow hair and a matching colored beard. "Hello. My name is A. I am the Raikage and welcome to Konoha," A said. "A, is your name?" Jiraiya said. "Yeah, so, what wrong with it?" the Raikage said, giving the perverted hermit a glare. "Oh, nothing. It's just that, well, it seems a bit short, eh, don't you think?" Jiraiya said. A chuckled and scratched his beard. "Well, now that you mention it, I guess it is," A said, and then sat down in his chair and stared at the paperwork before him. "Do any of you know the secret to getting this Kami-forsaken thing off of my desk?" A asked in an annoyed tone as he looked at a paper. "I do," Naruto said with a foxy grin. A's eyes widened. "Tell me please and I won't hurt you," A said, kneeling in front of Naruto. "Wow. Cages are literally kneeling before me because of the paperwork. I'm having second thoughts about becoming Hokage now. Good thing I have Sannin as a backup," Naruto thought. Naruto then scratched his head, trying not to laugh at the pleading Raikage. "Let me ask you this, Raikage-sama," Naruto said. A became serious and got up off his knees and dusted his pants. "Do you know the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, or perhaps the Raibunshin no Jutsu?" the Hanyu asked. "Hi, I do know Raibunshin, demo." A froze in his sentence and then slapped his head. "It's so simple. You are a genius," he said, and then formed about 6 solid clones of himself made of lightning. "Although the Raibunshins are made of lightning, I can control the electricity inside them to such a degree that I can have them do regular things like paperwork without them doing any harm," A said proudly, and then looked at Naruto. "Hey, you there, Blondie, you're a Kitsune Hanyu, aren't you?" He's now noticing this, the Konoha group thought, with sweat drops on the backs of their heads. "Yes, I am, partially because of a certain fox demon," Naruto mumbled. A laughed at that and then looked at Naruto. "You know Blondie?" Naruto interrupted him. "Please, Raikage-sama, call me Naruto," Naruto said. "Well then, Naruto, we have 2 Jinchuriki here, my younger brother, Killer Bee, and your missing ninja that I asked you to help us find," A said. Fu's and Naruto's eyes bugged out. "Ni Yugito is a Jinchuriki?" they asked. "Hi, Demo that sneaky Bakoneko tricked Yugito and made her into a Hanyu, A said with a shake of head. Ah, well Fu here is a Jinchuriki too, Naruto said gesturing to the green-haired Jinchuriki. Well, here in Kumo we welcome Jinchuriki with open arms. They have helped maintain the peace so that we don't have to fight any wars, besides being on a mountain has its own defenses too, A said. Raikage-sama, we're kind of getting off the topic. Now then could you please tell us of the incident with Yugito's disappearance? Sora asked. Oh right. Gomen, now then you see, Yugito is a member of our Hunter Knee squad since her transformation into a Hanyu had heightened her senses, so she asked for permission to hunt down a lead on the secret organization that from her sources is called Akatsuki, he said. The group took a sharp intake of breath. You know them? I asked. Hi, they're an evil organization that plans to collect the bijou by extracting the bijou from their hosts to form probably some kind of weapon. They went after me in Konoha and after Fu in Takigakure. Luckily we were there to help or she could have died, Naruto said. I nodded and then continued. Right. Well apparently from our investigation, we deduced that Yugito had trapped the Akatsuki members in the underground sewers just outside the village. I was doing paperwork and then I heard an explosion and turned to see a column of smoke in the distance. I got a team of Anbu and then we went to the scene, but when by the time the smoke cleared and we arrived at the scene, all I found was a lock of Yugito's hair and a piece of black cloth with a red cloud on it. But there was no sign of Yugito or her kidnappers, A said. Mateo, Raikage-sama, Demo, how do you know that Yugito is alive? I mean I'm not saying she's dead, but Sora fumbled as she looked for the right words, making a chuckle. It's all right child, I know what you're trying to say. The way I knew Yugito was alive is because of one of my Anbu's bloodline. He has the bloodline, that just by using the slightest bit of DNA of a person, he can track their bioelectric signal, I said. He saw that his guests were a bit confused at his explanation. Let me put this in simpler terms, he's sort of like a bioelectrical lightning rod. By getting the slightest bit of a person's DNA, such as their hair, piece of skin, even blood and other things, he can use them to attract the bioelectricity, that is the electricity the body uses to help the brain send messages to the other parts of the body, and then pinpoint their location, he said. But if he has that bent you found Yugito-san yet? Jiraiya asked. Well, you see Yugito is constantly moving. When the Anbu team arrived in the place they found her in, she ends up being in a different area thus confusing my Anbu, so that's why I called for the best Chunin squad in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, Ramai Sora and Masashimoto Fu, but it's a surprise to hear that two of you are Jinchuriki, explained. Well, don't worry Raikage-sama, we'll find her, Naruto said with a determined look in his blue-slitted eyes. The Raikage was in awe as he stared into those eyes. With that look in his eyes, he looks just like the Yondaga when I asked him to help me save B from those thieves. After all you could get a large bounty for the brother of the Yondaga Raikage, a thought with slight grin. Of course, I have absolute faith in you boy. Now find my kunoichi, A said with a serious look. Naruto looked back into A's eyes and then gave off a confident smirk. I won't let you down. Raikage-sama, do you have Yugito's hair on you? Naruto asked. I think the Anbu gave it to me. Let me check, A said and then looked through his drawers and then pulled out a small plastic bag and inside it was a few strands of dark blonde hair. Ah, here it is, A said and handed the bag to Naruto. Naruto walked over and took the bag. He opened it and took out the piece of hair. Naruto then let Shizuka and Kyoshi sniff it. Okay, we got her scent, Shizuka and Kyoshi said. A was in shock. Did they just talk? I asked. Yeah, oh come on Raikage-sama, we live in a world with talking animal summons. Seeing a talking fox and dragon should be common to you, Naruto said and then he took a sniff of Yugito's hair. Yeah, I guess you're right, Naruto, A replied, scratching his head with a bashful look on his face. Naruto then opened the window and sniffed the hair again. Okay guys, looks like we have a trip down the mountain, Naruto said. I got up and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Actually, There's a shortcut down the mountain, A said with a grin. There is? Jiraiya, Fu, Sora, Shizuka, Kyoshi and Naruto asked. A nodded and then jumped out of the window and landed on the ground and then looked up at Naruto. Well, come on. There's no time to lose, A called. Naruto looked at the others and nodded. Geronimo! He yelled as he jumped down. But realizing that it would hurt as he reached the ground, Naruto decided to quickly position his body so that he would be able to run down the building. After everybody made it to the bottom, the Raikage walked through the village with Naruto and the others following. A waved back to the waving villagers and the shinobi that bowed in the dirt road as he walked. Naruto was in awe at the amount of respect the people here had for their kage. So this is what it's like to be respected as a kage, Naruto thought, and then followed A. A few minutes later, A and the other came to summit entrance of Kumogakure no Sato. A then walked to a nearby rock wall and then the Konoha group looked on in awe as they saw the hand-shaped print of the rock wall, and in the palm of the hand shape was a lightning bolt. A placed his hand over the hand print and channeled lightning chakra into it, and then a low rumbling sounded, and then Naruto's, along with everyone else's, eyes bugged out as a pathway opened leading into the rock. This is a pathway made by the Shodemi Raikage to get the Kumo shinobi down the mountain quickly. But unfortunately, he was very dense, so he never thought to make a quicker way up the mountain, A said with a chuckle. Only the Raikage can do this, however, he added. Then Naruto stepped in front of the entrance of the cave. It's kind dark, Naruto said as he took a step forward. Oi, why is the ground so slippery? Naruto yelled as he slipped down the cave. It's a rock slide lubricated by the water dripping from the cave roof, A said, and then looked at the Konoha ninja. What, it's fun, A said. The Konoha group looked at each other and shrugged, and then their screams of "we" were heard as they went down the lubricated rock slide. At the base of the mountain, a boulder shifted to the side and Naruto's screams were heard from the cave. "RHHHHHH!" He screamed, and then he flew out of the cave and landed with a "oof" in a pile of leaves positioned in his landing spot. That was fun. I want to do that again, the blonde Hanyu said with a grin. His ears then twitched when he heard some screams. That sounds like Sora, he thought, and then his eyes widened when the screams got louder and closer. Naruto turned and then he saw Sora fly out of the cave exit. "Oh," he said, and then Sora landed on top of him. "Itai," he muttered. "Arigato for cushioning my fall, Naruto-kun," Sora said and kissed her boyfriend's cheek. Then she got up. But then as Naruto was about to get up, another scream came from the cave and Fu landed on Naruto's back. "Itai," he muttered again as Fu got off of him. "Arigato Naruto," the green-haired Jinchuriki said. Then Naruto groaned as he got up. But then he groaned in annoyance as he turned around to hear more screams. He then sighed as Jiraiya, Shizuka and Kyoshi appeared from the cave exit. "Oh boy, here we go again," Naruto said, and Jiraiya, Shizuka and Kyoshi collided with Naruto's body, sending the boy back with his friend, the pile of leaves. "Will you people stop landing on me?" Naruto yelled. Meanwhile, near a tree in the middle of nowhere, two members of Akatsuki were walking through the forest. One of them was a man who had blonde hair that was in a ponytail, but it was still long enough to cover his right eye, while his left eye had some sort of device on it, and he wore the Hitai 8 for Iwagakure on his forehead with a slash through the symbol. The second man looked like a hunchbacked thing and had a piece of cloth around the lower part of his face and wore the Hitai 8 for Sunagakure around his neck with a slash through the symbol. A large clay bird flew next to them and was carrying an unconscious blonde girl with blue cat ears and a blue cat tail, signifying she was a Neko Hanyu and wore the Hitai for Kumo on her forehead. "Deidara?" The hunchback former Suna Nin asked the blonde Iwa Nuke Nin, identified as Deidara. "Yes, Sasori HN?" Deidara asked, looking around the forest aimlessly. "Where are we?" The hunchback thing known as Sasori asked. Deidara's sweat dropped and gulped. Deidara then spied a tree on his left. "We're next to a tree," he replied. Sasori's sweat dropped and growled. "I told you we should have stopped and asked for direction, but no. You wanted to be the leader and say, 'I don't need directions,' and look where it got us." Stupid ingrate, Sasori said, shaking his head in disappointment. Deidara cried, anime tears. Why are you so mean to me? Deidara whined. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. Arigato Naruto, the green-haired Jinchuriki said. Then Naruto groaned as he got up. But then he groaned in annoyance as he turned around to hear more screams. He then sighed as Jiraiya, Shizuka and Kyoshi appeared from the cave exit. Oh boy, here we go again, Naruto said, and Jiraiya, Shizuka and Kyoshi collided with Naruto's body, sending the boy back with his friend, the pile of leaves. Will you people stop landing on me? Naruto yelled. Meanwhile, near a tree in the middle of nowhere, two members of Akatsuki were walking through the forest. One of them was a man who had blonde hair that was in a ponytail, but it was still long enough to cover his right eye, while his left eye had some sort of device on it, and he wore the Hitai 8 for Iwagakure on his forehead with a slash through the symbol. The second man looked like a hunchbacked thing and had a piece of cloth around the lower part of his face and wore the Hitai 8 for Sunagakure around his neck with a slash through the symbol. A large clay bird flew next to them and was carrying an unconscious blonde girl with blue cat ears and a blue cat tail, signifying she was a Neko Hanyu, and wore the Hitai for Kumo on her forehead. Deidara? The hunchback former Suna Nin asked. Nin, identified as Deidara. Yes, Sasori HN? Deidara asked, looking around the forest aimlessly. Where are we? The hunchback thing known as Sasori asked. Deidara's sweat dropped and gulped. Deidara then spied a tree on his left. We're next to a tree, he replied. Sasori's sweat dropped and growled. I told you we should have stopped and asked for direction, but no. You wanted to be the leader and say, I don't need directions, and look where it got us. Stupid ingrate, Sasori said, shaking his head in disappointment. Deidara cried, anime tears. Why are you so mean to me? Deidara whined. Now. Naruto and the others were jumping through the trees in the direction of the scent that belonged to the missing Kumo Kunoichi, ni Yugito, Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakoneko. However, as they were jumping, Naruto halted. Everyone else stopped too, and everyone looked at him quizzically. Why are we stopping, Naruto? Shizuka asked. Shush! I hear something on the leaves, Naruto whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. The group quickly got ready for any form of attack. Naruto's ears twitched, and in one fluid motion he drew a kunai and threw it, straight as an arrow, directly to his left. A yelp of surprise was heard, and then the tree leaves rustled as out of the leaves came a small brown pug. The group stared at the young dog. It wore a blue vest with a smiley face on the back, chocolate brown eyes, and wore the leaf Hitai 8 as a collar, and also had a scroll attached to the back of its vest, just below the neck. Pakken, what are you doing here? Jiraiya asked the dog. Pakken looked up and waved a paw. Oh, Jiraiya-sama, good to see you again. Naruto, please don't aim kunai at me, I'm very fragile, you know, Pakken said in a surprisingly deep voice. Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his head like he does when he's embarrassed. Hee, my bad. Gomen nasai Pakken, Naruto said with a nervous grin. Pakken waved him off and then turned to Jiraiya. The small pug walked over to the Gama Sannin and looked up at the white-haired man. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama has some backup for your team, Pakken said. Okay. When will the backup arrive? Jiraiya asked. They could be here instantly, just take the scroll from my back and open it. It's a summoning scroll, Pakken said. Jiraiya looked at the scroll and saw the kanji for summoning on it. The white-haired Sannin shrugged and then took the scroll and opened it. He placed the open scroll on the ground and then pumped some chakra into the paper before backing away from it. The scroll began to smoke, and then a large plume of, smoke appeared. Naruto, Sora and Fu squinted to see through the smoke, and their eyes widened when they saw who it was. Nani? Fu exclaimed. It's you guys, Naruto shouted in surprise. The smoke cleared away to reveal three people. The first was a young boy with raven black hair, onyx-colored eyes, and wore a pair of white short pants. Black ninja sandals. A weapons pouch was tied to the boy's right thigh. A blue shirt with the Uchiha fan on it. The second was a pink-haired girl with emerald green eyes. She wore a red dress which ended at the knees over a pair of short pants to help cover her modesty, had a weapons attached to her right thigh and wore black ninja sandals, and the final person was a silver-haired man with a green Jonin vest and wore the Konoha Hitai 8 slanted so it covered his left eye, and wore a pair of blue long pants with a weapons pouch attached to the right thigh. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto said, and his voice held no emotion when he said Sakura's name. Hey Naruto, Kakashi said. Dobi, Sasuke said. What's up guys, Sakura said. The two Genin and Jonin walked over to the group. Okay. So people mind putting us up to speed with the mission? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya stepped forward and proceeded to explain. Okay. Here's the mission. Kumo's Jonin, ni Yugito, was kidnapped by the Akatsuki since she is the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakoneko. Our mission is to track down the Akatsuki members who kidnapped her and rescue Yugito in the process, Jiraiya said. I see, Kakashi mused, while putting himself in a thinking pose. Kakashi-sensei, who or what are the Akatsuki? Sakura asked. Naruto decided to answer this question. The Akatsuki are a group of S-class ranked missing ninja from various countries in the elemental nations whose goal is to capture all the Bijou and use their power for evil purposes, Naruto said. Sasuke thought for a while and then brought up a question. Sasuke didn't even get to finish as Naruto provided the answer instantly as though he read Sasuke's mind. Yes, Sasuke team, your brother Uchiha Itachi is a part of this organization, Naruto said. Sasuke remained silent after that. Okay guys, Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi have Yugito's scent and we are currently on our way to her destination. So they are taking the lead, Jiraiya said. The backup team nodded and then the group quickly rushed through the trees in pursuit of Yugito. Meanwhile, with Sasori and Deidara, here's an idea: use your bird to fly up and then you can scout for a way out of this Kami-forsaken forest, Sasori growled. Hold Sasori, I'm thinking. Hold it, I've got an idea. I can use my clay bird to fly up and then I can scout for a way out of this Kami-forsaken forest, Deidara said. I am just brilliant, aren't I, Sasori-san? The blonde Exiwanin said with a smile and then climbed up on his clay steed. Sasori sighed. They'd been stuck in this forest since they left Kumogakure, which was about 3 days ago, and they were running out of time. Kumo would have sent a pursuit team after them and would be almost upon them. If it weren't for Sasori's idea of quickly taking some pieces of Yugito's hair and having Deidara's birds scatter the scent to random locations, they would have been caught by now. Another reason to hate this barker of a teammate, Sasori grumbled. He then turned as Deidara descended down to the ground. Well, Deidara, have you found a way out of this place? Green is starting to become my least favorite color. Hi Sasori-san, Deidara replied. I saw a way out of the forest. It's about 16 kilometers northwest from where we are. Good job, now come on. We have a lot of ground to cover, Sasori said, and then began to trudge along in the direction of the way that will lead him to his freedom of his foliage prison. Hey Sasori-san, Deidara asked his partner in crime. Yeah? Sasori replied. I was looking for some clay and it turns out that I had a map in my cloak. Isn't that funny, Deidara said with a chuckle. Sasori turned slowly towards his accomplice. You mean to tell me you had a map all this time, and you didn't even know it? Sasori shouted the last part and began to hyperventilate in anger. Hi, Deidara said with a smile, but then his smile dropped as he saw Sasori pull out his giant steel scorpion tail. Ah, Sasori-san, why are you pointing your tail at me? Come on, we're pals, buddies, friends to the end, Deidara said with a nervous chuckle. Oh yeah? Come here friend, my tail and I would like to have a talk with you, Sasori said with venom in his tone. Now Sasori-san, Deidara said, raising his hands in a feeble defense. Sasori lunged and Deidara's scream echoed throughout the forest. With Naruto and the others, Naruto paused and looked back at the other members of the group with a confused look. Did you guys hear as if somebody was screaming in terror? the blonde Hanyu asked. No. You know Naruto Barker. Not everybody here has enhanced senses, Sakura said and proceeded to hit the blonde Kitsune Hanyu on his head, but as the fist descended, Sora's hand stopped it. Sakura glared at the blonde girl. Let go of my hand so I can pummel the Barker, Sakura said. Sora's azure eyes stared into Sakura's emerald green ones. Listen here, bitch. You lay even a finger on my boyfriend and I'll show you what the meaning of pain is, Sora said. Killer intent was evident in her words. Sakura remained strong on the outside, was panicking her black and white head off. Kuso, she managed to beat Sasuke-kun. How will I match to that? Come on Sakura, don't do anything stupid, Ina Sakura said. Sora let go of the pinket's hand and with one last glare went back to walk next to Naruto. The group all stared at Sora and Sakura. See, that's why I learned never to make Sora mad, Naruto said, and the group continued forward. After 2 hours of walking, Jiraiya noticed the sky started to get darker. Hey guys, I think we should set up camp now. It's starting to get dark, the Gama Sanin said. Hi Ero Senin, Naruto said with a foxy grin and made his cage bun shins to get the supplies. I told you stop calling me that, Naruto, Jiraiya said in an angry tone. I know. Demo, it's so much fun to see you mad, the blonde Hanyu replied. Jiraiya huffed like a child while the rest of the group laughed at his antics. Even Sasuke laughed. Later that night, after a god dinner of deer and fish, the group went to sleep with Naruto and Sasuke doing the first shift of guard duty. Sasuke and Naruto looked at the campfire they made for a few seconds. Then Sasuke decided to end the silence. Naruto, Sasuke said. Naruto's head did a double take. Did you just call me Naruto? Naruto asked. Sasuke chuckled. Well, it is your name, right? He asked. Naruto smirked. Yeah, but you would usually call me Dobi, Sasuke, Naruto said. Anyway, Naruto, I just want to tell you something, the Uchiha survivor said. Well, fire away, Naruto said. Sasuke took a deep breath and then proceeded to speak. During the war, you know, with Orochimaru and all, well, when the Hebi team died, my curse seal went away. See, he said. Sasuke pulled back his high collar to show that the crook of his neck was curse seal free. That's great, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto stopped smiling when Sasuke continued. Also, during the war, Sora fought of a large amount of enemy ninja using some kind of gold and silver fire, and it was powerful, but the thing was that she was doing it all for you. So after that battle I learned that you don't gain power from being cold and having no one by you to help you, but through teamwork and the will to protect those precious to you, Sasuke said. Naruto blinked as he looked at his friend. Sasuke then turned and flashed a smile, not a forced one, but an actual smile. Naruto, I want us to start over. We could still be rivals, but maybe this time we could be rivals and friends, Sasuke said, and then he put out his hand for Naruto to shake. What do you say? He asked. Naruto thought as he looked at Sasuke's outstretched hand. Sasuke, you have just gained the power you need to surpass and defeat your Aniki, Naruto thought, and then shook Sasuke's hand. Friends, Sasuke and Naruto said simultaneously with matching smirks. Kakashi watched from a tree a short distance away. The silver-haired Jonin smiled underneath his mask, his eye changing into an upside-down U-shape. You've grown, Sasuke, Naruto, he said, and then silently leaped down from the tree and retreated back to the tent for some sleep. The next day the group packed up and after a light breakfast they were back on track to find Yugito. Naruto and his two pets took one last sniff of Yugito's hair which they brought with them in case they lost the scent. Kyoshi then sniffed the air and his crimson eyes widened. Oi, Minna, we're close. Yugito's about. Kyoshi sniffed the air again. A few kilometers away, the red dragon said with a toothy grin. Okay guys, let's hop to it, Shizuka said. Akuzo, let's go. Naruto shouted, and then the group went off at top speed. We'll save you, Yugito, I swear it, Naruto thought. With Sasori and Deidara, check your map, where are we? Sasori asked. Sure thing, Sasori-san. Demo I wish I could. But I can't because my arm is broken in 3 places HN. Deidara said, screaming the last part causing a few birds to fly away from the trees above and gestured to the arm that was in a clay-made cast. Did I do that? My bad. Well, use your other arm. Kami gave you 2 of those things, you know, Sasori said. Deidara muttered a few curse words as well as something about stupid hunched-back puppet users. Oh, stop complaining and check the map, Sasori ordered. Deidara struggled for a few minutes to reach the map in his cloak and then another few minutes to unfold the map. Yes, I got it HN, he exclaimed, and then he looked at his map. Well, Sasori-san, we are about in the forest right now and the road is about 2 more kilometers in the direction we are headed now. The road will lead us to the border between Kasagakure and Omegakure, Deidara said. Excellent, we're almost back to the hideout, Sasori said. However, the duo's victory was short-lived. Suddenly, out of nowhere a flurry of kunai appeared and was about to strike Sasori, but then the Akatsuki member dodged the onslaught using surprising speed for someone of his size and the kunai embedded themselves in a nearby tree. Naruto, Shizuka and Kyoshi then jumped out and then fired 3 simultaneous fire blasts. Sasori's eyes widened, but then a wall of earth appeared and managed to block the fire. You're lucky I have complete mastery of the Doton Doryuheki no Jutsu, otherwise you would have been toast HN, Deidara said. The clay bird that was carrying Yugito was then attacked from the left, its wing chopped clean off. Then another strike took off the other wing. Sora sheathed her jewel Kadachi and then Jiraiya moved in and swiped Yugito from the bird's now open mouth. The bird was then destroyed by a wind blade made by Fu and the lightning blade made by Kakashi. The Konoha retrieval team then regrouped and prepared for battle. Jiraiya rested Yugito against a tree and checked to see if she was alive. She's alive and breathing, Jiraiya announced. Good. We have to keep it that way, Naruto said, his eyes still focused on the Akatsuki duo. Kakashi-sensei, who are they? Sasuke asked. Kakashi then took out a bingo book and flipped through it until he finally found the page with the pictures of the 2 individuals before him. Okay team, they're Sasori of the Red Sand, formerly from Sunagakure, and Deidara, formerly from Iwagakure. Sasori specializes in the art of puppetry and Deidara can use a certain type of clay that when molded and had chakra added to it, can bring the molded clay to life and then use the chakra in the clay as an explosive, Kakashi read. Wow, they did a really good description of us, Sasori-san HN, Deidara said. Yeah, but the picture of me in the bingo book makes me look fat, the puppet user said. Fat Deidara piped in. I'll ignore that, Sasori said. Right now we have get back that Jinchuriki, he added. Sasori then drew out his deadly steel tail. Purple liquid dripped from the tail's point. Sasori chuckled when he saw the surprise and fear in the Konoha ninja's eyes. Sasori then moved his tail and in a blur of silver chopped down the 7 trees behind him in one fell swoop. What amazing power and speed, Sakura said with fear written all over her face. Deidara looked at his enemies, but then his brain clicked when he saw Naruto. Sasori-san, isn't that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki there? The blonde boy there HN? Deidara asked. Sasori looked at Naruto and his eyes widened. You're right, let's get him too. Leader Sama will reward us for capturing 2 Jinchuriki, the puppet youth said. While the 2 Akatsuki members talked, Kakashi analyzed his opponents. Okay, Sasori seems to be quite fast and probably equally as strong. And with that tail he would be a handful, and to add even more salt to the wound, the tail is poison coated at the tip. As for Deidara, he seems to be more of a stealth user, so he's probably not that strong physically, Kakashi thought. Kakashi-sensei, I have a plan. We can just use a distraction and then make an escape, therefore avoiding any unnecessary fighting, Naruto whispered. Great plan. But what will we use as a distraction? Kakashi asked. Naruto thought for a while and then his eyes brightened. Do you know any strong Doton jutsus? He asked. Yeah, avenue right now is Doton Ryugu, Earth style. Palace of the Dragon King. It creates a giant earth structure of the Dragon King's palace. Then the dragon statues that are said to be guarding the palace will come to life and attack the enemy. However, when I do this move I'll nearly be out of chakra instantly, since it's a B-ranked jutsu, he replied. Doesn't matter, I'll pick you up when you collapse, just do it, Naruto demanded. Kakashi nodded and then quickly ran through hand signs. Sasori noticed this and his tail quickly sprung into action. But Sora appeared in front of the tail using incredible speed and blocked it using her dual Kodachi. Amazing. You must be strong. It's very difficult for a ninja such as yourself at your current rank to block my tail, let alone dodge it, Sasori commented. Sora smirked and then her eyes changed to a blazing red. Sasori and Deidara's eyes widened as gold and silver flames sprung forth from Sora's hands, and then the flames went towards Deidara. Sasori cursed and released his tail from Sora's Kodachi and then used his tail to slam into the holy flames. The fire was hit with such a force that it was deflected upwards where it was outed by the lack of oxygen. Kakashi smirked. Sora had just given him the opening he needed, and then Kakashi finished his hand signs and then clapped his hands together. Doton! Ryugu! He shouted, and then a loud rumbling was heard as the makeshift palace of the Dragon King was formed. The 4 dragon statues in the front of the palace suddenly came to life and sprung forward to attack Sasori and Deidara. Now's our chance. Ero Sennin, grab Yugito and let's get out of here. Sora, we'll talk about what you just did later, Naruto said, and then Jiraiya grabbed Yugito and the group jumped to the trees. Sasori and Deidara looked at the earth dragons before them. Deidara, hurry up and kill these things. They're getting away with our Jinchuriki, Sasori said. Hi. Deidara said, and then Deidara reached into the pouch on his left hip using his good arm. The palm of his hand then grew a mouth and chewed up the clay in the bag and molded it into the shape of 4 swans about the size of a rat. Deidara then pumped his chakra into the clay figures and they instantly sprung to life. The birds then quickly flew towards a dragon. As each clay swan descended upon each of the 4 dragons, Deidara formed half of the Torah hand sign. Katsu! He yelled, and then the swans exploded and completely obliterated the dragons. Oh yeah, I'm good. Deidara said to himself with a grin. Urusei Deidara, come on, the enemy is probably not that far ahead of us, let's hurry, Sasori said, and the 2 Akatsuki members leaped into the trees after their enemy. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see if the 2 Akatsuki were following. He sighed in relief when he saw no one. Ero Sennin, how's Yugito doing? He asked. Jiraiya looked at the blonde woman on his back and saw that she was still unconscious. She's still out of it. They probably drugged her with a sleeping agent, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, but then he heard something in the trees. Kuso, everybody down! He shouted. The group dropped to the forest floor just in time because a dozen birds made entirely of clay about the size of Kakashi's hand flew where they just were and exploded, causing the entire forest canopy to erupt in flame and smoke. That was close, Fu said as she stared at what was the forest canopy. Demo. That means that Deidara and Sasori aren't that far behind, Sasuke said. The group then heard a chuckling ahead of them. They snapped their heads in the direction where the chuckling was coming from. Actually, we're already here, Sasori said with an evil glint in his eyes. Now give us back the Jinchuriki or we'll have to kill you, Deidara said. Fu and Naruto glared at their enemies. Never! They yelled in retaliation. Deidara frowned and then he tapped his clay cast, causing it to shatter and reveal a healed right arm. What a shame! Guess I'll have to kill you then, but since my arm's better that means that I don't have to hold back. Much, the blonde ex-Iwanin said. Naruto then looked at Sasuke, who looked back at him. Sasuke, let's see how much you improved. Up for some teamwork? Naruto asked his former teammate. Sasuke chuckled and closed his eyes. He then snapped them open to reveal the deadly Sharingan, 2 Tomoe in each eye. Just don't slow me down, Sasuke joked. Naruto chuckled and then the Uchiha survivor and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki fell into their fighting stances and got ready for battle. Oi, Mina! Sasuke said. Everyone turned towards Sasuke and Naruto. Let Sasuke and I do this battle, Naruto finished as if knowing what Sasuke was going to say. "Nani? Are you too crazy? You could get killed," Jiraiya said. Sasori and Deidara looked at each other and shrugged. "They get an easy fight. Take down the others, grab the Jinchuriki and head out. No problem. But now they will learn never to underestimate the tag team duo of Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward away from the group and got into their fighting stances. "Ha ha ha. You two are fools if you think you can take down two S-class missing ninja, Deidara said with a laugh, and then he and Sasori got ready to fight. Naruto and Sasuke looked at their opponent. The face-off continued for a few seconds. Then the wind blew and a leaf fell from the sky. As the leaf floated downwards, Sasuke and Naruto glanced at each other and smirked. The leaf then hit the ground and then Naruto and Sasuke blurred away. "I got to admit, they're fast," Sasori said. But then Sasori swung his tail to the right and Deidara launched his fist to the left. Two grunts of pain were heard as Naruto was hit with the flat side of the tail in his chest and Sasuke received a punch to the face, and both Konoha ninja were sent flying in separate directions until they both crashed into a rock and a tree respectively. "But not fast enough, Deidara said with a smirk. "Itai, Itai, Itai," Naruto and Sasuke muttered as they got up on their feet. Naruto then thrust his arm forward and a stream of blue flame rocketed towards Sasori, which the puppet user blocked using the steel tail. Naruto then used the flame as a distraction and created 10 cage bun shins. Sasuke formed hand signs and launched a fireball at Deidara, who used the Doton Doryuheki no Jutsu to block it. Sasuke smirked and then ran forward and made 10 cage bun shins. "Okay Sasuke, now," Naruto yelled, and then he and his clones took to the skies by a chakra-enhanced jump. Sasuke nodded and followed Naruto's move. Sasuke and Naruto then both formed hand signs and their clones then began to dive bomb the two Akatsuki members. Sasori and Deidara chuckled at the two. "Fools. They can't fight us with a head-on attack," Deidara said. "For once Deidara, I agree with you," Sasori said. But then the former puppet master felt a high concentration of chakra coming from the clones. Sasori looked up and noticed the clones were glowing with chakra. Sasori's eyes widened in surprise. He then turned to Deidara. "Deidara, quick, get out of the way, these aren't ordinary clones," he yelled. "Nani?" Deidara asked. Naruto and Sasuke smirked. "Too late," they said, and then with a chakra pulse and the Naruto and Sasuke cage bun shins only a mere 3 feet away from Sasori and Deidara's spot on the ground, the clones exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud about 18 feet tall. Naruto and Sasuke smirked and gave each other high fives. "Take that, bitches." Naruto, Sasuke ninpu, Bunshin Bakuden no Jutsu, Naruto and Sasuke ninja art, Clone Bomb Jutsu, the duo said simultaneously. However, their celebration was short-lived, for Naruto and Sasuke gasped in surprise when the smoke cleared. "DD demo? That's impossible, no one should be able to survive that attack," Shizuka said. "I know. That attack was probably meant for one-hit knockouts," Kyoshi added. The smoke cleared to reveal Sasori and Deidara standing in the crater created by the explosion. Sasori's arm was extended, though, and the creepy part about the skin of the forearm had been moved to make a shield over the two of them. Slanted poles provided support for the arm's skin extension, and the arm was covered in a dense amount of chakra to create a giant shield. "I must admit, you two are strong. Very strong indeed, since you made me use about nearly an eighth of my chakra to create this chakra shield," Sasori said. "However, you've had your turn and now it's our turn to attack," Deidara said, and then reached into both of his pouches on each side of his waist. The mouths on his hands then ate and molded the chakra-infused clay into the shape of 5 7-foot-long snakes. Deidara then pumped a bit more chakra into the clay figures and the reptiles came to life, and then using extreme amounts of speed, raced towards Naruto and Sasuke. "What amazing speed," Sasuke commented, but then remembered to dodge and dodged he did, but the snake was a few feet away from him and Deidara smirked and formed a hand sign. "Katsu!" he yelled, and then the snake exploded. Luckily Sasuke used the Kawarimi to replace himself with a log. The remaining snakes slithered towards Naruto, but as the snakes were about to strike, Sasuke popped out of the ground and quickly flashed through hand signs. Reiten, Chidori Senbon, lightning style. Chidori Senbon, he yelled, and then a Chidori formed in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke then swung his arm and the Chidori was launched from Sasuke's hand, and there in midair, the Chidori dispersed and took on the shape of 4 Senbon which pierced each snake in the head, stopping it. Deidara growled in anger. "What did you do to my wonderful art, HN?" he asked through gritted teeth. Sasuke smirked. "Using my Sharingan, I observed that you have earth-natured chakra circulating throughout the clay figurines you make, and my Chidori is made of lightning-natured chakra, and using the simple fact that lightning chakra beats earth chakra, I made your stupid art useless just like you," Sasuke said. Naruto laughed. "Ooh, you call him useless? Burn!" Naruto laughed out loud. Deidara changed a new shade of red as his face was full of rage and his blood was boiling with smoke coming out of his ears, figuratively of course. "That's it. No one fucking insults my art, no fucking one. Prepare to die." Deidara yelled at the top of his lungs. The blonde member of Akatsuki then reached into his pouch, and the mouths on his hands quickly formed a small hawk, which Deidara then filled with chakra to increase its size to about that of a horse as the clay hawk breathed its first breath of life. Deidara then jumped on top of the hawk and took to the skies, flying upwards until he reached a height he found suitable. Deidara let loose a devilish smile, and then finally Deidara pulled out one of his secret weapons from his clay pouch. A scroll was held in Deidara's hands, and then Deidara opened the scroll to open the pocket dimension where his weapon was stored. In a puff of smoke, a large bag full of clay bombs appeared in Deidara's hands. "Now die!" Deidara yelled and then began his onslaught of clay bombs at the young Uchiha and Namikaze. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened as they looked up in surprise as they saw many clay explosives rain down towards them, ready to explode on contact once it touches a solid surface. Jiraiya and Kakashi quickly grabbed Yugito, Fu, Sakura and Sora and receded into the bushes to take cover, but Naruto, Sasuke, Shizuka and Kyoshi weren't so lucky as they didn't have enough time to run, so they did the only thing they could do, and that was to dodge. The two ninja and Ninken used all their flexibility and stamina to continuously avoid the seemingly never-ending bombardment of explosives from the sky. It was then that Kyoshi got an idea. After dodging a few more bombs, Kyoshi found an opening large enough for him to fly through. The young adolescent dragon then spread his ruby-scaled wings and took to the skies, flying higher and higher into the blue depths of the sky. Kyoshi then stopped flapping his wings until he reached a suitable height. Kyoshi observed the many flashes of red and yellow from below, indicating the explosions. Kyoshi then took a deep breath and closed his eyes, pinpointing Deidara's exact location. Kyoshi's scarlet red eyes then snapped open and Kyoshi sky-dived towards the Akatsuki member. Kyoshi then let loose a steady stream of blue fire that surrounded his body, making him look like a flaming ball of fire. "Meteor strike!" Kyoshi yelled. Deidara laughed maniacally as he threw down his bombs, but as he was throwing them, Deidara suddenly felt searing heat from above him. Deidara stopped and looked up to see a huge ball of blue flame descending towards him. Deidara's eyes bugged out of his head and then made his bird avoid the burning ball of fire that is Kyoshi. "Kuso, that fucking thing nearly hit me," Deidara said. But then his eyes looked on in awe as the meteor did something that nobody expected it to do. Kyoshi turned in midair and continued his path towards Deidara. "Nani!" Deidara screamed, and the cat and mouse chase began as Kyoshi chased after Deidara on his clay hawk. Naruto, Shizuka and Sasuke gasped in exhaustion. Continuously dodging exploding clay bombs really takes it out of a person. "Sasuke pant Shizuka, you too? Pant okay?" Naruto asked. Sasuke and Shizuka struggled to get up, but their legs immediately gave out from underneath them and the two fell back down. "Hi. Naruto thanks pant to Kyoshi," Shizuka replied to Naruto's question. Sasuke just panted and answered with a "hi." Meanwhile, Sasori, who was hiding behind a tree due to Deidara's little episode eyes, the blonde Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and the raven-haired Uchiha Sasuke. Deidara could have killed me. Demo, at least he gave this opportunity to kill the Uchiha and knock out the Kyuubi Jinchuriki for us to take back to base, Sasori of the Red Sands said with a dark chuckle. Then Sasori's poison-tipped tail revealed itself and the tail silently slithered through the air and poised itself to strike. Sora looked out from behind the bushes and observed the battlefield. It was a bunch of craters and rubble, but out of the corner of her eye, Sora saw something shine. Sora turned her head and her eyes widened in fear as she saw the poison-tipped tail of Sasori near Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura had peeked out from behind the bushes and her eyes widened in fear as she saw Sasori's tail near her Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun, she gasped, and then Sora leapt out from her hiding spot, her dual Kodachi drawn. Sasuke-kun, Sakura muttered and took out 2 kunai and jumped out. Sora, Sakura no! Jiraiya and Kakashi yelled, but it was too late, the 2 females had gone already. Jiraiya punched the ground. Kuso, he muttered. Fu stared in amazement at the fearlessness Sora showed just now, and the green-haired Jinchuriki looked down in shame. I'm not sure I can live to Konoha's expectations of me, Fu thought with a somber look. Then Fu got a determined look in her pink eyes. No, I won't let them do this alone. I'll fight for my friends, Fu thought, and was about to jump out, but Jiraiya held her back. Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing? She asked. Look, our job is to protect Yugito. What if the other one comes for Yugito while we go to fight? We can't risk that, Jiraiya said. Fu pouted and nodded, knowing that protecting Yugito is just as important. Sasuke and Naruto continued to try and get. Shizuka had managed to get up and moved to Jiraiya's location. Sasuke then felt a disturbance and his head snapped to the right and saw a large steel tail-like thing approaching he and Naruto at high speeds. Naruto's ears twitched and saw the tail. He tried to fire a fox fireball, but he was still exhausted from avoiding the bombs. Kuso, the 2 boys muttered, and they closed their eyes preparing for pain, but their eyes snapped open when pain wasn't what came. The 2 boys turned to hear the clang of metal against metal. Sora and Sakura were holding back the tail, Sora with her Kodachi and Sakura with her kunai. Sugoi, you little girls are quite strong, so I guess I'll have to kill you along with the Uchiha boy, Sasori said darkly and glared at the 2 kunoichi. As if, Sora said, her eyes flashing a fiery red and back to azure. Sakura's green eyes held a determination to protect her precious person, but spoke the same message as Sora. You'll never get by us, Sakura said. Sora then eyed Naruto and frowned. The blonde-haired kunoichi turned to her Hanyu boyfriend. Naruto-kun, she said. Naruto looked up and his eyes widened at what Sora did next. Gomen nasai, Naruto-kun, she finished, and then her irises changed from their original azure color to fiery red. Sora, you're stronger, so you try to wear him down and then I'll look for an opening and attack, Sakura suggested. Sora nodded. Sounds like a plan, Sakura, Sora said, and then she twirled her Kodachi in her hands and then gripped them in stiffly in her hands. Sora's eyes then glowed and then gold and silver flames were expelled from her body and formed the silhouette of the Hajin behind her. Sora sighed and then turned back to Sasori. Sora-chan! Naruto screamed, his eyes wide with fear. Sora blinked tears and then with a battle cry she charged towards her opponent, the silhouette following behind her, 2 swords of silver flame held in its hands. Sakura and Naruto stared in awe at the power of Sora. Naruto had tears by his eyes, but although he tried to not let them fall, he failed as he closed his eyes. Good luck, Sora-chan, he thought. Kyoshi was still chasing after Deidara in the sky. Deidara gritted his teeth. He tried nearly everything against the flaming meteor strike attack, but the explosives had no effect. Deidara then saw as the fireball suddenly put on a spin and gained in velocity. Kyoshi was looking at Deidara through the firecoat as he spun towards him. Kyoshi then got another idea and then began to spew large fireballs at Deidara. Deidara's eyes widened as he saw Kyoshi launch fireballs at him. Deodara then began to do every single evasive maneuver in the book and even making up a few that Deodara didn't even know he himself knew. Deodara finally dodged the last fireball and turned to see Kyoshi stop his meteor strike attack since the young dragon was dizzy from all the spinning. Deodara stopped and turned to face the fire-breathing reptile. So all this time it was just a puny dragon playing a game of cat and mouse, but now this time you will be the mouse, dragon, Deodara said and rushed head-on towards Kyoshi. Kyoshi looked at Deodara with a puzzled look. Is this guy really that stupid? Kyoshi asked himself. Kyoshi opened his mouth and then breathed a large stream of fire at Deodara. Deodara smirked and flew up to dodge, but was surprised when Kyoshi appeared in his face. Kyoshi smirked and then spun and slammed his spiked tail at Deodara, smacking him right in the stomach. Deodara coughed up blood as the blow struck off of his bird. The bird flew as fast as it could and managed to save its master from hitting the ground. Deodara wiped the blood from his lips and spat out some blood from his mouth. The dragon is faster than I thought. Better amp it up a bit then, Deodara said with an evil smirk. Deodara then reached into his pouch and made a swan with 4 pairs of wings. This one will be much faster and more agile, Deodara said to himself, and then the swan grew in a puff of smoke to about the same size as the hawk and came to life. Deodara then jumped from his hawk to the swan and then Deodara sent the hawk after Kyoshi. Kyoshi stared at the hawk and then avoided all of its strikes with relative ease. This is just too easy, Kyoshi said with a chuckle and then timed a powerful tail strike at the hawk's neck, chopping the head clean off and then burning the body and decapitated head. Kyoshi smirked, but then Kyoshi was met with a strong punch to the gut, followed by a swift kick to the head, and then Deodara's swan flew above Kyoshi. Deodara jumped off the swan and then performed an axe kick to Kyoshi's head, sending the young dragon downwards. The swan then came and Deodara jumped over to the swan as he watched Kyoshi fall to the forest below. Baka-ru, underestimating me like that, Deodara said and chuckled evilly. Kyoshi fell down, his head was hurting badly, but Kyoshi managed to stabilize himself in the air and stopped himself from falling to the ground. Kyoshi then shook his head and glared at Deodara and growled. That's it. No holding back, Kyoshi growled and then rushed Deodara full speed. Deodara looked on and saw a red-blue racing towards him. Back for more, eh? The blonde Akatsuki member thought, and then the swan avoided Kyoshi and Kyoshi zoomed past. Kyoshi then began to race around Deodara in a circle, surrounding the blonde man in a ring of red. Kyoshi then blew out some fire, the ring of red became a ring of purple, and then ring became smaller and smaller as Kyoshi drew closer and closer to his target. Deodara then took the only way out, and that was up. The swan flew up and the ring exploded in a plume of smoke and flame. Kyoshi smirked and then used his speed to race towards the swan, faster than Deodara could comprehend. Deodara was shocked when he saw something scarlet cross his field of vision, and then the swan was shredded at the neck. The head of the once beautiful swan fell towards the foliage below. Deodara quickly began to try and make another flying piece of art, but Kyoshi began to launch powerful streams of fire at the Akatsuki member, allowing him no time to make another bird as he began to fall. Kuso, at this rate I might not be able to make a bird in time, he thought. Kyoshi then smirked and using his full speed intercepted the falling Deodara and scratched the man on his arm. Deodara howled in pain. Kyoshi then followed up with many more blows, such as a headbutt to the stomach, then a kick to the knees, a tail slam to the head and stomach, a flaming slash on the other arm, and then finally Kyoshi kicked Deodara in the stomach so that Deodara flew through the air at a 180-degree angle. Kyoshi then surrounded his tail in blue flame and then spun. Karyutan, Hairu Hanma, Fire Dragon style, Flaming Dragon Hammer. Kyoshi yelled and then Deodara was hit with the blow, taking the full force of the blow. H. Deodara screamed in pain. Blood flew from the blonde's mouths as a few rib became broken as well as his collarbone being fractured, and his stomach area became covered in second-degree burns. Deodara continued to scream as he fell to the ground. Luckily he crashed into a tree, and the branches, although they added extra harm to his body, reduced the speed at which he was falling and managed to survive the fall and landed on the ground groaning in pain. Kyoshi smiled a toothy grin and then flew back down to reunite with Naruto and the others. Sora slashed downwards with one of her blades, the Hajin silhouette followed suit, the silver fire blade came down at Sasori. Sasori raised his tail in defense, but the puppet user's eyes widened in surprise as the flaming sword cut right through the tail like a hot knife through butter and continued its path towards Sasori. Sasori then jumped and avoided the crushing blow. What raw power! It cut right through my steel tail, which is strong enough to be hit by an A-rank Doton jutsu and still be operational, Sasori commented. Sora continued her assault on Sasori, who kept dodging. Sasori then opened his coat a bit and a poison smoke bomb flew towards Sora. The Hajin silhouette surrounded Sora with its cloak and the poison bomb quickly melted into nothing. Sora then removed her ultimate defense and continued on the offensive. "There's no way to beat this thing," Sasori said as he kept dodging. Sora gritted her teeth in annoyance and then thought it was time she finished this as fast as she could. Sora then jumped and began to perform one of her more powerful sword techniques. Kenjutsu, Wangetsu no Hai, sword style, crescent of fire, she said and then slashed her sword in a horizontal arc. A crescent-shaped fire slash went towards Sasori, who barely managed to dodge. The atta a dozen trees before finally exploding in a pillar of fire. "And that was a basic move," Sora said. Sora then attacked again, with a downward slash. Sasori dodged to the left, so Sora followed up with diagonal upward slash. Sasori leaned back, but the flaming silver blade managed to catch Sasori's mask, catching it afire. Sasori's eyes widened and then tried to put out the fire. Sora smirked. With Sasori distracted, Sakura could then tag team attack with her. "Sakura now," the blonde holy flame user ordered. Sakura nodded and then raced towards Sasori, running through hand signs. Doton, Kyojin Seiryoku no Jutsu, Earth Style, Giant's Might Jutsu, Sakura yelled. The ground suddenly began to rumble beneath the ex-Suna ninja. Sasori was then hit with two fists of earth, sending him flying upwards. Sora then jumped and flipped and brought down her double Kodachi. The fire god then brought down his two blades of silver fire and slamming the puppet user back down while also cutting Sasori. Sakura then formed more hand signs and slammed her hands on the ground. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Blast Jutsu, the Pinkett yelled and then a large dragon of mud and stone rose from the ground and headed towards the falling Sasori. Sora then sheathed her Kodachi and then slammed her fists downwards at the falling Sasori. Although Sora wasn't close to the Akatsuki Memeba, the fire god had arms capable of stretching, so the fire god's arms extended and the two fists of golden fire and the earth dragon made contact with the puppet user at the same time in an explosion of fire and earth and lava. A large smoke cloud was created and then Sora and Sakura panted on the ground as they looked at the smoke cloud. Sora was too exhausted and her eyes changed back to azure, but when that happened she suddenly felt as if she was burning for a minute. Her skin felt like it was on fire and then Sora coughed up some blood. Sora's eyes widened in fear as she looked at the red liquid on the ground. So it really is true. Otu-san really said I could die, she thought. Sora looked up to see the smoke clear and the burning cloak of Sasori laying on the ground. Sugoi. Sora, we did it, we completely destroyed that asshole Shanaro, Sakura yelled. Sora smirked and then fell asleep with a smile on her face. We did it. We really did it, she thought. Naruto and Sasuke had recovered during the fight and were in awe. Sasuke learned that he should never get Sakura mad again with those jutsus at her disposal. Naruto carried Sora and Sasuke carried Sakura, which to Sakura was a dream come true. Sakura, Daijobu desuka? He asked. Watashi wa genki desu. Arigato Sasuke-kun, I'm fine. Thanks Sasuke-kun, Sakura answered. Sasuke nodded and continued to piggyback Sakura back to Kumogakure. Well team, another successful mission, Jiraiya said. Yeah. But I get to fight the bad guys the next time we meet them, Fu said and pumped her fist in the air, earning a laugh from everyone. However, back on the battlefield, the burning cloak of Sasori had turned to ash. But lurking in the forest, a lone figure limped through the woods. The figure walked up to the fallen Deidara and helped him up. The red-haired figure looked back at the battleground. Next time I will be victorious. Konoha Kunoichi, the red-haired figure said, and then headed off in the direction of the Akatsuki base. After a half-an-hour walk to Kumo's mountain and another hour climbing up the mountain, Sora had awakened and had remained quiet for the remainder of the trip. Naruto knew why, and he would have to talk to her later about it. Also, Yugito had regained consciousness along the way and thanked her rescuers. Domo arigato, Konoha shinobi, Yugito said, and her tail waved behind her. I still can't believe someone like you could get tricked by the Nibi into becoming a Hanyu, Naruto said. Yugito glared at Naruto. Oi, at least I didn't become a Kitsune Hanyu. Kitsune are smelly and canine. Neko are cute and fluffy, and they're way smarter than Kitsune, Yugito said. You tell him, kitten, and I didn't trick you. Agreed to become stronger with my helps. I made you a Hanyu, the Nibi said in Yugito's mind. But I didn't want to be a Hanyu, the blonde Kumo Jonin told her Bijou. Oi, I'll have you know, Kitsune are way better than Neko because Kitsune have better senses, muscle strength and speed. I'll give you all the best for flexibility and agility, but Kitsune are still cooler, Naruto retaliated. Yeah. Way to come back, Kit, Kyuubi cheered to Naruto. The conversation continued like this until the group finally reached the Raikage's HQ. Raikage building. Raikage's office. The Raikage was crying a river, literally, as he thanked Naruto and the others for helping him retrieve Yugito. Arigato, my friends. You might earn an alliance with us as well as the mission payment if things continue to go like this, A said. A.N. For those of you who forgot, Yugito was made a Neko Hanyu and A is the name of the Raikage. It was a pleasure, Raikage-sama, Kakashi said and bowed. Then reached into a drawer and wrote down the check for each member of the retrieval squad. Here's your payment. Arigato once again, and have a nice trip back to your village. I opened the cave slide for you already, A said with a smile. Naruto looked behind him and glared at his team. No landing on me this time, okay, he said. Jiraiya, Fu, Sora, Shizuka and Kyoshi laughed at that, while Team 7 looked as confused as hell. During the walk back to Konoha, Naruto asked Sora to walk with him. Oh boy, here it comes, the Azure Eyes girl thought. Look, Naruto-kun, I know what you're thinking, but... Sora didn't even get the chance to finish her sentence as Naruto had begun to speak his thoughts. Why, Sora? Why did you use the technique? I mean, we agreed you would never use it, Naruto said. Sora sighed. Naruto-kun, we agreed that I would never use the Hajin's flame unless we were in dire need, and in order to protect you from the Akatsuki I had no choice. Even if the Hajin's fire ends up killing me in the process because of it, Sora said. Then she gasped as she realized that she had just told her boyfriend the risk for using the Hajin's holy flames. Naruto was wide-eyed and then became silent and decided to walk a bit faster. Sora, you barker, how could you tell your boyfriend that you could die? Barker, 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 Sora thought as she mentally kicked herself. The group finally made it back to Konoha by the end of the week, which took about 3 days because Naruto, Shizuka, Kyoshi, Sora, Sakura and Sasuke were still a bit tired. The group then made it to Konoha and reported the mission to our favorite busty Hokage, Senju Tsunade. After the debriefing, Tsunade allowed everyone to leave except for Jiraiya. Tsunade sighed. Well, Jiraiya, what are we going to do? I mean, the Akatsuki are moving faster than expected, Tsunade said. Jiraiya rubbed his temples and sighed also. I don't know. I really don't know, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya replied. The slug and toad Sanons then remained silent for a while in the office. The wind blew through the window, ruffling her hair a little. Why don't we go get some sake to get our minds off of this? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, sure. Some sake will do me some good, Tsunade replied as she got up and the two Sannin left the Hokage's office. The two then began to walk the streets of Konoha as the sun began to set. Jiraiya stopped in the road and looked at the Hokage monument, well more specifically the Yondaime stone head. "Oh Minato my boy, you might have known what to do in this situation to help your son," Jiraiya thought. "Come Jiraiya, you're the one paying you know," Tsunade called. Yeah, all right," Jiraiya said and went to walk up to Tsunade. Thanks for watching.